Chapter 1. The New World, the island of Kalebali, home to Buggy the Clown and his pirate crew. In the surrounding seas, several naval warships formed a strategic encirclement. On the foremost vessel stood a formidable man with his eyes closed. This was Vice Admiral Steelis from the Navy headquarters. Thus, all privileges of the 7 warlords of the sea have been revoked, and they are no longer affiliated with the world government. Steelis gripped his communicator tightly, his eyes suddenly widening with a fierce glint of killing intent. In other words, Buggy, you have now become an ordinary pirate. On the island, within an opulent hall, Buggy the Clown, draped in a vibrant red cloak, gnashed his teeth in disbelief. How despicable! You didn't even consult us before making such a decision. Buggy twisted his body, shouting across the coastline, "Do you intend to capture me after using me? A bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. Isn't it your own fault for being toyed with by Crocodile and Doflamingo? Even if you wish to vent your anger, you should have some restraint." The expansive red cloak obscured the light from outside, casting the few individuals hiding behind Buggy into darkness. "The coastline has been completely surrounded. What shall we do now?" asked the beast tamer, Machi, with a face full of anxiety. Beside him, the lion-head Ricky had his eyes wide open, panic etched on his feline visage. He knew all too well the caliber of their captain. Without the protective mantle of the warlords, their future was unimaginable. "Of course, we shall make a grand spectacle of it." Standing boldly in the sunlight, Buggy showed no signs of fear. With a fierce roar, he activated his chop-chop fruit powers, lifting his red cloak into the air, unleashing a wild and overwhelming aura. "All of you, muster your fighting spirit, my comrades." Machi, Alvita, Kabeji, and the other seasoned veterans. In stark contrast, the newly escaped formidable pirates from Impel Down raised their weapons, their battle spirits surging. "Oh, Captain Buggy! Buggy! Buggy!" Amidst the clamorous crowd, a man with oval goggles and a 3 hairstyle let out a silent sigh. He never expected that after traversing into the world of One Piece, he would become Mr. 3, a user of the wax fruit. Ever since his arrival, Mr. 3 had been contemplating whether to smash his head against a pillar to start anew. What a calamity! Being a side character was one thing, but could they not have made him handsome at least? That square face, those spindly limbs, and the atrocious 3 braids, what kind of devilry was this? Ultimately, however, Mr. 3 abandoned the dangerous notion of suicide. Setting aside whether dying in this world would truly lead to oblivion, he feared the pain of crashing into that solid, heavy pillar. So, he decided to observe the situation instead. In the grand hall, as Buggy listened to the fervent cheers of his stronger subordinates below, his expression was resolute and fearless. "My comrades, let them witness the terror of the Buggy pirate crew. If you feel fear, then hide here while I obliterate them all." As the words fell, Buggy lifted his red cloak, glaring menacingly at the naval vessels on the coastline. "Captain Buggy, I am amazed that even after losing the title of warlord, your first thought is still our safety." Tears streamed down the faces of his subordinates, moved by his words. Instantly, a fierce determination flashed across their faces as they brandished their weapons, positioning themselves in front of Buggy. "Let us go, Captain Buggy!" Among them, a once-bounty pirate exceeding 300 million drew his sword, the powerful Haki surging forth, turning it pitch black. Just a mere vice admiral from headquarters. How could you disturb our king right from the start? He was the first to leap into action, springing down from the high hall with incredible speed towards the naval ships along the coastline. Seeing this, the rest of the crew, fueled by fervor, followed suit, charging into battle. The hall, once somewhat crowded, was now utterly vacant. A bunch of simple-minded fools. The Navy is clearly well prepared this time. Only a fool would confront them heathen. Buggy shrank back from his elevated position, wearing a sly smile as he faced Machi and the other officers. "While they occupy the Navy, let's make our escape through the secret passage behind the island, brothers," he whispered. Without hesitation, the others nodded. Just as they were about to turn and flee, a muscle-bound man who had forgotten his weapon returned, catching sight of the unfolding scene. "Captain Buggy, you!" As Buggy walked, he exclaimed, Startled, Buggy's body, hidden beneath the red cloak, instantly fell apart, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. If these formidable individuals, akin to monsters, discovered his intention to abandon them and flee alone, the result would be. Surely, it would be a gruesome end. Captain Buggy, I never expected you to. The muscle-bound man's expression darkened ominously. Just as Buggy and the others were on the brink of despair and about to reveal their true forms, a fierce-looking subordinate suddenly changed his demeanor, tears streaming down his face like a bursting dam. Captain Buggy, I never imagined you would trust us so much, entrusting the fate of the crew without even assessing the situation. What an admirable resolve and awareness this is, befitting the crew of the Pirate King and the rival of red-haired Shanks. What kind of powerful figure have I chosen to follow? Rest assured, I will never betray your trust. Under the incredulous gazes of his comrades, the muscle-bound man wiped his tears and nostrils, resolutely turning back towards the battlefield. He completely forgot that he hadn't even picked up his gun. Ahaha, go forth and create chaos. On the brink of exposure, Buggy straightened his posture, filled with vigor. Witnessing this grand display of self-invention, even Mr. 3, who had read the original work, couldn't help but exclaim in elegant astonishment. Wow, so this is the terrifying Buggy, endowed with the luck of Conqueror's Haki and a top-tier imagination? Truly, it is fearsome. 3, what's wrong with you? You've been acting strange since earlier. At that moment, a recovering Buggy finally noticed Mr. 3's unusual behavior. Upon hearing this, the other crew members turned their puzzled gazes towards him. If Buggy hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized that in such a situation, you two should be huddled together, plotting an escape. Alvita, the voluptuous user of the slip fruit, was the first to speak up, wielding a spike club. Don't lump me together with this guy. Buggy, draped in his red cloak, immediately protested. And my retreat is not about escaping, it's a strategic withdrawal. Alvita facepalmed, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Just then, Mr. 3, who had been acting strangely the entire time, suddenly raised his head, his mouth twitching as he emitted an odd laugh reminiscent of a stroke. I see now, ah, then things are about to get interesting. His eyes, radiating with a fervent glow, were filled with unrestrained excitement. Just moments ago, he had successfully bound the system, acquiring the standard cheat for traversers. Everyone, now that the system of the 7 warlords has been abolished, the world order is on the brink of tremendous upheaval. I have a plan, would you care to listen? Mr. 3 stifled his peculiar laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as he adjusted his goggles. Behind the reflective lenses lay eyes that shone with wisdom. Seeing Mr. 3's sudden seriousness, Buggy and the others exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they all shook their heads in unison. Their instincts told them that whatever Mr. 3, who had been acting so strangely after the announcement of the warlord's abolition, was about to say, it was undoubtedly a colossal pitfall. We refuse. Listening to nonsense now is futile. Escaping is our priority. I share the same sentiment. Roar. Time rewound a few moments, just after Mr. 3 had dispelled his suicidal thoughts. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained the courage to survive in this world, successfully binding the Supreme Vice-Emperor system. Supreme Vice-Emperor system. Host. Mr. 3 Charm Charismatic Appeal, 45. Physical Condition B. Luck, E plus S buff inherent to the Clown Buggy faction, dissipates upon separation. Abilities, Wax Fruit Unawakened, Armament Haki Novice, Observation Haki Novice. Items, none. Current objective, successfully recruit at least one warlord of the scene, new or old, to join the Clown Buggy pirate crew, thereby strengthening the faction and solidifying the position of the second-in-command within the Buggy pirate crew. Objective reward, 1 warlord of the sea. Fruit ability development capsule, awakening of Conqueror's Haki potential, plus 15 to charm charismatic appeal. Objective reward, 2 warlords of the sea. Unlocks upon completion of objective reward 1. The straightforward and comprehensible panel ignited a fervor within Mr. 3, transforming his previously morose demeanor into one brimming with enthusiasm. This reward, charm and charismatic appeal can be enhanced. Is there anything more invigorating than this? In pursuit of becoming more captivating as a formidable force, a blazing flame of hope ignited in Mr. Three's eyes. Soon, he formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Before his journey through time, he had avidly followed the latest chapters of the One Piece manga, where Luffy awakened the Nika fruit and engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido, thus naturally gaining insight into the current world dynamics and the status of various pirate crews. When it comes to recruiting new and old warlords of the sea, the highest chance of success in this time frame is undoubtedly that particular individual. Thus, under the disdainful gazes of Buggy and the others, Mr. Three leisurely adjusted his goggles. Hee, since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall generously share with you my exquisite plan. Upon hearing this, Buggy's teeth instantaneously transformed into a serrated grin, raising his hand to deliver a swift chop. Who the hell asked with sincerity, you bastard? Do we look like we are eager to hear your nonsensical scheme? Generosity, huh? Your greatest act of kindness right now would be to charge at that damn Navy and buy us some time to escape. The others displayed expressions of helplessness and exasperation. Lion Ricky's eyes widened in shock at Mr. Three's unabashed audacity. Having spent considerable time with the third brother, he thought he had come to fully understand him, only to find that his audacity surpassed even that of his wax. Mr. Three maintained a calm demeanor, effortlessly brushing aside Buggy's hand that had struck his shoulder. Buggy, if I told you that this brilliant plan could be successfully executed, would you have the opportunity to become the new Emperor of the Seas? Emperor of the Seas. The previously disinterested crowd suddenly perked up, then, collectively extending their right hand's claws, they began to rummage through their belongings in preparation for a hasty retreat. As the warlords of the sea closest in power and prestige to the four emperors, they were acutely aware of the immense significance represented by the title Emperor of the Seas, and they possessed a keen self-awareness. For a pirate crew that had once fled at the mere sight of the Navy in the East Blue, managing to inexplicably attain the position of Warlord of the Sea, though it has since been lost, was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. An Emperor of the Seas? What right did they have as mere individuals? What right did their captain possess? Was it due to the specially crafted buggy bomb nestled in the soles of his shoes? 3. I understand that the stripping away of our warlord privileges has greatly impacted you, but Buggy gazed at the earnest Mr. Three, genuine sorrow and compassion reflected in his clown-painted eyes. Consider how we miraculously survived in that hellish place. Impelled down, what does this current crisis amount to? You must pull yourself together, brother. Such a reaction was, of course, anticipated by Mr. Three. To capture the leader, one must first seize the king. As long as he could persuade the captain, Clown Buggy, to resolutely accept his advice and take action, the recruitment of the warlords and the enhancement of their appeal would have a chance of realization. Naturally, another reason for choosing Buggy as the point of leverage was his glaring weaknesses, making him easily manipulable. Buggy, once we become one of the four emperors, we can leverage our reputation to gather even more formidable allies. He spoke slowly. Brother, trust me, we must swiftly prepare our belongings. Buggy seemed utterly unfazed by Mr. Three's words, even starting to devise an escape route. More powerful allies, gathered together to ensnare the Navy, perhaps? Mr. Three, with a multitude of powerful allies, we can seize more territories, planting our pirate flag upon countless islands. Buggy, by the way, Machi, remember to bring the treasure map we acquired last time. We absolutely cannot lose that. What does it matter how many islands there are? Even a single fleet of Marine headquarters vice admirals could easily overwhelm them. Mr. Three, after seizing the islands, we will amass a fortune in gold and jewels, enough to fill multiple ships. Haki, if you truly cannot endure the blows, perhaps a brief slumber would suffice. With a stroke of luck, you might even dream of us ascending to the status of the four emperors. What of treasures, regardless of their abundance, if one lacks the means to claim them? Wait, what did you say? A treasure so vast that several ships cannot contain it. Baki's indifferent demeanor instantaneously erupted into sheer ecstasy. His entire being felt as though it were disintegrating with excitement, his vision consumed by a dazzling display of golden riches. Surely, upon becoming one of the four emperors, With expanded territories, the likelihood of acquiring legendary treasure maps would significantly increase. Mr. 3 wore a sly grin, feigning disappointment as he remarked, "Alas. If you refuse to heed my strategy, I suppose I could relinquish the legendary treasure map without a fight." Before he could finish, he noticed Buggy's adrenaline spike. Fury etched across his clownish visage. "What nonsense! The treasure and the legendary treasure map are mine, just because you're the Emperor of the Sea. Does that mean it's beyond my grasp? Speak, Mr. 3, what is your brilliant strategy?" At this proclamation, the other officers of the Buggy pirates erupted in chaos. "Captain, are you serious? Please, do not engage in reckless schemes with Mr. 3. That is one of the 4 emperors. Do you truly believe you can bring down such a formidable figure? It could end in death, a real death." With a wave of his hand, Buggy silenced the cacophony. He turned to Mr. 3, his gaze resolute. "What kind of pirate would ignore the treasure within reach, you fool? Now, Mr. 3, share your plan." Seeing the atmosphere shift, Mr. 3 cleared his throat and began, "As it stands, the world government has resolved to abolish the 7 warlord system. This means that not only we, but also figures like my Hawk and the Empress will lose their privileges and become ordinary pirates, subject to bounty. The long-standing security they enjoyed will be stripped away, despite their formidable might across these seas. However, if we can assist them in navigating these sudden challenges, might we not have the opportunity to recruit these dominant forces to our cause? With the 7 warlords united under the Buggy pirates, would we then fear the 4 emperors or the admirals?" Upon hearing this, Buggy rested his chin upon his hand, nodding thoughtfully. "You make a fair point, Mr. 3. I never anticipated that you could devise such a clever strategy. How intriguing." The previously disinterested crew members leaned in, intrigued by the prospect. Though implementing Mr. 3's idea would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty, it was theoretically sound. Even if they could not recruit those monstrous beings, merely fostering goodwill and forming alliances would yield benefits. They were all seasoned veterans in the pirate world. Once the enormity of the opportunity dawned upon them, they would surely recognize its potential. Even a fool can be more resourceful than one whose mind is filled with nonsense, Mr. 3 retorted calmly. "But how do we proceed?" Your leader, the smooth-skinned user of the slip fruit, approached with a grave expression, brandishing a massive spiked club. "Those individuals are not easily swayed. They are not mere pawns." Mr. 3 glanced at the impeccably proportioned woman, a memory of her formidable, tank-like form before consuming the fruit crossing his mind. Yet, he could not deny that Yolita was indeed striking. In reality, she would undoubtedly stand out as a stunning beauty, her skin so flawless it seemed immune to harm. Yet, in the pirate world, such beauty was commonplace, and after a brief moment of admiration, Mr. 3 steadied his thoughts. He gestured to his own forehead, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "I have meticulously planned every detail here. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to recruit at least 2 warlords." This display of bravado irked Buggy, who snapped, "What else with the pretense, Galdino? When did you become so arrogant? You don't even call Mr. 3 by his codename anymore." It was evident how displeased Buggy was at being overshadowed. "Confidence, my friend," Mr. 3 chuckled lightly. "And what do you intend to do? Those individuals cannot be easily persuaded with mere words." Buggy's expression shifted from irritation to seriousness as he proposed, "Perhaps we should consider forming alliances with them? We could provide intelligence." Implicit in his words was the notion of allowing the other warlords to engage in conflict while they remained in the shadows, ready to strike when necessary. Mr. 3 quickly grasped Buggy's intention, internally reflecting, "Truly, he is a being of extraordinary cunning. His mind is indeed dark." This was undoubtedly the optimal strategy for the Buggy pirates moving forward, engaging in discreet actions under the guise of alliance. But then where would that leave his dignity? How could he become even more imposing and charismatic? "Do not worry. Leave the recruitment to me," Mr. 3 replied, exuding confidence. As a traveler from another world, he possessed an unparalleled understanding of these characters, their natures, histories, and weaknesses, making this knowledge his greatest asset aside from his abilities. "Are you serious?" Buggy scrutinized Mr. 3's eyes, searching for any sign of hesitation or doubt behind the goggles. "If that is the case, I suppose we have no reason not to cooperate. Speak, what must we do?" As comrades who had faced life and death together, he ultimately chose to trust him. Mr. 3 recognized that their playful banter had reached its conclusion and stated earnestly, "I need you to secure the Karib Bali Island and its surrounding territories as our future base. Our objective is to gather the 7 warlords to become the 4 emperors. If we lack the strength to protect our own territory, how can we even hope to persuade the warlords, let alone the pirates of the New World? This is crucial. The other 4 emperors, like Kaido and Big Mom, have fixed strongholds. Yet, even they are wary of rash military actions against them. This is a demonstration of hard power, a mutual understanding of influence. Without exhibiting a commanding presence equal to the 4 emperors, our chances of recruiting the 7 warlords will diminish significantly. This is absolutely vital." "I understand now, brother." Buggy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then turned to the other crew members of the pirate crew, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" He was deeply afraid of death, yet simultaneously an incredibly ambitious pirate. as an intern aboard the Pirate King's ship. He could not help but feel envious of the red-haired Shanks, who had reigned as one of the 4 emperors for many years. Even the Marine Admiral showed him respect, which left Bucky restless. Upon hearing Mr. Three's words, he felt a stirring of excitement. This chaotic period indeed presented an opportune moment to gather the 7 warlords. However, as the captain of the Bucky Pirates, it was imperative for him to consult the opinions of his fellow crew members. "Your fervent gaze is the finest counsel," Eureka exclaimed, brandishing her spiked club in a warm-up motion. "Since we became warlords, it seems I've scarcely engaged in any battles." Meanwhile, the chief strategist, Buggy, mounted on his unicycle, drew his sword and licked the blade, exclaiming, "My unicycle has long been parched for action." Machi chimed in, "Ricky, it appears it is once again time to fight side by side. Let's simply feast on 50 foes, shall we?" Lion Ricky bared his fangs and roared, "Roar." Mr. Three gazed at the cadre members, whose expressions had taken on a sinister and ruthless demeanor. As a well-behaved youth, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. This was the true visage of a pirate. In the next moment, whoosh, the group, including Bucky, rushed forward at an almost imperceptible speed, encircling Mr. Three with ominous expressions. "Brother, you aren't contemplating leaving us to fend for ourselves while you make a run for it, are you? I must say, that seems far more plausible than any nonsensical plan to recruit the 7 warlords. Third brother, I mean no offense, but you do indeed resemble such a person." The cacophony of unrestrained mockery left Mr. Three speechless. The antics of these individuals were even more exaggerated than what he had witnessed in the anime, shifting unexpectedly and defying all logic. Moreover, one had to wonder just how cunning and unscrupulous Mr. Three must be within the crew to warrant such suspicion. "Rest assured, everyone. I, Gal, Dino, vow that one day, we shall ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors." While making this promise, Mr. Three continued to paint grand visions for the crew. Though poorly articulated, his lofty dreams resonated with those present, who nodded thoughtfully in agreement, seemingly convinced by his words. "By the way, who is the first warlord you wish to recruit?" Bucky posed a crucial question. At this, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward Mr. Three. With a calm smile, he stepped onto the balcony outside the hall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at the battle unfolding between the Marines and pirates along the coastline. After a brief pause, he parted his lips and spoke slowly. "The individual in question is none other than the current Empress of the Pirate Nation, the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and Captain of the Kuja Pirates, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock." "What? The Pirate Empress?" At the mere mention of her name, all the crew members of Buggy's pirate group, including Buggy himself, displayed exaggerated expressions of shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. As the supreme leader of a warrior nation, the ferocity of the Pirate Empress is beyond question. Despite being hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, her temperament is notoriously wicked, often petrifying individuals and then shattering them without a second thought. Compared to the more mild-mannered Mihawk or the clearly self-interested Whitebeard Weevil, the challenge of recruiting her seems insurmountable. However, one must admit that enlisting the world's greatest swordsman poses an even greater challenge. Nevertheless, one might not easily meet their demise in the process. Currently, Amazon Lily is likely under siege by the Navy, akin to a super bomb that could explode at any moment upon contact. I understand your astonishment, but rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Mr. Three had long since grown accustomed to the reactions of those around him. Choosing the Pirate Empress as his first recruitment target was a conclusion reached after careful consideration, rather than a mere whimsical desire to behold the world's most beautiful woman. Admittedly, there was an element of curiosity involved, but the primary motivation stemmed from the fact that Hancock is the protector of a nation that requires safeguarding. This places a far greater burden and constraint upon her than on the other warlords of the sea, making it exceedingly difficult for her to fully unleash her potential. Even evading the Navy's capture proves to be a significant challenge. In light of this predicament, should assistance be rendered in a timely manner, the likelihood of successful recruitment would greatly increase. Moreover, Mr. Three, being a transmigrator familiar with the original narrative, is acutely aware of a critical weakness that Hancock possesses, one that is absent in the other warlords. She was once enslaved by the celestial dragons, and the shadows of that dark past continue to loom over her. By skillfully leveraging this crucial information, Mr. Three believes he has a 60% chance of successfully recruiting Hancock. Even if that fails, the possibility of forming a temporary alliance is still quite high. Of course, while it sounds simple, the actual implementation will depend on his capabilities. Well then, since you possess such blind confidence and resolve as your comrades, all we can offer is our trust and perhaps help you prepare a fitting coffin in advance. After the initial shock, Buggy's clownish face became etched with sorrow and reluctance. With tears welling in his eyes, he turned to the beast tamer, Machi, clad in white, and asked, "Machi, do we have any expensive wood on this island?" "There are several types suitable for a custom coffin, but..." Machi pondered thoughtfully, responding, "Brother Three, given that you're likely to become mere rubble on Amazon Lily, is it truly necessary to craft a coffin?" Mr. Three. It dawned on him that these individuals genuinely lacked confidence in him. "Shut it, Buggy. Instead of wasting time on coffin-making nonsense, find someone with strong intelligence-gathering skills to assist me." Mr. 3 was keen to avoid further meaningless conversation with these heartless companions. He simply wished to hasten his journey to Amazon Lily and accomplish his recruitment objective. As you know, intelligence matters are generally handled by Kabaji. Buggy suppressed his sorrowful expression and turned to the chief strategist, Kabaji, who was perched on a unicycle. Kabaji halted his movements and remarked, "Since we are in a calm zone, our influence has not penetrated near Amazon Lily. However, there is a stronghold just outside the calm zone. After becoming a warlord, Buggy's pirate crew leveraged their privileges and the numerous subordinates acquired from Impel Down to develop an underground enterprise, akin to Doflamingo, supplying mercenaries worldwide. They even established a mercenary organization named Buggy Express. Thus, in terms of intelligence gathering and undercover operations, Buggy's crew has performed admirably. That's settled then. Please inform me of the island where the stronghold is located shortly." After a moment's thought, Mr. 3 continued, "Additionally, prepare a small, fast vessel. I need to reach Amazon Lily as swiftly as possible. As for the crew, just a navigator and a helmsman will suffice. No need for combat personnel." Buggy readily replied, "Of course, no problem." However, a look of concern crept back onto his clownish face. Gazing at Mr. 3, his steadfast companion, he hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately reverting to his signature style, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, brother, if you fail to return, I will avenge you. Even if it means wagering the entire Buggy pirate crew, I will ensure Hancock pays the price." The sudden ferocity startled Mr. 3. Although Buggy was cunning and often used his crew as shields to escape, he was undeniably loyal to his comrades. "Don't worry, after all, I am the one who faced off against Magellan, who left Crocodile and Ivankov helpless. I won't perish so easily." He patted Buggy on the shoulder. "Haha, that's true." Buggy chuckled heartily as memories of their arduous times in Impel Down flooded back. 20 minutes later, on the concealed escape route at the back of Calabari Island, Mr. 3 stood at the bow of the prepared fast vessel, gazing back at the island. Although he could not see the situation clearly, the incessant sounds of cannon fire and clashing weapons painted a vivid picture of the fierce battle between the Buggy pirates and the Navy vice admirals. Being fully aware of the might of the warlords, the world government undoubtedly planned their assault meticulously and might even wield new weapons more terrifying than those of the human realm. At this moment, Mr. 3 found himself with no other options but to place his hopes in Buggy and the others. He could only wish that upon his return, he would not be greeted by a desolate island strewn with corpses. With a deep sigh, he turned and entered the resting area. From the navigator, he learned that the journey from Calabari Island to the nearest stronghold island would take at least 4 to 5 hours, even with the new vessel. During this time, Mr. 3 needed to meticulously plan the details of his upcoming encounter with Hancock and the Kuja pirates. Despite appearing self-assured on the surface, the prospect of negotiating with Hancock as the pirate Mr. 3 alone filled him with trepidation. After all, contrary to the portrayal in the animation, the ruthless nature of the formidable pirates who maintain their standing in a world rife with competing factions was undeniably evident. Approaching Hancock with a naive, love-struck demeanor would likely lead to his untimely demise. Not everyone possesses the protagonist's aura like Luffy. Time slipped away swiftly at sea. Thanks to the Buggy pirate flag hoisted aboard, no opportunistic pirates dared to approach and attack, even though the dissolution of the warlord system had spread throughout the New World. Their influence and prestige remained formidable, deterring most from provoking them. Soon, Mr. 3 arrived at the island of the stronghold, a remote, nameless isle. A group of young men draped in black robes, their faces adorned with tattoos, awaited him at the shore, having received prior notice of his arrival. Upon encountering the iconic Mr. 3, adorned with his signature hairstyle shaped like the number 3, as he descended from the vessel, several individuals respectfully bowed and greeted him, saying, "Greetings, Brother 3. They inquired about the current situation of Amazon Lily and the distribution of naval forces. In a concealed cave nestled within the jungle of a small island. The flickering candlelight gently illuminated Mr. 3, seated at the head of the table. In response to the inquiry, a black-clad informant, who had thoroughly investigated the circumstances, respectfully stood and reported, "Brother 3, the island of Amazon Lily is now completely surrounded, led by the recently prominent Rear Admiral Kirby from the Navy headquarters. The skilled individuals lurking in the shadows remain unknown." After a brief pause, the informant continued, "According to our observations, there are 5 large warships deployed by the Navy, encircling Amazon Lily from various directions. Small patrol boats are monitoring the area between the warships to prevent anyone from escaping." Upon hearing the report, Mr. 3 furrowed his brow slightly. The encirclement of Amazon Lily was entirely expected. The Navy's swift actions following the abolition of the Shichibukai system were akin to lightning, leaving little room for the Shichibukai to react. However, the extent of the blockade was unexpected, given that Amazon Lily is situated in a windless zone, making it challenging for ordinary vessels to even maneuver, let alone establish a comprehensive and tight blockade. This indicated that the Navy was determined to eradicate the Empress. "What if they intend to infiltrate?" Mr. 3 inquired. The informant shook his head gently, replying, "Upon receiving your message, we attempted to approach, but were repelled by cannon fire." "I see. Mr. Three's expression turned pensive. This situation was indeed becoming somewhat troublesome. If even the slightest entry point was impossible to find, how could they stir up trouble within? Wait, are you suggesting that the Navy has not yet launched an assault on Amazon Lily? Mr. Three suddenly grasped this crucial detail. No, there is a team of reporters dispatched by Morgans within the Navy. Thus, both sides are currently in a state of standoff, engaged in negotiations. The informant contemplated briefly and speculated. However, considering the Pirate Empress's resolute demeanor, the likelihood of surrender seems rather slim. A confrontation is inevitable. Morgan's team of reporters has the authority to partake in such an operation against pirates? A question arose in Mr. Three's mind, but he quickly recalled the Navy's prior conduct during the Paramount War, leading him to a realization. Unlike the Baroque works, which comprised entirely ruthless pirates, the Kuja pirates were backed by a small nation. The Navy had to consider the public opinion implications before launching an attack, hence allowing reporters to cover the negotiations to showcase their desire for peace and their intent to avoid harming innocent civilians, thereby garnering public support. This was indeed necessary. After all, the Shichibukai system had been entrenched in the collective consciousness of the world for ages. A direct attack without justification would undoubtedly invite accusations of betrayal. Of course, when the inevitable violent conflict arose, the reporters could simply be expelled from the fleet in advance. Subsequently, the Navy could declare that the Pirate Empress was a menace who disregarded the safety of her citizens and instigated hostilities, who could discern the complexities of the truth. This was a routine operation for the Navy. Yet, it was precisely due to this that opportunities emerged. Provide me with the precise locations of their warships and the intervals of the patrol boats, Mr. Three urged, his spirits lifted. Understood, Brother Three. The informant, albeit slightly taken aback, responded with utmost caution and seriousness. He was acutely aware that this seemingly unremarkable, yet not particularly formidable man was none other than the sworn brother of their boss, Buggy the Clown, and there were hints of him becoming the second-in-command of the Buggy pirates. Such a figure was far from simple, and he dared not show any signs of negligence. The positions of the 5 warships are fixed, and regarding the patrol boats, they dock for 10 minutes beside the warships after completing each patrol route for supplies and rest. However, we have simulated the scenario, and even the fastest motorboat cannot traverse the blockade in a mere 10 minutes to reach Amazon Lily, as it would undoubtedly be detected midway, potentially facing artillery fire. Upon hearing this, Mr. Three lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he clapped his hands decisively. 10 minutes, that is perfect. That will be sufficient. Seeing his confidence, the informant couldn't help but express concern. Brother Three, are you planning to force your way in? Your identity is rather sensitive. If the Navy happens to capture you and recognize you, the consequences would be dire. Do I appear to be the kind of fool who charges in without thought? Mr. Three replied with a faint smile, already formulating a strategy in his mind. Brother Three is truly wise. The black-robed informants slightly bowed, tactfully refraining from further questioning, and instead offered their praise in unison. Although at that moment, what they truly wished to convey was, Brother Three, your smile is rather sinister. Unbeknownst to Mr. Three, the inner musings of the informants were far from his thoughts. He simply felt that the address of Brother Three was quite agreeable. Reflecting on his situation, having crossed over to become a character like Mr. Three, who possessed a modicum of influence, was not entirely unacceptable. Indeed, it was preferable to starting as a mere novice. Well then, Brother Three, when do you plan to set out? An informant could not help but inquire. Mr. Three rose and stepped outside the cave. Gazing at the sun still lingering above the horizon, he spoke solemnly. No rush. Have the skilled individuals adept at tattooing been notified to prepare? Are they already on the island? Yes, they are on their way and should arrive in approximately half an hour, the informant replied. Half an hour, just right. That will give me a chance to warm up. Mr. Three nodded slightly and addressed the accompanying personnel, instructing them not to disturb him during this time. Understood. Subsequently, Mr. Three began to meander around the desolate island. Finding an open area, he commenced specialized training with the wax fruit and the rudimentary observation and armament skills he had inherited as Mr. Three. Despite having absorbed much of Mr. Three's memories during his crossing, there remained a gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Considering the imminent interactions with the Kuja pirates, the likelihood of violent conflict, or, more accurately, essential probing during negotiations was high. Adapting to the combat capabilities of this body in advance would undoubtedly prove beneficial. The wax fruit, if developed properly, could rival the capabilities of the machi fruit or even the ice fruit of Akiji. As Mr. Three focused, he raised his palm. With the fiery flames igniting from his signature hairstyle, a familiar yet novel sensation coursed through his hand. The viscous substance began to writhe, transforming into a pure white liquid wax that dripped from his palm, spreading wildly in all directions. Within a short span, the ground within a 10-meter radius was completely covered with thick, solidified wax. A rather extraordinary sensation enveloped me, despite having never engaged in such an exaggerated endeavor. I found myself surprisingly adept at it. Given this, it should not be overly challenging to wield observation Haki and armament Haki, though my novice status is evident. Mr. Three retracted his devil fruit powers and summoned his armament Haki. contemplating the obscured darkness of his arm, which felt both firm and soft. To articulate the sensation more precisely, it was only slightly more intense than the ordinary act of straining one's muscles. Indeed, the novice level is not without merit. Half an hour of training slipped away swiftly. The tattoo artist Mr. 3 sought appeared punctually along the coastline, escorted by intelligence agents. The intelligence agents stood dumbfounded, profoundly astonished by the sight before them. The previously open area had been replaced by a 10-meter diameter pit, within which an overwhelming array of silver candles burned with intense red-orange flames. Even at the edge, one could feel the scorching heat wave radiating towards them. Had half an hour passed so quickly? Across from the pit, Mr. 3, his clothes charred and tattered by the flames, approached with a measured gait. After mastering the wax fruit, he had succeeded in developing a technique that could barely be deemed a signature move, and a smile graced his face as his spirits lifted. Without hesitation, he tore off the remnants of his shirt upon their first encounter. "Are you the tattoo artist?" Mr. 3 inquired. Fixing his gaze on the lean man before him, he wasted no time in articulating his request, raising his hand to utilize his wax fruit abilities to create a simple design. "Tattoo this pattern on my back, ensuring it resembles a brand from over a decade ago. Can you manage that?" The tattoo artist assessed the request and nodded emphatically, "Absolutely." "Very well, let us commence." Mr. 3 turned, presenting his back to the tattoo artist. The intelligence agents around him were left bewildered, exchanging glances, utterly perplexed. Why, at such a critical juncture with the pirate empress, would Mr. 3 choose to tattoo on his back the emblem of the celestial dragon slave, the flying dragon kick, in the windless region surrounding Amazon Lily? One of the intelligence agents in a black cloak whispered to Mr. 3, "We can only escort you this far. Advancing further will attract the attention of the Navy's patrol boats." Standing at the bow of a specially modified small vessel, Mr. 3 gazed ahead, faintly perceiving the outline of the island and the blockade formed by the Navy ships. "You may return now. As instructed, prepare the rescue submarine beneath the island." The waters surrounding Amazon Lily were teeming with the lairs of colossal sea kings, making the task of discreetly navigating a submarine to the designated location quite formidable. However, this was not a concern for Mr. 3. As a prominent underground organization that had re-emerged following Doflamingo's downfall, if the Buggy Express mercenary group could not manage this task, he would have to accept it. "Understood. Please take care, Mr. 3. Despite this, the intelligence agents bore expressions devoid of undue worry. On the contrary, there was a glimmer of anticipation in their hidden eyes, eager to witness how the cunning and notorious Mr. 3 would ingeniously evade the Navy's blockade and infiltrate Amazon Lily. It was known that while the patrol boats had a 10-minute interval in their blockade, such a brief window was hardly sufficient to reach the island unnoticed by the Navy. Mr. 3 waved his hand dismissively, opting for silence as he leaped from the vessel, landing deftly on a small wooden boat that had long been prepared. The modest boat contained merely 2 oars, a monocular, and a pile of gold. The intelligence agents watched Mr. 3 intently, fearing they might miss a moment of his brilliance. This was an exceptional learning opportunity. He moved. Mr. 3 was in motion. The agents swallowed hard, their widened eyes reflecting Mr. 3's somewhat gaunt silhouette. Seated at the bow of the small boat, he adjusted his posture, slowly raising his arm, and then rolled up his sleeves, grasping the oars, and began to row. The small wooden vessel propelled forward at a pace reminiscent of a turtle, steadily approaching the Navy's blockade. "What is this? Is Mr. 3 truly planning to approach the blockade in plain sight of the Navy?" One intelligence agent rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It appeared Mr. 3 had not taken the so-called Navy Commodore seriously from the outset, opting instead for a direct confrontation. To single-handedly challenge an entire fleet of the Navy's headquarters, such audacity and confidence. Was this truly the standing of the second-in-command of the Buggy pirates? "Brother, I admit I was too hasty in my judgment earlier, thinking that someone as formidable as you would look rather unsavory when smiling." With a resounding slap, he chastised himself. The remaining intelligence agents exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, one timidly remarked, "Honestly, I also think Mr. 3 looks rather unsavory when he smiles." I share the same sentiment. Fortunately, Mr. 3 was far enough away. Otherwise, he might have unleashed a wax-hand destruction upon them. If the intelligence was accurate, after this patrol, the patrol boats would remain at the military ship for 10 minutes to resupply. As Mr. 3 steadily rowed, he picked up the prepared monocular, focusing intently on the distant Navy patrol boats. The wooden vessel glided across the tranquil sea with minimal disturbance. Should one peer over the edge of the boat, they would discern a thin layer of white wax covering the bottom, employed to muffle noise and conceal scent. While the sea kings inhabiting these waters typically regarded such a small fry with disdain, the inherently cautious Mr. 3 had taken every possible precaution. Soon, through the lens of the monocular, Mr. 3 observed the patrol ship responsible for the surrounding area completing its rounds and docking at a large military vessel in the distance. Now is the moment. He exerted himself fully, propelling the oars with fervor. A light sound unique to armament Haki resonated, for in his pursuit of maximum speed, he had even infused his oars with armament Haki. While this armament was merely at a novice level, it served primarily to enhance the oar's durability and efficiency. Of course, Mr. Three's true aim was to refine his own mastery of armament Haki, to breach the Navy's blockade at the fastest possible pace. He relied on the capabilities of the wax fruit. By thickening the wax at the boat's bottom and continuously ejecting a viscous, grayish liquid from the rear wax, he provided thrust forward. With a swift motion, the wooden boat transformed from its previous sluggish pace, gliding through the Navy's blockade like a gust of wind, hastening towards the distant Amazon Lily. The momentum has shifted. Mr. 3 has begun to exert himself. Truly, the fearless vigor of Mr. 3 is utterly intoxicating. Let him vanquish them. Crush that wretched Navy to smithereens. On board the vessel stationed offshore, the intelligence officers, still lingering, felt their hearts race as they beheld the suddenly accelerating wooden boat. Their blood surged with excitement and anticipation, envisioning Mr. 3 unleashing a colossal punch, annihilating the naval ships along with the patrol boats. Alas, Mr. 3's subsequent actions would inevitably lead to their disappointment. After breaching the naval blockade by a mere 100 meters, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his speed dwindling to a crawl as he began to paddle back. What is he doing? Surely Mr. 3 hasn't he been intimidated by the formidable presence of the Navy and is contemplating retreat? This possibility seems quite plausible, after all. He wears glasses, perhaps his vision is impaired from a distance. Yet, if that were the case, it would spell disaster, as time is of the essence. And the Navy would surely detect him. What should we do? Should we go to assist Mr. 3? The intelligence personnel quickly lost their nerve, with some turning to mobilize the ships for rescue. This foolish endeavor was swiftly halted by their leader, who reprimanded them with a tap on the head. Assist? Mr. 3 instructed us to leave. Are you prepared to face the consequences of reckless actions? Mr. 3 must have a deeper strategy. With that, the leader picked up a telescope, scrutinizing the slowly retreating Mr. 3. Upon shifting his gaze to the vessels resuming their patrols, his furrowed brow eased, and enlightenment dawned. So that's it. Mr. 3 has been pursuing this objective from the very beginning. Such remarkable insight and intellect. This is the true strength of the Buggy Pirates cadre. The impassioned remarks left the surrounding subordinates bewildered. Why the sudden turn to fearsome? However, Mr. 3's forthcoming ordeal would soon clarify their confusion. Hey, over there. Are you unaware that this sea area is under lockdown? The patrol vessel swiftly spotted Mr. 3, who was propelling himself with oars, and approached at an alarming speed. On board, sailors clad in Navy uniforms wielded megaphones, their amplified voices laden with palpable intimidation. Are you a resident of Amazon Lily? No one is permitted to enter or exit until the lockdown is lifted. Return to the island at once. Mr. 3 tightened the hood of his cloak, trembling as he stood up from the wooden boat. Gazing up at the imposing sailors, he was immediately paralyzed with fear, collapsing back onto the boat. His body quaked with anxiety as he pleaded, Sirs, I implore you to let me pass. They say the Navy is coming. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to perish. Yes. He turned and rummaged through his boat, presenting a bounty of gold and jewels. All of this is for you. Please, I beg you, allow me to go. The sailors exchanged glances at the gleaming treasure, a flicker of greed momentarily crossing their eyes. Yet, reason swiftly regained its foothold. Do you take us for fools? You will return as ordered. There is no room for negotiation. This is a critical time for subduing the warlords of the sea, and we cannot afford any petty greed. With the peril of failure looming, their sole focus was on fulfilling their orders to ensure that any would-be escapees were sent back. If you don't want gold, how about candles? I have plenty of candles. Mr. 3 continued to negotiate, discarding the gold and scraping a large amount of wax from the boat, offering it to the sailors. This inexplicable gesture left the two sailors dumbfounded, and they quickly exhausted their remaining patience. I will warn you once more. Return at once, or I shall brand you a vile pirate and shoot you on sight. And no, I'll go back. Please don't kill me. Mr. 3 hastily turned to grab the oars, only to fumble and drop them back onto the boat due to his trembling hands. It took 3 attempts before he steadied the oars and frantically paddled back toward Amazon Lily. How embarrassing. Just a little intimidation and he's reduced to such a state. If all the inhabitants of the Pirate Empress's kingdom are such cowards, it seems we won't even need to deploy our secret weapons. As they watched the frail man desperately rowing for his life, the sailors exchanged derisive laughs before steering their patrol boat back to the warship. However, due to the commotion surrounding Mr. 3, the 2 young sailors had completely forgotten one crucial detail. In Amazon Lily, a land inhabited solely by women, it is impossible for a man to appear. By the time they reported the incident to their superior, the frantic Mr. 3 had successfully reached the waters just a few meters from the shores of Amazon Lily. Whoosh! Before Mr. 3 could dock his boat, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Several arrows, imbued with Haki, whistled through the air, striking the water on either side of his wooden boat with tremendous force, creating splashes akin to bullets. This was merely a preliminary probe, yet a clear threat. Please, warriors, do not be alarmed. I am not part of the Navy. I am Mr. 3, a cadre of the Buggy Pirates, once one of the warlords of the sea. Steadying the rocking boat, Mr. 3 slowly raised his hands in surrender, attempting to convey his lack of hostility to the warriors on the shore with their drawn bows. The Buggy Pirates? What is that? The warriors, dressed in revealing attire, exchanged puzzled glances. One of them, observing the raised hands of Mr. 3, whispered, "I don't know." But someone who dares to approach in such circumstances is surely not an ordinary person. Remain vigilant. Seeing them unmoved, still poised for attack, Mr. 3 pondered for a moment and called out, "Could you please inform Lady Boa Hancock that the most handsome man of the Buggy pirates, Mr. 3, has a way to help you escape this peril?" In this simple declaration lay 3 crucial pieces of information. Upon hearing this, the female warriors glanced at each other, whispering in uncertainty, "Lady Hancock, could it be that this creature, with mushrooms growing in his pants, knows her? He claimed to be the most handsome man. And Lady Hancock is the epitome of beauty. They seem to have a connection. So this is what the most handsome man looks like? What should I do? His face is suddenly quite captivating. Hey, should the focus be on the fact that this most handsome man claims he can save us? Due to Luffy's previous stay on the Isle of Women, the female warriors there harbored a certain fondness for the enigmatic beings known as men, or at least, they did not exhibit the fierce hostility they reserved for other creatures. After some discussion, one of the female warriors finally responded to Mr. 3's words. "Hey, the most handsome man, tell me, can your body stretch and contract like rubber?" The unexpected query left Mr. 3 momentarily bewildered, though, in light of the original narrative, such a question seemed rather fitting. However, how naive must your thoughts be to so readily accept the notion that I am the most handsome man? I mean, I would need to apply some wax to my face just to muster the audacity to utter such a statement. My body does not possess the elasticity of rubber. Upon hearing this, the female warriors tightened their grip on their serpent bows, their expressions shifting to one of grim intensity. Yet, I can create wax figurines that resemble you in form. Under the gaze of the increasingly starry-eyed warriors, Mr. 3 slowly raised his palm and, utilizing the abilities of the wax fruit, conjured several lifelike wax figurines at his fingertips. With a closer look, one could see that the pose of drawing a bow mirrored that of several female warriors on the coastline. 2 years prior, while serving under Crocodile, Mr. 3 had already mastered this technique. For the current Mr. 3, it was a mere trifle. If you like them, I shall gift them to you as a token of gratitude for notifying Lady Boa. With a smile, Mr. 3 tossed the wax figures towards the wide-eyed female warriors, who effortlessly caught them, their reflexes a trivial matter for those accustomed to rigorous training. All right, I shall inform the esteemed members of the pirate crew at once. The leading warrior examined the wax figurines with delight. After conveying a word to her companions, she swiftly dashed back to the island to deliver the news. The remaining warriors began to play with the wax figures, unable to contain their curiosity, and started to bombard Mr. 3 with an array of questions about men. Faced with these inquisitive souls, Mr. 3 patiently responded. It must be said, the female warriors residing on the Isle of Women were indeed adorably naive. Soon, the tall warrior rushed back, her fair face flushed, and called out to Mr. 3 across the sea. "Most handsome man, Lady Boa requests your presence." Under the guidance of several warriors, Mr. 3 finally set foot upon Amazon Lily, a veritable paradise for women. Given the current state of emergency with the Navy enforcing a full blockade, he encountered none of the troubles akin to those faced in the arena against the Black Panther. After traversing a village filled with women clad in refreshing attire, all of whom scrutinized him with various curious gazes, Mr. 3 successfully arrived at the residence of the Empress Marihoa, where he would meet the most beautiful woman in the pirate world, the pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. The members of the 9 Snake Pirates raised their heads to glance at the departing Lady Hancock, then looked at Mr. 3, now a stone statue in the center of the room. The warriors of Amazon Lily had never ventured into the sea and were oblivious to the existence of Buggy's crew and its officers. However, having fought alongside the Empress for many years, they had already heard whispers. The notorious incidents involving the impregnable Impel Down prison and the live broadcast of the Marineford War featured Mr. 3, who played a pivotal role, second only to Buggy himself. Moreover, after gathering numerous powerful allies and rising to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, Buggy's crew had gained an impressive reputation over the past 2 years, even if Mr. 3 intended to assist them. Tossing someone of his stature into the sea to feed the fish would provoke the wrath of Buggy's crew and their underground forces. For the 9 Snake Pirates, who had already lost their status as warlords, this would be akin to adding insult to injury. Yet, they could not defy Lady Hancock's orders. They were too afraid to do so. "Lady Hancock, is this truly wise? Our situation is dire, and if he genuinely wishes to aid us." As the members of the pirate crew found themselves in a quandary, the elderly Baba, who had been kicked away by Hancock earlier, strained to raise her hands and pushed herself off the wall, landing steadily. "Baba," Hancock paused, returning to her chambers but not turning around. "The hypocritical and foolish Marines were one thing, but had you also forgotten? The reason we became warlords of the sea is due to our own formidable strength." From Hancock's perspective, her royal qualifications rendered the Marines outside the sea insignificant. Even when faced with their formidable might and hidden weapons, she was confident in her ability to annihilate them. The audacity of Buggy's crew to offer assistance for their safe retreat was nothing short of an affront to her pride. This was the very reason she had swiftly turned Mr. 3 to stone and intended to dispose of him into the sea. Buggy's crew? What are you to meddle in my affairs? Baba halted, leaning on her snake cane for support. She belatedly realized that she had overexerted herself while pushing off the wall and had strained her back. You are indeed powerful. And the 9 snake pirates fear not the bombardment of enemy ships, but what of our homeland? What of the residents of Amazon Lily? In response to Baba's poignant inquiry, Hancock merely tilted her head, revealing her exquisite profile. After a few moments of silence, she spoke slowly. Homeland, residents, if we cannot win, then let them perish. They will surely forgive me, for I am simply too beautiful. The chilling words echoed throughout the hall, resonating within the hearts of all present. The members of the 9 snake pirates lowered their heads in despair, offering no rebuttal. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold exchanged glances, struggling to find words of persuasion. Baba furrowed her brow, fully aware of Hancock's true feelings, having watched her grow up. Lady Snake, just as Baba was about to speak, an unexpected voice cut in. You are not as cold-blooded and heartless as you claim, thus, please consider my proposal. Startled by the somewhat comical yet slightly lewd male voice, Hancock quickly raised her gaze toward the stone statue of Mr. 3 below. With a crack, a fissure silently appeared on the head of the stone figure, extending like spider silk throughout its body. When the crack reached its limit, a muffled bang resonated, and the statue shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Perhaps it is indeed worthwhile to give this a try? Mr. 3 shook off the wax covering his skin, crossing his arms over his chest and meeting Hancock's gaze. The wax-coated goggles glimmered, reflecting his confidence and composure. At the moment of being enveloped by the sweet breeze, one can evade petrification by covering oneself in wax. Truly, the second-in-command of Buggy's crew is not easily dealt with. Hancock glared at Mr. 3, astonished by his extreme reaction, but more so. Her ire flared at his presumptuous words. You presume to understand me? Just because you evaded petrification, what do you think you are? A surge of potent Conqueror's Haki erupted from her, enveloping the room with an indescribable sense of suffocation. The members of the 9 snake pirates felt an overwhelming pressure, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Having already experienced Lady Hancock's might, they lowered their heads, unable to meet her fierce gaze. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, the main target of this terrifying aura, widened his eyes, his heart racing, as his blood surged restlessly. Though it was not a tangible attack, he could feel the atmospheric pressure rise dramatically, creating an oppressive environment. Accompanying this was a sense of dread and suffocation far worse than sinking into the dark depths of the ocean, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. This is the genuine Conqueror's Haki of the pirate world. How exaggerated indeed. Mr. 3 gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes wide open. Thanks to the tenacity he inherited, he barely withstood Hancock's Haki assault. When he regained his composure, he found himself drenched in sweat. Baba, leaning on her snake cane, approached Hancock with difficulty, perhaps aware of the trouble involved in provoking a powerful warlord, or perhaps having witnessed Mr. 3's unwavering spirit against Hancock's Haki. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke to Hancock, who was poised to strike again. Very well, Lady Snake, let us hear his opinion. Regardless, this man represents Buggy's crew and its vast underground network. At her words, Hancock stood in silence. Despite her usual disregard for Baba's reprimands, she held a deep respect for the one who had brought her back to Amazon Lily. After weighing the pros and cons, Hancock retracted her imposing aura and sat back down in her pink serpent throne. Speak then, your so-called proposal. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly. Mr. 3 sighed heavily, regaining his scattered thoughts before speaking slowly. It was evident that after the abolition of the warlord system, the Marines would surely enact significant measures. At that time, the world would enter an era of chaos, with pirates stirring restlessly. Even the so-called emperors of the sea, the 4 emperors, are inevitably drawn into this maelstrom. Our intention, or rather that of the Buggy pirates, is to amass formidable forces to strengthen ourselves before the onset of this chaotic era. Those of us, like the former and current 7 warlords of the sea, who have been cast aside as mere pawns, ought to unite. Only then shall we possess the capacity, or more precisely, the legitimacy, to secure our foothold and safeguard our lives amid the turbulent future. At this juncture, many members of the Kuja pirates appear somewhat stirred. Currently besieged and blockaded by naval warships, they are acutely aware of what Mr. 3 refers to as the most chaotic era. The 7 warlord system has existed for a long time and is deeply entrenched. It cannot simply be abolished at whim. Standing beside Hancock, Granny 9 also nodded slightly. Possessing a broad perspective, she had already contemplated the feasibility of allying with the other warlords. Delving deeper, the Navy's abrupt assault on the warlords following their announcement of the system's abolition reveals their underlying concerns. Yet, she never anticipated that the Buggy pirates, also one of the warlords, would take the initiative, disregarding numerous reservations and sending someone over ahead of time. Truly a formidable figure who has spent time aboard the Pirate King's ship, the foresight and audacity of the clown Buggy are unparalleled. Granny 9 naturally assumes that Mr. 3's actions stem from the directives of his captain, Buggy, evoking a profound sense of admiration and wariness within her. Well then, Granny, what is your perspective? Hancock did not directly respond to Mr. 3, but instead turned to inquire of Granny 9. Typically unskilled in analyzing circumstances or predicting global trends. She initially believed that the world government's reason for abolishing the warlords was simply that they had acquired superweapons capable of replacing them. However, Mr. 3's succinct remarks instilled in her a potent sense of urgency. The long-standing world order, once disrupted, would undoubtedly impact far more than just a few pirate crews. The world government would surely enact even more stringent and aggressive measures. In such a scenario, forming an alliance indeed emerges as the optimal choice for ensuring one's own safety. For a moment, the resolute Hancock found herself in a quandary. While she possessed great confidence in her strength and beauty, she was not blind to the realities of her situation. Naturally, it would be impossible for our proud and noble Empress to directly express agreement with Mr. 3's views. Thus, Granny 9 served her purpose well. Granny 9 instantly discerned Hancock's thoughts, nodding in agreement. The idea of the warlords banding together for mutual support is something I had considered previously, but I refrained from discussing it with you due to the significant challenges involved. However, since the Buggy pirates have taken the initiative, it is indeed worth contemplating. Bold. Hancock, seated regally upon her pink python, frowned and coldly questioned, "Do you truly believe, whether it be the Navy or the pirate factions, that my combat prowess has diminished to the point where I need to seek the assistance of others?" The Empress's imposing presence was unmistakable. What of the world's upheaval? I remained the very center of it. Observing their confident captain, the members of the Kuja pirates felt their sense of crisis alleviate somewhat. Indeed, their captain is the one endowed with Conqueror's Haki, capable of navigating any situation with poise. Empress Boa Hancock. I dare not. Granny 9 quickly bowed her head, respectfully stating, "The Empress's strength is unparalleled and certainly does not require assistance from others. However, I believe the Buggy pirates have sent their second-in-command to us first, demonstrating a sincere intent that merits consideration for collaboration. Of course, this is contingent upon their ability to help us resolve the current predicament of Amazon Lily." Upon hearing this, Hancock's displeasure began to dissipate, and she turned her gaze towards Mr. 3. "Since Granny has expressed such sentiments, I shall tentatively acknowledge your perspective. The residents of Amazon Lily are my supporters, and I can cast them aside at will. Their deaths would be inconsequential, but as allies, you cannot afford to suffer the same fate. So, pray tell, how do you intend to relocate the island's populace?" Instantly, all eyes reverted to Mr. 3. He rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of the situation. The dynamic had swiftly shifted from the Buggy pirates offering assistance to the Kuja pirates assessing the Buggy pirates' qualifications for an alliance. The passive had been transformed into the active. Prior to arriving at Amazon Lily, Mr. 3 had believed he held Hancock in high regard. Yet, after their interactions, he realized he had severely underestimated the cunning and capabilities of this pirate empress. She was far removed from the simplistic, endearing character portrayed in the anime. This illustrates that the individuals in this world are not as fixed and straightforward as they appear in the animated realm. Compared to the two-dimensional world, the inhabitants here lead lives that are more genuine and deviously intricate. Complicating matters further, Mr. 3's ultimate objective was not an alliance, but rather the recruitment of subordinates. The pressure was mounting. The method for relocating the island's inhabitants is rather straightforward. Mr. 3 sighed heavily, facing such an astute Hancock. He could only take one step at a time. Hopefully, her fear of the celestial dragons and the slave mark remains largely unchanged. You simply need to petrify all the residents of the island with your powers. I will then coat all the statues with thick, waterproof wax for protection, and finally, using your pirate's 2 sea serpents, we will discreetly transport everyone to a designated location beneath the sea. There, our Buggy Express mercenary team will be waiting to assist." To bolster his persuasive power, Mr. 3 stepped forward, igniting his signature 3-shaped hairstyle in flames. Almost immediately, the floor of the hall was enveloped in a thick, sticky layer of wax. "Ah, quite a useful ability," Hancock remarked. "A commendable plan, but before we proceed with implementation." Having witnessed Mr. 3's fruitability, Hancock ceased her further comments, slowly rising from the python's back. Tilting her head, her beautiful eyes casually scrutinized Mr. 3 below. "I wish to see for myself whether your combat abilities, as the second-in-command of the Buggy pirates, are as formidable as your intellect." Upon uttering these words, Mr. 3's entire being tensed, and the extinguished flames atop his head reignited with vigor. Indeed, the impending battle phase was inescapable. "Sonda Sonia, Marigold, to give our distant guest a proper reception." With a wave of her delicate hand, Hancock commanded Sonda Sonia and Marigold, who stood guard to either side, to step forward and activate their fruit abilities. Buzz. Their already formidable forms expanded further, transformed into the snake fruit, python and snake fruit, cobra forms, respectively, becoming even larger and more imposing. Their serpent-like faces and robust tails filled the air with a predatory ferocity unique to cold-blooded creatures. Yes, sister. 2 figures writhed with serpentine tails, their speed remarkable, carrying an intense chill as they charged toward Mr. 3 with lethal intent. "Come at me." Mr. 3's fighting spirit surged as he stood atop the flowing wax, wielding gigantic wax fists as his spear, encircled by walls of wax as his shield, ready to confront the Serpent Sisters head-on. In the realm of pirates, how could one possibly forego exhilarating battles? He was no coward like the timid Mr. 3 who would shy away. Whoosh! At the moment when Sandersonia and Marigold launched their onslaught, the members of the Snake Princess pirates swiftly retreated, clearing a spacious area for the impending clash. Just as they steadied themselves, a thunderous roar erupted from the center of the hall, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. The first to reach Mr. 3 was Marigold, transformed into a cobra. With her massive scythe held high, she struck down fiercely at Mr. 3's neck. Mr. 3 remained calm, lifting a hand to draw the fluid wax walls around him forward. Thud! The blade of the scythe, gleaming with a frigid light, struck the wax wall, producing a series of tremors. This wax appears soft and malleable, yet upon hardening, it possesses such formidable strength. Marigold's serpent-like pupils constricted sharply. A seasoned fighter, she swiftly adapted her technique, gripping the scythe with one hand while clenching her fist with the other. With a deep rumble, her massive fist, now cloaked in the color of armament Haki, surged forward, crashing heavily against the wax wall created by Mr. 3. Boom! The wax wall, initially resilient against the violent strike, crumbled into countless fragments upon impact with Marigold's straightforward and powerful blow. The shockwave forced Mr. 3, who had been hiding behind, to retreat several steps to evade a potential follow-up assault from Marigold. Yet, this move left him unsuspectingly ensnared in the trap of another colossal serpent. A vast shadow loomed overhead as a thick, patterned tail swiftly coiled around the retreating Mr. 3. Sizzle! The powerful muscles of the tail constricted fiercely, embodying the lethal power of a mighty beast, seemingly intent on crushing its prey in an instant. Hey, Mr. 3, you have more than one opponent. Sandersonia, her green hair whipping about, sneered, her forked tongue and sharp fangs exuding a chilling aura. Watch as I twist your feeble body into tatters. She tightened her tail muscles, her vertical serpent eyes fixated on Mr. 3's retreating form, contemplating whether to surrender if the situation became dire, for dying would make it difficult to explain to her sister. Before that could happen, could you at least glance at my face, as if I were on the brink of death? Bound by the tail, Mr. 3 slowly turned his head, revealing a calm expression devoid of fear. Without granting Sandersonia much time to react, he unleashed the power of the wax fruit. Countless streams of fluid wax surged from his body, quickly enveloping Sandersonia's massive serpent tail and form. Feeling the warmth of the molten wax, Sandersonia realized the danger and attempted to distance herself from Mr. 3. However, under his control, the wax solidified far quicker than she anticipated. Accompanied by the scorching heat released during the wax's solidification, a wax statue of a female serpent, towering over 10 meters, emerged at the center of the hall. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the shock and panic on Sandersonia's colossal serpent visage through the wax figure. From the moment Sandersonia launched her surprise attack to her being encased as a wax statue, the entire sequence transpired in a mere few seconds. Is this the power of the second-in-command of Buggy's pirates, who stands alongside the Snake Princess as a warlord of the sea? To have subdued the formidable Sandersonia in an instant, the surrounding members of the Snake Princess pirates were all astonished, their gazes now tinged with wariness as they regarded the unassuming man in the center. In contrast to their shock, Hancock, perched above, rested her head on one hand, her exquisite features adorned with an air of tranquility. She casually accepted a cup of tea from a nearby attendant, savoring its delicate flavor. Though her two sisters were not weak, they were certainly not feeble enough to be instantly defeated by Mr. 3. At least, based on Mr. 3's current display, it was far from sufficient. Sandersonia, upon witnessing her sister's predicament, Marigold cried out and charged forward, wielding her scythe with both hands. Unlike her initial assault, this time she held nothing back, enveloping the blade with the power of armament Haki. As her massive form surged toward him, Mr. 3 retreated, rapidly transforming the wax in his hands into a gigantic double-bladed axe, nearly the same size as his body. The wax axe, which should have been as pure as jade, now radiated a faint, dark hue. While he could have defended himself with the wax walls, Mr. 3 opted to confront Marigold directly, who naturally possessed a strength advantage. Boom! The massive wax axe collided violently with the black scythe, sending sparks flying in all directions. In that moment, the two weapons strained against one another, each intent on overpowering the other. Crack! After a tense standoff of several seconds, Mr. 3, whose mastery of armament Haki was merely rudimentary, ultimately faltered. The wax double-bladed axe was crushed by the scythe with brute force, disintegrating into a shower of wax shavings. Considering the wax's inherent hardness, is my armament Haki truly only at this level? With such a half-baked mastery of Haki and an unimpressive development of my fruit's abilities, Mr. 3 is indeed a rather lackluster opponent. Despite the destruction of his weapon, Mr. 3 remained unfazed, even internally lamenting the laziness of his original self. The true idleness of Kizuru, the yellow gorilla, was a far cry from the genuine lethargy exhibited by the third brother. You fool, you are battling me, Boa Marigold, and you dare to treat me with such childish, frivolous displays of armament Haki? Feeling utterly underestimated, Marigold's eyes glowed crimson, her serpentine visage twisting with fury. Sizzle. A faint scent of burning filled the air as Mr. 3 looked up to see Marigold's golden curls igniting into fierce flames, transforming into serpents of fire that danced wildly in the air. With her hair transformed into fiery serpents, she summoned the power of the snake fruit, entering her most formidable state. Actually, I did not underestimate you. That was merely the limit of my armament Haki. Gazing at the incensed Marigold, Mr. 3 contemplated whether to share this honest explanation. He feared it might provoke her to the point of bursting with rage. Sister, let us finish this swiftly. Marigold shouted to the wax-encased Sandersonia. As her closest ally, she understood Sandersonia's combat prowess. A mere lump of wax could never truly restrain her movements. With a resounding crack. As expected, upon hearing the call of Marigold, the candle statue of Sandersonia began to tremble, the tremors intensifying with each passing moment. The seemingly indestructible candle was fissured under the influence of a terrifying power. Subsequently, countless emerald-green serpent heads, formed from strands of hair, erupted forth with a ferocity akin to that of breaking ice, shattering the candle statue and revealing horrifyingly sharp fangs amidst the scattering wax. Mr. 3, you scoundrel. Are you prepared to meet your demise? In stark contrast to the green serpent heads, Sandersonia's colossal serpent visage radiated madness. This was her most formidable form, the snake-haired embodiment of the Yamada no Orochi. The serpent woman sisters stood shoulder to shoulder, their robust tails elevating their towering forms, casting shadows that obscured the light of the hall. The terrifying aura they exuded created a fearsome shadow that loomed over Mr. 3, who, dwarfed by their presence, could only gaze upward to meet their eyes. In a certain sense, this was the first time he had beheld such a monstrous sight, yet inexplicably. He felt an unusual calm within, devoid of any panic or fear. Confronted by the imposing figures of Sandersonia and Marigold, Mr. 3 adjusted his goggles, feeling an uncontrollable surge of adrenaline coursing through him. The Navy outside could launch a full-scale assault at any moment. So he resolved to unleash the special technique he had developed after a mere 30 minutes of intense training on an uncharted island. What better opportunity than now to test its might? Candle wall. Mr. 3 bellowed as candles erupted from beneath his feet, forming a nearly 2-meter-high wall that separated the 9 snake pirates from the unfolding spectacle, leaving only himself and the serpent women within. The power of this technique was considerable. Yet he had not fully mastered it. He was wary of affecting the other members of the 9 snake pirates. With no concerns to hinder him, Mr. 3 clenched his right fist, maximizing the capabilities of the wax fruit. Whoosh! The flames atop his topknot blazed fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, a deluge of molten wax erupted from his fist. The liquid wax churned and coalesced in midair, ultimately forming a gigantic waxen fist, equal in size to that of Sandersonia and Marigold. The sisters, upon witnessing this, narrowed their eyes and prepared to receive Mr. 3's onslaught in their most powerful stances. Their animal instincts urged them to evade this attack, yet the battle was a test of strength between the 9 snake pirates and the Buggy pirates. And with their numerical superiority of 2 against 1, retreating out of fear would be a profound humiliation for their proud natures. From her elevated position, Hancock's previously calm demeanor had dissipated. Her gaze, unobstructed, fell upon Mr. 3, who brandished the colossal wax fist, disregarding the exaggerated size of the wax. Her keen eyes detected certain dark specks within the massive fist. These were certainly not the effects of Haki. They resembled micro-explosives. Moreover, was it merely her imagination? Or did his posture somehow? Hancock slowly rose, her expression grave as she focused intently on Mr. 3's raised fist, a figure flashing in her mind, strikingly reminiscent of a former Marine admiral. If Mr. 3 had heard the Empress's murmurs of confusion, he would have been utterly astonished. For the technique he had devised harnessed the incendiary properties of burning wax, which could reach temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, incorporating Buggy's specially crafted explosives. Drawing inspiration from the deadly techniques of the former Marine admiral, now Fleet Admiral Akina, thus creating a devastating offensive maneuver. Be cautious, for the time of reckoning is upon you. With a smirk playing on his lips, Mr. 3 tilted his head gracefully, allowing the flames from his topknot to cascade onto the waxen fist. Buzz. At the moment of contact with the open flames, the micro-explosives embedded within the surface of the wax fist detonated, unleashing a torrent of flames. The initial flames ignited the inner layer of wax, generating a horrifyingly high-temperature blaze. The ensuing explosion ignited the deeper layers of explosives, creating a cascading effect of fire and wax that culminated in a final spectacle of Mr. 3 wielding a flowing, inferno-like fist that occasionally erupted in explosions, reminiscent of molten lava. This technique was aptly named Candle Great Fire Blast. As the fiery eruption reached its zenith, Mr. 3 leaped into the air, hurling the blazing fist towards the serpent women. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the hall. Flames soaring high, the wax burned violently, enveloping the area in a suffocating white mist. Whoosh! Countless still-burning wax fragments scattered in every direction, some splattering onto the ground, flickering like distant stars. The candle wall that shielded the 9 snake pirates melted entirely under the onslaught of the explosive force and intense heat, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The formidable female warriors of the 9 snake pirates stood aghast, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Following their incredulous gazes, one could see Sandersonia and Mary Gord, the stalwart defenders of the 9 snake pirates, now reverted to their human forms, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Though their appearance was somewhat disheveled, upon closer inspection, apart from the severe burns adorning their bodies, they had not suffered any life-threatening injuries. The defining characteristic of Zoan-type devil fruit users is their resilience, coupled with their formidable Haki, enabling them to withstand Mr. Three's own developed candle, Great Fire Blast. However, despite this, the degree of destruction inflicted upon the surroundings was undeniably immense. Had most of the impact not been concentrated on the Boas sisters, the structurally sound, opulent hall would have been utterly obliterated. Opposite Sandersonia and Mary Gord, Mr. Three was not in optimal condition either. His right arm, which hung naturally by his side, was slightly reddened, with shards of hardened wax continuously falling away. Despite having enveloped his entire right arm in Haki and reinforced it with the most resilient solid wax for protection during the execution of the Great Fire Blast, he could not entirely shield himself from the intense heat generated by the explosive reaction. This technique required a certain incantation time and had the potential to inflict self-harm, marking the greatest flaw of the candle, Great Fire Blast. Nonetheless, Mr. Three was undeniably pleased with its power. Thus, it seems the path to my future strength should revolve around mastering the wax fruit and honing my Haki. Through this battle with the Boas sisters, Mr. Three successfully defined his current objective. As for observation Haki, it could afford to be postponed, for without adequate offensive and defensive capabilities, even foreseeing the future would only allow him a few precious seconds glimpse of his own demise. Indeed, the fruit abilities are rather extraordinary. Sandersonia shook her head, dispelling the lingering dizziness, and gradually rose to her feet. Beside her, Marie Gord retrieved her formidable blade, her gaze fixed intently on Mr. Three, clearly prepared to continue their skirmish until a victor emerged. Observing the intensified battle spirit on their faces, Mr. Three felt a throbbing headache. Zoan types are indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, he was not afraid to engage again. Just as both sides readied themselves for another clash, Hancock, seated above, waved her delicate hand and spoke to halt the confrontation. Sandersonia, Marie Gord, enough. The purpose of our probing has been achieved. We have gleaned sufficient insight into the strength of the Buggy pirates from this man. To the well-traveled and battle-hardened pirate empress, Mr. Three's recent punch, while impressive and reminiscent of Admiral Akainu's techniques, was ultimately insufficient to leave her in awe. In the New World, there were many capable of inflicting similar levels of destruction. What truly motivated Hancock to conclude the testing was Mr. Three's initiative to isolate the other pirate crew members with his candle wall. Strength is vital, but forming a so-called alliance with a ruthless individual who wields their powers without restraint would only invite unnecessary troubles. Yes, sister. Sandersonia and Marie Gord exchanged glances, a fleeting look of regret crossing their faces before they retracted their fierce battle intent. Clearly, they were not yet satiated by the fight. However, their obedience to their sister's command was unwavering and absolute. Thus, as I have stated, Hancock, perched regally, supported her head with one hand, her silky black hair cascading gracefully. She shifted her gaze from her 2 sisters to Mr. Three before her. The probing has concluded. In the name of the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and Captain of the Kuja Pirates, I hereby accept your proposal for an alliance with the Buggy Pirates. As her words reverberated, the elder Nyan, standing beside the Empress, exhaled with relief, a smile gracing her face. It was a significant safeguard for the entire Amazon Lily populace that the proud Snake Princess chose to ally with another warlord. Alliance? Are we truly forming an alliance with the Buggy Clown Pirates? I can hardly believe it. I never expected we would possess genuine allies. Yet, to speak candidly, Mr. Three's strength is indeed formidable. I wonder just how powerful their captain, Buggy, truly is. The pose of Lady Hancock is utterly breathtaking. It brings me to tears. The beautiful warriors of the Kuja Pirates similarly became agitated. Some were exhilarated by the prospect of the 2 pirate crews uniting, while others were anxious about the impending upheavals in the world. Meanwhile, Hancock's devoted female admirers were glowing with delight, their eyes brimming with pink hearts. Regardless of the emotions swirling among them, all unanimously believed that the alliance between the 2 pirate crews was a foregone conclusion, destined to materialize without any unforeseen mishaps. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn was about to unfold. I apologize, Hancock. It seems there was a misunderstanding stemming from my initial phrasing. Mr. Three, observing the excited Kuja pirates, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Under Hancock's increasingly frosty gaze, he braced himself to articulate the true intent of his visit. I did not come here to ally with your Kuja pirates, but rather to invite you to join the Buggy pirates and become part of our crew. The room fell silent, astonished. What? All members of the Kuja pirates, including Sandersonia and Marie Gord, froze, their eyes bulging in shock. Faces contorted in exaggerated expressions of disbelief. This. Nyan gaped, mistakenly believing she had misheard. She lifted her hand to her ear, only to find it clear of any obstruction. Recruiting the Kuja pirates and making the pirate empress a subordinate? Was Mr. 3 of the Buggy pirates living in a fantasy? How audacious of him. Amidst the shock, Nyan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly looked up at Hancock, who sat regally upon her serpent. Ha ha. Ha. It was as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Hancock pressed her hand to her forehead, her body trembling slightly with suppressed laughter. Unable to contain herself, she stood tall, her striking figure embodying the beauty of the world's greatest pirate, and burst into hearty laughter. What a delightful jest. I have forgotten when I last heard something so amusing. Ha ha ha. Mr. 3, are you certain you are not jesting? Or perhaps your candle punch has left you concussed? Noticing Mr. 3's unwaveringly serious expression, Hancock's laughter faltered, and she suppressed her smile, her demeanor shifting. She tossed her cloak behind her and gracefully descended from her perch. Within her stunning eyes, a palpable shadow of fury began to gather. You truly wish to recruit me? Feeling the terrifying aura concealed beneath the calm exterior of the Snake Princess, all members of the Kuja pirates tensed, paralyzed with fear. Some kind-hearted souls began to silently pray for Mr. 3, hoping he wouldn't meet a gruesome fate, at least leaving behind a whole corpse. The hall fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Hancock's heels echoing against the wooden steps, a sound that pierced through Mr. 3's ears like a blade. Yet, he had no alternative. He continued to gaze steadfastly at the approaching Empress. To rapidly enhance his prowess, he must endure such pressure. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Hancock stood before Mr. 3, mere inches away, gazing into the eyes of the world's most beautiful woman. He took in her flawless features, her exquisite nose, cherry lips, and the profound depth of her being. Mr. 3's heart raced uncontrollably. Is this the presence of a conqueror's Haki? I never anticipated it could be so potent. Merely being in proximity makes my blood race and my heart thump so violently. He could not help but marvel at the sheer terror wielded by those with Conqueror's Haki. Hancock, observing his flushed face and rapid heartbeat, coldly snorted, her resolve firm. In light of your ability to amuse me, I shall grant you a chance. After a brief pause, noting how Mr. 3 was evidently captivated by her beauty, she spoke with confidence. If you can disregard my petrifying gaze without relying on your fruit abilities or Busashoka Haki, then we may consider the prospect of recruitment. Very well. Mr. 3 pondered for a moment. Without excessive hesitation, he readily acquiesced to Hancock's request. Compared to an outright rejection, this demand at least presented an opportunity for negotiation, although it bore little difference from a direct expulsion order. He found himself captivated by the woman before him, whose beauty, physique, and demeanor were impeccable, truly breathtaking. Mr. 3 felt a lack of confidence in his ability to withstand the petrifying gaze. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Before his journey into this world, he had once left a grandiloquent declaration in a comment section, vowing to sever ties with gambling and drugs. However, he conveniently omitted the details of his past. Only moments prior, Mr. 3 had experienced the peculiar effects of Hancock's petrifying beam. Had he not reacted swiftly by employing the wax fruit to evade it, he would have already been transformed into a lifeless statue. Now, standing before Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the pirate world, he felt the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, Mr. 3 believed he possessed the strength to resist. After all, Hancock's abilities were not insurmountable. There had been those who faced her charms without resorting to cunning tricks. Notably, there was the Marine Vice Admiral, Squirrel, who had approached Hancock to escort her to Marineford for a confrontation with Whitebeard. Faced with Hancock's sweet wind, he had resolutely pierced his own palm with a knife to divert his focus from her allure, successfully avoiding petrification. Mr. 3 understood he could not emulate such ferocity, but he could certainly inflict a cut with his wax knife. He feared pain. His endurance was nowhere near that of Vice Admiral Squirrel. However, the pain from a superficial cut would be comparable to that of a deep stab. Moreover, during his initial encounter with the petrifying light, he had been caught off guard. This time, he resolved to maintain his determination, to resist the influence of Hancock's beauty, and to use the pain as a distraction at the critical moment. With this thought, Mr. 3's apprehensions began to dissipate, replaced by a calm confidence that crept across his somewhat lecherous face. Confronting Hancock's enchanting beauty, one could either be foolishly oblivious or possess absolute confidence. Come forth, Boa Hancock, he boldly declared. Observing his resolute demeanor, Hancock let out a derisive snort, gracefully retreating a few steps. She then raised her flawless hands to her face, delicately sweeping her dark hair behind her ears, unveiling her exquisitely refined visage to the open air. Mr. 3's steady breathing faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Did Hancock truly underestimate a man's resolve, believing a mere gesture could sway his heart? Hancock remained silent, forming a heart shape with her hands. In her gaze, Mr. 3 found himself ensnared within the heart's embrace, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a soft utterance, Hancock summoned her sweet wind. As she did, soft pink luminescence began to emanate from the heart shape before her. Under Mr. 3's intense concentration, the light coalesced rapidly, transforming into a brilliant beam directed at him. Now was the moment. Mr. Three's pupils contracted sharply as he summoned his sharp wax knife, unhesitatingly piercing his skin. A crimson line appeared on his arm, the blood staining the knife's tip. The searing pain surged through him, jolting his senses. Goodness, that truly hurts. Almost simultaneously, the pink light reached him. In that instant, time seemed to stretch as if suspended. Within this near stillness, one could observe the tension and unease etched on the faces of the women of the Kuja pirate crew. Though Hancock's powers were formidable, facing a man like Mr. Three, possessed of unyielding confidence, was no trivial matter. After all, he was a distinguished figure among the 7 warlords. Having infiltrated and impelled down with Buggy to orchestrate a grand prison break, and he had directly participated in the Marineford War against Whitebeard, emerging unscathed. He was a cunning and audacious character. Could beauty truly affect this man, who was fully alert and prepared? How long could he withstand Hancock's allure? 10 seconds? 20? Or perhaps completely immune? As time resumed its normal pace, the pink light passed through Mr. Three without effect. The Kuja crew gasped in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. They had anticipated many outcomes, but none foresaw this astonishing reality. Even Hancock, the initiator of the attack, wore an expression of rare disbelief. Mr. Three stood unperturbed, unaffected by her sweet light. How could this be? Granny Nyan, clutching her snake staff, murmured in disbelief. She rubbed her tired eyes, finding no obstruction to her vision. What was happening before them? A man like Mr. Three, whose vigilance was at its peak, had never withstood even a fraction of a second when exposed to her light. Yet here he was, standing resolute. A gentle breeze swept through the hall, ruffling Hancock's flowing black hair. Yet it stirred not a breath from the now petrified Mr. Three. Indeed, he was utterly motionless. The reality proved that Mr. Three had overestimated his own abilities, or, more accurately, underestimated his own desires. There exists no man devoid of carnal longing. If such a man were to exist, he would surely be a repressed one. Any man, regardless of his stature or resolve, would struggle against the allure of Hancock, the epitome of beauty. The breeze, sensing the awkward atmosphere, hastily retreated, leaving the hall cloaked once more in silence. After regaining her composure from the shock, Hancock approached Mr. Three's stone form with a darkened expression, her steps deliberate. Without uttering a word, she lifted her elegant right leg, preparing to unleash her strength upon him. Calm yourself, Snake Princess. The Buggy pirates are a formidable force. Killing Mr. Three would only plunge us into a more dire predicament. As the realization dawned upon her, the elderly matriarch disregarded her aching back and hastily descended from the high platform, intent on thwarting Hancock's impending assault. However, age proved to be a hindrance, and she was ultimately a moment too late. With a resounding thud, Hancock's powerful kick descended, striking the stone figure, Mr. Three, squarely in the abdomen. The force sent Mr. Three hurtling several meters away, shattering numerous potted plants along his path before he crashed against the temple's wall. A deafening bang echoed, and in an instant, dust and debris filled the air. Coughing amidst the swirling smoke, the petrified Mr. Three regained his corporeal form, pushed aside the rubble that had pinned him down, and slowly rose to his feet, seemingly unharmed. Concerned for the safety of the Kuja pirates and the inhabitants of Amazon Lily, Hancock refrained from delivering a fatal blow. It is evident, Mr. Three, that you have failed. The Kuja pirates have no need to ally with individuals who dwell in delusion. Our alliance is hereby dissolved. You may leave. With this declaration, Hancock commanded her allies to prepare for battle, proclaiming it was time to vanquish the encroaching Navy forces. She paid Mr. Three no further heed, dramatically swishing her cloak as she turned to exit the hall. Noticing her departure, Mr. Three instinctively called out, "Hancock, I still." But as the words left his lips, Hancock, now at the exit, furrowed her brow, causing the granite floor beneath her high heels to fracture under her immense power. She turned back, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. A resounding hum filled the air as an intense gust erupted around Hancock, causing her white cloak to billow without wind. The overwhelming presence of her conqueror's Haki surged forth, creating shockwaves that scattered debris and shattered windows, compressing the very air within the hall. If Hancock's initial display of Haki had been akin to a formidable tiger, now this more terrifying aura resembled a pack of ravenous wolves poised to strike at any moment, an entirely different caliber. Under this oppressive force, Mr. Three could barely withstand it for even a second before collapsing to one knee, blood trickling from his lips. The true power of Conqueror's Haki is utterly terrifying, he thought, staring at his trembling hands in shock. He had underestimated the might of this pinnacle ability within the pirate world. Did you think I would spare your life? Hancock, fully unleashing her power, advanced a step closer, amplifying the invisible pressure upon Mr. Three, forcing him back to the ground. With each step she took, the intensity of her Haki escalated. By the time her final footfall echoed, Mr. Three was utterly immobilized, unable even to lift his gaze to meet Hancock's. In his blurred vision, he could only discern her long, elegant legs. Submit, Mr. Three. Kneel now, and I may spare your life. Hancock's icy gaze loomed over him, and as the word death slipped from her cherry lips, the Haki emanating from her surpassed Mr. Three's capacity to endure. At that moment, he felt his very soul tremble. 2 years prior, Hancock had mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki, and through diligent training, her prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights. This was the foundation of her confidence in the face of the Navy headquarters siege. However, Mr. Three's sudden arrival had unwittingly exposed him to this monstrous aura. Under Hancock's dominion, Mr. Three's head reverberated with thunderous echoes, his already blurred vision fading into darkness. His limbs felt drained, his blood coursing chaotically, and his quivering knees began to yield to the ground. Is this truly my limit? He pondered, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Inexplicably, memories of his previous life surged forth, vivid recollections of his monotonous high school days, his meager college existence, and the dismal life of a 996 worker post-graduation. He loathed this reality, yet was forced to don a smile and flatter insipid bosses. Disgusted, he had resigned and turned to writing fan fiction, only to find himself unable to afford even instant noodles. In this dire situation, he inexplicably found himself transported to the world of One Piece. He had hoped for a meteoric rise, aided by a system, only to be ensnared alongside Buggy and besieged by the Navy. After managing to convince Buggy's crew to provide cover for his escape, he encountered Hancock, only to falter at the final hurdle. Perhaps sensing Mr. Three's anguish, memories of his failures with Baroque works and the dread he felt during the Impel Down and Marineford arcs resurfaced, assaulting his mental defenses. What a pathetic existence. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a flicker of clarity emerged. In that fleeting moment, his once blank vision regained a semblance of clarity, revealing Hancock's stunning visage. Her face, renowned as the most beautiful in the pirate world, bore an expression of disdain for the weak. In that instant, Mr. Three's simmering resentment erupted. No. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Why must I bow to this wretched life in reality, even after crossing into the pirate realm? Submit? Why should I submit? If there truly exists a master of this world, why can't that master be me? Indeed, with the system at his disposal and an unparalleled understanding of the pirate world, why should he cower before mere Conqueror's Haki? This was his domain. He was the true protagonist. With this realization, Mr. Three's eyes widened in determination as he steadied himself, fists pounding against the floor to support his faltering body. Having entered this world as a reincarnated being, he possessed the innate qualities of a formidable leader. Drawing upon the lessons from his tumultuous past, and now heightened by the stimuli of Hancock's unleashed Haki. Under these threefold influences, an unforeseen yet inevitable terrifying power awakened within Mr. Three. Boom. An overwhelming sense of unyielding defiance surged forth from the weary and emaciated form of Mr. Three, coalescing into an indomitable aura that forcefully tore through the oppressive Haki imposed by Hancock. With a crackling sound, dark crimson bolts of lightning, exuding a sense of annihilation, erupted between the half-kneeling Mr. Three and the haughty Hancock, fleeting yet devastating. The impact of their brief encounter sent shockwaves radiating outward, fracturing the rocky ground within a 10-meter radius like fragile foam. Thud, 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 among the onlooking members of the Nine-Snake Pirates. The less experienced recruits succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The elite female warriors, however, turned pale, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Mr. Three. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads, and even breathing became a Herculean task. There was no mistaking it. The fierce energy emanating from Mr. Three was strikingly similar to that of the Snake Princess, a manifestation of the rare Conqueror's Haki. Ding! The system detected the host's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, dazzling the audience, enhancing charisma by 10 points, and marginally improving physical attributes. Special reward obtained. A marine bicycle reminiscent of former Admiral Akiji, which can be nourished with armament Haki to become a black bike. The current objective reward has been altered. Recruit at least one warlord to bolster the ranks of Buggy the Clown's pirate crew and secure the position of second-in-command. Reward 1. One warlord, a fruit ability development capsule. Haki Awakening Qualification, Strike Through, Rayleigh's Haki Lecture, New Edition. Event Evaluation, Astonishing, Impressive, Unstoppable. Yet, ensconced within the eye of this Haki collision, Mr. Three had little time to process the notifications, even the rise in his charisma failing to elicit joy. As he managed to withstand Hancock's formidable Haki, he felt the terrifying pressure ease, and his drained strength gradually returned. He straightened his back, locking eyes with the incredulous Hancock. The nascent Conqueror's Haki, instinctively unleashed, was extraordinarily difficult to control, rendering it impossible to match Hancock, who had honed her powers over the years. In fact, maintaining even the most basic state of mutual resistance was a struggle. The primary reason Mr. Three was able to withstand the pressure was Hancock's conscious decision to lessen the intensity of her Haki. After approximately 5 seconds, Mr. Three reached his limit. The overwhelming aura surrounding him plummeted, dissipating in an instant. Simultaneously, Hancock released her own Conqueror's Haki. Witnessing Mr. Three's regal presence, she stood frozen, biting her right thumbnail. The furrowed brows betrayed her profound confusion. Was it an illusion? Why did Mr. Three appear more agreeable after unleashing his Haki? No, that can't be. Hancock shook her head, dismissing the trivial thought. The true source of her bewilderment lay in the stark contrast of Mr. Three's demeanor. Despite the evident unintentional awakening, it was undeniable that this man possessed the qualities befitting a king, wielding the very Haki that countless others could only dream of attaining. Being a holder of the Conqueror's Haki herself, she intimately understood that to awaken such power required unwavering will, conviction, and audacity. In the presence of such a level of dominance, the influence of her sweet fruit would be negligible, practically ineffective. Thus, the question arose, why would a man of such formidable Haki succumb to her sweet gaze, becoming petrified without the slightest resistance? Mr. 3. I never anticipated you possessed the potential of a king. As the domineering pirate empress, Hancock, accustomed to her brazen style, couldn't help but inquire directly, a man like you should ostensibly be impervious to my abilities. Her penetrating gaze bore into the still-dazed Mr. 3, her eyes darkening. Twice. You feigned vulnerability to be easily petrified. What is your true intent? Her voice, calm yet laced with the unique authority and arrogance of the pirate empress, reverberated in the air. Faced with her probing, Mr. 3 stood frozen, his expression blank. The intense external stimuli had left him mentally drained, rendering him unable to clearly recall the earlier clash of Haki. He could only vaguely reminisce about that profound state of being. Was that truly the Conqueror's Haki? Wait, did I awaken it without the system's reward? As Mr. 3 gradually regained clarity, exhilaration surged within him. During the moment he felt the oppressive weight of Hancock's Haki. He had merely resisted, unwilling to yield, refusing to submit to a woman. Little did he expect that such a pure thought would lead to the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. What a delightful surprise. Answer me, Mr. 3. What conspiracy lies behind your apparent willingness to be petrified? Seeing that Mr. 3 remained silent, Hancock reiterated her question, her tone growing colder. To be schemed against by one who wields the Conqueror's Haki is a terrifying prospect. She began to weigh the option of eliminating Mr. 3, a potential future adversary. Right then and there. The world of pirates is merciless and bloody. Even allies can turn on one another in the blink of an eye. If faced with the choice of allowing a scheming conqueror to grow or offending a warlord, Hancock would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation. Ultimately, Mr. 3's forthcoming response would influence her final judgment. Hancock's repeated inquiry finally jolted Mr. 3 from his astonishment. His mind raced. And despite the unexpected awakening of his Conqueror's Haki disrupting his plans, he realized the situation had not spiraled out of control. On the contrary, if leveraged correctly, this unforeseen event could yield even greater advantages. Before arriving at Amazon Lily, Mr. 3 had only a 60% confidence in successfully recruiting Hancock. Now, however, that confidence soared to at least 80%. Regarding the answer to that question, I have already stated it. After organizing his thoughts, Mr. 3 met Hancock's gaze. His voice steady and resolute. Hancock, I hope you will join us in the Buggy Pirates to confront the impending upheaval in the world. Hancock remained unmoved, maintaining her posture as a figure of authority. After the initial encounter with the audacious proposal of recruitment, Mr. 3, exhibiting his inherent domineering presence, clearly earned her acknowledgement. In stark contrast to his earlier aggressive demeanor, it is rather absurd, Hancock retorted, questioning the correlation between the two. If your intent from the outset was recruitment, you ought to exhibit your own fortitude. How could you so easily be petrified? Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 shrugged helplessly. Before witnessing it firsthand, I had similar intentions and enough confidence to remain composed in the face of your abilities. Yet, when confronted with your bizarre, petrifying glare, for reasons unknown, my body instantaneously lost its resistance. If I were to specify a reason, Mr. 3 straightened his posture, his expression resolute, revealing a pair of gleaming eyes beneath slightly battered goggles. Indeed, I am, at heart, a lecherous individual. Hancock, elite members of the Kuja Pirates, the Elder and the Snake Sisters. This unembellished declaration rendered the entire assembly speechless. As an all-female pirate crew, the Kuja Pirates had encountered countless lecherous individuals and vile characters. Even certain self-proclaimed righteous Navy officers engaged in sordid dealings behind closed doors. However, none had been as brazenly proud as Mr. 3. Was this man, exuding an aura of dominance, truly the same individual? No. Perhaps it was precisely because he was a born ruler that he could be so candid about his lasciviousness. Hancock was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, lowering her eyelids, and slowly remarked, have you not considered that any misstep in this process could lead to a most grievous demise? As a user of the sweet, sweet fruit, she was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Many could withstand the effects of her sweet light due to their own charisma, but once petrified, even the mightiest Navy admiral would be powerless to reverse it, destined to be shattered. Thus, in her eyes, Mr. 3's previous actions were akin to dancing precariously on thin ice. He could perish at any moment. To this, Mr. 3 did not ponder excessively. Naturally, I have considered it. However, like my solo venture here as a representative of the Buggy Pirates, it is a risk I must undertake to recruit you. Should I tragically turn a stone here, it would merely signify the end of my journey. This is the truth. Every endeavor is accompanied by risk, and despite Mr. 3's unparalleled insight and perspective, he remains an ordinary man. No matter how meticulously one plans, there will always be unforeseen vulnerabilities and surprises, much like the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki moments ago. This was the resolve he embraced when he decided to recruit Hancock. Hancock lifted her gaze, observing Mr. 3 before her, as both Conquerors and observation Haki subtly unfurled. Yet she found no flaw. Ah, what an intriguing man. Hancock's previously tense visage relaxed slightly, a smirk gracing her lips, revealing a captivating and perhaps cunning smile. Mr. 3. I must concede, your inner self is unexpectedly more sincere than your filthy, grotesque, and treacherous exterior, albeit still rather repulsive. In this tumultuous new world, she had encountered an abundance of hypocritical and pretentious individuals. Mr. 3 was the first to boldly admit to being lecherous in her presence, making him truly unique among the many wielders of Conqueror's Haki. What is wrong with being a pervert? Mr. 3 firmly rebutted within himself. However, it was evident that voicing such sentiments in this predicament could lead to dire consequences. Candor and perversion are two distinct matters. He maintained his composure, silently awaiting Hancock's next words. Predictably, her stance would likely yield significant concessions. Rather than focusing on recruitment, I, as the supreme ruler of Amazon Lily, formally invite you to join as the island's watchdog, to safeguard my nation alongside the warrior protectors. Hancock's expression turned serious, her flawless visage devoid of any jest. Mr. 3's calm demeanor immediately faltered. What the devil? Why adopt such a pensive expression when I am the one seeking to recruit you? Furthermore, what on earth is a watchdog? Likewise, the female warriors of the Kuja pirates were equally agitated. What? Lady Hancock is actually inviting a man to the island? Good heavens, what have I just heard? Are we truly going to have a man residing on the island permanently? A watchdog, however, seems a rather wasteful role for his abilities. I feel that his powers would be better suited for something more fitting. Mr. 3. So, am I to be grateful for becoming the island's watchdog? Absurd, truly absurd. In an instant, Mr. 3 found himself at a loss for words, the carefully prepared responses lodged in his throat, unsure of how to articulate them. Earlier, his declaration of being a lecherous individual had silenced the crowd. Now, Hancock's term watchdog rendered him mute, making them equals in this peculiar verbal duel. Apologies, Hancock, but I harbor grand ambitions yet to be realized, and cannot dedicate the remainder of my life to this place. Of course, if it were to enjoy a life of leisure post-achievement of my dreams, I would gladly protect a group of youthful and delightful girls such as yourselves. That would indeed be an honor. Having sensed Hancock's unwavering resolve through her words, Mr. 3 understood that conventional methods and rhetoric would fail to sway her determination. Thus, he resolved to unveil his trump card. In my view, you could entirely bypass that tedious dream process, circumvent the effort, and live a life of leisure decades ahead of time. Would that not be preferable? Hancock remained unmoved. Mr. 3 internally lamented that his attempts to steer the conversation towards dreams to elicit a response from Hancock had backfired. She had shown no interest in his bait. Yet, this would not deter Mr. 3 from his forthcoming revelation. Truthfully, I had no intention of broaching this topic, but alas, after uttering this perplexing statement, Mr. 3 stood in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he seemed to arrive at a momentous decision, releasing a heavy sigh. Hancock, you must be curious as to why. Among the several disbanded warlords, I would choose you above all else. Upon hearing this, Hancock's brow slightly furrowed. Her intuition warned her that Mr. 3's forthcoming words would carry significant weight. The female warriors of the Kuja pirates perked up, eager to discover the answer to this pressing question. While it may seem somewhat disrespectful to Lady Hancock, in her eyes, the probability of successfully recruiting her, compared to the other 7 warlords, is extraordinarily high, almost absurdly so. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, Mr. 3 adjusted his goggles on the bridge of his nose and spoke slowly. Because, many years ago, we crossed paths. Mr. 3, if you wish to build rapport with me, you must provide a better rationale. Aside from my adventures, I have remained in Amazon Lily. How could I possibly have met you? Wait, what did you just say? As she spoke, Hancock's eyes widened in horror as she grasped a terrifying possibility. Losing her composure and confidence, she rushed toward Mr. 3, gripping his collar tightly. Who are you? Recalling her nightmarish life as a slave 19 years prior, Hancock's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was a past she dared not confront, a secret that must never be revealed to outsiders. If the secret were to come to light, she would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Everyone, leave this place immediately. Granny Jia also grasped the severity of the situation, disregarding the need to verify whether Mr. 3's claims aligned with her suspicions, and began to shoo away the members of the Kuja pirates. The female warriors initially resisted, but upon seeing Granny Jia swing her serpentine staff to strike, they fled in panic, leaving the hall in disarray. Soon, the vast chamber was left with only Mr. 3, Hancock, Granny Jia, and the Snake Sisters. I understand this matter is of great importance to you, so, please, do not be overly anxious. If I harbored malicious intent, I would have used this to threaten you long before today. Mr. 3, having had a close encounter with Hancock, found himself breathless, his once handsome face flushed. Do not misunderstand. This is not an exaggerated reaction, rather. The immense force from Hancock gripping his collar was nearly choking him. His words only served to further confirm Hancock's suspicions. The intense emotional turmoil pushed her to the brink of losing her sanity, her fearful eyes bloodshot. Fixated on a singular thought, she must eliminate the man before her who knew her secret. Calm down, Hancock. Let him finish. Finally, Granny Jia intervened, gently tapping Hancock's head with her serpentine staff, pulling her back from the edge of her frenzied state. Granny. Once regained her composure, Hancock slowly released Mr. 3 from his chokehold. Cough, cough. Mr. 3, nearly on the verge of asphyxiation, hastily coughed, greedily inhaling the air. He had never anticipated that the closest brush with death would manifest in such a manner. The irrationality of Hancock was utterly terrifying, under the weight of her formidable Haki. Even utilizing the abilities of his wax fruit felt insurmountable. Indeed, the gap between him and a renowned powerhouse like the Empress was vast, having narrowly escaped death. Mr. 3 reflected. Now do tell, in what context did you claim we met all those years ago? The Hancock before him had reverted to her former domineering self, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her unease. Sister. Sandra, Sonia, and Marigold approached Hancock, their eyes revealing a deeper sense of fear. They, too, recalled that harrowing memory. That was indeed a wretched time. Faced with the tense and hostile gazes of the 3 women, Mr. 3 raised his trembling hands, slowly removing his outer garment, then awkwardly turning to expose his frail back to them. Each movement was a struggle, as if completing these simple actions required every ounce of his strength and courage. The performance was undeniably convincing, as Mr. 3's back, twitching uncontrollably, was fully revealed. The brand of the celestial dragon slave mark, a dragon's claw print, became visible to Hancock and her sisters. Upon seeing this nightmarish symbol, the 3 sisters clenched their fists, instinctively stepping back. Hancock, as the elder sister, remained composed. Her years of experience had fortified her spirit. However, her 2 younger sisters faltered, one losing her balance and falling to the ground, terror reflected in their eyes. The sight of Mr. 3's scarred brand ignited a burning sensation along their spines. This symbol would haunt them for a lifetime. For Mr. 3, who shared their plight, the sentiment was no different. His hurried attempt to don his shirt, refusing to linger even for a moment, spoke volumes. A shared understanding blossomed between the Snake sisters, yet little did they know Mr. 3's swift action stemmed from his fear of exposing the false mark on his back and being turned into a mere pulp. I believe you have already reached a conclusion upon seeing that emblem. After donning his shirt, Mr. 3 turned to face them, overwhelmed by fear. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. In his flickering eyes lingered the haunting memories of the past. After escaping Mariawa, I suffered a head injury due to my overwhelming panic, which caused me to forget much. Yet, your striking appearances left an indelible impression on me. When the slaves scattered in chaos, I almost collided with you. Thus, when I saw your likeness in the newspaper, I recognized you immediately. His sharp mind crafted a perfect amnesia cover to avoid detection and ensure he could answer any questions. Theoretically, Hancock and her sisters would never voluntarily bring up that dark chapter of their lives. Never did he expect to encounter victims from that time again after over 2 decades. Hancock gazed upward. In her eyes, the lavishly decorated ceiling transformed into a grand projection screen, showcasing the slaves fleeing amidst the raging inferno of Holy Mariawa. Among them, she vaguely discerned Mr. 3's grotesque figure. So many years had passed, and during the chaos of escape, she could hardly recall the details. As for whether Mr. 3 spoke the truth, the brand on his back spoke volumes. Few knew the secret held by the 3 sisters, certainly no more than 5. Now, do you understand why I was so eager to recruit you? Seeing the moment ripe, Mr. 3 took a deep breath and boldly articulated the aspirations he had failed to express earlier. Though it may seem overly fanciful to say so, I have always aspired to be a figure akin to the heroic Mr. Fisher Tiger, who liberated all slaves. One day, I shall wield a heavy candle to force open the gates of Mariawa, vanquishing those vile celestial dragons, and utterly liberate the enslaved, oppressed, and tormented souls of the world. In the past, during the ambiguous era of the Navy, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors, such ambitions were nearly insurmountable. However, with the complete dissolution of the 7 warlord system and the disruption of maritime equilibrium, the world is on the brink of unprecedented chaos. This presents the finest opportunity. Indeed, the sole opportunity. For this cause, even if it leads to our demise, I and the Buggy pirates shall strive to overturn this world. At this juncture, Mr. 3 clenched his fists tightly, his features contorted in a display of fury. His countenance was steeped in rage, and the resolve to overthrow the celestial dragons radiated from him. His gaze was unwavering, fixed upon Hancock across from him. Thus, to achieve this objective, we require you, Hancock, the unparalleled strength of the pirate empress. I implore you. Please join the Buggy pirates and lend us your support. Hancock stood there, momentarily stunned, her expression dazed, her mouth slightly agape in shock. Had she heard such a ludicrous proposition from anyone else, overthrowing the celestial dragons and becoming a hero as magnificent as Fisher Tiger, she would have scoffed heartily. Yet, Mr. 3, having shared similar experiences as a former slave of the celestial dragons, evoked a profound understanding of his bitter fury and his hysterical hatred for them. To her astonishment, the cunning clown Buggy harbored such a mad ambition. After listening to Mr. 3's grand aspirations, Granny Nine gripped her snake cane with one hand, the other resting behind her back, her aged eyes shimmering with respect. While she might harbor doubts about other pirate crews, the Buggy pirates were a notable exception due to their formidable reputation. A powerful individual who emerged from the crew of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, a close ally of the four emperors, who orchestrated the escape from Impel Down, and even live-streamed the War of Marineford. Defying the Navy and the world government before the eyes of the entire world, such a man could possess any notion without raising eyebrows. Perhaps even becoming a warlord and developing a mercenary organization within the dark underbelly was merely a facet of his grand scheme to topple the celestial dragons. The more Granny Nine contemplated, the more alarmed she became. Her recollection of the clown Buggy transformed into an imposing and inscrutable figure. The imaginative prowess of Buggy's abilities surged forth at this moment. This was a path from which there would be no return. Hancock murmured, clearly shaken by Mr. 3's words. Nevertheless, we are already on this path. Determination glimmered in Mr. 3's eyes, filled with the resolve to face death. Having come this far, he could not afford to display even a hint of cowardice. As memories of the evils inflicted upon her by the celestial dragon surged back, the long-dormant blood within Hancock began to stir once more. If that is the case, then I too. Snake Princess. Just as Mr. 3 believed victory was within grasp, Granny Nine suddenly stepped forward to shield Hancock. Despite her initial shock at the audacious ideas of the Buggy pirates, her extensive experience through countless storms endowed her with the sharp insight befitting a former Empress of Amazon Lily. Mr. 3, to be honest, I do not dismiss your and Buggy's ambitions, nor do I harbor any disdain for you. However, Granny Nine fixed her gaze upon Mr. 3, her murky eyes glinting. I believe that we need not recruit you. Even a mere alliance could yield the same effect. For the Kuja pirates, the paramount concern was ensuring the safety of the residents of Amazon Lily and evading the encroaching Navy warships. As for how to establish a foothold in the forthcoming chaotic era and challenge the world government to overthrow the celestial dragons, that was not an immediate concern. To agree to recruitment now would effectively bind the fate of Amazon Lily to that of the Buggy pirates. The crew might possess the strength to protect themselves, but the risks faced by the Amazon Lily Kingdom were far too great. Faced with such incisive questioning, Mr. 3 remained calm, clearly having prepared for this scenario. I understand your concerns. However, the Kuja pirates joining the Buggy pirates would be the safest choice for you. Upon hearing this, Hancock and her sisters exchanged puzzled glances with Granny Nine. Mr. 3, steadfast as a mountain, extended a finger and spoke nonchalantly. 2 warlord factions alone are insufficient to challenge the top forces of this sea. Hence, our goal is to recruit as many warlords as possible to bolster our strength. Due to the unique relationships stemming from the Celestial Dragon brand, I am able to communicate with you in this manner. However, it is clear that this approach would not work with other warlords. For those cunning individuals, one must employ more forceful and insidious methods. If you publicly acknowledge your allegiance to the Buggy pirates, it would serve as an invisible deterrent and warning to them. This was indeed the truth, and the reason Mr. 3 had chosen Hancock as his first target for recruitment. With the inclusion of the pirate Empress Hancock, the difficulty of recruiting other warlords would significantly diminish. Setting aside her reputation, her sheer combat prowess alone warranted attention, especially considering that even former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had publicly acknowledged her strength. Noticing that Granny Nyan and the sisters were deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons, Mr. 3 continued to reassure them. Furthermore, should the Kuja pirates join the Buggy pirates under the guise of subordinate status, the Navy's attention will be more focused on the Buggy pirates, thereby reducing scrutiny on Amazon Lily. While this might spell trouble for our Captain Buggy, rest assured that he is tough enough to withstand it. With these words, the tense atmosphere began to ease. Who would deliberately sabotage their own captain? Sonda Sonia, with her elongated snake tongue, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The solemn expressions on Hancock and Granny Nine's faces also relaxed. Seeing this, Mr. 3 let out a heavy sigh of relief. If all went well, recruiting Hancock should not pose a problem, for they had little time to deliberate. Lady Snake Princess, Granny Nine, trouble. A Navy ship has arrived off the coast. In the midst of their hesitation, a panicked report from the Kuja pirates echoed from outside the hall. Before Hancock could issue any commands, a booming announcement resonated from the outer sea, reverberating throughout the island. Hancock and her sisters, along with Granny Nine, were taken aback, all turning to Mr. 3. He, too, appeared startled, his brow furrowed as he muttered, I concealed my appearance as best as I could. Yet it seems the Navy has still caught wind of our presence. Cursed Kobe, indeed not an easily deceived character. What a joke. Mr. 3 spoke eloquently. Yet inwardly he could not help but think, finally, the moment has arrived. When discovered by the Marine Patrol ship soldiers, he attempted to appear genuine by offering treasures as a bribe. After being rejected, he casually scraped wax from a candle and handed it over, exhibiting a demeanor of utter bewilderment. However, this act concealed a grand scheme. It would serve as a crucial clue, allowing the Navy to trace back to Mr. 3 of the Buggy pirate crew, who possessed the wax fruit ability. Consequently, fearing contact between the two warlords, they would undoubtedly take swift action, perhaps even launching an early assault on Amazon Lily, thus compelling Hancock to make a hasty decision. Despite some unforeseen developments, one cannot deny that the Navy's response was remarkably timely. Is this the effect of the S-Class luck bonus from the Buggy pirate crew? Mr. 3 couldn't help but mockingly ponder. Time was of the essence. Decisions must be made. Snake Princess. Baboon raised her head to look at Hancock. She said nothing further. Her attitude was already quite evident. Hancock nodded and stepped forward, approaching Mr. 3 with an intensely serious gaze. Given this, Mr. 3, I can agree to join the Buggy pirate crew, but, pausing momentarily, Hancock continued. I must state up front that we reserve the right to refuse any unreasonable directives from Captain Buggy based on our own interests. And we may choose to withdraw at any time. Absolutely no problem, I can assure you on behalf of Captain Buggy. Mr. 3 readily agreed. After all, he only needed to ensure the successful recruitment and earn his task rewards to become more handsome and powerful. As for the subsequent agreements and additional conditions, that was a concern for Buggy. Then, I, in the capacity of a core member of the Buggy pirate crew, welcome your joining, Boa Hancock. Mr. 3 extended his hand toward Hancock. Let us skip the unnecessary formalities and quickly relocate the residents of the island. Hancock flicked her cape, her face displaying unmistakable disdain. That is only natural, but before that, with ulterior motives, Mr. 3 reluctantly withdrew his arm and scratched his head. Is there still an issue? Hancock inquired. Mr. 3 hesitated for a moment, and after careful consideration, he decided to speak. According to our Buggy pirate crew S-style, new members must call me their brother, you see. Sweet, sweet wind. Boom. A stone statue plummeted to the ground. Former warlord and pirate Empress Boa Hancock accepted the recruitment, achieving the current objective of successfully recruiting more than one warlord into the Buggy pirate crew. Target reward 1. Fruitability development capsule, Rayleigh's Haki lecture, attractiveness 15. Target evaluation, A. Though not perfect, nearly resulting in immediate demise, overall performance was excellent, with a slight increase in physical capabilities. Corresponding rewards have been allocated to the system space. Initiating the second phase of the main storyline objective. Initiating the side quest, Hancock surpassing. Ultimate Vice System. Host, Mr. 3. Attractiveness, 70. Physical fitness, B. Luck, ES. The Buggy crew's inherent buff, which will vanish if separated. Abilities, Wax Fruit, Unawakened. Armament Haki, Novice. Observation Haki, Novice. Conqueror's Haki, Kindergarten level, passively released. Items, Original Navy Admiral Akiji's Sea Bicycle, Fruitability Development Capsule, Rayleigh's Haki Lecture. Main storyline objective, successfully recruit more than one warlord, new or old, into the Buggy pirate crew to strengthen the organization and solidify Buggy's second-in-command position. Target reward 1, achieved. Evaluation A. Target reward 2, 2 Warlords Fruitability Development Capsule, Dimensional Ability Training Manual, choice of one of the 3 Haki for upgrade, attractiveness 6. Side quest, Hancock completely surpass Hancock and Conqueror's Haki. Target reward, a high-level martial arts manual. Although Mr. 3 was unexpectedly turned into a stone sculpture, he could still sense the system prompts resonating deep within his mind. Upon realizing that his attractiveness surpassed the average threshold, reaching 70, he could no longer contain his joy. Weeping with happiness. I've become handsome. It's not easy. I've truly become handsome. Despite his current form as a stone statue, unable to shed tears. Regardless, the first phase of the objective was satisfactorily completed. Both the fruitability and Haki would receive considerable enhancements, which was quite promising. Time was of the essence. Hancock could not allow Mr. 3 to remain petrified for long. As a reverse pink light passed over, Mr. 3 felt a lightness in his body, regaining his freedom. Do I still need to call you their brother? Hancock asked coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. Yet, internally, she was astonished by Mr. 3's inexplicably handsome visage. In mere seconds, the change in his demeanor was strikingly pronounced. Even the scruffy beard appeared to exude a newfound masculinity and nonchalance. Could my sweet, sweet light possess a beautifying effect? Hancock suddenly entertained this notion. Earlier, when Mr. 3's aura underwent a subtle change, she had assumed it was due to the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. Now, upon reflection, it was indeed possible that he had been petrified by the sweet, sweet wind before his awakening. If true, this would be quite an intriguing discovery. Hancock cast her gaze toward Baboon beside her. I must seize the opportunity to test this old thing. Not only Hancock, but also the Serpent Sisters and Baboon noticed the transformation in Mr. 3's appearance. Perhaps it's due to him applying wax to his own face? Unlike Hancock, who wielded the power of the sweet fruit, they naturally attributed this change to the wax fruit's ability. Regardless, this was a trivial matter that did not warrant any particular attention. No need, no need. Mr. 3 chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head repeatedly. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly. How can there be such a freakishly powerful fruit as the Empress? Completely forgetting that he himself was, in fact, quite the anomaly. Now, it was time to expedite the relocation of the Amazon Lily residents. Baboon, leaning on her snake staff, stepped forward, her eyes tinged with concern. If we do not respond soon, the Navy outside will likely breach in. Mr. 3, you previously mentioned utilizing petrification and candles for relocation from the seabed. Surely you have a complete plan in mind. She looked up at Mr. 3. Hancock and her sisters also focused their attention on him. All of them were combat-oriented, accustomed to resolving issues with their fists, and thus found planning rather exhausting. That is only natural. Mr. 3 suppressed his eagerness to check the target rewards and began to articulate the plan he had long devised. Meanwhile, In the command room of the Navy warship, Major Kobe, with a furrowed brow, pondered the prolonged silence from Hancock's side. Shouldn't we consider taking further action? Voiced a concerned naval colonel. The fact that the Buggy pirates had dispatched Mr. 3 to make contact with Hancock while under siege at their base was undeniably ominous. This sentiment resonated among the assembled commanders in the command room, leading to a cacophony of opinions. At the forefront, Kobe, adorned in a cloak of justice, his demeanor resolute, raised his hand to quell the raucous discussions. The continued inactivity of the 9 snake pirates was a clear indicator of a concealed conspiracy. We cannot idly stand by and allow this situation to fester. Henceforth, we shall gradually dismiss the journalists accompanying us. Should there be no response from Amazon Lily within 5 minutes, we shall. Kobe's spirited gaze darkened momentarily. We must initiate the operation to encircle the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, ensuring the safety of the island's inhabitants, with the objective of either capturing or annihilating the 9 snake pirates. This marked Kobe's first significant mission since his promotion to Rear Admiral, and he was determined to fulfill the expectations placed upon him by Mr. Garp. Regrettably, fate had other plans in store for him. Major Kobe, there is activity from the 9 snake pirates, exclaimed a hastily arriving sailor responsible for intelligence. Speak quickly. What is the situation? Kobe urged. They have not responded regarding Mr. 3. Instead, they have sent a message demanding that we withdraw 2 nautical miles from Amazon Lily and submit a letter of apology. Failure to comply will result in a full-scale assault by the 9 snake pirates at sunset. Preposterous, roared the irate scarred-faced colonel, smashing his fist onto the table, splintering it. The other commanders, their expressions darkened by simmering rage, shared in the tense silence that enveloped the command room. A gust of sea breeze swept through the command room's window, causing the capes behind them to flutter, the word justice starkly visible. As the oppressive atmosphere threatened to stifle them, the wind hastily retreated. At last, Kobe rose, his gaze piercing as he addressed the gathered commanders. Hancock had undoubtedly forged an alliance with the Buggy pirates. Otherwise, such a defiant stance would be inexplicable. This, however, played to their advantage as it spared them the burden of fabricating a rationale for the unwarranted encirclement of a warlord. Kobe stood tall, his expression grave. Notify all ships to enter combat readiness. If the 9 snake pirates' vessels emerge from the island with any intent to attack, we shall retaliate with full force. Understood. The commanders replied in unison, standing at attention. Their faces were alight with fervor, anticipation building for the impending clash with the warlords. This battle would be of monumental significance, and they were destined to carve their names into history through its outcome. Unbeknownst to Kobe and his fellow naval commanders, while they were brimming with righteous indignation, on Amazon Lily, Mr. 3 was quietly orchestrating a covert plan under the guise of calm. As the sun hung low on the horizon, casting an orange hue over the tranquil waters, Mr. 3 stood in the main thoroughfare of Snake Princess City, surveying the myriad female statues that adorned the street. He scratched his head, feeling the weight of the task ahead. In his prime, conjuring enough wax to envelop 1,000 figures would have been trivial. However, recent exertions against the Snake Sisters had drained much of his stamina, leaving him with limited energy. With urgency mounting, Mr. 3 retrieved the system reward capsule from the depths of his mind. Upon acquiring this item, he had already gleaned its effects, a blue and white capsule that, when ingested, would enhance a specific attribute of his devil fruit power by 20, significantly reducing training time. Current devil fruit ability, wax fruit precision, 66, capable of simulating various forms such as swords, armor, and keys. Strength, 73, liquid state provides excellent cushioning. Solid state approaches steel hardness. Characteristics, 70, can create wax figures that perfectly mimic individuals to deceive enemies. Note, achieving 100 in all 3 metrics will awaken the fruit's true potential. Evidently, Mr. 3's predecessor had developed the wax fruit's capabilities commendably, earning the moniker King of Locks. Mr. 3's current aim was to enhance the precision of the wax fruit. By honing his control over the wax, he could minimize unnecessary exertion, thereby conserving energy. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. 3 swallowed the capsule. The effects took hold, elevating his precision to 86. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, culminating in a profound clarity of mind. In mere moments, he felt as though he had undergone extensive training, gaining a deeper understanding of the wax fruit's capabilities. What did you just consume? Hancock approached, her high heels clicking softly, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Behind her trailed the Snake Sisters and crewmates of the 9 snake pirates. A tonic to restore stamina, Mr. 3 replied, flexing his wrists with newfound vigor. Unlike you, who possesses boundless strength, I am but an ordinary person with limited endurance. An ordinary person with Conqueror's Haki. If that statement reached the ears of New World pirates, you would be met with disdain, Hancock scoffed. Cough, cough. Mr. 3 chuckled awkwardly, sensing the disapproving glares from the Snake Sisters and the other female crew members. Then I shall commence now. Fearful of their envious stares, Mr. 3 stepped forward, igniting the flames atop his distinctive hairstyle. A steady stream of viscous wax flowed from his arms, and with enhanced precision, it gracefully enveloped each statue in Snake Princess City, solidifying into a formidable protective shell. In the blink of an eye, 100 wax statues materialized before Hancock and the others. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As beads of sweat trickled down Mr. Three's forehead, the area covered by the liquid wax candles continued to expand, stretching towards the distant streets. To avoid drawing the attention of the Navy, Hancock refrained from petrifying the entire populace of Snake Princess City, instead opting for a more scattered approach. This undoubtedly increased Mr. Three's burden of power. Nonetheless, he was eager to test the extent of his enhanced precision control. Ultimately, the coverage of the liquid wax candles stopped at a distance of 50 meters. This meant that, in a state of ample physical strength, Mr. Three could turn the area within that radius into a highly advantageous candle domain at will. Moreover, if he were to incorporate miniature explosives akin to his signature technique, candle flamethrower, within this domain, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic for himself. Considering Mr. Three's frail physique, he shook his head gently, temporarily setting aside such reckless thoughts. However, with this level of precision, could he possibly create candle soldiers resembling the biscuit soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates' three sweet commanders? Compared to the self-destructive nature of the oversized candle flamethrower, this direction of development was truly worth a try. Of course, the immediate priority remained the task of petrifying the residents of Amazon Lily. 10 minutes later, breathless and exhausted, Mr. Three leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain his standing posture. As expected, the residents of Snake Princess City had all been successfully enveloped in a protective layer of wax. This remarkable feat left the members of the Snake Princess Pirates tasked with the evacuation in awe. What incredible control! So this is the caliber of a high-ranking officer of the Buggy Pirates? What should I do? I suddenly find Mr. Three much more agreeable than at the start. Is this what they call the charm of a man? Give it up. A man like him wouldn't spare you a glance. You can leave. Did I say anything? Give it up. A man like him wouldn't spare you a glance. You scoundrel. You even repeated it. Grandmother Za, emerging from among the many maidens, did not hesitate to express her admiration. Truly a man of Conqueror's Haki. The level of control over this fruit's power has truly opened my eyes. Za, you want to be of much help from here on. Are you prepared? Hancock inquired, glancing down at Grandmother Za, and as her words fell, the sweet light followed suit. She could no longer contain her curiosity, eager to examine whether the petrifying light truly possessed beautifying effects. With the opportunity before her, she certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Snake Princess, is this how you treat the elderly? Just as Grandmother Za began to speak, she was turned to stone by the light penetrating her body. After waiting a few seconds, Hancock raised her hand and reverted Grandmother Za back to her original form. Grandmother Za continued the sentence she had been unable to complete. Do you not understand what politeness is? Sweet, sweet wind. The unexpected outburst from Grandmother Za caught her off guard, and she was once again transformed into stone. Hancock retracted her hand, recalling how utterly unchanged and as unappealing as ever Grandmother Za had appeared. A frown creased her brow. It was strange. The petrifying light indeed lacked any beautifying effect. Her gaze then shifted to Mr. Three. What was the matter with him? Could it truly be that he had merely slathered wax upon his face? As these suspicions lingered, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the encroaching darkness of night began to spread from the edge of the coastline. Sonda Sonia, Marie Gord. You may commence the baiting plan. Mr. Three remained oblivious to Hancock's inner turmoil. He was only aware that time was of the essence. Understood. Sonda Sonia and Marie Gord, who had been standing by, nodded and turned to leave. One began directing the members of the Snake Princess Pirates to relocate the wax figures of the residents, while the other headed to the entrance of Amazon Lily to open the gates, allowing the prepared pirate ship, the Perfumed Snake, to sail out from the island. On the spacious deck, the entire Snake Princess Pirates stood resolutely, exuding an air of fierce determination. Armed with swords and firearms, they appeared poised for battle. Behind them, flanked by two towering snake women, Captain Hancock sat gracefully in her main seat, her cape billowing in the sea breeze. Her expression bore the fierce intent of a wild beast, resembling a sea empress ready to embark on a grand expedition. Mr. Three's abilities were indeed quite useful, capable of achieving such feats. Observing the wax statues prepared on the Perfumed Snake, Sonda Sonia couldn't help but murmur. These lifelike wax figures were indistinguishable from the real residents unless one approached closely. This was an indispensable element of Mr. Three's relocation plan, a response to the earlier threat of a full-scale assault on the Navy at sunset. As long as the ship, embodying the entire fighting strength of the Snake Princess Pirates, appeared within the Navy's field of vision, it would undoubtedly attract their utmost attention, compelling them to concentrate their forces in preparation. Consequently, the vigilance in other areas of Amazon Lily would inevitably diminish, ensuring the success of the relocation plan. With a reluctant gaze, Sonda Sonia watched as the Perfumed Snake, a vessel that had accompanied them through many adventures, took on its final mission. Slowly heading toward the Navy's warships, the encroaching darkness enveloped the scene, and from a distance, the Perfumed Snake, sailing into the depths of the night, resembled a proud and solitary warrior resolutely marching toward the abyss known as destruction. This would be its last voyage, representing the prestige and honor of the pirate empress. Set sail. In the command center of the Navy's encirclement, Rear Admiral Kobe, after repeated observations by scouts, confirmed that the perfume snake of the Snake Princess pirates was slowly approaching, with Hancock and her sisters, along with all their subordinates, fully mobilized. A major was hastily rushing in with a report in hand. Is the intelligence accurate? Can we ascertain their intentions? Are they seeking negotiation? Or do they truly intend to launch an attack against us? Kobe inquired solemnly from his seat. For reasons unknown, a foreboding sense of unease had settled in his heart. Lingering relentlessly, it felt as if some crucial element had gone awry. Although the distance was considerable and the darkness obscured the details, the report indicated that the members of the Snake Princess pirates were indeed fully armed, with their intentions for aggression glaringly evident. The colonel promptly replied, in that case, we shall proceed according to the original plan. Once the Snake Princess pirates enter the range of our warships, we shall open fire. Kobe understood that now was not the time for hesitation based on a mere intuition. The battlefield was ever-changing. Moreover, he was about to face the formidable legacy of the infamous warlords of the sea. The main fleet of warships has gathered around the island, hasn't it? And the reporters on board the ships should be instructed to document the assault of the Kuja pirates. For added precaution, Kobe decided to mobilize all the surrounding warships. Their goal was to capture the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Previously, Kobe had been troubled by the possibility that the cunning Kuja pirates might take refuge within the Amazon Lily Kingdom, using its residents as a shield, which would severely limit their operations. After all, the residents are innocent and are the very people the Navy is sworn to protect. However, now Hancock had the audacity to boldly leave the island and provoke war. Thus, she would inevitably pay the price for her so-called arrogance and hubris. Yes, the officers eagerly commenced their actions. Soon, the remaining 4 warships responsible for capturing Hancock joined the formation. The 5 warships lined up, and under the Marines' command. The heavy cannons creaked as countless dark cannon muzzles adjusted their angles, aiming at the gradually exposed perfume snake. As the highest commanding officer of this operation, Kobe donned a cloak of justice, standing on the deck of the main warship alongside several colonels and brigadiers, preparing to confront the Kuja pirates led by Hancock. Their mission not only involved the strict enforcement of the order to abolish the warlords of the sea, but also had another critical objective, to showcase the world government's new superweapon, the SSG. Naturally, all present were filled with fervor, eager to engage with a formidable opponent like the pirate empress, honing their skills while simultaneously training their subordinates. Moreover, the majority of the commanders harbored thoughts of wanting to fire a shot and take down a few pirates themselves. Otherwise, if they deployed the secret weapon to decimate the entire scene, what merit would they have to claim? How could they hope for promotions or wealth? Despite the Navy being on high alert and the cannons ready to fire, the perfume snake remained calm, moving steadily forward, its external wheels turning in a rhythmic, slow advance. The pirates aboard the ship remained motionless, neither turning their cannons to retaliate nor attempting to flee. It was peculiar, indeed. Kobe, binoculars in hand, had been observing Hancock and her crew. From a distance, they appeared aggressive, disregarding the Navy's warnings, yet the more aggressive they seemed, the more suspicious it became. Why did they maintain such fixed positions? Surely, even in intense concentration, basic communication was necessary? Wait. Suddenly, Kobe realized a crucial piece of information. Where were the 2 massive sea serpents that usually accompanied the Kuja pirates, towing the ship? If Hancock planned to launch a total assault at sunset, as communicated, how could she possibly forego the agile sea serpents in favor of the cumbersome external propulsion? A deep sense of unease manifested as a rapid heartbeat. Kobe rushed to the edge of the deck, waving his hand and shouting to the surrounding warships, all ships, heed my command. Immediately commence cannon fire upon the pirate vessel ahead. What? This is not how it was supposed to go. They haven't even entered the range for precise strikes. Although the ship commanders and gunners harbored doubts, military orders are paramount. After a moment of hesitation, they resolutely executed Major Kobe's commands, igniting the cannons of their warships. Boom! Brilliant flames erupted, and countless heavy black cannonballs pierced the night sky, descending straight toward the perfume snake. In an instant, the sea surrounding the perfume snake erupted with a cacophony of explosions. The powerful cannonballs generated towering columns of water, transforming the once tranquil sea into a tumultuous spectacle of flames. Strangely, despite the intense bombardment, the perfume snake remained unresponsive, steadfastly maintaining its course. It was precisely due to this lack of evasive maneuvers that the Navy's gunners found their opportunity, finally landing a cannonball squarely on the deck of the perfume snake. Boom! The cannonball exploded on the deck, and the resulting flames instantly engulfed the pirates aboard. Boom! Several more cannonballs struck the mast and main cabin of the perfume snake, unleashing tremendous power, consuming the vessel like a merciless fiery beast as it gradually slowed and began to sink. As the pirates on deck were slowly consumed by the flames, the legendary ship that had carried the pirate Empress Boa Hancock sank within mere minutes, right before its own doorstep, in this vast windless zone. Major Kobe, have I misjudged the situation? Why are the pirates of the Kuja pirates remaining indifferent, even as the cannonballs strike them, showing no signs of resistance? Witnessing the perfume snake's seemingly effortless sinking, the colonels and brigadiers aboard the warship, lost in dreams of promotion, finally grasped the severity of the situation. Kobe did not respond, but his gaze remained fixed on the sea near the sinking location of the perfume snake. Illuminated by the bright flames, he could faintly discern the decapitated head of Hancock, appearing grayish-white like a candle. Disaster. It was a trap. Damn that Mr. 3. Even Kobe, usually calm and collected, could not contain his fury at this moment. Crushing the ship's railing in his grip, all hands set maximum power and head toward Amazon Lily at once. Meanwhile, in a hidden small cove at the back of Amazon Lily, the two great sea serpents of the Kuja pirates reappeared at Hancock's command, diligently dragging the last batch of wax figures of the residents into the depths of the sea. Remaining were Mr. 3 and other key members of the Kuja pirates, protected by a sturdy wax coating, allowing them to safely reach the seabed and connect with the mercenary organization dispatched by Buggy. The bright full moon hung high in the night sky, and with a glub, the calm sea surface bubbled. After this commotion, the vast Amazon Lily fell into a deep silence until the hurried Navy personnel arrived on the scene. Gazing at the empty Kuja city, now adorned with a flag proclaiming Mr. 3's visit, Kobe and the other Navy commanders fumed, cursing Mr. 3's ancestors with every breath, their anger nearly causing them to explode. Yet, despite their outrage, it did not alter the fact that they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Just as the intelligence had indicated, that crafty Mr. 3 was indeed a mastermind of deception. Kobe's once-spirited face now bore the marks of desolation. He never anticipated that his meticulous blockade, cautious arrangements, and utmost vigilance would crumble to ashes the moment Mr. 3 infiltrated Amazon Lily, proving utterly futile. The disparity between the two sides was simply too great. Upon returning, he would likely become a laughingstock for Mr. Garp and Admiral Sengoku. Perhaps he would even receive a few blows from Mr. Garp's iron fists. Kobe sighed helplessly. General KB, they surely haven't gone far. We must pursue them with all our might. There's still a chance. A colonel, unwilling to be toyed with, voiced his frustration. The other commanders echoed his sentiments, gritting their teeth, eager to capture the detestable Mr. 3 and exact their revenge. Faced with the discontent of his subordinates, KB gazed up at the full moon, shaking his head in despair. Night had fully descended, and the surrounding area was a windless zone, hindering their movements. Pursue? Where should they chase? Only then did KB belatedly realize the true meaning behind the provocative letter from the Snake Pirates, which had launched a total assault at sunset. If the so-called total assault was a ruse, then sunset was a trap, deliberately dragging the time into the night, making their pursuit nearly impossible. I still have quite a long journey ahead of me. In contrast to this defeat, KB, though unwilling to accept it, found himself begrudgingly admiring the circumstances. Upon hearing his analysis, the commanders emerged from their furious daze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Recognizing their defeat, they squatted down, pounding their fists in despair, their faces etched with disappointment. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a massive pirate ship was quietly approaching in the outer sea. The flag, adorned with 3 skulls, fluttered in the wind. It was none other than the Blackbeard pirates. Simultaneously, in a sea area far from Amazon Lily, 2 merchant ships, one large and one small, glided across the tranquil waters, creating ripples that reflected the moonlight like countless twinkling stars. Inside the smaller vessel, at a long rectangular conference table, Mr. 3 sat across from Hancock, flanked by core members of the Snake Pirates, including Granny Nyan. Regarding the upcoming operational arrangements, Mr. 3, the unequivocal spokesperson for this mission, issued directives without hesitation. Undoubtedly, the Snake Pirates, no, they should now be referred to as Hancock's elite cadre, were tasked with returning to the headquarters of the Buggy pirates at Karibari Island. That location was currently under siege by a fleet led by a vice admiral of the Navy, necessitating our support. Only by doing so could we secure Karibari Island and demonstrate our strength to the world. Upon hearing this, Hancock furrowed her brow, emitting a displeased huff. It was evident that the proud pirate queen had yet to acclimate to the notion of joining another pirate crew. However, for Mr. 3, Hancock's restraint from erupting in anger was a promising sign, indicating that, for now, she genuinely wished to remain under the banner of the Buggy pirates, albeit requiring some time to adjust. I have no objections. In fact, even if you did not allow us to assist Buggy, we would choose to go regardless. Hancock slightly puffed her cheeks, a volcano of suppressed fury simmering within her. As the Empress of the Seas, she had not only failed to protect her territory, but had also lost her pirate ship after years of conquest, ultimately retreating in disgrace. This ignited her rage, fueling her desire for a cathartic battle to unleash her pent-up anger. Haha, if Buggy heard that, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Mr. 3 chuckled heartily. From the moment of their withdrawal, he had sensed Hancock's shift in address from I to this humble one. This shift represented not only an acknowledgement of his strength, but also a direct indication of her considering him a comrade. Their shared status as celestial dragon slaves played a crucial role in this dynamic, far more effective than even Conqueror's Haki. Granny Nine interjected. The original crew members of the pirate group are of little consequence. After all, they are all formidable warriors. Upon hearing this, the beautiful warriors on either side fluttered with indignation. Stop it, Granny. While we are indeed strong, we pale in comparison to Brother 3. Exactly. If possible, I want Brother 3 to recognize my strength through my prowess in battle, not merely through your words. In truth, I haven't done much. My greatest feat was merely defeating a small pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Granny 9. These girls are utterly shameless. It hasn't even been half a day, and they're already fawning over Brother 3. Yet, to be fair, Mr. 3 possesses an inexplicable charm that only grows more appealing. If I were only 40 or 50 years younger. Oh, no. Granny 9 vigorously shook her head, dispelling such errant thoughts. Bang! The snake staff struck the ground, interrupting the warrior's chatter. Regaining her composure, she addressed the unfazed Mr. 3. Her voice low and serious. What concerns me more are the residents of Amazon Lily aboard the larger merchant ship. What do you intend to arrange for them? Though the residents of Amazon Lily are inherently powerful due to their Haki, they are, at their core, a simple and naive populace, having little understanding of the outside world. Under ordinary circumstances, even if they left the protective enclave of Amazon Lily, they would adapt quickly to their surroundings. However, these are extraordinary times. Following the abolition of the Shichibukai system, pirates in the New World are restless, and the Navy is actively launching campaigns against them, creating an exceedingly hostile environment. Rest assured, in my plans, the residents of Amazon Lily will not need to engage in the conflicts between Buggy and the Navy. Mr. 3 replied slowly. Such combatants would serve merely as fodder in more advanced battles, proving largely ineffective. Blazing Star Island, an uninhabited isle near Karibari Island, boasts a favorable environment and abundant food. I intend to temporarily relocate the residents of Amazon Lily there. Reflecting on the surroundings of Karibari Island, Mr. 3 proposed. If you don't mind, we could dispatch mercenaries from Buggy's delivery team to the island for protection. They are all seasoned experts with bounties exceeding 10 million, and their strength is reliable. That won't be necessary. Hancock interjected, her words dripping with confidence. They are my subjects. If they lack even the ability to protect themselves, then they deserve to perish. A statement reflecting the cold-blooded nature of the Empress of the Seas. However, Mr. 3 understood that she was unwilling for the residents of Amazon Lily to have much contact with men. After all, in her eyes, even among their own, those filthy, ugly men were still untrustworthy. Understood. Then we shall establish a fixed communication point on the island to facilitate regular intelligence exchanges between them and you. Mr. 3 refrained from exposing Hancock's true thoughts. If he did so, he might as well be turned to stone. Hancock scoffed disdainfully. She had recognized Mr. 3's insinuation. This was merely a means for them to signal for help in times of danger. Confounded Mr. 3. I have already stated that their strength is formidable and does not require protection. Why must you take such unnecessary actions? Mr. 3 chose to disregard Hancock's remarks, treating her silence as tacit approval of his plans. He then turned to the elder, inquiring, So, this is the arrangement for the residents of Amazon Lily. Elder, do you have anything to add? This was, indeed, the most optimal arrangement. The elder gently shook her head, pondering for a few moments before meeting Mr. 3's calm and amiable gaze, and asked meaningfully, Mr. 3, prior to your arrival, you must have meticulously crafted this plan, correct? Are you so confident that we will consent to join the Baroque works? Taken aback, Mr. 3 scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Elder, please do not speak so lightly. In this world, who dares claim absolute certainty in recruiting the Kuja pirates? Even the 4 emperors might not possess such assurance. Ha, a hypocritical man, Hancock scoffed. Beyond his unabashed lechery, one could not help but notice the alarming level of confidence and determination Mr. 3 exhibited throughout the entire process. Almost as if he held an unshakable belief that everything was well within his grasp. It was hard to fathom the terrifying spectacle such a man could present if he were an adversary. With a chuckle, Mr. 3 felt somewhat embarrassed by the revelation. Thus, this simple meeting aboard the merchant vessel came to a close, giving way to the moment Mr. 3 had eagerly anticipated, a feast. After a day of exhausting labor with little nourishment, he knew he must replenish his energy. Otherwise, he might become famished before even reaching Kalebali. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement from the former members of the Kuja pirates, having been surrounded and besieged by the Navy's warships. They had hardly enjoyed a proper meal. Moreover, sharing food and drink would allow them to better understand the legendary figure of Mr. 3 from Baroque works, truly a double boon. Under this premise, the atmosphere during the meal was harmonious and filled with laughter. Just as everyone finished dining and prepared to rest for the impending support operation at Kalebali, a pirate ship adorned with a skull and crossbones flag stealthily approached the merchant vessel under the cover of night. Ah, my luck is simply explosive. Who would have thought I would encounter such a large bounty in the dead of night? The captain of the pirate ship, with a bounty of 58 million, exclaimed with glee, raising his large cutlass above his head. Brothers, arm yourselves. Fortune awaits us. As per our usual practice, men are to be eliminated, women captured, and all treasures seized. The pirates split into 2 groups, with the captain leading the main force towards the more lavishly adorned smaller merchant vessel. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew maneuvered a slightly smaller pirate ship closer to the larger merchant vessel, using chains and hooks to forcibly connect the 2 vessels. Haha. So many women. Brothers, we are in for a windfall. The first pirate to board the merchant ship appeared as if he had stumbled upon paradise, grinning lewdly. The subsequent scream that echoed behind him was nothing short of a primal male roar. Damn, I knew that bastard was rushing for something. It turns out he was onto this. The second pirate swore as he swiftly climbed up the chain to the larger merchant ship. This burly pirate stepped onto the railing and looked up to see a deck filled with an abundance of women, all stunning beauties clad in revealing attire. The man, eyes wide with excitement, couldn't help but grin maniacally, drooling uncontrollably. Wow, there are indeed so many women, driven by overwhelming desire. The robust pirate failed to notice the bows and arrows brandished by the women, nor did he see his fallen comrade lying nearby. Ladies, I am here, he bellowed, launching himself off the railing towards the deck. At that very moment, a black arrow imbued with armament Haki shot forth, striking the man squarely in the chest, penetrating flesh and bone, and pinning him to the deck with a resounding thud. The man didn't even have time to scream before collapsing onto the hard surface, blood gushing from the gaping wound. Truly a swift demise. The invaders, upon their sudden approach, were utterly blindsided. How could they be so feeble as to fail to evade even a basic arrow? The warriors of Amazon Lily, retrieving their bows, displayed only mild bewilderment on their otherwise stoic faces. For them, killing was as routine as breathing. Are all men like Mr. 3 and Jibei, strong and domineering? Why are these two so weak? Even the less formidable residents of Amazon Lily were perplexed. The Guardians had not exerted their full strength, merely enhancing their arrows with armament Haki, something most could manage. Something feels amiss. Everyone, stay alert. The women above seem rather unusual. After witnessing two comrades fall silent, the pirates finally sensed the anomaly aboard the merchant vessel. The team leader, a seasoned pirate with years of experience, detected a palpable aura of danger. Under his command, the pirates became more cautious, launching wave after wave onto the deck, eager to seize control and eliminate any combatant swiftly. However, these wretched pirates, plagued by ill fortune, could never have anticipated that every woman aboard the merchant vessel was a seasoned fighter. Unsurprisingly, the ensuing clash displayed a stark imbalance, with the pirates collapsing within mere minutes after their initial charge. The captain, whose bounty neared 20 million, met his end at the hands of the Amazon Lily warriors, unable to withstand their onslaught. On the larger merchant vessel, the battle concluded with a decisive victory for the Amazon Lily warriors. As for the smaller merchant ship, it was met by a well-fed Mr. 3, Hancock, and the elite members of the Kuja pirates. Truly, a serendipitous stroke of fortune. Such beauty, such exquisite women. I have never seen anyone so perfect in my life. The pirate captain, Gilead, stood on the deck of the smaller merchant vessel, gazing at Hancock, illuminated by the moonlight. Entranced by her breathtaking beauty, his breath quickening involuntarily. Listen up, everyone. She belongs to me, so don't even think about trying to take her away. And if a fight breaks out, remember this, not a single hair on her head shall be harmed, or there will be consequences. Jared said, excitement coursing through him as he licked the blade of his large machete, his gaze on Hancock filled with greedy desire. Just as he was about to lose control and charge forward to overpower the enchanting beauty, one of his subordinates, pale with fear, clutched his sleeve tightly. B-boss, that person. That person is the pirate empress, Boa Hancock of the Seven Warlords. He stammered. And standing beside her is Mr. 3, an officer of the clown Buggy, also one of the Seven Warlords. The subordinate trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he struggled to speak. Pirates like them, dwelling at the bottom of the New World, were solely focused on plundering and had little interest in the affairs of the upper echelons of piracy. After all, they inhabited entirely different worlds. The only reason this subordinate recognized Hancock and Mr. 3 was due to his occasional perusal of bounty posters. Damn it, who cares about the Seven Warlords? Even if the four emperors come today. Wait, what did you just say? Jared exclaimed, shoving aside the subordinate who was holding him back, stepping forward only to be struck by a wave of realization. The pirate Empress Hancock and the Buggy pirates Mr. 3. Even the most uninformed pirate in the New World must have heard of these two names. They are among the Seven Warlords. And even if they have been abolished by the world government, they remain formidable figures on these seas. For a lowly pirate like me, not only is it impossible to confront them directly, but even to glance at them would be beyond my reach. Is this real? Please, don't lie to me. As he recalled the breathtaking beauty of the woman he had just seen, Jared began to panic. No wonder she seemed familiar. He had seen her on a bounty poster. Wait, where is she, the pirate empress? He glanced towards the spot where Hancock had been standing, now empty. His heart racing in fear. The mere reputation of the Seven Warlords was suffocating, causing his machete to clatter to the ground. An unseen pressure descended upon him, akin to the arrival of a terrifying demon, draining him of all strength, leaving him crumpled on the deck. Please, spare me. Jared began to plead just as he felt the sharp impact of a high-heeled shoe kick him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing against the hull of the merchant ship. Blood mixed with shattered teeth arced through the air, just when I was looking for a chance to stretch my legs. You arrive at the perfect moment. Hancock retracted her long, perfectly proportioned leg, striding towards the fallen Jared, a captivating smile gracing her exquisite face. She did not utilize her devil fruit abilities, as that would end the fight too quickly. The sound of her heels echoing on the deck resonated in Jared's ears like a tolling death knell, just as he had predicted. This night would be etched in his memory forever. With a colossal kick, Hancock sent the massive pirate ship crashing into the depths of the sea, leaving the battered Captain Jared and his fleeing crew to meet their demise in these uncharted waters. Useless scum. Hancock leaped back onto the deck of the smaller merchant ship, brushing off the dust from her hands. Despite the bloodshed, not a single drop of pirate blood stained her, maintaining her immaculate appearance. Don't worry. Once we reach Karibali Island, formidable opponents will be waiting for you. Mr. 3 glanced at the bloodstains on the deck, feeling a slight discomfort despite having the original Mr. 3's memories to cushion the blow. In truth, this was his first-hand encounter with the brutality and violence of the pirate world. Reality often diverges from the animated portrayals, which seldom reveal the grim aspects of this life. Yet, conflict and death are the most fundamental and common occurrences in the pirate realm. Especially for those living in this reality, pirates are far more ferocious and unrestrained than their animated counterparts. They are not noble adventurers with hearts of gold. Of course, the Navy does not represent absolute justice. They often inhabit the gray areas between good and evil. One undeniable truth remains. The world they inhabit is complex and twisted, cold and chaotic. Good is not purely good, and evil is not entirely evil. Good can be evil, and evil can be good. Just as Doflamingo stated, justice does not always prevail, but the victors certainly embody justice. Fists define the true standard of good and evil in this world. I must quickly enhance my strength. Mr. 3 thought, acknowledging the impending upheavals the world was about to face. The so-called unprecedented war, surpassing even the Marineford conflict, was already beginning to unfold. If he did not elevate his power to that of an admiral or a Yonko level, all his plans would be in vain. Let us hope so. Hancock tilted her head, her gaze lingering on Mr. 3 for a few seconds. Ultimately, she suppressed her sudden impulse and, with a flick of her cloak, strode towards her private quarters on the ship. Mr. 3 remained rooted in place, tense and silent. No way. Hancock's look just now clearly indicated her desire to find someone to practice her skills on, in this situation. Uttering a single word could serve as an excuse for her to unleash her wrath upon him. After witnessing Hancock's brutal kicks, Mr. 3, who was already averse to pain, understood the need for caution. At least at this moment, she was not someone to be trifled with. Hancock deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for an opportunity to turn and kick Mr. 3. Unfortunately, despite her dragging her feet to the door, silence persisted behind her. With a sigh, Hancock, realizing Mr. 3 was too clever to provide her with an excuse, entered the cabin quietly. The remaining elite female warriors of the Kuja pirates, after exchanging pleasantries with Mr. 3, also departed the deck with little enthusiasm. While Hancock felt somewhat invigorated after the encounter, the others, equally yearning for a thrilling battle, could only watch helplessly, unable to participate. As for practicing with Mr. 3, better to avoid that. They feared that if their pent-up frustrations went unvented, they might suffer an unwarranted beating. That powerful candle explosion punch had even overwhelmed the likes of Lady Sandersonia and Lady Marigold. Before long, the once lively deck fell silent once more. The sudden farce of a pirate raid had come to a definitive end. Mr. 3 stood on the deck, letting the sea breeze wash over him, a means to calm his mind against the cold and bloody realities of this world. He then returned to his quarters, sitting at the edge of his bed, not yet ready to rest, for there were many matters still requiring his contemplation and research. Firstly, there was a moment of inspiration after consuming the wax fruit development capsule. The feasibility of creating candle soldiers akin to the cookie soldiers of Koreha using the abilities of the wax fruit. Secondly, there were the system rewards obtained upon achieving objectives, aside from the original Marine Admiral Akiji-style bicycle, which was merely for show and travel. The teachings of teacher Rayleigh on Haki were evidently crucial in enhancing one's understanding and mastery of the 3 types of Haki. Indeed, the abilities of the fruit and the 3 types of Haki were precisely what required urgent elevation at this juncture. With this thought in mind, Mr. 3 ceased his procrastination and immediately commenced his research on the candle soldiers. From the depiction in the manga, it appeared that the agility and autonomy of the cookie soldiers leaned more towards the fruit's inherent qualities rather than the individual capabilities of the user. In contrast, the endeavor to forge candle soldiers capable of independent combat would pose a significantly greater challenge, necessitating a higher degree of precision and mastery over the fruit's powers. Mr. 3 raised his arm, activating his abilities. A milky white fluid candle materialized from thin air, flowing down his arm to coalesce into a large mass on the floor a meter away. The candle mass twisted and rolled, gradually forming sturdy limbs. Following this, 8 neatly arranged candle abs, a perfectly sculpted chest, and broad shoulders emerged, culminating in a straight back. Finally, the fluid wax gathered at the head, intertwining and transforming into a medieval knight-style candle helmet. With a thud, a candle soldier nearly 3 meters tall, robust, and strikingly handsome, stood resolutely before Mr. 3. Splendid. Looking up at the formidable soldier he had crafted, Mr. 3 smiled with satisfaction. Of course, the appearance was merely the simplest and most fundamental step, easily adjustable to one's preferences. The subsequent challenge lay in animating the candle soldier. Mr. 3 slowly closed his eyes, attuning his senses. As the silhouette of the candle soldier began to materialize in his dim vision, it seemed as if countless invisible strings of wax emanated from the soldier, connecting to him as the user. Mr. 3 endeavored to employ his will to manipulate these strings reminiscent of puppet lines. Remarkably, the task proved unexpectedly straightforward. With an impressive 86 precision and fruitability, the eyes hidden beneath the knight's helmet of the candle soldier ignited with a semblance of consciousness. Thud. Although the movement was stiff and awkward, under Mr. 3's guidance, the towering figure managed to assume a kneeling position. This is truly possible. Mr. 3's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the candle soldier kneeling at his feet, his pupils bulging in excitement. There is no man in the world who could resist a super toy that moves according to his will. Although there remains a considerable gap in freedom and agility compared to Koreha-s cookie soldiers, the evidence suggests that with proficient development of the fruit's capabilities, the direction of the candle soldier is entirely feasible. If combined with sufficiently powerful observation Haki and armament Haki, this candle soldier could undoubtedly become a decisive weapon in battle. Exuberant, Mr. 3 resolved to test the extent of his capabilities by progressing to the second phase. He retrieved the system reward, Teacher Rayleigh's Haki lecture, and prepared to utilize it. Buzz. A blinding white light flashed, compelling Mr. 3 to shut his eyes against the brilliance. A faint mist materialized, enveloping the room, while the surrounding environment whirled by like a kaleidoscope. As a refreshing breeze rustled through the forest and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, Mr. 3 gradually opened his eyes. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a white cloak, his feet adorned with flip-flops, ambling through the underbrush of the forest. With a tall and athletic frame, wild white hair billowing freely, and a casual smile radiating confidence and authority, Mr. 3's pupils dilated in recognition. Indeed, the figure before him was none other than the former vice captain of the Pirate King, a supreme master of the 3 types of Haki, the Dark King Rayleigh. Ding. The lecture by Teacher Rayleigh on Haki concluded. An exceptional teacher can help you avoid detours, surpass yourself, and grow stronger. Under your earnest learning, both your observation Haki and armament Haki have been enhanced, elevating you from a novice to an ordinary level, while your Conqueror's Haki has significantly improved, allowing for rudimentary control and entering the novice stage. In the dimly lit cabin, the flickering oil lamp cast a faint glow. By the time Mr. 3 emerged from the intensely immersive simulation back into the room, it was already deep into the night. Phew. I thought this Haki lecture would simply upgrade me instantly upon use, not realizing I would endure such a prolonged session with Teacher Rayleigh. Mr. 3 sat on the soft mattress, his mind momentarily adrift, as if gently swaying on a merchant ship amidst the waves. Although only an hour had elapsed in reality, he had genuinely experienced 7 days and nights within the illusion of Teacher Rayleigh's Haki lecture. No, it was not merely an illusion. Mr. 3 raised his hand to touch his cheek, distinctly feeling the lengthening and rough stubble. He activated his abilities, adding wax to the oil lamp on the nearby table, igniting the small flame to illuminate the entire room brightly. A rather practical capability, indeed. Mr. 3 removed his short-sleeved shirt and looked down to find his chest and abdomen covered in numerous faint scars, evidence of the rigorous training he had endured under Teacher Rayleigh's practical instruction. It was evident that the lecture series from the system reward existed as a real teaching experience within a distinct temporal space. There was an air of advanced technology to it, yet the tangible experience rendered the knowledge acquired all the more authentic and valuable. After all, while memories and experiences can be forcefully imparted, the 3 types of Haki, closely intertwined with personal conviction, cannot be fully grasped without first-hand learning. Regardless, the overall sensation was quite delightful. Mr. 3 clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him, and subsequently summoned the system panel. The strongest vice captain system host, Mr. 3 appearance, 71 physical condition, B luck, ES, buff from Buggy the Clown's faction, vanishing upon departure, ability, wax fruit, precision 86, strength 75, trait 71, not awakened. Armament Haki, ordinary, observation Haki, ordinary. Conqueror's Haki, novice, items, original Marine Admiral Akiji style, bicycle main objective, successfully recruit at least one former or current warlord to join Buggy the Clown pirate crew, thereby strengthening the faction and solidifying Buggy's position as second in command. Objective reward 1, completed. Rating A. Objective reward 2, 2 warlords fruit ability development capsule, interdimensional ability training manual. Choice of one of the 3 Haki for advancement, instructor TBD. Appearance increased by 6 side objective, surpassing Hancock, completely surpass Hancock in Conqueror's Haki objective reward, a high-level martial arts manual. In comparison to the period before completing Teacher Rayleigh's teachings, it was evident in addition to the expected enhancement of the 3-color Haki. Both appearance and physical prowess have experienced a slight elevation. Even the 3 metrics of fruit abilities have increased by 1 or 2 percentage points. This series of lectures does not solely focus on the 3-color Haki. It also provides benefits in other areas. Mr. 3, overjoyed at the increase in his appearance, which, despite being just a single point, is nonetheless invaluable. Casting a glance at the second reward objective, Mr. 3's anticipation surged. The second session of the Haki lectures would feature different instructors. While the apparent effect of this endeavor is merely to elevate one of the three-color Haki options, the ultimate gains depend on one's comprehension, as evidenced by the growth observed in Rayleigh's teachings. To put it plainly, if Kaido were to conduct an online class, could there be a chance of directly manifesting the legendary Golden Conqueror's Haki enveloping him? The possibility is quite high. Mr. 3 rubbed his hands together, visibly excited. After indulging in a daydream of soaring to greatness, he regained his composure, patted his face, and returned to his earlier research on the candle soldiers. With a swift motion, the wax fruit's ability activated, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal candle soldier took shape. Focused intently, Mr. 3 endeavored to manipulate the candle soldier for more fluid movements. This time, bolstered by the enhanced observation Haki. The candle soldier's actions were no longer rigid and awkward, but could perform basic maneuvers like punching, kicking, and blocking, akin to a regular humanoid weapon. Unfortunately, the ordinary level of armament Haki could not detach from the body to empower the distant candle soldier unless it reached the advanced state of flowing cherry blossom, which allows for remote release at will. Consequently, the candle soldier's resilience and overall combat power still hinge upon the strength of the wax fruit itself. Its steel-like hardness is trivial in the face of top-tier combatants. However, when it comes to picking on weaker foes, it still offers considerable satisfaction. Mr. 3's imagination soared as he envisioned the following scenario, seated comfortably on a small boat, legs crossed, leisurely sipping coffee, while before him, a group of newcomers was being mercilessly pummeled by the candle soldiers, fighting for their lives. At that moment, he would slowly set down his coffee, wear a nonchalant expression, and utter, "I have no smaller candles than this." Well, just the thought elevates his prestige immensely. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Eager to reach Karloi Bali Island, the battleground of the Buggy pirates, to test the might of this magnificent creation. It goes without saying that it would undoubtedly astonish Buggy and his crew, leaving them exclaiming in disbelief. Perhaps due to spending a week in Rayleigh's classroom, Mr. 3 felt surprisingly alert, his mind quite active. Speaking of prestige, he recalled the sole remaining item on his system panel, a marine bicycle akin to that of the former Admiral Akiji. The accompanying description was succinct. It could be nurtured by armament Haki into a black bike. This was an unexpected reward he received upon awakening his Conqueror's Haki, and he had yet to seize the opportunity to examine it. Even if it could be nurtured into a black bike, what difference would it make if its strength reached the level of Mihawk's black blade? Could he even wield it to crush his enemies beneath its wheels? Nevertheless, with time on his hands, he decided to explore this Akiji-inspired bicycle for any peculiarities. Mr. 3 focused his thoughts and summoned the marine bicycle from the system's space. As anticipated, it was an exceedingly ordinary dark blue pedal bicycle, devoid of a basket or rear seat, with merely a manual bell affixed beside the right handle. Mr. 3 stepped forward and pressed the bell. Ding! The sound was crisp and resonant. Then, nothing happened. Was this merely a bicycle for show? Recalling the scene from the anime where Akiji leisurely rode a bicycle across the ocean, Mr. 3 resolved to further test the bicycle's efficacy. Logically, the system should not reward such an easily obtainable item, one that could be purchased with a handful of berries. Pushing the bicycle out of the room and onto the merchant ship's deck, Mr. 3, now looking dapper after trimming his beard, leaned over the bow. Gazing down at the dark, unfathomable sea beneath the shimmering moonlight, a sight that sparked the imagination regarding the mysteries lying at its depths. Looking out into the distance, the vastness appeared profound and eerie, with only the gentle lapping of waves and the occasional gust of wind breaking the unsettling silence, creating an illusion of a monstrous creature lurking just beneath the surface. Were Mr. 3 to suffer from deep-sea phobia, he would likely be paralyzed with fear on the deck. Fortunately, his courage stemmed from the confidence in his own strength. With the wax fruit and three-color Haki at his disposal, he was well equipped to face most deep-sea beasts. Now, let us discover the unique qualities of this bicycle. Flames ignited atop Mr. 3's head as he conjured a substantial mass of wax and cast it onto the surface of the sea, creating a 10-square-meter platform. Once he confirmed the wax's buoyancy was adequate, he grasped the bicycle and leaped over the railing into the sea. On the dark surface of the water, the small wax platform adhered to the hull of the merchant ship, swaying with the waves. A small hillock protruded from the wax platform, atop which flickered a tiny flame for illumination. Mr. 3 crouched on the wax platform, jotting down calculations as if contemplating something significant. Following the formula FGTGV, he determined that the wax path needed to be at least 1 meter wide to support both his weight and that of the bicycle, ensuring the edges were elevated to expel sufficient water volume. Pausing momentarily, he resumed his scribbling on the wax platform. Additionally, the bicycle must maintain a forward velocity of at least 133 meters per second. Otherwise, it would fail to keep pace with the sinking rate, resulting in a capsize and submersion. Although the wax itself is less dense than water and insoluble, if he laid down a wax path ahead of the bicycle's trajectory, He should be able to achieve the miraculous feat of riding across the ocean, just like Aokiji. However, to ensure the entire process was foolproof, Mr. 3 deemed it prudent to conduct fundamental theoretical calculations. After several iterations, he finally arrived at a safe value for riding the bicycle on the water. At this moment, he truly grasped the veracity of the saying that mastering mathematics and science renders one fearless in any corner of the world. His physics teacher did not deceive him. Clapping his hands, Mr. 3 rose from the wax platform, ready to embark on the practical phase. Nearby, a diminutive candle soldier stood at attention, its waxy hands resting on the marine bicycle. Despite having calculated comprehensive theoretical values, the inherently cautious Mr. 3 felt it imperative to conduct a practical simulation. What if his calculations regarding the buoyancy of the wax path were erroneous? What if the trajectory of the bicycle and the wax path failed to align? What if the bicycle suffered a flat tire? As a devil fruit user, any misstep leading to a fall into the water could spell disaster. Thus, the candle soldier's role became pivotal. Brother, it all depends on your performance, Mr. 3 remarked, gently patting the candle soldier on the shoulder before guiding it to mount the bicycle. Designed in the style of Aokiji, this bicycle featured specially crafted non-slip tires, eliminating any concerns of skidding across the waxy surface. After ensuring the candle soldier could navigate a few steady laps on the candle board without issue, Mr. 3 began to employ his fruit powers, laying a path of sea wax candles along the soldier's course. For the original Mr. 3, achieving such instantaneous generation and solidification of a wax path, while maintaining precise width and thickness, would have posed a significant challenge. However, for Mr. 3, whose fruit abilities had matured and whose mastery of Haki had advanced, it was a task rendered effortless. With a gentle hum, the candle soldier pedaled smoothly, gliding across the sea surface. As anticipated by Mr. 3, aside from a slight wobble in the middle, there were no mishaps. Finally feeling a sense of relief, Mr. 3 took over from the candle soldier and mounted the bicycle himself. Unlike the stable ground beneath, riding atop the undulating waves, even with the support of the wax path, proved to be a much more jarring experience. He had to remain ever vigilant, maintaining balance between the bicycle and his own body. Concurrently, he needed to release his powers continuously, preemptively laying down wax paths ahead of the wheels. This seemingly straightforward process demanded rigorous coordination of Mr. 3's fruit abilities, mental focus, and physical agility, with the slightest miscalculation resulting in a disastrous fall into the depths below. As he rode longer distances, the dual concentration began to weigh heavily upon him, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. It was only through his own immersion in this endeavor that he truly grasped the formidable prowess of Aokiji, who could effortlessly traverse between islands on a bicycle. Indeed, one could not measure the strength of a Navy admiral by the standards applied to ordinary fruit users. Mr. 3 finally comprehended the fundamental reason behind Aokiji's choice to use a bicycle instead of a warship. It was not merely for show, rather. It served as a means to refine his control over his fruit abilities, honing both his spirit and willpower, thereby growing stronger. And furthermore, Mr. 3 mused, glancing down at the unremarkable bicycle beneath him. As he continued on his journey, he began to sense a faint energy coursing through the handlebars and seat, replenishing his stamina. Simultaneously, he could feel a subtle enhancement in his proficiency with his fruit abilities, exponentially increasing through this unique form of training. It was akin to a stamina recharging device and a fruit training apparatus combined. Delighted by this unexpected boon from the system, Mr. 3 was about to turn back after completing a lap when, unexpectedly, a bald head emerged from the still waters ahead. Straining to see in the dim moonlight, he recognized it as a peculiar, adorably expressioned kung fu manatee. Ding ding ding. Quick on the uptake, Mr. 3 promptly rang the bell on his bicycle's handlebars. The dazed manatee, startled by the sudden sound, slowly turned its neck to see the approaching bicycle. Perhaps it never anticipated encountering such a contraption on the water. It blinked its round eyes in bewilderment, frozen in place, just as the wax path approached and the wheels were about to roll over its face. The slow-reacting manatee finally snapped back to reality, its eyes bulging in terror as it opened its mouth wide. In a panic, it dove back into the ocean at the last moment, narrowly escaping disaster. Ah, my apologies, dear manatee, Mr. 3 called back. Glancing over his shoulder at the resurfacing creature, the kung fu manatee puffed its cheeks in irritation, rapidly opening and closing its mouth while splashing the water with its little hands, clearly expressing its annoyance. I'm glad to have your forgiveness. I will be more cautious next time, Mr. 3 replied nonchalantly, his heart untroubled, knowing full well he could not comprehend the manatee's grumbling. Kung fu manatee, WCD. Ha ha ha. I graciously accept your unspoken grievances and bid you farewell. In high spirits, Mr. 3 whistled as he pedaled back to the original candleboard. Mr. 3, should one label you as bored, or rather as having an exquisite leisure, riding a bicycle on the sea in the dead of night? Just as he dismounted from his aquatic bicycle, a melodious voice wafted across from a nearby small merchant ship. Following the sound, he spotted Hancock, draped in a black and purple robe, arms propped against the railing, her beautiful eyes cast downwards with a hint of playful disdain. As the coastal winds swept through, they tousled Hancock's long, lustrous black hair, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing an indescribably enchanting beauty. Truly deserving of the title of the world's most beautiful pirate. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Oh well, I shall speak plainly. Hancock tidied her disheveled hair, her lovely face adorned with a look of contempt. Mr. 3, your intellect seems to be in question. Mr. 3 scratched his head, dismissing Hancock's taunt and awkwardly chuckling. Hancock, you two are awake, out here on the deck to enjoy the sea breeze at such a late hour? Riding a bicycle on the ocean at midnight and nearly colliding with a manatee, Mr. 3, your intellect truly appears to be in question. Hancock remained expressionless, her serpentine earrings swaying in the breeze, showing no inclination to respond to his greeting. Why, then, reiterate the same sentiment. Mr. 3 felt increasingly exasperated. Had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them for such mockery. Yet, facing the pirate Empress Hancock, he could not retaliate. Fully aware of how peculiar his actions might seem to others, Mr. 3 decided to forego any pretense and activated his abilities, summoning the bicycle once more. With a swift surge, solid wax candles rose to elevate both him and the bicycle, crossing over the small merchant ship's railing to stand before Hancock on the deck. As you can see, Hancock, I am engaged in intensive training to prepare for tomorrow's battle at Karibari Island. Mr. 3 stated earnestly. Intensive training? Hancock's gaze shifted to the ordinary sea bicycle, her tone laced with disbelief. You cannot be suggesting that riding a bicycle for leisure qualifies as such? She evidently recognized this bicycle, nearly identical to Akiji's, and as a warlord of the sea, her encounters with Navy admirals were surely frequent. It was no surprise she could identify it. You don't understand. This helps refine my control over my fruit abilities and accelerates their awakening. Mr. 3 explained sincerely. This was the truth. As for the stamina replenishment and experience enhancement provided by the system's reward bicycle, such secrets were not to be casually divulged. Seeing he was not jesting, Hancock diverted her gaze, her tone tinged with 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts skepticism. Why, despite being a conqueror of Haki, the strongest worthy of ruling these seas, do you persist in emulating a Navy admiral? Whether it is the explosive fire breath reminiscent of Akainu's techniques or the seemingly effortless cycling over the sea akin to Akiji. To Hancock, also a wielder of the Conqueror's Haki, these displays are rather perplexing. Undoubtedly, those endowed with the Conqueror's Haki are individuals of immense fortitude and unparalleled pride. For them, the act of emulating others is akin to a disgrace, as it is entirely unnecessary. Is it not evident? The admirals represent the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. Thus, if one can glean insights from their techniques and lifestyles to enhance oneself and avoid unnecessary detours, why not embrace this opportunity? Mr. 3 answered without hesitation, asserting that the explosive might of Akainu's fire and Akiji's cycling served to hone both fruit abilities and mental acuity. This is the fundamental reason for his learning and imitation. Hancock, lost in thought, regarded Mr. 3 with a sense of wariness. Unlike any conqueror she had encountered, he possessed not only the resilience befitting a king but also the cunning of a commoner. He would sincerely apologize to a sea cow, devoid of the haughty demeanor typical of those with Conqueror's Haki, and untroubled by trivialities. Such a person may not rise to the status of a hero, yet he embodies a far more formidable archetype, a cunning villain. When Hancock looked at Mr. 3 again, an ember of caution flickered in her eyes. With the addition of her subordinates, the battle at Coral Bali would surely reach a swift conclusion. With her arms crossed and an air of haughty confidence, Hancock inquired, albeit acknowledging that it was not the most opportune moment, about the next warlord Mr. 3 intended to recruit. Upon realizing Mr. 3's villainous nature, her initial curiosity morphed into keen interest. Among the remaining warlords, the prospect of recruiting Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, seemed as unlikely as seizing the Navy headquarters. Then there was Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, whose erratic nature and propensity for violence, coupled with the opportunistic Miss Backen at his side, rendered him a dangerous gamble. As for Crocodile, the former superior of Mr. 3, his lofty pride as the sand crocodile made the idea of him serving under Mr. 3 an absurdity. Even the clown Buggy would struggle in such an endeavor. The remaining candidates, Moria, with his diminished strength and lack of influence, and the transformed Kumas, imprisoned in the depths of the undersea prison, were equally unrealistic. Thus, the most feasible recruit appeared to be the relatively recent warlord in Supernova, Trafalgar Law. In terms of crew strength and fruit abilities, Law barely qualified. As Mr. 3 maintained his calm demeanor, he glanced at Hancock, who feigned indifference despite her evident curiosity. And with a mysterious smile, he countered her question. If it were up to you, which would you choose? Though Hancock currently belonged to Buggy's crew, her status remained formidable as the pirate Empress, compelling Mr. 3 to treat her as an equal rather than a subordinate. Moreover, as a minor power in the New World, Hancock's suggestions held considerable weight. Hancock's elegant brows furrowed slightly. The feeling of being led by a man was not to her liking. Yet, after a brief silence, she tentatively proposed, Trafalgar Law? Upon hearing the name, Mr. 3 was momentarily taken aback, his surprise palpable. In his perception, a proud warrior like Hancock would instinctively gravitate toward the seasoned and powerful old-school warlords rather than the unexpected choice of Law. Even Mr. 3 himself had not considered Law as a viable option. with his god's perspective. He was acutely aware that Law was currently embroiled in a fierce battle against Kaido and Wano, leaving little room for leisurely discussions or reasonable recruitment offers. To pursue Law amidst such chaos would undoubtedly be a perilous gamble with his own life. Hancock quickly discerned from Mr. Three's expression the unmistakable message of impossible, igniting her already simmering temper. With a resounding crack, her foot shattered the solid deck of the merchant ship, and she stepped forward, coldly demanding, "So, who exactly is it?" Wait, don't be impulsive." Startled by her ferocity, Mr. Three hastily abandoned any plans for theatrics. Clearly, Hancock's patience was incredibly limited, as she was capable of effortlessly dispatching even the most innocent of creatures. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Three gradually revealed the name of the warlord he sought to recruit. The sea breeze swept through, conveniently muffling his voice, so that only Hancock, standing opposite him, could hear. Upon hearing the familiar name, Hancock's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief. "You cannot be serious?" Mr. Three nodded affirmatively, asserting that in terms of strength, experience, influence, and charisma, this individual was one of the most essential figures for Buggy's crew at present. "My concern lies not with him as a person, but with how many lives you are willing to wager," Hancock stated with solemnity. Mr. Three confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Just this one." "Then I hope you do not meet a grim fate," she replied, her words echoing her thoughts before arriving at Amazon Lily. "It appears you possess considerable confidence in recruiting this individual. Without your strength, the prospects would be bleak, yet with you on board, all challenges shall be surmounted." Hancock did not deny his assertion, much like she would not refute that he was a base and repugnant sycophant. Hearing such a uniquely phrased statement, Mr. Three could only shrug in resignation. "Then I must thank you for acknowledging my words. It is your privilege." Hancock tilted her head back in a manner that suggested entitlement. Understanding her temperament, Mr. Three chose to shift the conversation, asking, "By the way, Hancock, how long does it typically take to awaken and master the Conqueror's Haki?" He recalled the side quest that would arise upon successfully recruiting Hancock. Side quest. Hancock's transcendence completely surpassed Hancock in Conqueror's Haki. Reward, a manual on advanced martial arts. It was evident that this goal would not be easily achieved in the immediate future. However, should fortune favor him, his martial prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. It varies by individual. The specific duration depends on one's comprehension. Of course, if someone provides guidance, the time can be considerably reduced. Hancock cast a glance at Mr. Three, her words laced with profound superiority. "It took me nearly a month to master the Conqueror's Haki, entirely through my own exploration and training. I understand your eagerness to swiftly grasp this formidable power. As an ally, should you kneel and plead, I might consider offering you guidance and specialized training. However, given your talents, it is impossible to achieve mastery in less than 2 or 3 months." She fancied she had discerned Mr. Three's thoughts. It was no surprise. The Conqueror's Haki is arguably the most prestigious, rare, and powerful ability in this world. Anyone who awakens to such a force would be desperate to harness it. Cough, cough. Rarely did Hancock extend such kindness to others, leaving Mr. Three feeling quite awkward as he scratched his head. "Well, I must sincerely thank you for your offer. But to be honest, I believe I am already capable of controlling the Conqueror's Haki at will." "What did you say?" "Just a moment ago." Hancock appeared reluctant, but now her pupils dilated, and a look of astonishment graced her exquisite face. Had she not been one to abruptly shift her demeanor, her eyes would likely have bulged in disbelief. Mr. Three was not taken aback by Hancock's reaction. He sensed the doubt in her gaze. He closed his eyes briefly, recalling the insights gained from 7 days of grueling training with Rayleigh. A powerful aura coalesced around Mr. Three, akin to the ominous clouds before a tempest, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the Conqueror's Haki within him reached its zenith, he suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! The entire aura erupted, unleashing a sweeping wave of mental shock that engulfed the surroundings. "Hancock, unleash your Conqueror's Haki and let us measure the gulf between us." At the epicenter of this aura, Mr. Three stood with hair billowing and garments fluttering, like a sovereign amidst the cosmos, issuing a challenge to Hancock. Witnessing Mr. Three's astonishing mastery of the Conqueror's Haki in less than a day, Hancock bit her crimson lip, immersed in profound shock. Moments later, realizing she had been provoked, she stepped forward with a heavy thud, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. With arms spread wide, she unleashed her Conqueror's Haki without reservation. Sizzle! The moment their formidable oars collided, a dark red storm of lightning erupted, intertwining and seemingly threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. This was the true clash of Conqueror's Haki. In the New World, at the base of the Clown Buggy, on Karibali Island, fierce flames illuminated the entire isle. Fiery tongues reaching skyward, shrouding the night in light. Thick smoke billowed, and the relentless roar of cannon fire echoed across the sea, sending heavy shockwaves that shook the small island. Countless birds, startled from slumber, took flight in panic, seeking refuge in safer realms, though many became charred victims of the searing flames. At the beach of Karibali Island, under the command of Rear Admiral Steelres, countless elite Marines armed with blades and firearms descended from their warships, launching the third wave of assault thus far. Engaged alongside them were the pirates of the Buggy Pirates. Although outnumbered, many of these pirates had followed Buggy since impelled down, their ferocity unmatched, capable of taking on multiple foes. Similar to the previous assaults, the conflict remained fiercely contested. Damn that clown Buggy, how many formidable subordinates does he possess? On a nearby Navy vessel, Rear Admiral Steelres stood at the bow, draped in a cloak of justice, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, gazing intently at the battle on the beach. After a moment of hesitation, as the overall commander of the operation to capture Buggy's crew, he summoned his aide and issued a crucial command. Prepare to activate the SSG special weapon. After this charge, regardless of the outcome, we must unleash it and ensure we capture the clown Buggy hiding in the island's depths before dawn. Upon hearing this, the young aide was taken aback. Although we brought only the incomplete model, which cannot compare to the official version used against the Empress of the Sea, Rear Admiral. The strategic significance of the SSG is immense. Normally, it is intended for dealing with Buggy, their strongest captain. Is it not premature to deploy it now? Besides being the aide, he was also the most knowledgeable about the SSG on board the ship, possessing the capability to operate the incomplete version. Thus, he struggled to comprehend Rear Admiral Steelers' decision. The purpose of the charge was to weaken the overall combat capability of the Buggy Pirates while also exposing the naive new recruits to the harsh realities of war. Steelres did not look back, his voice grave. But the strength of Buggy's pirates surpasses my expectations. If this continues, not only will we fail to weaken their combat power, but even the new recruits we have painstakingly trained will perish here. This island occupied by pirates is not a fitting end for their youthful blood. In contrast, what is the value of the flawed SSG? The aide followed Steelers' gaze. Witnessing medical personnel constantly hauling severely injured recruits back to the ship for urgent treatment amidst the cacophony of battle, his restless blood urged him to join the fray and slay those wretched pirates. Yet, reason continually restrained him. The SSG required his activation, and the command's mission remained unfulfilled. He had to maintain absolute composure. But what shall we do when facing Buggy and his powerful subordinates? The aide inquired with concern. Rest assured, my sword is precisely for that moment, concealed within its sheath until then. What commander would cower in the shadows while his subordinates charge forward? Steelres replied casually yet succinctly. To the aide, however, it resonated with profound conviction and confidence. Understood, Rear Admiral. The aide ceased further questioning, saluted briskly, and hurried back to the Special Command Center to activate the SSG. Once his figure vanished from the vessel's bow, a flicker of worry and uncertainty crossed Steelers' resolute face. It was indeed perplexing. According to Buggy's nature as an unabashed opportunist, he should have been preparing to flee as soon as his subordinates obstructed the first charge. Why then? Was he so determined to hold his ground on Bali Island, remaining in his stronghold without a hint of retreat? Steelres pondered this in vain. Since most of Buggy's crew were criminals who had escaped from impelled down, their identities were difficult to ascertain. Hence, even before Buggy became a warlord of the sea, the Navy headquarters had dispatched spies to infiltrate his crew, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Though the spies held a lowly status within the pirate crew, they could deliver a potentially fatal blow at a crucial juncture. In the current circumstances, as long as Buggy and his core subordinates show any signs of abandoning their lesser allies to escape alone, the spy will immediately reveal their treachery, thereby eroding the crew's trust in the clown Buggy from within. This internal strife would coincide with a full-scale naval assault, allowing for an effortless victory over Buggy. This encapsulates the entirety of Shitley's cunning plan, which must be acknowledged as quite insidious and flawless, if not for the incident involving Mr. 3. It appears that the crux of the problem lies with the previously escaped Mr. 3. A faint unease settled in Shitley's heart. Even he could not help but let out a soft sigh. Had he known, he would not have let Mr. 3 slip away when the spy first reported. In an effort to avoid alarming the enemy, thus creating this uncontrollable variable, it turns out that Mr. 3's clandestine escape did not evade the Navy surveillance. This is indeed reasonable, as even a novice like KB understands the necessity of a complete blockade of Amazon Lily, ensuring no one escapes. How could a seasoned Vice Admiral of the Navy not comprehend this? Though fully aware that a mere Mr. 3 could not stir significant trouble for reasons unknown. The more he considered Mr. 3, the more intense his inexplicable anxiety grew. This was one of the reasons he decided to deploy the SSG ahead of schedule. A swift resolution was imperative. Buggy must be subdued without delay. Soon, the third wave of naval assaults was nearing its conclusion. Unable to capture the coastal beach, they were compelled, under the orders of their commander, to retreat dejectedly amidst the raucous cheers of the pirates. Haha, the Navy headquarters is nothing to boast about. No need for Captain Buggy to lift a finger. We can handle them ourselves. The incompetent fellows. Surely they are not so frightened that they ran back to their ships to change their diapers? Ha ha ha. Is this the extent of the Navy headquarters' prowess? Ha 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 ha. Armed pirates stood along the shore, vocally mocking their adversaries. Deep within Bali, the clown Buggy sat in a position of authority. Upon hearing his underlings report the significant advantages at the front line, he could not help but smirk, suddenly feeling invincible. Now, listen up, my little ones. Do not let a few minor victories lead you to arrogance, if you truly cannot contain yourselves. Buggy activated his powers. his dismembered limbs inflating his large red robe. Then go ahead and mock them unrestrainedly, unleash chaos. For behind you stands I, a formidable monster who has clashed with red-haired Shanks without losing ground. Ha ha. The sharp, piercing sounds of his arrogant laughter echoed throughout the hall. The underlings below, witnessing this, were filled with fervor, their admiration for Buggy flowing like a relentless tide. Captain Buggy, you are our god. Buggy, Buggy. This exuberant group of young pirate admirers could not fathom that the seemingly omnipotent Captain Buggy, at this moment, was internally reflecting, hee. I never imagined their strength could be so formidable. Each of them could probably knock me out cold. What incredible luck. Behind Buggy's inflated figure, Yorlita, Machi, Kabaji, and Lion Ricky huddled in a corner, their faces etched with synchronized worry. Hey, is it really all right to proceed like this? I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Yorlita whispered. I have been sensing a foreboding. It feels like something terrible is about to happen. Machi timidly added. What woof? Lion Ricky chimed in quietly as a sign of agreement. The acrobat Kabaji scolded. Stop your worrying. Your doom-laden predictions have always proven accurate. Before he could finish, a member of the pirate crew rushed in, panic etched across their fierce visage. Not good. Captain Buggy, we have a crisis. The Navy's warship has suddenly unleashed a terrifying monster, and our comrades at the front, they lasted only a few seconds before being completely annihilated. Upon hearing this, Buggy, lost in the adulation of his underlings, wore a smug expression. Completely annihilated? Those fellows are quite capable to dispatch the Navy soldiers so swiftly. Wait. Hold on. As he processed his subordinate's report, realization dawned, and Buggy's words stumbled as his eyes bulged in shock, his demeanor turning to that of a mere mortal. What did you say? That powerful adversaries were annihilated in an instant. Even if it was merely a prototype. With the Navy's secret weapon SSG now engaged, the situation on Crocodile took a sharp turn. The Navy swiftly captured the outer beach and advanced steadily towards Buggy's stronghold. In this dire moment, those powerful individuals within Buggy's pirate crew, whom even Vice Admiral Shitley's regarded with caution, could no longer remain passive and emerged to join the fray. However, even these notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were powerless against the SSG, only managing to delay the Navy's advance and contain them within the forest area of the outer beach. In response, and to hasten Buggy's downfall, elite officers of the Navy, of colonel rank, poured forth to engage in battle with the pirate strongmen. With the assistance of the SSG weaponry, they gained a considerable advantage, progressing slowly towards Buggy's headquarters at a rate of several meters per minute. Thus, all high-ranking combatants from both sides were deployed, pushing the conflict between Buggy's pirate crew and the Navy's Vice Admiral fleet into a critical phase, one that could determine the outcome of the battle. As the fierce battle erupted on Crocodile, in an uncharted sea, an individual with the power of the candle fruit was en route by ship. How strange it is. Despite both wielding Conqueror's Haki, why is there such a vast gap in strength? Mr. 3 lay on a soft bed, gazing blankly at the moon hanging high in the night sky, utterly perplexed. When he clashed with Hancock's Conqueror's Haki, resulting in bursts of crimson lightning, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This was undoubtedly a scene that countless fans of the sea longed for. Although Mr. 3 understood that challenging Hancock, who had trained in Haki for years, with his novice-level Conqueror's Haki would undoubtedly lead to his defeat, he could never have anticipated that he would not even last 3 seconds before being utterly suppressed by Hancock's overwhelming presence, collapsing like a slug and barely mustering the strength to crawl back to his room after a long while. It was at this moment that Mr. 3 realized that Hancock had, at the royal palace of Amazon Lily, truly refrained from utilizing the full force of her Conqueror's Haki against him. Perhaps at that time, Hancock had not even regarded him as worthy of her full attention before he awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Of course, the primary reason Hancock was compelled to go all out this time was due to Mr. 3's rapid mastery of Conqueror's Haki in just half a day, which deeply provoked her proud nature, compelling her to demonstrate her overwhelming strength. After all, what is the pirate empress, if not a child throwing a tantrum? Recalling the sardonic smile that crept upon Hancock's lips as he departed, Mr. 3 felt a surge of anger, his teeth gritting in frustration. It's merely a matter of bullying someone in their novice phase. Once I grow stronger and crush you, I shall return your disdainful gaze with an even loftier demeanor. He mused further, I shall even raise my middle finger at you. Unbeknownst to him, this covert act of keeping a mental note hardly reflected maturity. Consumed by his indignation, Mr. 3 fell into a deep slumber. The gentle waves rocked 2 merchant ships, one large and one small. The subtle swaying reminiscent of his childhood days spent in a cozy cradle, lulling him into a deeper sleep. The sea breeze caressed the expansive sails, transforming into a natural force that propelled the vessels towards the shores of Crocodile Island. Unbeknownst to them, they had already departed from the calms of the doldrums. Perhaps the nearby pirates had caught wind of their presence, for until the latter half of the night, no violent incidents akin to the earlier assault led by the fearsome Jalid transpired. Time slipped by quietly in that rare moment of tranquility. As the darkness of night gradually receded, a blazing light akin to the flames of stars ignited at the horizon, heralding the dawn of a new day. Third brother. We can already see the outline of Blaze Island ahead. Might you wish to rise? Mr. 3, immersed in dreams of striking down admirals and kicking the 4 emperors, was roused by a gentle knock at the door. Have we arrived? As his foggy consciousness began to awaken, a resounding crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open by a long, beautiful leg. Hancock, already donned in a battle-ready cheapao, seized the timid subordinate responsible for the announcement and flung him out of the cabin. Mr. 3, the island of Blaze is just ahead. I require your assistance in disembarking to assess the surroundings. If all is well, we shall have a brief respite before seeking the clown Buggy. She entered the room with an unwavering demeanor, standing at Mr. 3's bedside to broach serious matters. I am not skilled in matters of combat, so after our reconnaissance, I shall remain on the island to manage the complexities of the resident settlement. The elder snake woman, Granny, followed closely behind, nonchalantly searching for a chair to sit upon. I, along with Marigold, the Rude, and the combat members of the Kuja Pirates, shall naturally accompany you, third brother, to Karibali Island. The Snake Sisters, Sandasonia and Marigold, entered as well, followed by a throng of female warriors from the Kuja Pirates. Mr. 3 was left utterly astounded. Goodness! Are they truly treating this place as a conference room? They certainly do not consider me an outsider. As he gazed at the room now filled with women staring intently at him, Mr. 3 abruptly sprang up, jolted awake as if from a near-death experience. Any lingering sleepiness was instantly banished. I understand the situation, but could you allow me to get dressed first? If he were not concerned that the flames from his abilities might incinerate the entire bed, he would have wished for a candle to burrow himself into the ground. It was undeniably awkward, the highest level of embarrassment. Yet, one could hardly blame him for indulging in sleep, in addition to a full day of sailing, infiltrating Amazon Lily, and recruiting the Empress. He had also undergone grueling training in Rayleigh's formidable lectures for 7 days and nights, though he could appear spirited while awake. The overwhelming fatigue would inevitably sweep over him once slumber claimed him, engulfing his spirit in a tide of weariness. From island reconnaissance to personnel arrangements, comforting the populace, and returning to the merchant ship to set sail for Karibali Island, Mr. 3 spared little time. To be more precise, he deliberately streamlined all prior planning processes. In the midst of this, he received a clandestine communication from Buggy's exclusive telephone book. The message conveyed was alarmingly succinct, merely 4 words. 3. Crisis. Urgent rescue. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of explosions drowned out the line. The situation with Buggy seemed to be reaching a critical breaking point. Mr. 3 felt an acute sense of urgency. He did not wish to witness the aftermath of his painstaking endeavor to recruit Hancock only to find the Buggy pirates reduced to ruins. As Mr. 3 and the remnants of the Kuja pirates hastened their journey, Karibali Island lay in a state of devastation after a night of bombardment. The once picturesque island was now a smoldering wreck, with smoke billowing from the beaches, shattered cliffs littered with debris, and coastal forests ablaze. As countless towering trees lay felled in the aftermath of fierce battles. Deep within the forest, Buggy's stronghold was encircled by a naval force led by Rear Admiral Steelres, leaving no opportunity for escape. Buggy, you have reached the end of your rope. It would be wise to surrender. Steelres, bearing fresh wounds upon his face, addressed Buggy from afar. The elite pirates of the clown Buggy Pirates exceeded his expectations yet again, having miraculously vanquished the incomplete SSG and leaving him injured upon joining the fray. Though incredulous, the situation remained within his control. Their elite forces were intact, while the clown Buggy Pirates were on the brink of collapse, left with only Buggy, a few mediocre officers, and a multitude of incapacitated comrades. Inside the stronghold, Buggy stood tall upon the grand balcony, gazing at Steelres in the distance. Beside him were his old comrades, Eureka and Kabeji, brandishing their weapons. We're in dire straits, brothers. What shall we do now that we are surrounded by the Navy? There is no opportunity to escape. Listening to the Rear Admiral's taunts, Buggy maintained a stoic face, exuding an air of indifference. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his tiny eyes were furtively darting about, communicating silently with his comrades. Eureka declared, "What else can we do? We must charge forth and fight." Trainer Machi interjected, "Wait, are you serious? We are facing a Rear Admiral and hundreds of elite sailors. Do you truly think we can match them?" Kabeji added, "Didn't we issue a call for support to the various mercenary guilds? Why have we yet to see anyone?" Buggy lamented, "There's no chance. Steelres anticipated our moves, and they are currently being pursued by the Navy from all directions, unable to come to our aid." Machi surmised, "So, our only hope rests solely with Mr. 3? Eureka cautioned, "Let go of any false hopes. Mr. 3 has been unreachable since earlier." Buggy cursed, "Damn it. If that wretched Navy hadn't blocked the island's signals, we wouldn't be reduced to merely uttering a single phrase." Kabeji suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Buggy. Don't tell me that Portino abandoned us to flee on his own." Remembering Mr. 3's courageous actions during the Marineford War, where he risked his life to assist Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, Buggy's eyes widened with alarm. It is impossible. Although Mr. 3 is a cunning and cowardly individual, he still possesses a sense of loyalty towards his comrades. In comparison to the apocalyptic terror of the Marine forces during the Summit War, the Navy present in Karibali Island is utterly insignificant. Seeing this, the other officers quickly abandoned any thoughts of Mr. 3 fleeing. However, a mere glance from the fierce lion Ricky intensified everyone's anxieties. Under normal circumstances, Brother 3 would never abandon us out of fear for his life. But this time, he has ventured to the Island of Daughters, renowned for its abundance of beautiful women. The relieved Yurita, Machi, and Kabaji's pupils suddenly constricted. What the hell? It's all women. Even the ever-confident Buggy was thrown into complete disarray at that moment. 3. You foolish fool. In the distance, Shaitiles, observing Buggy's crew merely posing on the balcony with no intention of surrendering, bellowed, Buggy, before we initiate action. Fleet Admiral Akainu specifically stated that he would show leniency towards you, considering your previous status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Therefore, I advise you one last time, abandon your feudal resistance and surrender immediately. This statement only served to infuriate the already flustered Buggy. With a fierce expression, he shouted back at Shaitiles, what the hell are you talking about? The grass on the grave of Sakazuki must be 2 meters high by now. If you want to fight, then bring it on. I will show you a terrifying power that can rival even the red-haired emperor. His words exuded an impressive aura, while his clownish makeup added a layer of menacing ferocity. Yet, if someone were to strip away Buggy's crimson robe at that moment, all present would witness the trembling body parts he was desperately trying to conceal. Captain Buggy, the legendary pirate who emerged from the Pirate King's ship, is finally taking things seriously? Oh, Captain Buggy, swiftly annihilate those arrogant foes and allow the world to witness your unfathomable strength. Brothers, help me hold open my eyelids that were cut during the battle. I do not wish to miss Captain Buggy's valiant figure. Within the headquarters, the long-silent injured subordinates suddenly sprang to life as if rejuvenated, rising on their broken bodies to cheer and wave their flags. In contrast, the Navy appeared increasingly apprehensive. The less experienced recruits were shaken back several steps by Buggy's overwhelming presence, their trembling hands gripping their weapons as panic flickered across their determined faces. It was not their lack of courage that caused this. Rather, it was the terrifying reputation of the clown Buggy that loomed ominously over them. Do not be intimidated by his bluster. Regardless of how bright his halo shines, we still possess the absolute upper hand in this situation. Shaitiles' booming voice dispelled the wavering resolve among his subordinates. With a desire to end the standoff, he coldly withdrew his katana and directed a menacing gaze towards Buggy in the distance. Buggy, it seems you truly wish to meet your demise here. If that is the case, all personnel, prepare to launch the final encirclement against the clown Buggy and his remaining followers, regardless of life or death. The sailors, witnessing the justice cloak billowing behind their commanding officer, felt a surge of courage that dispelled their fears, brandishing their weapons in response. Yes, Commander. Realizing that his reputation could not quell the fervor of the Navy, Buggy's facade of ferocity crumbled. Oh no, it's over. I'm going to die. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he slipped and fell over the balcony railing. His subordinates watched in shock, their admiration for him skyrocketing. Oh, Captain Buggy, to face the entire Navy alone, in free fall? Buggy's inner monologue was frantic. Who the hell thought this was a good idea? Someone help me, I don't want to die. At the exact moment Buggy plummeted, a terrified sailor burst into the encirclement, stumbling as he shouted, It's bad, Commander. From the beach, towards the beach. Buzz. Before he could finish, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted, akin to an invisible mountain descending upon the reporting sailor, pressing heavily upon him. Thud. Cue the red-haired Shank's theme music. The young sailor's eyes rolled back, trembling as he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Following closely, the slightly weaker sailors experienced a surge in heart rate and fainted under the intangible pressure, losing their ability to fight. The sudden scene left Buggy's crew dumbfounded. What terrifying power! Is this the strength of a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with the red-haired emperor? In an instant, he had incapacitated more than half the enemy forces. This is indeed that man. Hey, let us not get too excited. It's only natural for a man we admire to possess the qualities of a king. Buggy, lying face down. Buggy heard the overwhelming cheers and immediately lifted his head. Upon seeing the fallen sailors around him, he exclaimed, Ah, do you see now, you wretched sailors? This is my true power. A triumphant and boastful expression spread across his face, despite his internal thoughts shouting that he had no idea what had just happened but was grateful to be saved. This is the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki left Shaitiles' heart racing. Buggy, no wait, it's coming from behind. He turned abruptly, his previously calm expression now replaced with profound shock and horror. Following his trembling gaze, he beheld, beyond the fallen sailors, a group of dark figures emerging from the depths of the forest ablaze with battle, walking calmly through the flames. At the forefront stood Mr. 3, the user of the candle fruit, who had escaped earlier. Cold sweat began to beat on Shaitiles' forehead. There was no mistaking it. That had been Conqueror's Haki. Why does that scoundrel Mr. 3 possess such terrifying power? Moreover, standing behind him was, as Shaitiles' horror deepened, Mr. 3 strolled leisurely towards them. Why leisurely? Well, rushing would not allow him to flaunt his awakened Conqueror's Haki or show off. Adjusting his goggles, Mr. 3 met Shaitiles' gaze with a smile. Commander, I trust you haven't harmed my captain? Shaitiles gripped his katana tightly, his aura flaring as he enveloped it with dark armament Haki. If the sudden appearance of Mr. 3 made him feel on edge, as if facing a formidable enemy, then the stunning beauty standing behind Mr. 3, arms crossed, sent a chill of despair deep within him. Why on earth is the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, along with her entire crew, the Kuja pirates, here? The shock in Shaitiles' heart was beyond words, his gaze shifting to his subordinates who were barely withstanding the overwhelming Haki. Although he could not fathom why Hancock would be in this place, there was no doubt that she stood with the clown Buggy's pirate crew. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shaitiles was not confident enough to confront two warlord crews simultaneously. Thus, he began contemplating a retreat and how to ensure the safety of his men. In stark contrast to the tense Shaitiles and the bewildered Marines, the members of Buggy's crew erupted in excitement upon recognizing Mr. 3, their faces glowing with joy and arrogance. Brother 3? Brother 3. He back. He brought a whole entourage of beauties with him. Hey, don't shout so loud. Take a good look at who is standing behind him. Huh? Wait. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock? Well, so Brother 3's secret mission was to ally with the Kuja pirates? Brother 3, I'm sorry. Just a moment ago, I thought you were a coward abandoning us. I misjudged you. As the cheers echoed, those at the edge of the grand balcony, including Yalita, were equally astonished, unable to believe that Mr. 3 had truly brought the Kuja pirates to their side. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to the allure of beauty but remained focused on their old comrades. This guy is impressive. Our lives are finally safe. The beast tamer Machi exhaled in relief. Boa Hancock, captain of the Kuja pirates, was a formidable force, her strength unfathomable, far beyond that of their captain, Buggy. With her joining forces, the defeat of Shaitiles in the resolution of the crisis on Karaibari Island was all but guaranteed. Indeed, Brother 3 is extraordinary. I knew entrusting it to a man like him would yield no issues. The unicyclist Kabaji wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have survived another ordeal. Who would have thought he would truly bring the pirate empress here? Yalita quietly lowered her spiked club, her gaze toward Mr. 3 filled with an unusual glimmer. Was it just her imagination, or did Mr. 3 appear more agreeable? The clown, Buggy, who had fallen and was pieced back together by the powers of his fruit, glanced past Mr. 3 to Hancock, his expression serious as he stated, the crucial point is that the Haki earlier was not from Mr. 3 but from the very capable Boa Hancock. He emphasized her name, as if doing so would solidify the fact that Mr. 3 could not possess Haki. He felt no envy toward others who awakened their Haki. Rather, he sincerely wished for his comrades, Mr. 3 and Kabaji, to remain just as they were. It was not out of fear of being surpassed by them, but rather a simple desire to avoid seeing his good friends outshine him. With this thought, Buggy's clownish demeanor morphed into a comical expression. Please, Mr. 3, as long as it's not you. The other friends shared similar sentiments. Isn't it inevitable? If Brother 3 awakens Haki, I'll swallow this unicycle on the spot, Kabaji declared, pointing to his unicycle with conviction. I'll gnaw this spiked club down to nothing. Yalita chimed in. The two then turned to their somewhat confused companion, Machi. Dressed in a white coat, Machi scanned the vicinity, finally fixing his ruthless gaze on the lion. Leaky, then I'll swallow Leaky whole. At this, Leaky's fur bristled, his wide eyes filled with confusion. Their jealousy had transformed their appearances. Yet, it was hardly surprising given Mr. 3's reputation for being cunning and cowardly. It was not unusual for someone like him to gain powers from a devil fruit and rapidly grow stronger. But to awaken Haki that was more fantastical than Buggy ever becoming the Pirate King. Of course, Buggy did not share that view of himself as he aimed for the title of Pirate King. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 stood at the forefront, confronting Shaitiles with the Kuja pirates behind him, reveling in his moment of glory, completely oblivious to his so-called friends' disdain as they plotted to replenish their iron levels. Boa Hancock, why are you here? Where are Kobe and the other Marines? Shaitiles, sword in hand, shouted anxiously at Hancock, his attention primarily focused on her. Compared to the dangerous aura emanating from the Pirate Empress, Mr. 3's threat was almost negligible. What was about to unfold would drastically alter Shaitiles' perspective. Hancock casually brushed aside a strand of hair falling over her face, standing tall and with an air of arrogance declared, Who do you think you are? Kneel and bow your head, and I might consider answering your question. You. Shaitiles' face turned ashen, yet he dared not act recklessly against Hancock's formidable presence. However, his elite Marines, unable to tolerate the humiliation of their commander, stepped forward defiantly, pointing at Hancock, shouting, Damn pirate, how dare you speak to the rear admiral like that? Fools, don't provoke that terrifying woman. Though Shaitiles quickly intervened, the Marine's fate was sealed. With merely a glance, Hancock petrified the Marine who had spoken up, transforming him into a stone statue. Compared to 2 years prior during the Marineford War, Hancock had honed her abilities with her devil fruit, capable of petrifying weaker foes without even needing to use light. Boa Hancock, Shaitiles, seething with rage, faced the dire situation of being flanked by both Buggy's and Hancock's crews. He swiftly issued his final command to the remaining conscious subordinates. All of you who can still move, listen carefully. I will carve a path for you. No matter what happens next, just run forward. As far and as fast as you can. This is a death command. With a resolute glint in his eyes, his thunderous voice roused the Marines from their stupor. The fluttering justice cloak behind him filled him with boundless courage and strength. In order to nurture the young saplings behind him, Steel Ray decided to wager his very life, launching a ferocious attack against Mr. 3 and the Nine Snake Pirates. Hancock's gaze turned icy as she stepped forward, only to be halted by Mr. 3, whose right arm was incessantly spewing fluid wax. Allow me to handle this. It is the perfect opportunity to test the limits of this technique. Mr. 3's eyes, concealed beneath his goggles, remained steady and calm, yet his blood surged with excitement at Steel Ray's approach. The viscous wax undulated, compressing and then expanding, emitting peculiar gurgling sounds, interspersed with a multitude of miniature explosives similar to those used by the clown Buggy. As the internal pressure of the fluid wax reached its zenith, Mr. 3's waxen fist had swollen to twice its original size, resembling the fist of a giant. With a slight enhancement in the precision of his fruit's ability in the three-color Haki, it was only natural that his self-developed technique, the Wax Great Fire, would possess a destructive power far more terrifying than when used in Snake Princess City. Do not overestimate yourself, Mr. 3. You are not my target. Steel Ray gripped his obsidian katana tightly, veins bulging as he prepared to unleash a lethal strike against the standing Mr. 3. Based on his analysis of the Buggy Pirates officers, he was utterly confident in his ability to accomplish this feat. Let us see if you can withstand it. Mr. 3 remained unfazed, elegantly tilting his head to the right, igniting the waxen giant fist with the flame shaped like the number 3 atop his head. Boom! With a deep, oppressive roar, the pristine waxen fist ignited instantaneously, transforming into a fierce beast of flame eager to consume all. What? That technique. A chill ran down Steel Ray's spine as the absolute confidence that had enveloped him shattered into oblivion. His eyes widened with disbelief as the figure before him seemed to merge with that of Admiral Akainu. However, Mr. 3 had no intention of granting him time to react. He leapt into the air, raising the fiery giant fist to strike. Wax Great Fire. The fluid wax, now at its maximum density and intensity, unleashed an overwhelming force as Mr. 3 swung his fist. Enveloped in this special wax, the miniature explosives within ignited in mass, and the interaction between the wax and the explosives caused the explosive power to escalate exponentially. As the destructive force reached its peak, and the external wax could no longer contain it, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated for hundreds of meters. As the destructive force contained within the wax and giant fist bore down upon Steel Ray, whose expression shifted dramatically. Having initially underestimated Mr. 3, he now found himself bereft of any opportunity to evade, forced to watch as the fiery waxen fist loomed larger in his vision. Did not enter the cut? Experience had taught Steel Ray well. Upon realizing the futility of evading the attack, he swiftly reversed his grip on the katana, channeling his Haki into the blade and unleashing his most formidable strike. Sizzle! The deep yellow slash met the explosive shockwave of the waxen giant fist head-on, the two forces colliding in a cacophony of sound, sending ripples of air cascading outward. Mr. 3, seizing the initiative, refused to allow Steel Ray a moment's respite. Channeling all his strength into his right arm, gathering it at the tip of his fist. With his fruit ability fully unleashed, he ravenously consumed Steel Ray's strike. Bam! The waxen fist barreled through, akin to a colossal hammer descending upon Steel Ray. The residual shockwave ripped the very ground beneath him apart. The thick wax surged towards Steel Ray, scorching his face with its searing heat. Steel Ray, undeterred, forced his arm to twist against the immense pressure, laboriously executing another strike. This time, Mr. 3's waxen fist appeared somewhat beleaguered against the relentless onslaught. This was an unavoidable flaw of the Wax Great Fire. Its power stemmed primarily from the extreme temperature of the burning wax and the explosive impact of the miniature explosives, both of which Mr. 3 could no longer maintain. After the initial strike, both temperature and explosive force would diminish significantly. More critically, Mr. 3 could not sustain the use of liquid wax without risking the integrity of his right arm, which lacked sufficient Haki strength to endure further damage. Ultimately, Steel Ray's fierce slash cleaved through the wax and giant fist just before the dissipating energy rendered it ineffective, successfully withstanding Mr. 3's strongest attack. Whoosh! The blazing fluid wax split apart, falling to either side of Steel Ray like two fiery pathways to hell, ominous and fearsome. Shave! In the instant he sliced through the waxen fist, Steel Ray, now fully alert, executed a swift movement, his feet dancing rapidly as he appeared behind Mr. 3 in an almost instantaneous blink. With a flash of cold light, the sharp blade descended at a lethal angle toward Mr. 3's unguarded back. Although Mr. 3 could not clearly discern Steel Ray's trajectory, his observation Haki had advanced sufficiently to detect the impending attack at a critical moment. Wax wall. He subtly shifted his ankle, causing the grayish-white fluid wax to surge, solidifying behind him to form an impenetrable wall of wax. Clang. As the wax wall materialized, Steel Ray's katana struck down, the collision producing a piercing sound of steel grinding against steel. This wax is as hard as iron? Steel Ray was taken aback, observing his ebony blade embedded merely a few centimeters into the wax wall. Just as he intended to withdraw his katana to mount another attack, the once solid wax swiftly melted, reverting to its viscous state. This liquid wax, almost alive, enveloped the blade and began creeping towards the wielder, Steel Ray. Moonwalk. Steel Ray reacted promptly, lifting his foot to execute an empowered version of the Marine 6 styles. Sizzle. The crescent kick landed squarely on the liquid wax. Though it failed to completely detach the wax, Steel Ray skillfully harnessed the resulting recoil to extricate himself and his blade from the wax wall's clutches. Once distance was established, Steel Ray's muscles bulged as he gripped the obsidian katana tightly, veins popping. He twisted his wrist, gathering strength and directing the katana in a clockwise motion as he unleashed a devastating slash. Tsunami roar. A torrent of deep yellow blade light surged forth, merging into a cylindrical strike aimed at Mr. 3. Mr. 3 raised his left arm, activating his wax fruit ability to conjure a massive, solid waxen boxing glove that enveloped his left fist, fearlessly hammering it down upon the cylindrical strike. As expected from a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Steel Ray's full-powered slash was indeed terrifying. The ordinary candle gauntlet proved utterly insufficient against the relentless assault, disintegrating into countless shards scattered across the ground. Mr. 3 bore a grave expression, hesitant to confront the attack head-on. With a surge of wax pouring forth from his arms, he retreated, managing to negate the conical slash unleashed by Steel Ray after withdrawing over 10 meters. As I suspected, while this fellow's wax is as resilient as steel, it is as pliable as clay. Yet, it remains defenseless against the continuous slashes of the strangulation state. Realizing his attack was effective, Steel Ray pressed on, leveraging his moonwalk technique to ascend into the air, striking down at Mr. 3 with a second conical slash from above. Mr. 3, not daring to underestimate the situation, formed massive wax gauntlets to withstand the blow, diminishing its impact while swiftly maneuvering across the ground to evade further damage. The conical slashes pursued him relentlessly, reducing the wax beneath him to a fine powder that blanketed the ground. In the blink of an eye, the surface below Mr. 3 was thickly coated with wax debris. After several exchanges, the beleaguered Mr. 3 found himself cornered with no escape. Candle wall. With no other choice, he abruptly turned, bracing his hands against the ground to summon a wax barrier in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike. Now's your doom, Mr. 3. At that moment, Steel Ray, poised in midair, launched downwards at incredible speed. Just as he was about to collide with the wax barrier, he vanished with an uncanny maneuver, reappearing behind Mr. 3, who was struggling to maintain the barrier. Your over-reliance on your fruit's abilities is your gravest flaw. A glint of malice flashed in Steel Ray's eyes as he raised his katana, aiming for the exposed neck of Mr. 3. Is it truly so? Are you certain you haven't underestimated my fruit's capabilities? Mr. 3 smirked, unfazed, not even turning his head. A chilling calmness enveloped the air as Steel Ray's blade approached, only for him to suddenly realize he was unable to move. Slowly looking down, Steel Ray's pupils dilated in shock and fear. The fragments of wax, once scattered, had reformed into a vast pool of wax measuring several dozen meters in diameter. The moment he had recklessly entered this wax domain, he found himself ensnared by solidified wax, akin to iron shackles, rendering him immobile. Curse Mr. 3, you feigned weakness from the outset, using your retreat as a ruse to set a trap, intentionally exposing vulnerabilities to draw me in. How insidious. With Steel Ray's movements entirely constrained, Mr. 3 did not rush to attack. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, attuning to the wax pool beneath him, which moved with the agility of his own limbs. Though it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, I never anticipated I could accomplish such a feat, Mr. 3 mused inwardly. When he had utilized his powers to relocate residents in Nine Snake City, he had attempted to expand the fluid wax from his center outward. At that time, the maximum coverage was about 50 meters. However, his control over the wax and its transition between solid and liquid states was lacking, and it consumed considerable mental energy. After enhancing his three-color Haki, particularly his observation Haki, that limitation had been resolved. In fact, even the original Mr. 3 could expand fluid wax to form a domain. However, the precision, strength, and speed of the wax he now wielded vastly surpassed that of the original. Fundamentally speaking, the two domains were not even of the same caliber. Perhaps, there is genuine potential for developing the wax domain further. Mr. 3's thoughts raced, inspirations flashing through his mind. He turned to face Steel Ray, who was desperately trying to break free from the solidified wax. Then let this Vice Admiral of the Navy test the might of this technique. Steel Ray sensed a chilling intent in Mr. 3's fervent gaze, an ominous premonition flooding his mind, compelling him to exert even more effort to escape the wax's grip. Meanwhile, in the lair where Buggy and his cadre resided, all eyes widened in shock as they witnessed Mr. 3 subduing the Vice Admiral within mere exchanges. 3 brother seldom engages. I thought he was merely an intellectual type. Who knew he possessed such strength? Nonsense. He toyed with the formidable Vice Admiral throughout. How can that not be an intellectual type? Have you seen any other intellectual capable of unleashing such a devastating fiery fist? Stop arguing. In any case, 3 brother is incredible. The crew cheered Mr. 3's name, raising their weapons high. Mr. 3's stunning performance dispelled any lingering doubts they harbored about joining Buggy's pirate crew. Captain Buggy truly possessed the formidable strength that matched his ostentatious titles. The evidence was clear. Even a powerhouse like Three Brother, who balanced intellect and strength, chose to follow Buggy's lead, confirming the captain was undoubtedly as powerful as a monster. In an instant, their admiration for the clown Buggy deepened, turning fervent. Unbeknownst to Mr. 3, who was lost in contemplation of the wax domain's applications. While he was the one delivering blows and feigning weakness, the glory of strength had inexplicably shifted to that lazy character, Buggy. In stark contrast to the ignorant enthusiasm of his subordinates, Buggy and the others, well acquainted with Mr. 3, were expressions of incredulity. Buggy blinked his now wide-eyed expression, quickly stifling a sniffle that nearly dripped into his mouth, breaking the silence. Who was that fighting the Vice Admiral Steel Ray? Why do they seem so unfamiliar? The beast tamer, Machi, rubbed his eyes vigorously and murmured, "They resemble Mr. 3, but I can't be sure. Let us observe further." Kabaji, who had somehow mounted a unicycle, shook his head, promptly dismissing the notion. That person looks far too dashing and is engaging the Vice Admiral in a back and forth. They can't possibly be Mr. 3. Yorlita, hefting a heavy spiked club on her shoulder, pouted slightly in complaint. I told you all to just charge in. If Mr. 3 can dominate the Vice Admiral, surely we can too. Buggy shot her a scornful glance. That's a fair point. You can still join the fray now. Yorlita nodded, her beautiful eyes resolute, stating earnestly, a proper duel between men should not be interrupted by others. Buggy, Kabaji, Machi, and Ricky all raised their middle fingers in unison towards her. Across the way, Hancock, who had remained a passive observer, was equally astonished. While she acknowledged Mr. 3's formidable strength and immense potential, she perceived the true threat lay in his unfathomable intellect. Given his current state, overcoming a seasoned Vice Admiral with extensive battle experience would be quite a challenge. However, Mr. 3's formidable performance was not entirely unbearable. After all, upon awakening the Conqueror's Haki, the overall combat prowess of the awakened individual experiences a significant enhancement. When Mary Gerard fought alongside Mr. 3, his oppressive force seemed far less daunting, didn't it? The green-haired Sander Sonia appeared quite astonished. Standing beside her, Mary Gerard nodded in agreement, expressing, I share your sentiment. The potency of that colossal candle fire punch was far greater than what we withstood. Could it be that he held back during our battle? A veil of confusion enveloped their faces. Hancock, lifting her exquisite eyes, glanced over and spoke slowly. His fruit abilities manifest greater power in an expansive area. Indeed, Mr. 3, having awakened the Conqueror's Haki, has become somewhat stronger. At the mention of this, a trace of unwillingness flickered across Hancock's stunning visage. Cursed Mr. 3. How did he manage to control the Conqueror's Haki in such a short time? Ah, I see. The two Serpent sisters exclaimed in realization, nodding repeatedly. As their gazes returned to the distant Mr. 3, the previously silent figure finally made his next move. Candle Iron Fist. Mr. 3 raised his right arm. A grayish-white fluid wax seeping from his skin, encasing his fist while releasing a slight warmth, solidifying into a hard wax-like armor. Unlike the devastating candle flamethrower, this time, he merely compressed the wax, hardening it to resemble a suit of steel armor on his arm, without any explosive addition. Using candle flamethrower at such close range would equate to a mutual destruction with Steelus. With an overwhelmingly assertive stance, the candle iron fist descended upon Steelus with considerable force, shattering the cracked wax bindings that enveloped him. Bang! Mr. 3's fist landed squarely on Steelus's chest, sending him flying. However, observing Steelus, who had been propelled over 10 meters away, Mr. 3's expression grew solemn, subtly shaking his tingling right arm behind his back. Iron block steel. Steelus steadied himself. Beneath his torn shirt lay a chest fortified by advanced armament Haki and enhanced Navy 6 styles, rendering it incredibly resilient. Heh, what a blunder, Mr. 3, Steelus scoffed. Realizing that Mr. 3's most critical weakness was his physical constitution, his reliance on brute strength failed to inflict significant damage, inadvertently aiding him in breaking free from the solid wax restraints and exposing a vulnerability capable of altering the battle's outcome. It was indeed a grave miscalculation. Nonetheless, having learned from the prior encounter, Steelus remained tense, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. Is that so? Mr. 3 chuckled lightly, lifting his right index finger and gently gesturing towards Steelus, who was still within the wax domain. Whoosh! The fluid wax writhed, twisted, and coalesced into a pure white, ghostly hand that lunged towards Steelus. With a flash of insight, Steelus's sword rang as he swiftly sliced the ghostly hand in two. Thud! Thud! The severed ghostly hand morphed back into ordinary wax, merging into the wax domain. Before Steelus could exhale in relief, his pupils dilated in alarm as a profound sense of impending danger washed over him. More ghostly hands emerged from the wax domain, splitting into 2, then 4, culminating in a dense thicket of ghostly hands, an innumerable legion resembling the sinister claws of demons clawing from the depths of hell. As if that weren't enough, among the ghostly hands lurked peculiar wax weapons, including wax hammers, wax sabers, wax spears, and wax harpoons, glinting ominously, creating a terrifying spectacle. This was Mr. 3's innovative technique born from the wax domain, aptly named Domain Expansion, Wax Purgatory. Swish, swish, swish. The overwhelming tide of ghostly hands surged toward Steelus, accompanied by sporadic strikes from the wax weaponry. Steelus moved with ghostly swiftness, employing paper drawing, shave, and iron block as shields against the wax weaponry, while using finger gun, galefoot, and powerful slashes to dismantle the ghostly hands, nimbly navigating through the relentless onslaught of wax. As a seasoned vice admiral of the Navy, Steelus's full utilization of the Navy's 6 styles was terrifyingly effective, particularly when combined with his own armament and observation Haki. He resembled a human tank, crushing every wax construct in his path into a flurry of white shards. Yet, Mr. 3 remained unfazed. At present, he had yet to enhance the hardness of the wax fruit. His armament Haki was merely in its infancy, and relying solely on these 2 factors to eliminate Steelus seemed quite implausible. However, Mr. 3 casually wiped the sweat from his brow, folded his arms, and perched himself upon an air seat formed from the wax domain. The true terror of this wax purgatory lay not in the relentless weapon assaults, but rather in the ceaseless flow of wax. Swish, swish, swish. Steelus charged forward, breaking through the ghostly hands' obstruction, only to find that Mr. 3 had generated yet another barrage of ghostly hands and weapons, compelling him to retreat repeatedly. Bang! After shattering a wax harpoon that struck towards him, Steelus, sustaining injuries to his cheek, arm, and abdomen, realized this strategy was futile. In this wretched wax swamp, Mr. 3 was the undisputed sovereign. To inflict damage upon him, one would have to either overpower the wax weaponry with sheer might or overturn the entire wax domain. Clearly, having tasted defeat once, Steelus prudently dismissed the former option. Thus, without hesitation, he feigned an attack toward Mr. 3 before pivoting to escape, fleeing the clutches of wax purgatory with astonishing speed. Trying to flee? Mr. 3 immediately discerned Steelus's intention, rising from his wax throne, conjuring wax ice daggers beneath his feet, swaying his arms side to side. Surprisingly, he skated across the now slick surface of wax at an incredible pace. As Steelus landed on solid ground after escaping the wax domain, he intended to slash the wax and the ground together. But upon turning around, he was met with the sight of Mr. 3 hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. How fast? Iron block steel. Steelus felt a wave of shock. Upon seeing Mr. 3's face, his body instinctively reacted, taking a firm stance and activating a dual defense with iron block and armament Haki. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Mr. 3 was upon Steelus, his candle iron fist striking precisely against the steadfast figure of Steelus. Much like the last encounter, the hard collision proved ineffective against Steelus's defense, as cracks began to form on the surface of their contact. Give it up, Mr. 3. With such an attack, you can never. What? A smile briefly graced the lips of Steel Ray, only to be instantly frozen in place. Suddenly, a viscous candle infused with miniature explosives erupted from the shattered iron fist, enveloping Steel Ray from all directions as it surged forth with relentless momentum. In a state of sheer terror, Steel Ray attempted to evade. Yet the overwhelming weight of the iron block and the armed Haki rendered him immobile, leaving him helplessly watching as the fluid candle continued to wrap around him. While my own strength may struggle to breach your defenses, my fruitability, however, can. Mr. 3 retracted the candle mass, connecting him to Steel Ray, and leapt backward. Suspended in midair, he raised a candle-like finger to brush the flames licking at his hair. Inquiring of the distant Steel Ray, "Do you understand what art is, Admiral?" Before Steel Ray could respond, Mr. 3 hurled a burning chunk of candle towards him. The flickering flame illuminated his now handsome visage while extinguishing any remnants of confidence in Steel Ray's iron block. Art is, indeed, an explosion. With those words, the tightly wrapped candles around Steel Ray ignited spectacularly. Boom. The successive explosions engulfed Steel Ray, the searing flames and thick smoke from the burning candles soaring skyward. Lingering in the air, from a safe distance, Mr. 3's chest heaved as he caught his breath. Although this technique, the flying candle inferno, posed no risk of self-harm, its execution was fraught with difficulty and a high likelihood of failure, easily evaded or escaped. The risk in targeting the highly mobile Steel Ray stemmed from Mr. 3's anticipation that Steel Ray would employ the iron block defense once more. Those familiar with the original work understand that the Navy's 6 powers iron block is a foolish endeavor, imposing upon its user the debilitating effects of blind confidence and immobility. Mr. 3 capitalized on this insight, one only perceptible to the audience, to execute a daring gambit despite his dwindling stamina and mental fortitude. While Mr. 3 appeared relaxed throughout the confrontation, he alone knew the arduous nature of battling Rear Admiral Steel Ray. Both the 2 high-density candle infernos and the vast candle purgatory had drained his energy significantly. Particularly with candle purgatory, he poured his mental energy into each ghostly hand and weapon, orchestrating precise and rapid assaults against Steel Ray. Simultaneously, he had to continuously unleash his fruit ability to maintain the stability of the entire candle domain, ensuring sustained and powerful attacks. This relentless exertion led to moments where his vision dimmed and cold sweat trickled down his brow, compelling him to rest momentarily upon a candle chair. However, he concealed his fatigue well, projecting an exterior of composure and ease. Had Steel Ray, ensnared within the candle purgatory and within 5 meters of Mr. 3, cast aside his suspicions, and launched a full-scale charge, Mr. 3 would have found it exceedingly difficult to defend against him. Yet, having recently suffered the consequences of underestimating his opponent, Steel Ray could hardly afford to abandon the heightened vigilance he had just adopted. It could only be said that Mr. 3 was a natural genius in combat talent and psychological manipulation. Notably, his remarkable performance stemmed largely from the formidable teachings of Master Rayleigh. One must understand that the 7 days and nights of Haki training encompassed not merely theoretical guidance but also grueling, intense physical drills. In other words, was it truly so that I must exert every ounce of my strength merely to contend with a Navy Rear Admiral? Mr. 3 murmured, a shadow of despondency crossing his face. Although this was a commendable achievement within the pirate world, it paled in comparison to the top-tier powers. One must acknowledge the insurmountable chasm that separates Navy admirals from Rear Admirals. Speaking of which, that fellow hasn't he perished, has he? If he has, it might lead to considerable trouble. Casting aside such thoughts, Mr. 3 raised his gaze toward the billowing smoke that followed the dissipating flames, his pupils contracting in surprise. Emerging from the darkened haze was a towering figure with tattered garments, striding forth with steady steps, sharp eyes, and a glistening katana in hand. You have truly exceeded my expectations, Mr. 3. Steel Ray, his skin scorched and crimson from the intense flames, blood trickling from his lips and breathing labored, evidently bore significant wounds. Yet, to claim he had reached his limit would be premature. Indeed, the strong in the pirate world possess astonishing resilience. Mr. 3 sighed heavily, only to have the despair dissipate, replaced by a bold smile of confidence. He resolved to engage Steel Ray in a final confrontation. You too, Admiral. Just as Mr. 3 assumed his stance to unleash his abilities, a sudden gust of wind swept overhead, extinguishing his flaming hair in a flash. Looking up, he caught sight of long, slender legs darting past his view. In the next instant, a bewildered Steel Ray was propelled backward by a brutal kick, his body soaring like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Along his trajectory, he collided with countless towering trees before crashing into a hillside on Kalebali, blood spewing forth as his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, rendering him unconscious. Damn it. How could I forget such an important matter? Mr. 3 blinked in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of Hancock, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Unfazed by her successful strike, Hancock approached with fury in her beautiful eyes. Her tone icy as she addressed Mr. 3, you dare to thwart my endeavors? Speak, Mr. 3, how would you prefer to meet your end? Huh? Have I not been engaged in a fierce battle with Steelus all along? When did I have the leisure to ruin your good fortune? Mr. 3 initially felt somewhat bewildered. However, upon reflection, he soon realized the reason for Hancock's wrath. Since her withdrawal from the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she had been seething with anger. Just last night, she expressed a desire to stretch her limbs on Bali Island. Yet, the only admiral capable of providing her with a thrilling fight had been intercepted, leaving her utterly exhausted. It seems you are already aware of the matter I mentioned. To dare snatch my prey away, you must be prepared to take the beating meant for Steelus, right? Hancock stepped forward gracefully, flexing her wrist, her beautiful eyes radiating an aura of murderous intent. Will you extend your head towards me, or shall I come to you? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Mr. 3 laughed nervously, retreating repeatedly. Despite the fact that Hancock was not currently wielding her Conqueror's Haki, the pressure emanating from her indifferent and ruthless gaze was undeniably formidable. After barely managing to hold his ground against the seasoned Admiral Steelus, Mr. 3 gained a modicum of confidence in his abilities. In peak condition, he might have exchanged a few blows with Hancock, but in his current state of exhaustion, it would be best to avoid that, for it could be fatal. Seeing Mr. 3 not making a move, Hancock remained expressionless and began to advance. An overwhelming pressure, almost tangible, surged towards him. As he observed Hancock closing in, her aura escalating, Mr. 3 felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, as if an invisible giant hand were tightening around his throat, making even breathing a challenge. In this dire moment, Mr. 3's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the distant headquarters, landing on Buggy on the grand balcony. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited in his despairing eyes. Their gazes intertwined in that instant, generating a profound spark of understanding. Mr. 3, Buggy, save me quickly. Buggy, who are you? Quit barking. Mr. 3, brother, I finally managed to bring Hancock here and defeat an admiral. You won't lend a hand for this? Buggy, are you joking? That's the infamous pirate Empress. What can I do to help? A special Maki bomb beneath my feet? Mr. 3, a Maki bomb would suffice. A shot to her back would be devastatingly effective. Buggy rolled his eyes. I don't know if it would be effective, but I would definitely be the one in trouble. Enough talk, just take your beating. With a smirk, he whistled, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, as if it were none of his concern. Mr. 3's gaze hardened. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Buggy immediately sensed impending danger, gripping the balcony railing tightly, his clownish face contorted with exaggerated panic. He didn't utter a sound, but his lips moved dramatically. 3. No. 3 brother, 3 master. Think it over. When we were both frozen and impelled down, we had a good understanding. Don't act impulsively. Mr. 3 dismissed him, redirecting his attention to the imminent threat of Hancock. Wait a moment, Hancock. The one who shared pants with you and impelled down was the original Mr. 3. What does that have to do with me? He cleared his throat and presented a rather amicable and reasonable suggestion. As you can see, I currently lack stamina. A mere touch would send me down. If you truly desire an exhilarating battle, I believe only our formidable captain, Buggy the Clown, is capable of meeting that challenge here on Crowbally Island. Earlier, when we discussed the current warlords of the sea, Captain Buggy specifically mentioned that you pose a significant threat to him, and he is eager for a match. Hancock's eyes brightened, and she spoke in a deep tone. Though it seems somewhat like misdirection, your words do hold merit. With that, she turned her gaze towards Buggy, who was floating on the grand balcony, arching her brow. A powerful aura emanated from her stunning deep blue eyes, striking Buggy with precision from several dozen meters away. What? Buggy's initial reaction to being scrutinized by the world's most beautiful woman was sheer awe, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. Damn it, Mr. 3, you ruthless scoundrel. Though he was unaware of Hancock's motives for targeting Mr. 3 or the content of their exchange, he could clearly see Steelus, who had been kicked into the hillside, still oblivious to his fate. In that moment, Buggy was certain of one thing. If Hancock were to take action, the larger hill nearby would be his final resting place. Yarlita, Machi, Kabeji, Ricky. In a panic, Buggy suddenly remembered his loyal comrades still standing by his side, which bolstered his confidence. Yet, when he turned to look, that newfound assurance swiftly morphed into despair. The very allies who had stood beside him moments ago had retreated to a corner of the headquarters, feigning concern for the injured. Damn it, you bunch of scoundrels. Buggy's heart sank as he realized he had lost all hope in them. How foolish was I to believe in you? The sorrowful gaze of a man on the brink of death evoked pity and concern among his subordinates. Captain Buggy, you need not worry about the aftermath of the battle affecting us. We can handle this minor situation. They all rallied, inspired by Buggy's thoughtfulness and care. We heard from Lady Yarlita that the Pirate Empress wishes to challenge you. So go ahead and give her a beating she won't forget. Go, Captain Buggy. Show the Pirate Empress the extent of your terrifying strength. His crew was moved to tears, cheering him on. Buggy was equally touched by their fervor, feeling an urge to silence their incessant chatter with a needle and thread. And Yarlita, that cunning woman, must be seeking revenge for the earlier incident. Previously, when Mr. 3 had subdued Steelus, Yarlita had hinted at wanting to join the fray, only to be met with Mr. 3's dismissive gaze. Women are truly dangerous creatures. Regret washed over Buggy, yet he felt powerless. The pressure emanating from Hancock, monstrous and profound, was intensifying as she began to approach. Damn it, whether I live or die, I'll fight you to the end. Buggy raised his dark, fierce gaze to meet Hancock's, summoning 8 sharp knives into his hands, readying himself for an attack. Go. Captain Buggy. His crew was fervently excited. Captain Buggy, I look forward to working with you. Hancock, however, did not launch an attack. Halting a good distance away from the headquarters balcony. Why not advance further? Because she was unaccustomed to looking up at others, even if that person was her nominal captain. The reason she refrained from engaging in battle with the clown Buggy was quite simple, regardless of whether she could defeat him or not. The consequences of such a confrontation would be significantly detrimental. Unlike Mr. 3, who held a position of authority, Buggy was a captain, and he required an aura of superiority that could not afford defeat. If Hancock, having just joined Buggy's pirate crew, were to issue a challenge and emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly embarrass Buggy and offend many of the crew's senior members. This could create catastrophic obstacles for the future integration and cooperation of the Kuja pirates, potentially escalating into conflict or civil war, jeopardizing their shared goal of overthrowing the celestial dragons. Conversely, if she were to lose to Buggy, despite the arrogant Hancock believing that this was impossible, the repercussions would be even more severe. Regardless of Hancock's standing among the members of Buggy's crew, both she and her Kuja pirates would be regarded as inferior and unappreciated. This outcome, rather than merely resulting in a split between the two pirate crews, was something Hancock found far more difficult to accept. Thus, she proceeded toward the base at a leisurely pace, allowing her less astute mind ample time to weigh the pros and cons. Damn Mr. 3. Not only does he divert trouble, but he also seeks to test my ability to analyze the situation. Hancock noted Mr. 3's condescending machinations while glancing at Buggy, who appeared relaxed on the balcony. Although a direct confrontation was out of the question, the oppressive aura she exuded as she walked was inherently provocative. This was characteristic of the proud pirate empress. To Hancock's surprise, Buggy's response was remarkably assertive. The glint in his clownish eyes radiated a powerful confidence. Unafraid of facing her in battle, that piercing gaze, indifferent to life and death, is not something an ordinary strongman possesses. Hancock mused internally. However, unbeknownst to her, Buggy, fully resigned to the possibility of death, had entirely disregarded the concept of life as a luxury. As I anticipated, Hancock had no intention of challenging Buggy. Nearby, Mr. 3 heard Hancock address Buggy as Captain Buggy, and his taut nerves began to relax. Just as Hancock suspected, he had intentionally aimed the spotlight at Buggy to ascertain whether Hancock was an arrogant fool oblivious to the larger picture or a shrewd strategist with a heart of a tiger and a nose for roses. Despite believing that Hancock's portrayal was more nuanced and cunning than in the original narrative, the presence of the seasoned Granny Nine had limited the intel he could gather. Thus, this impromptu test became crucial in determining whether to regard Hancock as a trustworthy ally or merely a tool to complete system tasks. The outcome was evidently satisfactory. Hancock's performance did not disappoint Mr. 3. The only unexpected revelation was that Hancock's decision not to challenge Buggy indicated her awareness of being underestimated and manipulated. Given the vindictive nature of the Pirate Empress, one would expect her to retaliate fiercely, yet she exhibited remarkable restraint. After pondering the circumstances, Mr. 3 came to a conclusion. Perhaps it was the stunning display of his battle against Steelus, showcasing the terrifying potential of the wax fruit, that instilled a glimmer of hope in Hancock, convincing her that overthrowing the celestial dragons was not an unattainable dream. In other words, Hancock had fully acknowledged his potential to become a world-class powerhouse. Quite a feat. Gazing at Hancock's elegant and poised figure, Mr. 3 couldn't help but express his admiration. Such an accomplishment justified his tireless efforts in combating Steelus. Initially, he merely sought to gauge the extent of his enhanced abilities with the devil fruit and Haki, while Mr. 3 was lost in thought. The atmosphere at the base erupted due to Hancock's casual remark. Wait, did I hear that correctly? The one with Conqueror's Haki, known as the Pirate Empress, just called as Captain Buggy? Could it be that Buggy merely needed a single glance to intimidate the Pirate Empress? Goodness, how unfathomable is this man? Although they did not witness the legendary battle between Captain Buggy and the Pirate Empress, Buggy's admirers became even more fervent. One burly man, sporting a full beard, mimicked Hancock's demeanor, flipping his hair and pouting in a mockingly exaggerated manner. Captain Buggy, I look forward to your guidance. The likeness was uncanny, prompting laughter and excitement among the crew. Standing below, Hancock's gaze darkened. A surge of invisible power emanated from her, silencing the boisterous crew, leaving them pale and retreating to the corners, too intimidated to speak. After successfully restoring order, Hancock gracefully leaped to stand before the bewildered Buggy. Mr. 3 had briefed her on the situation beforehand. Hancock's eyes locked onto Buggy as she solemnly declared, as I mentioned earlier, the entire Kuja pirate crew shall join your ranks. From this moment forth, you are our captain. The hall erupted into a flurry of excitement. Aside from the confused newcomers, the seasoned veterans displayed expressions of incredulity. Mr. 3, no. He should now be called Brother 3. He has truly accomplished the seemingly impossible, recruiting the Pirate Empress to the Clown Buggy's crew. How did he manage this? Buggy, the focal point of this momentous event, maintained a calm facade, his expression betraying no emotion. I see Mr. 3 has shared everything with you. Then I shan't be too coy. Boa Hancock, the Buggy pirates welcome you to our ranks. Externally composed. Internally, however, he felt as if a volcano had erupted, his mind in utter chaos. What? Mr. 3 actually brought Hancock over, not just as an alliance, but a true incorporation. How on earth could he persuade such a formidable, fierce warrior as Hancock to accept recruitment? Buggy was desperate to uncover the answer, wishing he could rush down to inquire with Mr. 3. To his astonishment, the very next moment, Hancock, standing before him with a serious demeanor, provided the answer. Indeed, on the path to storm Mariewa, overthrowing the celestial dragons, and putting an end to the world's evils, the Kuja pirates are willing to offer you our utmost assistance. Upon hearing this, Buggy rubbed his disheveled beard thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Oh, so that's how it is. I mentioned my intention to attack Mary Geos and overthrow the celestial dragons. Wait, what did you say? As the conversation unfolded, Buggy suddenly became aware that something was amiss. The calm and composed expression on his face shifted dramatically, frame by frame, at an observable pace. First, the action of stroking his beard came to an abrupt halt. His facial muscles trembled slightly. A bubble of mucus slipped out from his nostril, his eyes bulged progressively, almost leaping from their sockets, and his jaw dropped swiftly to the floor. Attack Mary Geos? Overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons? Eh? Behind the nearly petrified Buggy, his many subordinates could no longer contain their thunderous astonishment. To strike at Mariewa and overthrow the celestial dragons? They had not anticipated that Captain Buggy's ambitions were so grand. Even the Pirate King would not dare to entertain such thoughts, would he? How infuriating. As his underlings, it was painfully evident that they had to learn of their captain's dreams from others. They had thought Buggy's ambition was merely to become the strongest in the world. But they realized how shallow their understanding had been. Buggy. The fervent cheers of his subordinates, to some extent, bolstered Buggy's confidence. He quickly shook off the shock on his face, rubbed his beard with vigor, and spread his arms wide, exclaiming, aha, you fool, Mr. 3. You told them all that. Well then, I shall no longer feign modesty. I will lay my cards on the table. Indeed, my true goal is to utterly eradicate the darkness of this era. The mere title of Pirate King is insignificant. At this declaration, the ones who felt the shock were none other than the onlookers, Arlita and Machi among them. They exchanged glances, bewilderment evident in their eyes. Hey. What on earth is that guy going on about? Don't lose yourself in this meaningless adoration. Buggy, you are utterly pathetic. Brothers, is it too late to jump ship? I just remembered I have an elderly mother back home who needs care. Wait, Ricky, aren't you a lion? Where did this elderly mother come from? I just made that up. Ah, wait, can a lion have a mother? Ultimately, it was her Lita, with her sharp intellect, who discerned the peculiar situation. Could you all use your brains for a moment? Does Buggy even have a way out now? As the others grasped the implication in Arlita's gaze, they turned to look at the upright Buggy. Through him, they noticed Hancock's brow gradually relaxing. After a moment of contemplation, they understood. Indeed, from the words of the pirate empress, it was clear that her agreement for Mr. 3 to join Buggy's crew stemmed from the notion of overthrowing the celestial dragons. If Buggy were to deny this now, he would undoubtedly expose Mr. 3's lie and provoke the wrath of the formidable Boa Hancock. At that point, they would have to contend with the fury of the entire Kuja pirates, which would be far more terrifying than being besieged by a Marine vice-admiral. Unexpectedly, Buggy's on-the-spot reaction was rather swift, albeit he appeared slightly carried away. Having unraveled the logic, the group nodded in understanding, no longer surprised. Meanwhile, the subordinates behind them continued to chant Buggy's name fervently. It was only when a pink beam of light surged through that these momentarily petrified fans finally consented to quiet down. What a noisy and lowly bunch of creatures. Hancock thought with disdain. Beside her, Buggy, who had narrowly escaped harm from the pink light, let out a silent sigh of relief. As for the integration and agreements between our two pirate crews, we shall discuss them later, Hancock said slowly. For her, it was sufficient to ascertain Buggy's determination to overthrow the celestial dragons. The remaining intricate agreements were beyond her interest or capability. No problem at all, Buggy cheerfully agreed, feeling a surge of admiration for Mr. 3. Although the process was undoubtedly more complex than simply uttering a few words to sway the cunning Hancock to join Buggy's crew, it had nonetheless become a reality, not a mere dream. Simply acknowledging the goal of overthrowing the celestial dragons allows us to recruit a powerhouse like Hancock. This is indeed a tremendous gain. As for whether to assault Mariewa, that was a matter for the distant future, who could say? Contemplating this, Buggy's heart swelled with joy. Then Hancock turned to gaze below, where the elite Marines barely withstood her conqueror's Haki. Now transformed into statues of terror, she had ensured they lost the ability to eavesdrop before they approached Buggy. What do you plan to do with those Marines and steel res? Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression turned somber as he coldly replied, if they dare to challenge us, they must be prepared to die here. The insignificant foot soldiers do not concern me, but as for steel res. Whoosh. Below the balcony, the viscous wax-like fluid began to elevate Mr. 3 slowly. As he did so, Mr. 3 interrupted Buggy's unfinished sentence, casting the severed feet back to him, and said solemnly, those insignificant foot soldiers do not matter. But killing steel res would certainly bring satisfaction. However, for us now, the drawbacks are far too great. Seeing Buggy bending down to reattach the severed feet, a look of confusion crossed his face, prompting Mr. 3 to explain, if we were to kill Steel Res, a vice-admiral of the Marine headquarters, here, it would be tantamount to formally issuing a declaration of war to the Marines. At that point, the next visitors to this island would likely be admiral-level forces. Admirals. Buggy was taken aback. Hancock, however, remained composed. It was only natural given the influence and status of a Marine vice-admiral. Observing that Buggy had somewhat regained his composure, Mr. 3 continued, what we need most now is time to develop stealthily, to recruit more warlords of the sea and quietly strengthen our power. It is unwise to confront the Marines head-on just yet, as long as we do not severely offend the Marines. And they understand that Hancock and the Kuja pirates have joined us. They will not foolishly initiate a second round of attacks against two warlord factions in the short term. At this point, Mr. 3 let out a heavy sigh. Doflamingo was indeed correct. The true rulers of these seas were the Marines and the celestial dragons. They could redefine justice at will, arbitrarily tear up treaties, and launch attacks against the warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, they had to tread carefully, considering the far-reaching implications. After speaking, Mr. 3, with an apologetic expression, turned to the enlightened Buggy and said, my apologies, Buggy. I inadvertently revealed what you intended to say. Cough, cough. Buggy cleared his throat, adjusted his facial expression, and patted Mr. 3 on the shoulder. Come on, Mr. 3, saying that is just being formal. We are brothers, after all. Who cares about such distinctions, you fool? Hancock frowned slightly, observing these two older men, feeling an inexplicable sense of being outmaneuvered, yet unable to pinpoint what exactly fell off. Upon receiving a 2-minute message of admiration from Captain Buggy, Corps members Yerlita, Kabaji, Machi, Leaky, and Hancock experienced a boost in aesthetic appeal by 1 point. A 2% enhancement in physical prowess, a 1% increase in fruit development progress, and a 1% advancement in the mastery of Haki for those without a fruit. Mr. 3 momentarily found himself taken aback by the sudden system notification echoing in the depths of his mind. Buggy's admiration, along with such beneficial effects. It was not surprising given Buggy's unique status connected to the strongest vice-admiral system. Surely, it could not be that within the entire Buggy Pirates crew, only his strength was rapidly ascending? Mr. 3 had previously harbored similar doubts, or perhaps disdain, after all. Why should his own external aid be linked to someone as incompetent as Buggy? Could it be that he would truly need to elevate this individual to the throne of Pirate King? Surely, a mere exchange with the likes of Shanks or Kaido would yield far superior results. Reflecting deeply and considering the original narrative alongside the system's description of Buggy's camp's S-rank luck buff, Mr. 3 reluctantly acknowledged a possibility. Buggy's extraordinary luck-infused Haki might indeed be so formidable that even a system steeped in mysticism could establish an inexplicable connection. Regardless, I must be more modest in Buggy's presence from now on. Mr. 3 silently resolved. It would be absurd for him to flaunt his abilities only to inadvertently benefit another. Such selflessness was the hallmarks of a virtuous person. Moreover, this was his own brother? With the crisis at Karai Island resolved, they would return to Blaze Island, where many matters awaited their attention. Hancock's expression shifted slightly as she gracefully shrugged her cloak and leaped from the balcony railing. As for the subsequent handover of the pirate crew, Mr. 3 could simply notify her later. A melodious voice accompanied by a waft of fragrance drifted from the balcony. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Buggy and Mr. 3, the remnants of the former Kuja pirates, including Hancock, departed the ravaged Karai Island in grand fashion. Along the way, Hancock maintained a somber silence. It was not until they boarded the ship and confirmed their solitude that she quietly inquired of Sandersonia and Marigold, "Do you think I have become more beautiful?" As the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock was acutely aware of her appearance through the lens of observation Haki. Even the slightest enhancement in beauty could be detected. Sandersonia and Marigold, fully alert, scrutinized Hancock's visage before nodding earnestly. "Sister, you have indeed become more beautiful." "Haha, just as I thought. It seems Karai Island suits me quite well." A faint smile graced Hancock's lips, despite her awareness that her two sisters had not truly discerned any change. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Karai Island, Mr. 3 and Buggy exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the fate of those responsible for the stone statues littering the ground behind them. The unaffected Yarlita and others hastily approached, offering lavish praise to Mr. 3. "Wow, Brother 3, you're amazing. At first, I thought you were boasting. But you really brought the pirate empress over." Their excitement hinted at newfound strength within their ranks, a divine blessing indeed. "By the way, Brother 3, you really hide your true strength well. You even managed to defeat a Navy Vice Admiral," Yarlita remarked, her focus shifting from strength to Mr. 3's appearance. "Though it's the same face, why do you look so much more handsome?" Yarlita's observation caught the attention of everyone, including Buggy, who exchanged puzzled expressions. Indeed, Mr. 3's demeanor appeared distinctly different, more refined and less sleazy than before. Listening to the compliments from those who typically offered only mockery, Mr. 3's spirit soared, prompting him to silently rescind his earlier decision regarding selflessness. "Well said, reward shall follow." "Hey, Brother 3, was Amazon Lily truly that wonderful? You merely visited. And yet such a transformation occurred?" Buggy's head detached and floated close to Mr. 3's face, his expression imbued with mystery. "Do tell, what transpired on that island? Known as the paradise for women? Come on, I was there on business. What do you mean by those suggestive glances?" Mr. 3 retorted, grabbing Buggy by the hair and flinging him out towards the balcony. Buggy's head hovered for a moment before returning to his neck, shedding his teasing demeanor for a more serious tone. "I was just joking, Brother 3. But honestly, I'm quite curious." Right? Yarlita and others crowded closer, their curiosity piqued. Mr. 3 contemplated the situation. Their inquisitiveness had been thoroughly ignited, and if he did not share at least a modicum of detail, they would undoubtedly become more bothersome. Clearing his throat, he recounted his experiences in the Amazon Lily Kingdom to Buggy and the others, detailing debates with Hancock's grandmother, battles against the Snake Sisters, and his clashes with Hancock's aura, alongside the incident of being robbed by pirates. He conveyed the narrative lightly. Yet Buggy and the others could palpably sense the lurking dangers within. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Oh, I see," Buggy mused, gazing thoughtfully at Mr. 3. Just as everyone anticipated an emotional revelation, Buggy abruptly shifted the topic. "I understand now. Brother 3, your transformation in demeanor must be due to being petrified multiple times." As he spoke, Buggy's expression grew increasingly resolute. "Yes, that must be it. One day, I must have Hancock test her petrifying gaze on me. If possible, I would like my red nose to become more rounded and vibrant." Observing Buggy lost in his fantasies, Yarlita and the others exchanged exasperated glances, questioning if this was truly the focus of their conversation. Mr. 3 scrutinized Buggy's red nose for a moment before expressing his candid thoughts. "That would only make you look more grotesque, wouldn't it? You candle-headed fool, what are you saying?" Buggy erupted in fury, retaliating with a swift chop to Mr. 3's head. The red nose was a sensitive subject. "What's it to you? Speak up, you rascal Buggy. If you want to fight, just say so." Mr. 3 naturally would not allow Buggy to dominate, rolling up his sleeves to engage in a tussle. The scene devolved into chaos. After their playful scuffle, Mr. 3, Buggy, and several officers lined up at the balcony railing, gazing at the ravaged Karai Island following the battle. Prior to their departure, Mr. 3 had tasked Buggy and the others with safeguarding Karai Island. Though they had succeeded, the cost was significant, and the subsequent repairs would require ample time. This was undoubtedly a necessary endeavor, as the current state of Karai Island was akin to Big Mom's Cake Island or Kaido's Wano. serving as the Buggy pirate stronghold and a crucial FAAD to attract other formidable forces. By the way, Brother 3, have you truly awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Why do I find it so difficult to believe when I see your face that reads, I am weak? Buggy, cradling his bruised and swollen eyes, spoke with a tone rife with skepticism. Mr. 3 did not conceal the fact that he had awakened the Conqueror's Haki in the City of Nine Snakes. Holding a cold towel to the 2 large bumps on his forehead, he replied calmly, Didn't I use the Conqueror's Haki when I first arrived on the island? Otherwise, who do you think knocked out those Marines lying on the ground? Buggy licked his swollen lips, shaking his head as he retorted, Don't try to fool us. That was clearly Hancock's Haki. Don't think we don't know she possesses all 3 types of Haki. It was certain that Mr. 3 had not awakened the Conqueror's Haki before leaving Kairi Bali. How could he claim to have awakened and mastered the Conqueror's Haki after just a brief visit to Nine Snake Island? Such exaggeration was beyond belief. Even the legendary Captain Roger would not make such a startling claim. Indeed, that is utterly impossible. We are well aware of your talents, Brother 3, declared the Beastmaster Machi and others in disbelief. The more they learned about Mr. 3, the less they could fathom that he could awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Such a notion was as ludicrous as Buggy suddenly manifesting his devil fruit powers, causing chaos across the world. However, they could not have anticipated that the figure standing beside them was not the timid Mr. 3 they remembered, but rather a transcendent individual endowed with the qualities of a king. Ah, you are all still so young. Mr. 3 noted the disdain and scorn in their eyes. Turning to the bewildered Buggy and his companions, he gestured them to retreat. Very well. I shall reluctantly grant you a taste of what the Conqueror's Haki truly entails. Step back. I am about to demonstrate my might. He resolved to silence Buggy and the others with undeniable proof. As they sensed the fierce aura emanating from Mr. 3, Buggy and the others swallowed hard. Stepping back into the hall of the palace, their hearts racing with astonishment. Could it be that Mr. 3 was genuinely not boasting? Mr. 3 was pleased with their expressions. A smirk gracing his lips as he warned, Be cautious, do not faint. At that moment, as Buggy and his companions held their breath, their hearts in their throats, Mr. 3 spread his arms wide, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki with all his might. It's coming. Buggy and his companions braced themselves, their muscles taut, even their eyes barely daring to open. This was the Conqueror's Haki. If they truly could not withstand it and fainted, they would be the laughingstock forever. As they concentrated intensely, time passed slowly. 1 second, nothing happened. 2 seconds, nothing happened. 3 seconds, nothing happened. A gentle breeze swept through Kairi Bali, brushing past the oddly positioned Mr. 3 and the slightly apprehensive Buggy and his crew, before awkwardly escaping through the grand windows on the other side of the hall. Yet, the embarrassment in the room remained palpable. Buggy and his crew. I'm sorry. But my physical and mental energy was completely depleted during the battle with Steel Res, so I seem unable to release the Conqueror's Haki for now. Mr. 3 panted, awkwardly scratching his head by the grand balcony. How could I have forgotten such a crucial matter? Good heavens, Mr. 3. You truly played your part so convincingly that even I was fooled. Buggy cursed as he came to his senses. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. You successfully deceived us all. Mr. 3 shrugged helplessly. Buggy, I know this is a significant blow to you, but I truly have awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Haha, this is hilarious. Look at him. He is still pretending. Buggy laughed heartily. Seeing Mr. 3 unfazed, the painted clown face of Buggy gradually darkened, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Well, you see, the Conqueror's Haki is not something one can simply claim to possess. With that, Buggy stepped forward, mimicking Mr. 3's earlier pose with arms wide open, his expression serious and commanding. In an instant, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. Behold, this is what true Conqueror's Haki looks like. With that declaration, an overwhelming pressure radiated from Buggy, adorned in his bright red cloak, exploding outward in all directions. In Mr. 3's astonished gaze, he witnessed Machi, Kabeji, and the lion-hearted Ricky beside Buggy, all displaying expressions of horror, their bodies trembling violently. Moments later, their eyes rolled back, succumbing to Buggy's Conqueror's Haki, collapsing onto the ground in spasms. Even the usually composed Yarlita dropped her spiked club with a clatter, her slender legs buckling as she fainted to the ground, her face pale. At the center of this aura storm, Buggy's crimson cloak billowed wildly as he let out a wild, unrestrained laugh. Ha! Did you see that, Mr. 3? This is the genuine article of Conqueror's Haki. Ah, this. Mr. 3 felt his head buzzing, utterly bewildered. What is happening? I don't recall Oda ever mentioning that Buggy possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Could it be true, as the rumors online suggest, that Buggy is actually a hidden master on par with Shanks? In shock, Mr. 3's gaze fell on the twitching Ricky sprawled on the ground. Looking up, he observed Buggy's oddly billowing red cloak, and his astonishment dissipated. Enough, Buggy, it's time to retract those hands separated from your cloak and stop the pretentious act. Upon hearing his words, Machi and the others, indeed, sprang back to their feet, brushing off the dust from their clothes, as if nothing had transpired. Buggy, having been exposed, retracted his scattered hands, a mischievous grin spreading across his clownish face. Ah, 3, your expression just now was priceless. Mr. 3 rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Buggy, who seemed somewhat deranged, and turned to Yerlida, who had resumed holding her spiked club. Yerlida, when did you become so foolish as to indulge Buggy in such trivial antics? In response, Yerlida glanced at the spiked club on her shoulder and said slowly, I am merely delighted that you didn't awaken the Conqueror's Haki. For at least it means this club and my stomach are safe. I believe Machi and the others feel the same, especially Ricky, who must be relieved not to be devoured. Mr. 3, what sort of malicious wager have you all made behind my back? In the end, Mr. 3 still did not showcase his Conqueror's Haki before the gathered crowd of Buggy's crew. Ultimately, this was a trivial matter. Those who needed to know would inevitably find out. When the time came, catching them off guard would rather enhance his stature. After a brief respite, around midday, Mr. 3 contacted Hancock and the others using a specially designed transponder snail. Time was of the essence. Every minute wasted could lead to monumental shifts in the pirate world. The period he traversed was exceptionally unique, leaving little room for delay. Soon, propelled by 2 enormous sea serpents, Hancock and the core members of the former Kuja pirates boarded a small merchant vessel and returned to the main base of the Buggy pirates on Karaibari Island. The immediate task was, of course, to reverse the petrification of the elite marines and the pirate subordinates. The pirate crew, in general, exhibited no significant fear towards Hancock, aside from a lingering admiration for Captain Buggy's grand aspirations. After all, such a formidable and beautiful woman had confirmed her allegiance to the Buggy pirates, becoming a pillar of support. Conversely, the restored marines huddled in a corner, trembling in terror. Following Mr. 3's prior arrangements, the Buggy pirates refrained from executing them. Instead, they allowed them to fetch the severely injured Vice Admiral Stelis, who was embedded in the hillside. Despite his grave injuries, his vital signs remained strong. After enduring a thorough beating from the Buggy pirates and the original Kuja pirates, the surviving marines, burdened by their injured comrade, retreated from Karaibari Island. Their initial bravado replaced by a sense of defeat. The fortunate survivors also served another purpose, transmitting the critical intelligence regarding the Kuja pirates' allegiance to the Buggy pirates, including Hancock, back to the Marine headquarters. This would ensure the Navy acted with caution, deterred from launching a second assault on Karaibari Island. With the Marine threat and the Stelis issue resolved, under Mr. 3's guidance, the female warriors of the Kuja pirates began the reconstruction of Karaibari Island. The Buggy Express mercenaries and scattered pirate members were unable to arrive promptly, thus the task of rebuilding fell to the former Kuja crew. Initially reluctant and dismissive of such laborious tasks, the battle-hungry women soon found relief in the physical exertion of lifting and hurling large stones, embracing the work with newfound enthusiasm. Were these powerful beings truly ordinary women? Standing on the grand balcony, Buggy and his cadre, including Kabeji, listened to the sounds of wind whooshing and explosions booming. Lost in profound contemplation, the Kuja pirates indeed proved themselves to be valiant and skilled warriors. After a brief tidy-up, in the opulent conference hall on the second floor of their headquarters, Mr. 3, Buggy, and other key figures, along with Hancock and her quartet, took their seats for the inaugural formal meeting following the Kuja pirates' integration into the Buggy pirates. The meeting's agenda could be divided into 2 primary sections. Firstly, the treaties and principles that the Buggy pirates needed to adhere to post-integration, given the all-female nature of the Kuja pirates, which posed challenges for harmonious coexistence with the diverse Buggy crew. Conversely, the Kuja pirates would need to make corresponding commitments, including following Captain Buggy's reasonable directives and safeguarding the fundamental interests of the Buggy pirates. In essence, this was a complex and cumbersome topic requiring thorough refinement through ongoing interactions, not something to be settled in just a few hours. Throughout this discussion, Mr. 3 slumped over the table in slumber. These matters held no interest for him, and he was disinclined to partake. With a shared commitment to weather the impending chaos and achieve their common goal of overthrowing the celestial dragons, both parties maintained a cordial demeanor, swiftly establishing the primary treaties and rules. Naturally, the meeting transitioned to the second segment, delineating the future course of action for the Buggy pirates and determining which warlord to recruit next. This was the segment in which Mr. 3 needed to participate, or rather, the one he would lead. The Buggy pirates, under Buggy's leadership, had long since chosen to place their trust in Mr. 3 when he proposed a secret expedition to recruit the pirate empress. Mr. 3 had indeed performed the miraculous feat of persuading Hancock to join the Buggy pirates, an accomplishment they had deemed utterly impossible. As for Hancock and the others, having witnessed Mr. 3's formidable intellect and unparalleled potential firsthand, they likewise had no objections and were willing to follow his directives. However, as the consensus fell upon Mr. 3, they belatedly noticed that the protagonist of this segment was currently draped over the edge of the conference table, snoring and drooling in a peculiar posture. A wave of incredulity swept over them. Was this fellow truly the most astute strategist among them, the intellectual backbone of the Buggy pirates? Having experienced Mr. 3's formidable conquerors Haki, the likes of Hancock and the Snake Sisters began to question whether this individual was indeed the same Mr. 3 who had exuded such commanding presence in Kuja City. Even Hancock, well aware that Mr. 3 was not an ordinary wielder of Conqueror's Haki, could only facepalm in disbelief. Being natives of the pirate world, they could hardly comprehend that the most satisfying slumber often occurred during lectures or meetings. After a moment of silence, Yerlita, seated nearby, extended her delicate fingers from beneath the table and gently poked Mr. Three's cheek. No response. On the other hand, Buggy was less gentle. He raised his hand and delivered a swift chop, his teeth gnashing as he bellowed, "This is a highly significant meeting, you buffoon. Pay a little attention." As the hand descended toward Mr. Three's forehead, still in a state of slumber, he seemed to sense the impending strike, instinctively activating his observation Haki and narrowly evading it. This instinctive release of observation Haki was a testament to the teachings of Rayleigh during that unforgettable Haki seminar. Yet, after such commotion, Mr. Three gradually opened his bleary eyes. Awakening from his deep slumber, realizing the meeting had progressed to his segment, he rubbed his hands across his cheeks to sharpen his focus. Then, raising his profound gaze to survey the room, he declared, "Since you all place such faith in me, I shall not keep you in suspense. I will reveal the conclusion at once." Upon hearing this, Buggy and Hancock, among others, immediately straightened their expressions, now fully attentive to Mr. Three. He adjusted his glasses and slowly began, "The next warlord we aim to recruit is. Therefore, whether you are pursuing literature or nurturing stories, if time permits, I kindly ask you to check the latest chapters daily and share your thoughts. A humble debut author expresses gratitude here. Furthermore, I extend my thanks to those who have shown support, including Xiao Jilong, Ghosts Beyond the Timeline, Zairu Gu, the struggling one emerging from the desolation, and others who have contributed their monthly votes and recommendations." As the words of Mr. Three echoed, the room fell into a stunned silence. Even Hancock, who was aware of Mr. Three's next recruit, was momentarily taken aback. This wretched deceiver, didn't he only mention Crocodile aboard the merchant ship? Why is there now a mention of the brutal Edward Weevil? Recruiting both new and old warlords of the sea simultaneously seemed foolish, bordering on self-destructive. Are you serious, Mr. Three? Recruiting two at once, especially those of such formidable caliber? After the initial shock, Buggy, the captain, was the first to voice the collective concern. If I recall correctly, Crocodile was your former superior, right? And while Weevil possesses tremendous strength, akin to the young Whitebeard, a hint of worry crossed Buggy's face at the mention of Edward Weevil. This newly emerged individual, claiming to be Whitebeard's biological son, hardly appeared to adhere to principles of righteousness. Miss Backen, the one directly involved, was known for her cunning nature. Any misstep in dealings with her could lead to dire consequences. Buggy's words resonated with those gathered around the table, as they nodded in agreement. Whether it was the Snake Princess or others like Alrita, they collectively speculated that these two were not the optimal choices. In comparison, the Supernova, Law, and the principled Mihawk were far more suitable candidates. Although the challenges would still be considerable, failing to negotiate with them would likely not lead to unwarranted hostility, thereby ensuring a modicum of safety. However, Mr. Three, possessing a keen understanding of the larger pirate world, recognized the futility of such reasoning. Law, engaged in a fierce battle against Kaido, represented an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, preferred solitude and lacked any vulnerabilities akin to Hancock's past as a celestial dragon slave. He was an enigmatic figure, nearly unattainable under the current circumstances. Considering these factors, the remaining candidates among the warlords were quite limited. Jinbe, embroiled in the battle at Onigashima, Moria, who ventured into Blackbeard's territory seeking allies, and the transformed Kuma, were all off the table for the time being. Naturally, Mr. Three could not divulge these insights to those present. Any attempt to explain would only lead to confusion. Thus, meeting the inquisitive gazes of the group, he looked up at Buggy, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Precisely because Crocodile was my former superior, I possess a substantial understanding of him. Therefore, the likelihood of a successful recruitment is quite promising. As for Weevil, based on prior newspaper reports, this simple-minded individual is utterly subservient to Miss Backen, and she, much like you, Buggy, is someone who values wealth above all else. Willing to go to great lengths for it." Mr. Three's eyes gleamed with ambition, with sufficient enticing benefits. Persuading her to endorse Weevil's inclusion should not pose a significant challenge. "Wait a moment, Galdi. Eno, are you implying that I am a money-obsessed scoundrel?" Buggy immediately caught the underlying insult, rising from his seat, indignant. "Isn't it the pursuit of wealth that drives pirates to set sail? Treasure maps and riches are a man's romance. You know nothing, you fool." Mr. Three dismissively waved his hand. Buggy's assertion held some truth, upon reflection. It seemed that he alone among pirates was fervently interested in treasure maps and hunts. Most others sought adventure or aspired to become the strongest, while some were notorious outlaws. Meanwhile, Hancock disregarded Buggy's frivolous remarks and inquired of Mr. Three, "Since you are so confident in recruiting Crocodile, I shall refrain from further comment. But can this ticking time bomb, Weevil, truly benefit our team?" Mr. Three discerned the implications behind her words. Under the control of the self-serving Miss Backen, Weevil's addition to Buggy's crew could become a major liability, posing a risk of betrayal. In truth, he had never included Weevil in his recruitment plans. Yet, after a grueling battle with Rear Admiral Steeless, He had acutely recognized his own inadequacies and felt a pressing need to grow stronger to face the impending chaos of the great era ahead. After all, when the narrative transcends the original anime storyline, the overarching perspective of a time traveler loses its efficacy. The only means of survival lies in possessing immense strength, capable of contending with admirals and the four emperors. Thus, recruiting Weevil could be considered a calculated risk. If successful, it would yield significant gains, allowing for the swift achievement of system objectives and a substantial enhancement of power. At that point, even if Weevil harbored ulterior motives, he could be eliminated on the spot. Indeed, Weevil posed a considerable threat to the subsequent stability of Buggy's crew. Yet, conversely, could he not also serve as a formidable weapon against their enemies? Mr. 3 paused, glancing at Hancock and Buggy, a mysterious smile forming on his lips. Or perhaps you lack confidence in controlling Weevil, believing that his strength and intellect surpass yours? His casual remark struck Buggy and Hancock like a thunderclap. Damn it, Mr. 3, I can't simply ignore that remark. Buggy levitated, activating his fruit powers to enlarge his flamboyant red cape, declaring, I am Buggy the Clown. What is Weevil compared to me? Hancock's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes reflecting both pride and anger. Mr. 3, are you aware of the consequences of underestimating me? Sitting beside Hancock, the elderly woman regarded Mr. 3 with a serious expression, a bead of sweat forming on her brow, silently alarmed. This man has discerned the Snake Princess's temperament in such a short time. However, due to Mr. 3's unique past as a former celestial dragon slave and his agreement with her earlier suggestion, she refrained from voicing any objections. Having successfully ignited the competitive spirit of both parties, Mr. 3 smirked, concealing his achievements. Since you both have no objections, then it is settled. Having spoken, he raised his gaze towards Buggy. Buggy, you will handle the negotiations with Miss Backen regarding the recruitment of Weevil. Buggy, whose pride was at its zenith, nodded emphatically. No problem, this trivial matter is entrusted to. Mid-sentence, Buggy suddenly realized something awry. Pointing at himself, his previous ease and composure crumbled in an instant. Wait, me? You want me to recruit Weevil? Simultaneously recruiting 2 of the 7 warlords was a decision made by Mr. 3 after careful consideration. The urgency of the situation could not be overstated, as the cunning naval commanders were not to be underestimated. Should they discern that the Buggy pirates aimed to gather all the new and old 7 warlords, the subsequent interactions with them would become exceedingly challenging. After all, according to the Navy's initial strategy, the 7 warlords represented a unique entity, a third force capable of balancing against the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperors. The convergence of such formidable and ruthless individuals could evolve into a legendary pirate crew akin to the Nightmarish Rocks pirates, posing a far greater threat to the Navy headquarters than the Rocks pirates ever did. Each 7 warlord harbored hidden influences and connections that spanned the entirety of the New World, encompassing both the underworld and the legitimate world. Therefore, before the Navy headquarters could realize their true intentions, Mr. 3 needed to recruit more 7 warlords as swiftly as possible. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, leaving Buggy to merely guard Kiribati Island would serve little purpose. They would still face attacks regardless. It was far better to utilize his skills. Indeed, Buggy, the task of recruiting Weevil must fall to you. Mr. 3 affirmed Buggy's apprehensions. What about Hancock? Buggy inquired, glancing towards Hancock, who stood calmly not far away. In his slightly flustered gaze, he noticed the flawless, captivating beauty of Hancock, often hailed as the world's most exquisite, now inscribed with words like thigh, safety, stability, and amulet. Mr. 3, seemingly reading Buggy's thoughts, replied matter-of-factly, naturally, she will accompany me to locate Crocodile. With a powerhouse like Hancock by my side, I can proceed with assurance, lest I fall victim to a sudden assault from the Sand Crocodile. Recruiting a defiant figure like Crocodile was inherently a formidable challenge. Not to mention, Mr. 3 had previously worked under Crocodile, nearly losing his life in the process. Given the changing dynamics, persuading Crocodile to join the Buggy pirates had become significantly more complex. Although Mr. 3 had devised strategies, he could not guarantee absolute success, with a mere 70% likelihood, even with Hancock's protection. Upon hearing this, Buggy, already lacking confidence, became enraged, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, his teeth resembling jagged saws. What nonsense! So my safety is of no concern? That is Whitebeard's own son, the ruthless and violent monster Weevil. Mr. 3, fully aware of Buggy's reactions, preemptively pushed his spitting head away, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, precisely because of that. Your personal involvement is all the more essential. Such a challenging endeavor would end in failure for anyone else. Only you, Captain Buggy, the strongest and most astute among us, are fit for this task. With a flourish of flattery, Buggy's anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of arrogance and pride. Aha, how delightful. Mr. 3, I never expected you to place such trust in me. In that case, I shall not feign ignorance. Under serious circumstances, even a mere novice like myself can handle old Jean with ease. Buggy laughed heartily, brimming with confidence as he patted his chest. The captain is wise. Mr. 3 added another wave of praise. Entrusting Buggy with the task of finding Weevil was not merely a desperate act due to time constraints. On the contrary, he was the most suitable candidate for the recruitment. The reasoning was straightforward. First, Buggy and Miss Backen, who controlled Weevil, were cut from the same cloth, cunning and greedy for wealth. Their negotiations would likely yield mutually acceptable terms. Second, Buggy's fragmented fruit naturally countered Weevil's large scythe. Even if negotiations collapsed, Buggy would still possess the strength to fight back, or even bypass Weevil to take down Miss Backen directly. Conversely, sending him to confront Crocodile could result in a swift demise should the desert swordsman be displeased. Lastly, there was a more esoteric element at play. Buggy possessed a certain aura of luck, and sending him to recruit Weevil might yield unexpected surprises and rewards. After all, even the system could not evade the influence of his fortunate charm. Seated across from Hancock and Granny Jia, who observed the laughing Buggy and the composed Mr. 3, they exchanged glances filled with mutual bewilderment and incongruity. This clown, Buggy, appeared surprisingly different from the rumors. Unexpectedly genuine? It was well known that Buggy wielded a unique dual-colored Haki, the lucky Haki and the imaginative Haki, wherein the lucky Haki benefited only his allies, while the imaginative Haki affected enemies and perplexed bystanders. Thus, Hancock and Granny Jia's impressions were entirely plausible. With time, they would surely acclimate, just as Yalida had. Forgive my intrusion, Mr. 3, but if what you propose comes to fruition, who will guard the Buggy pirate's base? Temporarily setting aside extraneous thoughts, Granny Jia spoke slowly, pinpointing the greatest risk of Mr. 3's arrangement. Without Mr. 3, Buggy, and Hancock, Kiribati Island would be left in a precarious state, vulnerable to naval assault at any moment. Naturally, it will be entrusted to those beyond our trio. Mr. 3 rose, naming individuals one by one. Aside from the aging Granny Jia, the 4 from Yalita and the 2 Snake sisters were all included. We are no match for a vice admiral of the Navy, Yalita exclaimed in astonishment. The others voiced their agreement. We will do our utmost. The Snake sisters, brimming with fighting spirit, displayed unwavering resolve, clearly prepared to defend their ground at all costs. There is no need for such tension, Mr. 3 replied calmly. As I mentioned earlier, we let Styrith and the elite Marines escape. We haven't completely antagonized the Navy headquarters. Given the current situation, it is highly unlikely they will seek a confrontation with us, who possess the strength of 2 7 warlords. With Sabo causing a ruckus in Mariewa and the 5 supernovas battling Kaido and Big Mom in a duel 4 Emperor's alliance. These 2 monumental events were enough to keep the Navy headquarters thoroughly overwhelmed. Mr. 3 thought to himself, for someone like him, who had meticulously plotted, this was a matter of course. Yet, to others, it painted an entirely different picture. Yalida's pupils narrowed as she murmured, I see now. When you mentioned letting Shitty Ellis escape earlier, I was somewhat perplexed. It appears you had already anticipated this step. Machi and the others shook their heads, sighing in self-deprecation. Brother 3, truly a master of subtlety. Hancock and Zabora were surprised, yet their astonishment was limited. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how Mr. 3 had skillfully outmaneuvered the newly appointed Marine Rear Admiral, KB. After a few moments of contemplation, Zabora could not restrain her curiosity. Mr. 3. When you successfully evacuated the residents under the guise of the Amazon Lily using the perfumed snake, you referred to this strategy as making a show of repairing the road while secretly crossing the pass. What about this current plan? Without a moment's hesitation, Mr. 3 replied generously, just in case, and to bolster the morale of our forces. I will leave wax figures of Buggy and Hancock in the hall to intimidate the Marines and some audacious pirates. By using a deceptive FAAD to confuse the enemy, we can effectively deter them while maintaining minimal forces in an otherwise vacant city. The empty city stratagem. Empty city stratagem. The attendees at the conference blinked in confusion. Pondering this term they had never encountered before, feeling a mix of bewilderment and admiration. Indeed, similar strategies existed in my homeland, amounting to a total of 36, of which I had only learned the basics. The intricacies were beyond mere words to describe. Mr. 3 beamed with unabashed pride. This was the culmination of thousands of years of warfare wisdom from Great China. Initially, he had deemed it somewhat trivial. But upon entering the chaotic world of pirates and skillfully outmaneuvering KB and his fleet, he had come to deeply appreciate the profound psychological games involved, realizing the extent of their terror. If the overarching perspective in the pirate world was the foundation of his invulnerability, and the strongest vice admiral system was his rapid enhancement, then these ancient wisdoms, which could be deemed as dimensional strikes, were the winning treasures of the forthcoming chaotic era, possessing all 3. How could such an unparalleled start lead to defeat? Wait, are you serious, 3? I've never heard you mention such impressive knowledge before. Buggy rubbed his hands together, his gaze towards Mr. 3 filled with longing. Previously, as privileged warlords of the sea, we had never needed to employ such war-related strategies. Mr. 3, perceiving the fervor in Buggy's eyes, shook his head and replied, don't even think about it, Buggy. You wouldn't be able to grasp it. Hey, you scoundrel. Buggy, having his thoughts seen through, slumped back into his seat with diminished enthusiasm. Eager to eavesdrop, Hancock, Zabora, Yalida, and the others also withdrew their heads, their spirits waning. Once we recruit enough warlords and navigate through this critical period that necessitates careful development, I shall engage in a detailed discussion with you, Captain, and others about the 36 strategies. After all, Buggy is the nominal captain of the Buggy Pirates, and Mr. 3 was quite considerate in granting him face. Aha. To be honest, I was initially uninterested, but seeing your enthusiasm, I might graciously lend an ear later. Buggy responded with a huff. The others looked on with eager eyes, clearly anticipating the grandeur of the 36 strategies. After some idle chatter, Mr. 3 turned his gaze towards Buggy, who sat at the head of the table. The lightheartedness on his face gradually transformed into a serious demeanor as he solemnly stated, "So, if there are no issues with the upcoming plan, Captain, give the order." The sudden formality caught Buggy off guard. After a few moments of contemplation to regain his composure, he activated his abilities. His fragmented body expanding the grand red cloak, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. "All right, brothers," under the watchful eyes of the increasingly excited officers. Buggy soared into the air, vociferously declaring, "The meeting is adjourned. Everyone, stay sharp and fulfill your tasks. Let us go all out. Yay." Half an hour later, on the secluded coast of Calabari Island, Mr. 3 and Buggy stood side by side, gazing at the small sailboat slowly approaching the distant sea. Buggy, exercise utmost caution when interacting with Whitebeard too. If the opportunity truly eludes us, relinquishing our ambitions is also a wise choice. Mr. 3, now donned in a refreshing outfit, regarded Buggy with profound eyes, imparting his final counsel. Seeing Mr. 3 so serious, Buggy shed his usual humorous demeanor and patted his shoulder, saying, "3, after so many life and death encounters, you should know me better. Rest assured, if danger arises, I can flee faster than anyone." Mr. 3 looked up at Buggy and said leisurely, "What I mean is, if the opportunity truly does not present itself, consider abandoning your ambitions to stay with Miss Bakeen and swap out Weeble. It could be a practical approach." Buggy, damn it. Why did I suddenly feel that Mr. 3 is actually quite decent just a moment ago? "All right, Mr. 3, I shall graciously accept your affections. Rest assured, I will properly convey your virtues to that old woman, Miss Bakeen." Buggy grinned mischievously in retaliation. Mr. 3 shrugged, exclaiming helplessly, "Before that, she may become infatuated with your alluring nose the moment she sees you, leaving me with little chance." Upon hearing this, Buggy's grin faltered, glowering at Mr. 3 with displeasure. "You scoundrel, who are you calling a red-nosed fool? It's an alluring nose." Mr. 3 corrected him earnestly. "Hey, are you trying to continue the unfinished business from the balcony before you leave?" "Soft wax candle man," Buggy retorted, unable to ignore the jab. "You are the red-nosed one. Your whole family is red-nosed." Buzz. Flames erupted from Mr. 3's hair, while Buggy's limbs also fragmented, both preparing for a brawl, their eagerness palpable. "What are you two doing, putting on a monkey show?" A cold yet commanding voice laced with authority interrupted their standoff from behind. Mr. 3 turned to see a stunning figure approaching under the radiant sun. Hancock had removed her obstructive cloak, donning a light and alluring lavender nine-snake cheepow. Unlike her usual appearance, she was now wearing a rare white cap, and her long, dark hair flowed elegantly, exuding an undeniable mature allure. With each step, her flawless, long legs swayed, causing the snake-shaped earrings to jingle, captivating the senses and drawing attention to her exquisitely cold yet perfect profile. Sharing a mutual appreciation for beauty, Mr. 3 and Buggy found themselves momentarily entranced, forgetting their intention to unleash their fists upon each other. "Ahem, Hancock, you've arrived." Mr. 3, recovering first due to his stronger composure, greeted her with a smile. "Please don't misunderstand. We were merely engaging in some warm-up exercises before parting." As he spoke, he poked Buggy's side. Buggy immediately understood. His fist, which had been poised to strike Mr. 3's face, suddenly relaxed, and he effortlessly hooked his arm around Mr. 3's shoulder. "Ah, yes, indeed. I always said warm-up exercises are unnecessary, yet this fellow insisted on dragging me along. There's truly no way to deal with him." Mr. 3 similarly wrapped his arm around Buggy's shoulder and, glancing at Hancock, generously praised, "By the way, Hancock, your attire is simply exquisite. Have you considered employing the beauty strategy? After all, during our time at Snake Princess Island, I openly admitted to being a lecher. So I might as well be candid now." Buggy, on the other hand, was taken aback, frantically twisting his body in an attempt to distance himself from Mr. 3. To speak so bluntly in front of the pirate Empress Hancock was not merely a sign of recklessness. It was sheer folly. Hancock raised her icy gaze, observing the pair of Buggy and Mr. 3, who were so intimately linked. The nagging feeling that she had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship grew ever stronger. Rather than being the first and second in command of a pirate crew, they resembled comedic figures performing tricks on the street. Were they truly men filled with lofty ambitions and aspirations? In silence, Hancock scrutinized Mr. 3 and Buggy. At some point, inexplicably, a wave of relaxation surged from her heart, coursing throughout her body. Truth be told, she did not relish the serious, oppressive atmosphere typically associated with pirate crews. Although such an environment might seem somewhat reliable, the likelihood of betrayal in times of danger was equally high. After all, this was a chaotic and brutal era of piracy. Yet, at this moment, the utterly unrefined Mr. 3 and Buggy, despite their apparent unreliability, instilled in her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Perhaps this was the essence of true companionship? With this thought, the frostiness on Hancock's exquisite visage gradually melted away, transforming into a captivating smile capable of enchanting all. If your so-called beauty strategy aligns with my understanding, success is assured. 4. She placed a hand on her hip, lifted her chin, and allowed her stunning beauty to bask in the sunlight, refraining from adopting her signature disdainful posture. Indeed, I'm strikingly beautiful. From this moment on, she resolved to consider Buggy and Mr. 3 as companions. Under the radiant sunlit sky, uniquely shaped seagulls spread their wings and soared downwards, skimming over the shimmering surface of the sea, diving into the water below. Caw-caw. When the seagull resurfaced, flapping its wings triumphantly, it clutched a writhing fish in its beak. The sizable fish clearly exceeded the seagull's expectations. Despite its desperate flapping, it could not resist the gradual descent. Greedily, it refused to let go, determined to hold onto the plump fish while hastening its wing beats, yet to no avail. Inevitably, the unfortunate seagull plummeted back to the ocean's surface. However, it did not sink into the depths. Rather, it fortuitously landed upon a patch of pure white land. Thank the gods for this gift. The seagull stood upon the white land, its eyes twinkling as it gazed earnestly into the distance. Before it lay a bizarre expanse of white land that appeared to undulate like a great white serpent, stretching endlessly beyond sight. If only the seagull possessed a modicum of wisdom, it might discern that this white land was not a divine offering but wax. At that moment, at the far end of the white waxy path, Mr. 3 was pedaling fervently on a water bicycle, his feet tirelessly pressing the pedals. Guided by the permanent pointer at the front, making his way toward the island destination. Since the conclusion of the Marineford War, Crocodile had re-entered the perilous new world with Mr. 1, clandestinely building their influence in a relatively secluded area, preparing for a grand resurgence. Although he had remained notably low-key over the past 2 years, avoiding any world-shocking headlines and shifting locations without a fixed territory or faction, it was no small feat for ordinary pirates or even the Navy to pinpoint his exact whereabouts. Yet, the Buggy pirates, possessing the formidable Buggy Express, one of the strongest mercenary groups in the New World, boasted remarkable intelligence capabilities, particularly an abundance of insider gossip. Hence, when Mr. 3 issued instructions through internal channels to locate Crocodile, relevant information swiftly emerged. Crocodile was currently hiding on a relatively desolate island. Thus, he promptly set his plans into motion. As for why he did not opt for a faster and more convenient pirate ship, the answer was simple. Mr. 3 sought to utilize the water bicycle to enhance his training regimen. Before meeting Crocodile, he aimed to bolster his strength as much as possible, whether in terms of physical fitness, fruit abilities, or the 3 types of Haki. The sweat trickling down Mr. 3's face and his labored breathing revealed the exhausting nature of this prolonged, high-intensity maritime exercise. Merely pedaling a bicycle was not particularly strenuous. The true challenge arose from the luxurious carriage being towed behind it. Speaking of which, Mr. 3, what exactly did you inscribe in the so-called clever plan you entrusted to Captain Buggy upon parting? Hancock perched elegantly in the opulent carriage, her legs crossed, her white cap shielding her from the sun's harsh rays. She casually lifted a glass of specially prepared iced tea, taking a delicate sip before setting it down. The pose was nothing short of regal. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, laboring tirelessly at the front, resembled a humble carriage driver. Such was Hancock's greatest concession for opting to travel by ship. Originally, Mr. 3 had intended to attach a seat to the back of the bicycle. However, it predictably garnered Hancock's disdainful and contemptuous gaze. Left with no choice, he settled for crafting this ornate carriage adorned with gold and silver, although it accommodated only one person. The complexity of calculations involving the waxy path, the release of lubrication wax to minimize friction between the wax and the carriage, and the use of observation Haki to perceive potential dangers beneath the surface multiplied the challenge manifold. A clever plan, you say? In truth, it consisted of a small item and a few encouraging words. Mr. 3 gripped the bicycle's handlebars with one hand while wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel hanging around his neck, an appearance more befitting a coachman. Encouraging words? Hancock furrowed her brow, harboring considerable skepticism regarding the embellishments. Just as she was about to inquire further, a flash of red light, indicative of her observation Haki activating, flickered in the depths of her deep blue eyes. Something lurked beneath the surface of the sea. Almost simultaneously, Mr. 3, sensing the same disturbance, abruptly halted his pedaling. Activating the candle fruit's ability, he generated wax beneath the bicycle's wheels to execute an emergency stop. Suddenly, the calm sea's surface erupted, forming a colossal water mound that twisted and churned the surrounding waters. Mr. 3's pupils suddenly contracted as he stepped onto the candle pathway, which was about to be shattered by the crashing waves. A hum resonated as solid candles materialized out of thin air, spreading in all directions, their sturdy resilience and buoyancy successfully withstanding the onslaught of the sea. What is this? Mr. 3 stood solemnly on the candle continent, his eyes wide with astonishment. An oppressive, gigantic shadow slowly crept over him, obscuring the bright sunlight, and completely enveloping both him and Hancock in its ominous embrace. Before him, a massive bubble surged and then burst, revealing within it a small hillock, red and white, standing a towering 20 meters high. No, wait. Mr. 3 focused intently. On either side of the hillock were two large, dark pupils, each the size of a dining table. Whoosh. These ebony eyes parted the flowing seawater, filled with a greedy predatory desire, slowly turning to fixate on Mr. 3 and Hancock. This was, astonishingly, a gigantic fish. It seemed to regard them as a delectable afternoon treat. Hancock glanced at the menacing giant fish, her demeanor relaxed, as she casually sipped her iced tea without a trace of concern. A fearsome giant fish, how terrifying. After a brief moment of shock, Mr. 3 spread his arms wide, displaying an exaggerated expression of fear. Ding ding. He rang the bell on his sea bicycle and politely asked, "Mr. Fish, you are blocking our way. Might you move aside?" The giant fish's eyes narrowed, keenly observing the disdain in the gazes of these two bipedal creatures. As the apex predator of these waters, it had never been subjected to such contempt. Roar. Offended, the giant fish unleashed a furious roar, opening its immense maw, akin to a mountain, and lunged towards Mr. 3 and Hancock, intent on devouring these two insignificant beings in one bite. However, buzz, a regal aura, transcending all, erupted suddenly. To the attacking giant fish, this overwhelming conqueror's Haki felt like the most terrifying, dominant creature of the abyss. It seemed that in an instant, it could shatter its proud, colossal form along with its feeble spirit. Gurgle, gurgle. Brother, big brother, I am but a humble underling who fails to recognize the mountain. Please allow me passage. Wishing you a smooth journey and all the best. Before Mr. 3 could react, the previously fierce giant fish went splash, retreating into the depths of the ocean, disappearing without a trace. Such a wasteful use of power. Hancock shifted her position, commenting on Mr. 3's sudden display of Conqueror's Haki. I believe this is the most expedient way to resolve unnecessary troubles. Mr. 3 corrected her. This experience of scaring a gigantic sea monster into submission with a mere glare is simply too magnificent, too impressive. Alas, they were in the boundless ocean. There would be no bystanders gasping in astonishment at this spectacle. Mr. 3 lamented inwardly, but in the following moment, as a ding echoed from the distant horizon, his nerves tensed, and every hair on his body stood on end. Even under the blazing midday sun, a chilling, bone-penetrating wind rushed towards them. Mr. 3, look ahead. That man is. Even Hancock, who had been calmly sipping tea throughout, dropped her cup in alarm and sprang up from the open carriage. Ah, I thought it was an illusion, but to encounter a master of Conqueror's Haki in this vast ocean is truly remarkable. An easygoing, boisterous voice called from the opposite direction. As a one-legged man riding a bicycle came to a halt amidst floating ice, he raised his hand to tidy his somewhat disheveled attire, revealing his full figure in the sunlight. Indeed, this bystander was none other than the former Marine Admiral Ikiji, now a member of Blackbeard's crew and the founder of the Sea Bicycle, a user of the ice fruit, Kazan. As Mr. 3 and Hancock confronted Kazan, a small pirate ship sailed through an unknown sea in the New World. The flag fluttering from the mast was unmistakably that of the Buggy pirates. How long until we reach the island where Weevil and Miss Bakken are? Buggy, seated high, inquired of a kneeling pirate subordinate below. Due to the potential risks associated with recruiting the Whitebeard 2, Buggy was not alone on this venture but accompanied by over a dozen loyal and trustworthy subordinates. Most of them were fervent fans who had supported Buggy since the early days of Impel Down, each boasting a bounty of nearly 100 million. Captain, the destination island has been confirmed. If all goes well, we should arrive before sunset, replied the muscle-bound pirate with an admiring expression. Upon hearing that his captain intended to meet and recruit the notoriously formidable Whitebeard 2, this devoted fan could hardly contain his excitement. Truly, Captain Buggy, even in the face of a supermonster like Weevil, you have absolute confidence in your ability to recruit him. Understood. Go rest and prepare for a grand endeavor. Buggy waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes. The muscular subordinate exited the room with utmost respect. Once the subordinate was out of earshot, Buggy's facade of ease faded, revealing a hint of trepidation on his clown-painted face. Regardless of how grandiose his words appeared, the fact remained that he was dealing with the cunning Miss Bakken and the overwhelmingly powerful Whitebeard 2. To claim he was not anxious would be a lie. By the way, suddenly, Buggy's eyes brightened as he retrieved a grayish-white pouch from the hidden pocket of his crimson robe. Mr. 3, with his myriad of clever schemes and peculiar ideas, surely had something crucial within. Despite his warnings to only open it at a critical moment, the mystery was too tempting. He had to see what was inside. With a chuckle, Buggy eagerly untied the pouch. Peering inside, he found it empty, save for a single note. Anticipation filled his gaze as he unfolded the paper, only for his smile to freeze upon reading its contents. Damn it. It was clear you would open it early. My suggestion is to use that sexy red nose of yours to entice Miss Bakken, my dear Captain Buggy. Damn you, Galdino, to hell. Buggy fumed, crumpling the note in anger. Just as he was about to tear it to shreds, he inadvertently noticed a line of tiny text on the back. What on earth was Mr. 3 up to? It was fortunate he had opened it early. Otherwise, at the so-called critical moment, who would have noticed such small print? His previous disdain for Mr. 3 had now transformed into a seething frustration. However, at that very moment, the astute Buggy could not help but feel a sense of delight at his own cleverness upon discovering the hidden intricacies on the reverse side of the note. Now, let us see what brilliant idea Mr. 3 has concocted. With renewed anticipation, Buggy unfolded the note, widening his eyes to scrutinize the minuscule text that resembled the size of an ant. Buggy, if negotiations with Miss Backen and Weibel truly reach an impasse, then what are you waiting for? The message abruptly ceased, leaving a blank expanse behind. Is that it? Nothing more? Perhaps unwilling to confront this harsh reality, Buggy searched the note for additional writing but found nothing but emptiness. Gal. D. Nua. After standing in a daze for nearly 10 seconds, Buggy finally erupted, tearing the note into shreds. He vowed that once the pressing matter of recruiting Whitebeard 2 was resolved and he returned to Karibali Island, he would use his jester's knives to ensure Mr. 3, the trickster, would truly understand the reason for the flower's vibrant hue. Unexpectedly, as Buggy contemplated his revenge on Mr. 3, the pouch resting on his thigh vibrated, accompanied by a peculiar sound reminiscent of a phone buck. Is there something else concealed within? Following the source of the vibrations, Buggy retrieved a miniature snail designed for video storage and another small note from the hidden compartment of the grayish-white pouch. Having learned from previous experiences, Buggy approached the unfolding of the note with an unusual caution, prepared to shred it into pieces should it contain nothing but worthless drivel. With a gaze filled with uncertainty, he carefully unfurled the small note. This is. Buggy's pupils constricted sharply. What met his eyes were two entirely unexpected characters, suicide note. Meanwhile, on the boundless horizon of the sea, at the intersection of the narrow white candle pathway and the frigid ice passage, an unanticipated encounter unfolded. Well, Boa Hancock, remarked Kazan, clad in a dark green coat and a headscarf, as he parked his sea bicycle and stepped onto the undulating surface of the ocean. A chilling aura emanated from where his feet touched the water, causing the hard ice to form instantaneously. Under Hancock's watchful gaze, Kazan strolled effortlessly across the sea, leisurely stepping onto the candle land released by Mr. 3. With the addition of his weight, the candle land, lacking in sufficient coverage, began to wobble precariously. Just as the unstable candle land was on the verge of sinking, a surge of cold air swept through, rapidly generating massive ice formations that spanned dozens of meters, successfully counteracting the descent of the candle land. Kazan, I certainly did not expect to encounter you here. Deep within Hancock's eyes, a profound wariness flickered, her aura intensifying as she prepared for potential conflict. After all, standing before her was the former strongest force of the Navy headquarters. Though rumors suggested he had joined Blackbeard's crew, the oppressive aura he emitted was unmistakable. Without proper readiness for battle, she risked being frozen into shards in the blink of an eye. You need not be so tense. I am merely intrigued by the sudden eruption of Conqueror's Haki upon the sea. I harbor no intention of engaging in combat with you, nor any reason to do so. To illustrate his intent, Kazan raised both hands and tucked them into his pockets. Although it was indeed Conqueror's Haki, its intensity and precision were rather limited, unlike one as seasoned as Hancock. In other words, once Hancock relaxed slightly, Kazan leisurely turned his head, directing his gaze toward Mr. 3. The black sunglasses absorbed the sunlight, concealing the nature of the eyes hidden beneath. Gal D. Nua, do you also possess the qualities of a king? Indeed, I am Mr. 3, who wields the Conqueror's Haki. You, a mere former Marine Admiral, speak with such bravado. A confident smile spread across Mr. 3's face, his overwhelming aura emanating from within, enveloping the domain comprised of candles and ice. Kazan, allow me, Mr. 3, to test whether you truly deserve the title of the Navy's strongest force. As the domain unfolded, Candle Hell. With the enhancement of his Conqueror's Haki, Mr. 3's aura surged, and a torrent of liquid wax extended from his feet in all directions, enveloping the massive ice, transforming it into an absolute realm of wax. A red glint flashed in Mr. 3's eyes as he activated both Observation Haki and Armament Haki, maximizing the power of Candle Hell. The overwhelming onslaught of candle hands and weapons surged toward the center of the domain with a swift ferocity, while Kazan remained with his hands still tucked into his pockets. Ah, is this your welcoming ceremony? Kazan slightly raised his head, calmly observing the rapidly expanding candle assault, while slowly withdrawing his hands from his pockets. Ice Age. Emotionless words drifted from his lips, emanating a faint chill. In the next moment, a cold wave surged forth. Snow descended, and the rushing candle hands and weapons, along with the entire fluid wax realm, were instantaneously solidified into thick, impenetrable ice. As the cold air flooded in, Mr. 3 sensed the impending doom and raised his right hand, intending to deploy a wax wall to fend off the freeze. However, he had underestimated the speed at which the former Marine Admiral unleashed his abilities. As soon as he raised his hand, he was encased in ice. It is over. Kazan approached, expressionless, and lifted his right leg, bringing it down upon the frozen Mr. 3. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered, disintegrating into a flurry of ice shards. Along with it, the visions of battling Akiji and Mr. 3's mind crumbled. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable. He was no match. As Mr. 3 emerged from the simulation, he looked up at Kazan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even from a few meters away, Merely hearing Kazan's calm and steady voice filled him with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This was the strongest force of the Navy headquarters. Do not be overly anxious. If it comes to blows, I am not one to dawdle, Kazan reassured, noting Mr. 3's hesitance. How could one not be tense when facing the former Marine Admiral? Mr. 3 took a deep breath, setting aside unnecessary thoughts, and spoke slowly. It is indeed an honor. I never expected that you would remember my name. Had the person standing opposite him been a Kainu, a staunch believer in absolute justice, he would have turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. However, Kazan's demeanor, as portrayed in the original narrative, was not that of someone who would kill without reason. In a chaotic upheaval alongside the jester Buggy, an audacious rescue of the fiery ace was orchestrated under the vigilant gaze of Sengoku and Garp, thus altering the entire course of the battle. Kazan exhaled a chill, slightly bowing his head, the reflection of Mr. 3's figure captured in his round sunglasses. It's rather strange that a man as perceptive and formidable as you remains unknown to me, he mused. Recalling the earlier encounter with the Conqueror's Haki, Kazan sighed, glancing skyward, and muttered to himself, upon reflection, it is indeed reasonable to conclude that you possess the qualities of a king. Oh, it's merely a stroke of luck, Mr. 3 scratched his head, offering a polite response. Kazan shifted his gaze from Mr. 3 to the striking Hancock standing beside the open-top vehicle, hidden behind his sunglasses. His eyes sparkled with surprise. The sight of these two together evoked an inexplicable sense of disconnection. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe that you two would collaborate in such an unusual manner. Indeed, even the seasoned Sengoku and Garp would be taken aback by the unlikely combination of the haughty Hancock and the cunning Mr. 3. Alas, with the complete abolition of the warlord system, the world is on the brink of chaos. If our two pirate crews do not band together, we are sure to meet a grim fate, Mr. 3 lamented, shrugging his shoulders. His response, though vague, artfully sidestepped the true objective of gathering the remnants of the former warlords. While Kazan's character is undoubtedly trustworthy, he remains a man of the Navy with his own sense of justice. Yet they are, at their core, notorious pirates. Ah, it seems you are indeed the most astute individual traversing these seas. It appears you have caught wind of something. Kazan nodded slightly, standing lost in thought. After his abrupt departure from the Navy, did you not harbor any ulterior motives in aligning with Blackbeard? Mr. 3 pondered silently, aware that Kazan's enlistment with Blackbeard had been a topic of fervent speculation among fans. However, directly inquiring would be folly. He feared becoming an ice sculpture, sinking to the depths of the sea. By the way, your bicycle appears rather familiar, Kazan remarked, redirecting his focus to the sea vehicle beside Mr. 3. It was astonishingly similar to his own, outfitted with an extravagant carriage designed for towing. How absurd. As the pioneer of sea bicycles, Kazan felt a deep curiosity about Mr. 3's peculiar endeavor from their very first meeting. Haha, I learned from you, Mr. 3 confessed unabashedly, explaining that he had initially aimed to imitate an admiral, never anticipating that riding a bicycle across the sea would yield unexpectedly effective mastery over his devil fruit abilities. Indeed, you have uncovered this secret, Kazan chuckled, internally voicing his discontent at the ease with which Mr. 3 had appropriated his hard-earned methods of fruit training. How about a sea bicycle race? Mr. 3 impulsively challenged, confident that while he may not match Kazan's strength, surely his cycling prowess could rival the former admiral's. Startled by the sudden provocation, Hancock cautioned, Hey, Mr. 3. That's Kazan you're up against. What gives you the audacity? Mr. 3 smirked. What gives me the audacity? This expert-level sweat towel around my neck. Kazan, taken aback by such a display of ignorance regarding observation Haki, expressed his genuine interest. He slowly turned, withdrawing his hand from his pocket, and waved farewell to Mr. 3 and Hancock. But alas, I cannot linger. Time is of the essence. Until we meet again. With that, the imposing former admiral retraced his steps to the ice passage, remounting his bicycle and resuming his journey. Under the watchful eyes of Mr. 3 and Hancock, his solitary figure gradually faded into the distant horizon. No one knew his destination, nor what this man, still possessing a flicker of gentleness in his heart, truly aimed to achieve. One thing was certain, in the days to come, he would undoubtedly impact the global landscape in a profound manner. Let us continue our journey, Mr. 3 declared, pulling Hancock along as they set forth toward the island where Crocodile awaited. 2 hours later, the distinctive outline of a unique island, formed by 3 interconnected isles, slowly emerged. This would serve as the stage for the ensuing battle of wits between Mr. 3 and the sand crocodile. In the New World, at the port of Island A, a voice cried out, Hey, look, on the sea. Someone is riding a bicycle. What? Are you still asleep? Who could ride a bicycle on the water? Get out of the way. Let me see. I told you to get a pair of reading glasses for the town, and now you can't even imagine. Holy smokes. Someone is truly riding a bicycle on the sea. Wait, is that a carriage being towed behind? Atop the observation tower by the port, several administrators rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Confirming that what they saw through their telescopes was no mirage, they hurried down the tower, standing at the port to gaze in astonishment. Before their incredulous eyes, Mr. 3 on his bicycle wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel around his neck. Although the lengthy ride across the sea had concluded without incident, The dual strains of physical and mental exertion left him panting, more exhausting than a fierce battle. Such a training method was undeniably no easy feat. Mr. 3 sighed softly, disregarding the astonished port officials, and conjured a waxy pathway leading straight to the island. You must be the administrators of this island, correct? We cycled here, so I trust we are exempt from any docking fees? Mr. 3 addressed the bewildered officials. The administrators stood frozen, at a loss for words. As seasoned employees of over a decade, they had never encountered such an extraordinary scenario, let alone dreamt of such a peculiar occurrence. According to island management regulations, they indeed had the authority to collect docking fees from outsiders. But did a bicycle qualify as a vessel? Surely not. Or should a bicycle that traverses the sea be termed a sea bicycle? This was a concept they had never heard of before. No, there is no need, sir. Welcome to Island A of the Three-Pillar Ring. We hope you enjoy your stay. At last, a veteran administrator, his eyes narrowing, stepped forward, trembling yet smiling warmly at Mr. 3 and Hancock in the carriage. Thank you kindly, Mr. 3 waved dismissively, steering his bicycle toward the island's town without a backward glance. Until their figures vanished from sight, the young administrators surged forward, encircling the old man. Hey, old-timer, aren't you usually fond of extorting foreign merchants? What's with the unusual demeanor today? A peculiar glint flickered in the elder's murky eyes. Did you not see the woman seated in the carriage? I did. Goodness, those legs are truly striking. Oh wait. Her bosom is impressive. A brash young administrator eagerly interjected. Thud. The old man's iron fist met him without mercy. Speak with caution. You may not even realize how you met your demise. He scolded the dazed male administrators around him. After regaining his composure, he slowly continued. If there's nothing amiss, you ought to read the newspapers more often. The woman in the carriage was none other than Boa Hancock, the former warlord of the sea. A ruthless and cold-blooded pirate empress. This revelation struck the administrators like a heavy blow, causing them to tremble in shock. The pirate empress? What brings her to Sandora Island? The man who had so eagerly spoken before paled and collapsed to the ground. I do not know. But I can assure you it is undoubtedly linked to the individual from Sea Island. The elder sighed deeply, his gaze distant. Let us hope their encounter does not spell doom for Sandora Island. Within the island. Mr. 3. Did you not mention that you had established contact with the emissary from Buggy's delivery mercenary group who had infiltrated here? Why is there still no word? Hancock inquired softly, surveying the stylish town around her, reminiscent of Logue Town. Patience, according to the emissary's information, they are currently en route from Sea Island. Mr. 3 replied nonchalantly. Prior to arriving here, he had familiarized himself with the geographical layout of the island known as Sandora. This triangular island comprises 3 interconnected subsidiary islands. Island A, Underfoot, serves as the core of Sandora, housing nearly 70% of its residents, complete with a well-established town system. Akin to other ordinary islands in the New World, Island B, on the other hand, is a primordial land entirely cloaked in forests and hills, flourishing with diverse fruit trees and inhabited by various ferocious beasts, serving as the primary food source for the other 2 islands. As for Island C, it was expected to resemble Island A as a town island. However, being in the tumultuous New World, it is perpetually vulnerable to the encroachment of savage pirates. Due to its remote geographical location, despite the presence of the Navy, their ranks are insufficient to deter the rampant pirates effectively. The pirates, too, harbor apprehensions about completely seizing Sandora, fearing a stronger naval response. Over time, Island C became tacitly accepted as a haven for pirates, chaotic, perilous, dark, and frenzied. Only the audacious or those with a modicum of strength dared to reside and seek fortune there. Overall, Sandora Island epitomizes the New World's landscape. Both the Navy and pirates have forged an unspoken agreement, refraining from a full-scale confrontation that could lead to mutual destruction. While awaiting the emissary's arrival, Mr. 3 did not idly wander but summoned the system panel within his mind to review the enhancements gained from his arduous journey. The ultimate Vice Admiral system host, Mr. 3 appearance, 71 physical fitness, A luck, ES, buff from Buggy's camp, dissipates upon departure, abilities, wax fruit, precision 89, strength 76, trait 72, not awakened, armament Haki, ordinary, observation Haki, ordinary. Conqueror's Haki, novice, items. Former Marine Admiral Akiji's Style C Bicycle, Black Bicycle Refinement Progress, 1, Main Objective, NA Objective Reward 1, NA Objective Reward 2, 2 Warlords NA, My physical fitness has surprisingly improved, Mr. 3 exclaimed, astonished. Previously, during his battle with Rear Admiral Steele, his physical prowess was merely B. To his astonishment, a journey at sea had elevated him to a dash. Clenching his fist, he felt an undeniable surge of strength coursing through him. Truly, the system's capacity to amplify training effects is remarkable. This sea bicycle possesses formidable attributes, he mused. Of course, he understood this was merely an auxiliary benefit. It was unnecessary to leisurely ride across the sea merely for practice. In times of peace, perhaps, but now there was no luxury for such leisurely pursuits. Mr. 3 swiftly shifted his attention from his physical fitness and minor fruit progression to the bicycle's attributes. Refinement progress at 1? Does that imply that once the bicycle transforms into a black bicycle, it will trigger special effects? Mr. 3 pondered, yet disheartened by the realization that after a lengthy ride, he had only achieved a 1 increase. If the strength of my armament Haki does not improve, nourishing it with ordinary Haki will likely take ages before I can refine it into a black bicycle. I must expedite my mastery of Haki. Just as Mr. 3 sighed deeply, the sound of a little girl's sobbing echoed down the street ahead. Wah, I've lost the key, it's locked, and the bunny is trapped inside. Both Mr. 3 and Hancock paused, looking ahead to see a little girl with 2 adorable pigtails, clutching a pet cage almost her size, tears streaming down her face. Who dares to obstruct my path? Hancock's eyes darkened as she stepped toward the girl blocking her way. Yet, she would not treat the child as she had with the obstructive wildlings. Since it is your pet cage that has caused your tears, allow me to assist you by shattering both the cage and the rabbit within. This was her innermost thought at that moment. Wait, Hancock. Mr. 3 called out, stopping her. Let me handle this. He quickly approached the sobbing girl, crouching down to examine the lock on the cage. It was an ordinary small iron lock. Lacking a specialized keyhole, any similar key could easily open it. Compared to the handcuffs used on prisoners and impelled down, it was almost laughably simple. With a flicker, a small flame appeared atop Mr. 3's head, and he extended his right index finger, covered in white wax. After a moment of twisting and contorting, it transformed into a sturdy wax key. Click. The key turned gently in the lock, and the iron clasp securing the cage was released. There you go, little one. The cage is now open. Please, stop your tears. Mr. 3 gently patted the girl's head, a soft smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, he now possesses a normal appearance and an acceptable demeanor, ensuring that he does not frighten the little girl into further tears. Thank you, uncle, she said, tilting her head upwards to gaze at the padlock held by Mr. 3. Instantly, the tears in her big eyes ceased, and she joyfully embraced the iron cage, swiftly darting away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was unexpected that Mr. 3, notorious for his cunning and treachery as a member of the Buggy pirates, could exhibit such a side. A graceful figure approached from behind. Hancock had one hand resting on her slender waist, her gaze towards Mr. 3 imbued with contemplation. He should indeed show that little one how he ruthlessly eliminates foes with a candle. Are you a devil? Mr. 3 clapped his hands, slowly rising to his feet, and corrected her. Do not misunderstand. I do not wish to assist her. It merely pains me to see an unopenable lock. His words were genuine, upon sighting the cage. What emerged in his mind was indeed the image of that stubborn lock, rather than the sobbing little girl. It felt as if an ineffable force compelled him to unlock it. Indeed, the title of Pirate Lockmaster is not unfounded. Hancock visibly paused, and upon confirming that Mr. 3 was not deceiving her, she coldly remarked, what a perplexing instinct you possess. What do you know? Perhaps the great treasure of Laugh Tale requires my abilities to unlock it. Mr. 3 silently raised a middle finger at Hancock in his mind. What are you thinking? Hancock slightly furrowed her brows, as her observation Haki seemed to detect malice. I ponder the terrifying consequences if my devil fruit abilities were to awaken, Mr. 3 replied. Terrifying consequences? Are you suggesting you could unlock every lock in the world? Hancock offered a rare cold jest. To her surprise, Mr. 3's retort was even chillier. No. If my fruit awakens, I could ensure every person in the world celebrates their birthday. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Has the liaison officer not arrived yet? If they do not hurry, I fear I might turn into stone those males lining the streets, who gaze upon us with such lewd eyes. Hancock shifted the subject, directing her attention to the male residents lingering around. No man, nor woman, could resist the allure of the world's most beautiful woman. Fortunately, a few minutes later, the liaison officer from Buggy's Delivery Mercenary Corps finally appeared within their line of sight. To Mr. 3's surprise, she was an exceptionally well-endowed short-haired beauty. Previous communications had all been with male voices. Under the guidance of this short-haired beauty, Mr. 3 and Hancock traversed through the bustling town of Island A, arriving at the relatively chaotic Island C. A meeting concerning the recruitment operation for Crocodile was held in a dimly lit, yet exquisitely decorated large room. Greetings, third brother. Lady Snake Princess. I sincerely apologize for not contacting you directly before. I was preoccupied observing Crocodile's movements. Now, please allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ayasha, a special task and intelligence officer under the Buggy Delivery Mercenary Corps. Ayasha took a step back, bowing respectfully. Her facial contours were flawless, her azure eyes radiating brilliance, complemented by her fiery red short hair, creating a striking visual impact. She donned a smart, simplistic black leather jacket, paired with dark shorts that accentuated her long, well-proportioned legs, leading down to her black ankle boots. Notably, a long sword was sheathed at her waist, indicating her proficiency with blades. After all, one does not become an officer in the Buggy Delivery without considerable strength. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat. Although Mr. 3 was captivated by Ayasha's extraordinary beauty, his time spent with Hancock had enabled him to face the stunning women of the Pirate King world with composure. And he did not linger unnecessarily. As for Ayasha's credibility, he harbored no significant doubts. After all, Buggy would not dispatch an unreliable individual to assist in the recruitment of someone as significant as Crocodile. Understood. Ayasha nodded earnestly, her body stiff as a robot as she awkwardly pulled out a chair and sat down. Once seated, her nervous demeanor straightened up. Her hands folded primly upon the conference table. She resembled a diligent student attentively listening to a lecture. Logically, as an officer, she should not display such inadequacy, despite the intimidating presence of Mr. 3 and Hancock before her. Mr. 3 noted Ayasha's peculiar behavior, but as she was the leader of Buggy's forces within the Triangle Islands, a sudden replacement was implausible. Thus, he temporarily set aside his suspicions. After a brief contemplation, Mr. 3 directly addressed the matter. I shall not indulge in excess chatter. Regarding the arrangements for recruiting Crocodile, my thoughts are quite straightforward. Strike. Unlike Hancock, who had once been a slave to the celestial dragons, Crocodile, nearly flawless in his demeanor, possessed no discernible weaknesses to exploit. Although there was one with Ivankov, it remained undisclosed by Oda, and thus Mr. 3 was unaware. It was unrealistic to expect someone as proud and astute as him to be lured into the Buggy pirates through trickery. Therefore, after careful consideration, Mr. 3 resolved to resolve matters with Crocodile in the most brazen manner possible. Of course, such a crude approach would necessitate intricate plotting and design. 4. Can this truly work? Based on my understanding of Crocodile, a mere beating would yield little effect. He does not strike me as the type to succumb to brute force. Hancock's brows knitted tightly, her expression dimmed, as if her expectations had shattered. Mr. 3 had exuded unwavering confidence throughout, leading her to anticipate an ingenious strategy, only to find it disappointingly simplistic and lacking in finesse. As though he had anticipated Hancock's skepticism, Mr. 3 adjusted his goggles, a sly grin creeping across his face. If one beating does not suffice, what of 2? And if that is still inadequate, what about 3? At his words, Hancock was taken aback, sitting there dumbfounded. Mr. 3 was pleased with her reaction, stepping towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the room. In my homeland, there is a tale of capturing Meng Huo 7 times, which succinctly illustrates a brave and unyielding tribal chief, repeatedly escaping only to be beaten 7 times, ultimately compelled to surrender. His voice, calm yet haunting, drifted from his concealed silhouette, sending chills through Hancock and Ayasha. This was, after all, one of the 36 stratagems. To capture, one must let go. With that, Mr. 3 turned to face Hancock, asking, how do you perceive Crocodile's pride in comparison to that of an ambitious tribal chief? How many rounds of punishment do you think he can endure? In Hancock's eyes, the slender figure of Mr. 3 suddenly appeared more terrifying than any of the 4 emperors. She briefly envisioned the scene of Crocodile being captured, beaten, released, and then captured again. Hiss. Despite being the Empress of the Sea, who had weathered countless storms, she could not help but feel a chill run down her spine, silently mourning for Crocodile, who was destined to face a tragic fate. At the same time, she finally understood why Mr. 3 insisted on her accompanying him to the meeting on Kalebali Island. Because, with only just awakened Conqueror's Haki and relatively limited power, Mr. 3 could never execute a strategy known as pretending to let go to catch. Is this one of the 36 stratagems? After hearing Mr. 3's plan to recruit Crocodile, Hancock softly murmured to herself while lightly biting her right index finger's nail. Increasingly intrigued by the mysterious and profound 36 stratagems from Mr. 3's homeland. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered deep within Hancock's beautiful eyes as she abruptly turned her gaze towards Mr. 3, who stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Whoosh! Just as she intended to strike, a black shadow swiftly darted past her. Seated at the conference table, Ayasha, who had been seriously attending class, moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Mr. 3 in the blink of an eye. Crouching slightly, her blue eyes glimmered with murderous intent as she pressed down on the hilt of her sword. With a sharp clang, the long blade was drawn, transforming into a flash of cold light, and with a fierce momentum, she slashed towards Mr. 3's back. Crash! The tightly drawn curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window, along with the sturdy concrete wall, were cleaved open by the black blade's aura. Bathed in the sudden influx of bright external light, debris and shards of glass flew chaotically through the air, accompanied by a spurt of blood. A wretched scream echoed as a figure tumbled from the shattered windowsill, crashing heavily onto the street below, convulsing amidst the bloodied rubble before swiftly succumbing to silence. What the hell? What's going on? Mr. 3 exclaimed inwardly. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time he comprehended, the short-haired beauty beside him had already sheathed her dark blade, standing elegantly and confidently in place. Ayasha's cold, beautiful face was filled with a chilling aura, yet when she glanced at Mr. 3, who appeared calm, though truly bewildered, the icy demeanor vanished in an instant, leaving only flustered confusion and helplessness. Brother 3, I am truly sorry. I should have detected the pirate lurking outside the window immediately. Ayasha bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, her movements exaggerated. Huh? Mr. 3 looked perplexed. With his ordinary level of observation Haki, he merely thought that standing with his hands behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, presenting an air of mystery, was quite stylish. He could not possibly detect the enemy outside. Ahem. Glancing at the visibly trembling Ayasha, Mr. 3 cleared his throat, suppressing his astonishment, and casually remarked, "It's fine. I won't hold it against you. After all, you did respond promptly. You didn't disappoint me. Thank you for your understanding." Ayasha lifted her head, still using formal language. This timid demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity in drawing her blade. How strange. The original Mr. 3 had little contact with mercenary groups. Why is this envoy so intimidated by me? Mr. 3 furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered. Compared to you, I find your rapid response more intriguing. Hancock approached in her high heels, her beautiful eyes reflecting Ayasha's figure. To what extent have you honed your observation, Haki? While I begrudgingly accept that a concealed powerhouse like Mr. May 3rd possess greater abilities than me, how can this seemingly young girl have comparable observation, Haki? This was utterly incomprehensible. Returning to Lady Snake. My observation, Haki, is not particularly remarkable. The reason I could sense the enemy's presence is mainly due to my devil fruit ability. Ayasha faced Hancock respectfully, her unwavering posture and unflinching gaze revealing that her reverence and fear for Hancock were minimal, entirely incomparable to her reaction towards Mr. 3. This made the situation even more perplexing, as Hancock, a warlord of the sea alongside the infamous Buggy, should possess a more imposing presence in terms of title and strength. Are you also a devil fruit user? Indeed, Ayasha readily disclosed her devil fruit ability to Mr. 3 and Hancock. I see. No wonder your perception is so keen. Hancock nodded, understanding now. Having unraveled her confusion, she looked at Mr. 3 with a serious expression. Mr. 3, that pirate earlier, is likely an informant sent by Crocodile. Mr. 3, maintaining an air of calm, mused, after all, my old superior is famously cautious and perceptive. It is indeed odd that we arrived so brazenly at Sunju Island without him reacting at all. Then what about the subsequent strategy of pretending to let go to catch? Hancock hesitated. Mr. 3's lips curled into a characteristic confident smile, stating, "Whether he knew we were coming or not does not alter the fact that he will inevitably receive a beating, does it? Someone like Crocodile, who is as ambitious as he is, would never be frightened into hiding or fleeing merely upon hearing that his former subordinate and the Empress of the Sea had come to the island. Even the timid Buggy wouldn't behave so cowardly." Understood. Hancock nodded in realization, once again mourning for Crocodile. Since he has already acknowledged our arrival, it would be remiss not to pay him a visit. Mr. 3 dusted off his clothes and inquired of Ayasha, "Where is Crocodile now?" This was information that should have been ascertained long ago. According to reports, he is currently in a tavern in town reading the newspaper. Send someone to guide us. With that, Mr. 3 turned to exit the room, with Hancock following closely behind. Brother 3, what about me? Ayasha stood dazedly, raising her hand to point at herself. You stay here for now. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can lend support at any time. Mr. 3's voice echoed from the doorway. Although he and Hancock could likely handle Crocodile together without much difficulty, it was wise to keep a contingency plan in mind, given that their opponent was a seasoned veteran of the sea. All right, I understand. Once Mr. 3's figure had completely vanished from view, Ayasha's tense nerves finally relaxed, her entire being unwinding in an instant. Indeed, Brother 3 looked far more handsome in reality than in photographs. His observation Haki was incredibly impressive, and he could command formidable allies like the Empress of the Sea. Gazing toward the chaotic streets of City C through the shattered windowsill, a sparkle of yearning glimmered in Ayasha's eyes. Soon, the brilliance in her eyes gradually faded. She gently clutched the long knife at her waist, a look of dejection washing over her as she sighed. It was precisely her eagerness to see him that had led her to join the mercenary group. Yet now that they were face to face, she found herself devoid of the courage even to ask for an autograph. Indeed, I remain utterly inadequate. Meanwhile, under the guidance of an intelligence officer, Mr. 3 and Hancock traversed the harsh streets of Island C. After swiftly dealing with a few pirates who coveted Hancock's beauty, they finally arrived at the tavern where Crocodile was located. Perhaps due to the presence of a formidable figure, the tavern, which should have been bustling with noise, was instead eerily quiet. Just standing at the entrance, one could palpably sense the oppressive atmosphere emanating from within. Disregarding the watchful eyes of the tavern guards, Mr. 3 boldly stepped forward and pushed open the wooden double doors. The sunlight poured in like a cascade, illuminating the otherwise dim and oppressive tavern. Standing in the sunlight, Mr. 3 surveyed the interior, quickly locking his gaze onto a man seated on a leather sofa in the corner, exhaling rings of smoke. Crocodile, with his slick-back hair and dashing black suit, lounged casually, a lit cigar perched between his lips. Surrounding him were a group of similarly attired men, exuding the air of a mafia boss. Upon spotting Mr. 3's entrance, Crocodile, already informed of his arrival, displayed no surprise. Instead, a knowing smile crept across his face. He set aside his newspaper and looked up at Mr. 3, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Ah, Mr. 3, how delightful to see you." The sound of high heels clacking against the wooden floor broke the silence as Hancock, adorned in a light purple nine-snake cheapal, followed closely behind Mr. 3 into the tavern. With each step taken by the world's most beautiful woman, the attention of all the men in black suits was drawn irresistibly to her, causing them to swallow nervously. The primary reason for their unease was not merely Hancock's stunning beauty, but rather the formidable title she bore, Empress of the Pirates. Boa Hancock. I never expected you to ally yourself with that fool, Galadino. Has the Nine Snake Pirates formed an alliance with the Buggy Pirates since the abolition of the Seven Warlords system? Crocodile slowly retracted his smile. In contrast to the seemingly insignificant Mr. 3, he exhibited considerable caution towards Hancock, a former fellow warlord. Is there a specific reason you've come to find me? Crocodile asked, leisurely picking up a napkin from the table to wipe the golden hook on his left arm. Although wary of Hancock, his strength and temperament prevented him from feeling any true fear. I'm afraid, Crocodile, that the one who wishes to speak with you is not me, Hancock said, waving her hand dismissively. With a sudden gust of wind, the thick cigar smoke that filled the tavern was swept away, breathing in the now fresh air. Hancock approached a chair near the table, her expression cold as she stared at a few drops of liquor that had fallen upon it. Deep within, a pang of regret surged. Had she known, she would have brought Salome, her giant pink snake, with her. Mr. 3, observing the disdain and awkwardness emanating from the noble empress, swiftly conjured a pristine white candle. The candle morphed in the air, transforming into an exquisitely crafted candle chair by the time it landed at Hancock's feet. Damn it, Mr. 3, what is the meaning of this? Do I require your assistance? Hancock huffed, internally scornful of Mr. 3's unnecessary gesture. Yet, in the next moment, she elegantly sat upon the candle chair, her long, flawless legs crossing gracefully. From the moment she decided to embark on this journey with Mr. 3 to locate Crocodile, she had regarded him as a companion, and thus, she would not truly mind the candle chair. Seeing her compliance, Mr. 3 focused entirely on Crocodile. Oh, so, it is you who seeks me, Mr. 3? Crocodile turned to face him, his scarred visage betraying no excess emotion. Yet, his mind buzzed with confusion. Given Hancock's temperament, how could she trust that fool, Galadino? Or had the Buggy Pirates and the Nine Snake Pirates truly formed some sort of agreement or alliance? This peculiar duo had come seeking him. What could their intent possibly be? Mr. 3 held Crocodile's sharp gaze unflinchingly, his focus unwavering. The confrontation with the cunning and seasoned sand crocodile had commenced. Indeed. Following the abolition of the warlord system, all privileges of the Buggy Pirates had been rescinded, and the pirate world was on the brink of chaos. Thus, Mr. 0, I wish to rejoin the community, to stand with you against the impending tumult of the new world. Mr. 3 deliberately addressed Crocodile by his former code name. His resolute gaze and sincere words exuded an air of theatricality, a performance he had grown accustomed to. Before Crocodile could respond, Mr. 1, Des Bones, a burly figure standing by the leather sofa, interjected angrily, Mr. 3, at this juncture, you dare speak of rejoining the crew? What do you take this place for? His emotions ran high. As a former comrade, he held a deep disdain for Mr. 3, whom he viewed as a fickle turncoat. Each man's dreams varied. Having chosen to follow Buggy the Clown, one should remain steadfast. How could one abandon their comrades in times of crisis? Hold on, let us not be hasty. After all, they were once comrades, and if he could persuade Hancock to follow him, he must have grown significantly in the past 2 years, Crocodile interjected, halting the impetuous Mr. 1. He did not genuinely believe Mr. 3 had come seeking allegiance. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to play along with Mr. 3's intentions, taking a step back to gauge the true motives of the duo before him. If this is indeed your purpose, then, Mr. 3, I welcome you back to my team. Crocodile opened his arms, wearing a welcoming smile. However, the next words from Mr. 3 caused his smile to fade, his previously relaxed demeanor darkening in an instant. My apologies, Mr. 0, but it seems you have misunderstood my intentions. Mr. 3 chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he spoke earnestly. What I meant by rejoining the crew is that I wish to do so as the boss, to lead you all against the chaotic era ahead. Thus, to be precise, it is not your team, but rather, it is my team. Snicker. Upon uttering this statement, it was Hancock who first lost her composure. Had it not been for her desire to maintain the aloof demeanor of the pirate empress, she would likely have erupted into hearty laughter. The scene before her mirrored the moment in Snake Princess City when she agreed to ally with Mr. 3 and the Buggy Pirates, only for Mr. 3 to promptly renege and declare his intention to recruit the 9 Snake Pirates. Crocodile must be furious enough to explode. Reflecting on the furious rage that had surged within her at that time, and observing Crocodile's grim expression now, Hancock found herself genuinely amused. Do you truly comprehend what you were saying? As Hancock had anticipated, such an overt provocation could not go unanswered. Even Crocodile, who was typically composed and restrained, could not suppress his immense wrath. Buzz. A ferocious aura erupted, engulfing the entire tavern. Feeling the pure and intense killing intent emanating from Crocodile, Mr. 3 was not intimidated. Rather, he reveled in it. For he had successfully won the first round of psychological warfare, inciting Crocodile's anger, thus shattering his calm demeanor and ensuring he would lose his dominant position in the ensuing confrontation. And what would follow would be a matter of leadership within the organization. Mr. 3 lowered his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Crocodile, who was perched on the leather sofa, teetering on the brink of fury. Fearlessly, his blood surged with excitement. Come, let us duel, Crocodile. Guffaw. How amusing, Mr. 3, you wish to challenge me. This is truly delightful. Crocodile, leaning back against the leather sofa, threw his head back and let out his signature laugh. "President, allow me." Daz Bonus stepped forward, his naturally drooping arms glimmering with cold light, transforming into two exceptionally sharp blades. Having consumed the chop-chop fruit and become a blade man, he could turn any part of his body into a razor-sharp edge. After spending 2 years in the New World alongside Crocodile and acquiring the ability of Busashoka Haki, his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. In Daz Bonus's eyes, it was Hancock, the pirate empress seated not far away, who was the true opponent Crocodile should be measuring himself against. Mr. 3 was hardly a worthy contender. No need. It seems Mr. 3 is so eager for death. Let me take the opportunity to reminisce with him. Crocodile reigned in his boisterous laughter, gradually rising from the leather sofa, his sharp gaze cloaked in shadows. After a brief moment of fury, his meticulous mind swiftly regained its composure. Although he understood that Mr. 3's intentions extended beyond a mere duel, the only individual who truly warranted his vigilance was Hancock. He merely needed to remain cautious during the battle. Thinking deeper, he could also leverage Mr. 3's presence to showcase his own prowess, potentially dissuading Hancock from further involvement. After all, he had not slackened in his training throughout these 2 years in the New World. Of course, the most compelling reason was that Crocodile simply could not resist the temptation to personally deliver a thorough thrashing to the audacious Mr. 3. "Mr. 3, do prepare yourself," Crocodile confidently warned Mr. 3 before abruptly raising his right hand, curling his fingers, and concentrating a rapidly rotating miniature sandstorm in his palm. Sandstorm. Whoosh. Crocodile hurled the sandstorm toward Mr. 3 with great force. In the moment it left his hand, the palm-sized sandstorm violently stirred the surrounding air, visibly expanding at an alarming rate. This formidable vortex began to draw in all objects within the tavern, tables, chairs, and floors, crushing them into fragments. As the swirling yellow sand surged toward Mr. 3, candle wall. Having anticipated this, Mr. 3 ignited the hairs atop his head in flames and, with a sweeping motion, conjured a solid wall of wax before him. Boom. The sandstorm collided directly with the candle wall, resulting in a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, shattering the wine bottles arranged within the tavern and spilling crimson wine across the floor. Before the wine could dampen the slightly trembling wooden floor, it was absorbed into the vortex, leaving no trace behind. This exemplified the troublesome nature of Crocodile's sandstorm. It could intensify over time. Without a forceful intervention, it would evolve to an uncontrollable level. Sizzle, sizzle. Sensing the candle wall being inexorably pushed back by the increasingly fearsome sandstorm, Mr. 3 made a snap decision, raising his hand to unleash a white candle that solidified midair into a colossal warhammer. "Let us see how this fares." Gripping the hammer's handle tightly, Mr. 3 leapt into the air, swinging downward toward the core of the sandstorm. The chaotic wind generated by his hammer disrupted the storm's flow, causing the enveloping yellow sand to spiral uncontrollably until it reached its limit and erupted. Boom. The violent impact blew off the tavern's roof, shattered the walls, tore through the wooden floor, and ultimately, the entire establishment collapsed, engulfed in a swirling mass of yellow sand, reduced to ruins. Before the dust could settle, a graceful and stunning figure leaped out, landing elegantly on the street opposite the tavern. Hancock casually swept away the yellow sand that had drifted towards her, her gaze steady as she surveyed the center of the chaos. Following closely, several figures emerged from the debris, led by Daz Bonus and a host of well-dressed men. Thus, only Crocodile and Mr. 3 remained in the arena. The tremendous noise immediately attracted the attention of countless passersby, and even pirates who had been enjoying themselves in other taverns and casinos rushed out, staring in astonishment at the now dilapidated tavern. Although Island Sea of the Tri-Pillar Archipelago lacked a naval presence to maintain order, being a gathering place for pirates, the chaotic, disorderly, and frenzied atmosphere dissuaded anyone from provoking trouble lightly. After all, one could never be certain when someone might stab you in the back. Everyone here were desperate rogues. What has all this commotion? Has there been a fight at the Pudding Tavern? Surely not. The tavern owner mentioned a few days ago plans for renovations. This must be the work of the construction crew. Fool, have you ever seen a renovation that requires tearing the whole place down? In addition to the onlookers eager for a spectacle, a group of ruthless-looking pirates began to stir. The leader even licked the tip of his knife, his eyes gleaming with greed. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. It has been ages since such excitement occurred on Island Sea. This surely brings business. Let me see who it is that has stirred up trouble. If they are someone with a bounty on their head, then I shall have my fun. This leader peered intently, recognizing the figures in the fray, his bloodthirsty expression collapsing instantly, his eyes bulging in disbelief, his mouth agape wider than his face. One could clearly see the teeth leaping from his mouth and his tongue flailing in shock like a clapper in a bell. The imagery was striking. In the midst of chaos, the notorious pirate empress, Boa Hancock, and the formidable Daz Bonus of Crocodile's crew are present. At this very moment, a figure emerges from the thick smoke, unmistakably Crocodile himself. Hurry, gather your belongings, and flee. The pirate captain, seasoned by the harsh realities of the New World, quickly assesses the situation, recognizing the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he leads his crew in a swift retreat, aware that entanglement in a conflict of such magnitude could spell doom. as the bloodthirsty pirates make their hasty escape. The remaining onlookers grasp the gravity of the situation and disperse in all directions, plunging the town of Island Sea into disarray. Amidst the debris of the collapsed tavern, the sharp clang of clashing weapons resonates, sending tremors through the smoke, revealing the fierce struggle between Crocodile and Mr. 3. A whirlwind of yellow sand and white wax fills the air, each combatant displaying their unique abilities in a fierce standoff. Mr. 1, having retreated to safety, watches the intense duel unfold with a look of astonishment, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Did Mr. 3 truly withstand the onslaught of the captain? On the other side, Hancock, arms crossed and eyes sharp, observes Crocodile, shaking her head slightly. This is merely a warm-up. No sooner has Hancock's sigh escaped her lips than the balance between the swirling sands and the wax begins to shift. After a brief struggle, the wax ultimately succumbs to the relentless assault of the sand, culminating in Crocodile delivering a powerful kick to Mr. 3's abdomen. The impact sends Mr. 3 crashing into the casino wall, causing a cacophony of destruction as debris scatters everywhere. Rising from the wreckage, Mr. 3 stands, shedding pieces of hardened wax armor, while the wall behind him now bears the marks of the impact. In that fleeting moment, he cleverly utilized the abilities of the wax fruit to mitigate the damage, emerging unscathed despite the apparent ferocity of the encounter. This highlights the advantage of honing the precision of one's fruit abilities. Contemplating his physical prowess, Mr. 3 acknowledges that while he has improved since his confrontation with Steel Res, he still lacks the experience necessary for such high-stakes battles. Clutching the now-damaged wax axe, he glances toward Crocodile, who stands confidently amidst the sand, a cigar in hand, eyes fixated on him. A smirk forms on Mr. 3's lips, sensing that perhaps he had been underestimated. What is the matter, Mr. 3? You speak so eloquently, yet is this all you can muster? Crocodile brushes off the wax residue from his suit, his golden poison hook glinting ominously as he strides toward Mr. 3 with a heavy aura of intimidation. Nearby, Hancock furrows her brow, observing Mr. 3's labored breaths, confusion swirling in her beautiful eyes. Though Mr. 3's martial skills and Haki have yet to reach Crocodile's level, why is he in such a weakened state after merely a brief warm-up? She ponders. Is he deliberately feigning weakness to lower Crocodile's guard? Surely, he knows such a simple ruse would not work on someone as cunning as Crocodile. Suddenly, a realization strikes Hancock. Mr. 3's earlier exertions on the water had drained much of his stamina. But why would he so eagerly seek a one-on-one confrontation with Crocodile? Wouldn't it be wiser to rest and regain his strength? This line of reasoning leaves Hancock perplexed, as Mr. 3 seems to have placed himself at a significant disadvantage while aiming to recruit Crocodile through force. Mr. 3's wax axe begins to dissolve, but he maintains eye contact with Crocodile while discreetly scanning his surroundings for an advantageous opportunity. His attention is drawn to a bucket of water in the corner of the casino. 2 years prior, Luffy had managed to defeat Crocodile in the desert by exploiting his fear of water. Surely, you don't intend to defeat me with water? Crocodile chuckles, instantly discerning Mr. 3's intentions. Go ahead and try, I won't stop you. No seasoned warrior would allow themselves to remain vulnerable to a critical weakness. Since his defeat in Alabasta, Crocodile had diligently worked to overcome his aversion to water, achieving a near-perfect mastery of his abilities. Mr. 3, recognizing Crocodile's confidence, does not doubt the veracity of his words. The proud Crocodile would not resort to bluster against a subordinate he once looked down upon. If I don't give it a shot, then I will have to act, he muses. As Crocodile transforms, his legs dissipating into a torrent of sand, he closes in on Mr. 3 in the blink of an eye. Wait, Mr. 3 calls out, halting Crocodile just as he is about to strike. What? Do you wish to deliver a parting message? Crocodile replies, amused. From the outset, he has never regarded Mr. 3 as a serious threat. Rather than a farewell, Mr. 3 wants to bring up a certain piece of information he overheard from Ivankov and impelled down 2 years ago. Adjusting his reflective sunglasses, he notices Crocodile's sudden stiffening, his previously relaxed demeanor vanishing. In a hushed tone, Mr. 3 leans closer. If I'm not mistaken, Crocodile, before encountering Ivankov, who has the ability to change gender, you were once a woman, weren't you? Having encountered various speculations about Crocodile's gender prior to his journey, Mr. 3 feels emboldened to test this hypothesis. If the situation holds true, it would be considerably easier to manipulate Crocodile, thereby sparing oneself from a multitude of unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Crocodile appeared visibly stunned. Then, clutching his forehead, he tilted his head back and burst into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, my former self was a woman? Should I commend your vivid imagination or question if your mind has been scorched by the flames atop your head? Crocodile unabashedly allowed his furious laughter to resonate, clear for all present to hear. Amidst the astonished gazes of Hancock and the group of suited figures, including Des Bones, Crocodile quickly reigned in his manic mirth. In its stead arose a rapidly darkening gaze and a voice thick with murderous intent. He concealed his emotions well. A tumult of embarrassment from being perceived as a woman and the anger of having a secret unveiled, both intertwining, rendering it unclear what precisely his state was. However, one thing was certain, Crocodile was exceedingly enraged. He stepped forth, his right arm, hanging at his side, began to spill forth a torrent of fine yellow sand, reminiscent of a prehistoric behemoth poised to unleash its fury. Desert Blade. With a thunderous roar, Crocodile's entire right arm became enveloped in flowing yellow sand, which coalesced into a fearsome scimitar of quicksand. Crocodile's form flickered, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Mr. 3. What the hell? This is not what we agreed upon. Damn it. The forum brother has led me astray. There was no time for further lamentation. A crimson light flickered in Mr. 3's eyes as he maximized his observation Haki. He planted his foot on a fluid wax candle, hastily raising his arms, enveloped in armament Haki and fortified wax armor, to shield his chest. The next moment, the razor-sharp yellow sand blade struck. Boom. At the moment of contact, the sturdy wax bracers shattered inch by inch. They couldn't even withstand a single second. Fortunately, the robust wax diminished the initial explosion and subsequent force of the desert blade, allowing Mr. 3's armament Haki-clad arms to withstand the blade, preventing him from being cleaved in two. Nonetheless, the immense power transmitted from Crocodile's right arm sent him flying, crashing through 3 walls consecutively. To hell with you, Mr. 3. Reflect on your words and actions. Arc Moon Sand Dune. Unlike the first strike that sent him reeling, Crocodile, now consumed by rage, had no intention of granting Mr. 3 a moment's respite. The yellow sand at his elbow surged forth, morphing into a crescent-shaped blade composed entirely of granules. Unlike the desert blade, this crescent sand blade lacked the lethality to slice through foes, but it bore a far more terrifying effect upon contact with the target's body. It could instantly drain every drop of moisture, rendering them a desiccated husk. Crocodile's speed was simply too great. As Mr. 3 staggered to his feet amidst the swirling dust, the crescent sand blade had already sliced through the air, cutting him in half. Heh, as always, you proved to be nothing but a useless waste of space. Crocodile scoffed, sheathing the sand blade without casting a glance at Mr. 3, turning to depart. He held absolute confidence in his abilities. Faced with the encroaching yellow sand, Mr. 3, being of such an adequate caliber, stood no chance, left to watch helplessly as his moisture evaporated, succumbing to despair. After taking a few steps, sensing something amiss, Crocodile halted, his eyes shifting back. There stood the Mr. 3, frozen in place like a wooden figure, showing no signs of dehydration whatsoever. Glug, glug, glug. From the thickening dust, an uncanny sound akin to bubbling magma emerged, surging and compressing. What a pity, the candle contains no water, my dear President Sand, Mr. 3's unique voice drifted from the dense haze, while the Mr. 3 severed by the crescent sand dune twisted and collapsed, gradually dissolving into waxy liquid, creating a lifelike wax figure in the instant of landing. Crocodile was taken aback, his expression remaining relatively calm. However, the next moment, his pupils constricted in alarm, feeling an almost tangible threat rushing toward him. The calm facade shattered completely. Try this one, President. Candle. Great fire blast. Boom. A violent shockwave infused with scorching heat erupted against Crocodile's face. Drawing upon previous experiences, coupled with a slight boost from cycling on the sea, Mr. 3 unleashed his most powerful wax-based attack, the Great Fire Blast, its destructive capacity unprecedented. This was evident from the surrounding structures reduced to rubble. Along the path of the wax fire explosion lay a 10-meter-long corridor utterly devoid of matter. Emerging from the thick wax mist, Crocodile's countenance darkened as he gasped for breath. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled. His once pristine black suit lay in tatters from the intense heat, and even the cigar clenched in his mouth had been incinerated to ash. His exposed upper body glistened a faint red, his striking features marred by patches of soot and burns. The black represented cigar ash, while the red signified wax burns. Although Crocodile attempted to elementalize his body at the first sign of danger to evade harm, he had never anticipated that Mr. 3's waxen fist would be coated in a layer of water bubbles encased in wax, which burst before the fist exploded, drenching him completely and preventing him from elementalizing in time. Indeed, Crocodile had managed to overcome his fear of water. However, this was only under conditions of precaution or visibility. If attacked with water in a moment of unpreparedness, it would still be effective. He had merely overcome his weakness, not eliminated it. Thus, upon hearing Crocodile himself claim he was no longer afraid of water, Mr. 3 conceived an initial cunning scheme, a preliminary strategy. This involved secretly controlling the scattered wax on the ground, the fluid wax candle used to cushion his fall, and the wax from the giant axe that melted and dripped to encase the water from the gambling bucket for later use, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Crocodile. Of course, given Crocodile's inherently cautious nature and razor-sharp battle instincts, executing such a devious act beneath his very nose without detection would prove exceedingly difficult. Hence, Mr. 3 resorted to throwing out that perplexing statement about Crocodile's supposed femininity. If he could prove that information to be true, he would possess leverage over Crocodile. Even if he could not verify its authenticity, he could subtly manipulate Crocodile's emotions, eliciting discomfort or even rage, thus prompting him to attack. In this exchange, Crocodile's vigilance towards other matters would significantly diminish, ensuring the success of the water theft strategy. The outcome unfolded precisely as Mr. 3 had orchestrated. With all his might, the wax candle unleashed a great flame, successfully striking and injuring Crocodile. Subtle displays of weakness, taunts, covert water theft, wax figure disguises, and precise strikes. Layer upon layer of stratagem intertwined in this brief skirmish where he initially found himself at a disadvantage. Mr. 3, employing nearly flawless psychological tactics and exceptional combat intelligence, utterly overwhelmed Crocodile. Although Crocodile was far from reaching his limit, the path to victory in this one-on-one confrontation remained distant. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that this represented the pinnacle of Mr. 3's capabilities. Ah, splendid, Mr. 3. I can see that over the past 2 years, your transformation has transcended mere alterations in appearance and demeanor. Crocodile tore off his tattered black suit, revealing his muscular torso. His tone chilling to the core, as he remarked, "You have managed to wound me to this extent." Mr. 3 stood unsteadily, his legs trembling. The earlier wax candle eruption had depleted his remaining strength. This old sandmaster was indeed a seasoned powerhouse, capable of trading blows with anyone, even General Steel. Under the influence of iron blocks, struggled to withstand a direct hit from a wax candle's inferno. Despite taking the blow head-on, the aura emanating from him remained formidable. You approach our battle with a frivolous attitude, while I am resolved to face death. Is it not inevitable that such an outcome would arise? Despite the shock coursing through him, Mr. 3's verbal jabs continued unabated. The implication was clear. You brought this upon yourself. Crocodile's expression darkened further upon discerning the undertones in Mr. 3's words. Henceforth, I shall regard you as a true adversary and will exert my utmost effort. Prepare to endure the tempest of sand, Galdino. The fire of combat ignited within Crocodile's eyes. From this moment forward, his innate pride compelled him to no longer view Mr. 3 as a mere subordinate to manipulate, but as a formidable opponent worthy of battle. Hancock, standing nearby, also brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness what hidden trump cards Mr. 3 possessed that had emboldened him to challenge Crocodile in his fatigued state. Hancock held no doubts. Her recent interactions with Mr. 3 had left her astounded and captivated. Wait a moment, allow me to clarify something. Just as Crocodile prepared to conjure a raging sandstorm for an exhilarating battle, Mr. 3 quickly interjected, raising his hand to interrupt his incantation. Huh? Despite his confusion, Crocodile complied, remaining still. Clearly, he had ample patience for Mr. 3, whom he had come to acknowledge. Breathless, Mr. 3 turned to Hancock, his tone resolute as he declared, Hancock, I require your cooperation. Please raise your right hand, open your palm, and run swiftly toward me. Huh, this hidden card requires my assistance? Intrigued by the mystery of Mr. 3's hidden capabilities, Hancock did not hesitate, following his instructions and sprinting down the street. Simultaneously, Mr. 3 raised his palm and ran toward Hancock, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. As they were about to pass each other, with a resounding clap, their palms met. Relay successful, Hancock. The next steps are in your hands. Mr. 3, having flawlessly executed the relay maneuver, plopped down onto the ground and gave a thumbs up to the bewildered Hancock, earnestly suggesting, Crocodile is currently at a disadvantage. Let us seize this moment and dismantle his formidable hairstyle. Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Crocodile, who had been anticipating a fierce battle, could no longer contain himself. Damn you, Mr. 3. Even the suave and charismatic Crocodile could not maintain his composure. After venting his frustration, he cast a dark gaze at Hancock and muttered, Hancock, I never imagined you would be one of such ilk. Hancock stood frozen, her expression darkening, her body radiating visible fury. It was not Crocodile's disappointed assessment that incited her wrath, but rather her own hatred and regret for having fallen for Mr. 3's deceitful words, leading her to perform such a foolish action only a child would undertake. Recalling her earnest sprint down the street and the hand-clapping relay with Mr. 3 made her wish for death. After all, she was the Empress of Amazon Lily, a pirate queen who embodied arrogance and nobility at all times. Hancock. Crocodile attempted to say more. Silence. Hancock's anguished roar interrupted him. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded, transforming into a whirlwind that billowed her garments, her long black hair dancing wildly like a vengeful goddess. Bang. Hancock stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath her feet. Crocodile, be wary, I am now utterly enraged. Is this your notion of a one-on-one battle, Galdino? Crocodile seethed, directing his ire at the seated Mr. 3. His anger was primarily fueled not by Hancock's sudden surge of oppressive energy, but by his inability to tolerate that Mr. 3, whom he had only recently acknowledged, was still as cunning and cowardly as he had been 2 years prior. This is not a one-on-two affair, old sand. I willingly concede, you have won this duel. Mr. 3 lounged comfortably on the ground, utterly unconcerned about provoking the two warlords with his words. In fact, he felt a twinge of delight, proclaiming, thus, it is Hancock's turn to engage you. Rest assured, I shall not interfere in your battle. Damn it. This was Crocodile's second instance of losing his composure. Were it not for the need to focus on the ever-looming threat of an attack from Hancock, he would genuinely consider turning Mr. 3 into a mere husk and tossing him into the sea as fish bait. Observing Crocodile's agitation, Mr. 3 chose to disregard him, casting his gaze elsewhere. Deep within, he reveled in the success of his ploy. This initial battle of feigned submission had perfectly achieved his objective, to obliterate the remnants of the subordinate relationship that Crocodile had once subconsciously acknowledged. This was crucial. For with Crocodile's lofty aspirations and pride, persuading him to join Buggy's crew and submit to Mr. 3 as his second-in-command was utterly unattainable. Even an equal standing would be intolerable for him. Hence, it was imperative for Crocodile to recognize Mr. 3's strength and regard him as a formidable opponent, paving the way for future recruitment. The art of feigned submission may seem straightforward, yet the execution demands careful planning and nuanced strategies. It is not merely about defeating Crocodile. It is essential to dismantle his arrogant mindset. If one could easily subdue Crocodile a few times, then many could achieve such feats upon the vast seas. Recruitment is an intricate endeavor, emphasizing the significance of the art of persuasion. This is akin to the art of courtship. If one were to immediately lay bare their personality, preferences, interests, and dimensions upon first encounter, the lady would perceive one as rather dull and excessively forthright. Conversely, by subtly unveiling one's attributes through mutual discourse, one can gradually captivate her, maintaining an air of mystery while simultaneously engaging her emotions and attention. This insidious strategy allows one to embed their persona into her subconscious, ultimately achieving one's objective. The same principle underlines Mr. 3's determination to challenge Crocodile, despite his physical exhaustion. From the outset, he never intended to reveal all his cards in the initial skirmish. This includes his full fighting capacity, his ultimate technique, and the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that would astonish even the formidable Crocodile. His plan was to gradually surprise Crocodile in subsequent encounters, slowly dismantling the latter's arrogant pride and securing victory. In essence, those who play the tactical game often harbor ulterior motives. Witnessing Mr. 3's blatant disregard for his actions, Crocodile seethed in frustration, yet felt powerless. A terrifying creature stood before him. "President, let us engage." Desbonus, observing from the sidelines, entered the fray, flanked by a cadre of suited subordinates shielding Crocodile. Before Crocodile could utter a word, a deafening crack resonated as dark red lightning erupted from Hancock, her Conqueror's Haki charging the atmosphere with an unparalleled ferocity. The henchmen, momentarily dazed, collapsed one after another, succumbing to her overwhelming presence. Even Desbonus, positioned centrally, felt compelled to transform his body into sharp blades, employing his fruit's capabilities to resist the psychological onslaught of Haki. Though he managed to withstand the pressure, beads of cold sweat adorned his rugged visage. This is the terrifying nature of Conqueror's Haki. It can obliterate the weak in an instant and instill a deep-seated fear in even the moderately strong. "Hancock, I could dismiss that shameless Galatino, but I am astonished to find you engaging in such opportunistic behavior." Crocodile approached, his gaze at Hancock dripping with disdain. Yet, in a surprising twist, a powerful kick, imbued with advanced armament Haki, struck Crocodile's face, distorting it grotesquely. The ensuing force propelled him violently, demolishing an entire street of buildings in his wake. "What gave you the impression that I am a paragon of virtue? I am a pirate." Following this kick, Hancock elegantly brushed aside her hair, her eyes downcast, exuding an ethereal beauty that demanded forgiveness for any transgression. Desbonus, transfixed by her beauty, felt his heart race. It took mere seconds for him to snap back to reality, his expression shifting dramatically as he swiftly distanced himself. "President." He yearned to rush to his leader's aid, but was halted by a steady, magnetic voice. "Daz, leave Hancock to me. You go settle the score with that wretched Galatino." Looking up, he observed Crocodile slowly rising from the rubble, adjusting his misaligned jaw and casting a cold glare at Hancock. Desbonus's mouth slightly agape, concern etched on his face. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely replied, "Understood." Over the past 2 years in the New World, he had come to realize his own frailty. Attempting to confront the formidable and alluring Hancock was futile. Instead, it would be more prudent to seize Mr. 3 as leverage to rectify their disadvantage and drive Hancock back. Mr. 3, resting not far away, found the situation amusing. They were up against a fully powered Hancock. Was it reasonable to expect Mr. 1 to be allowed through so easily? Mr. 1 is no match for Hancock's foot. Suddenly, Mr. 3's calm confidence crumbled visibly, his eyes bulging in shock. What? Why is Hancock completely ignoring Mr. 1 and allowing him to approach? As he watched Desbonus swaggering toward him, the corners of Mr. 3's mouth twitched in dismay. He was utterly defenseless against Desbonus, who had devoured the quick, cut fruit. "How dare you force me into such an embarrassing position? Descend into hell." Noticing Mr. 3's incredulous panic, Hancock clapped her hands, relishing the moment. The pirate empress bore a grudge. As Desbonus advanced, his arms morphing into blades, Mr. 3 realized Hancock genuinely intended to remain uninvolved. "Damn it. I should have just kept my mouth shut." Mr. 3 lamented internally, though he knew Desbonus wouldn't kill him. The outcome did not negate the potential for a severe beating. "Brother 1, remain calm. Have you forgotten the camaraderie we shared with Mr. 2 under the sunset in Alabasta?" Desperate to buy time and minimize his physical distress, Mr. 3 frantically sought memories of their shared past. However, emotional appeals held little weight with the hardened Desbonus. "Galatino, I have not referred to you as Mr. 1 in a long time." Desbonus's voice was cold and unyielding, his steps unrelenting. Once, when your hand was rusty, I was the one who helped you. Mr. 3 continued to plead. Desbonus remained unmoved, slowly raising his blade-like arms in an X formation across his chest, stating, Enough talk. You struck the president and shamelessly conspired with Hancock. Now, prepare to face your demise. True to his ruthless nature, Desbonus quickened his pace, lunging at Mr. 3 with 2 swift, fierce cross slashes. Candle wall. With no other option, Mr. 3 strained to summon his strength, conjuring a solid wall of wax before him. The powerful strike cleaved to the center of the candle wall, leaving 2 deep, 10-centimeter gashes in its wake. Damn it, Mr. 1, you truly intend to kill me. Don't you? Mr. 3 exclaimed, spitting words in disbelief. It is not as if you were without options, Desbonus retorted, indirectly affirming Mr. 3's fears. As a former comrade, he believed he understood Mr. 3 to some extent. If one could so easily be felled by one's own hand, what merit would there be in serving as the second-in-command of the 7 warlords? Yet, Desbonus gazed quizzically at the retreating Mr. 3. This fellow had engaged in battle with the captain moments ago and had sustained little injury. Why then did he appear so feeble now? Was it the devastating power of the candle fire fist that had drained his stamina? Desbonus shook his head lightly, setting aside this perplexing question for the time being as he strode forward towards Mr. 3, regardless of the reason. His foremost duty now was to execute the captain's orders, to capture Mr. 3 alive. With a series of sharp sounds, Desbonus's right arm transformed, the flesh melding into a myriad of rapidly spinning blades, reminiscent of a fearsome meat grinder. Let us test this move. Spiral slash. The arm, now a whirling instrument of destruction, cleaved through the air at an acute angle towards Mr. 3. A flash of red ignited in Mr. 3's eyes as he activated his observation Haki, narrowly evading the incoming rotational strike. Boom. The residual force of the attack slammed into the building behind him, leaving a neatly sliced gash. Despite the miss, Desbonus' expression remained impassive as he raised his other arm, equally adorned with spinning blades, and launched another assault. Mr. 3, unable to withstand the onslaught, dragged his weary body backward, using the surrounding structures as cover to retreat further. Desbonus relentlessly pursued, offering Mr. 3 no respite. At last, Mr. 3 felt the solid, unyielding surface of a wall behind him. He was cornered with no avenue for escape. It is time to conclude this tiresome game of hide and seek, Galdino. Desbonus's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Mr. 3. Raising his elongated arm of blades high, Mr. 3's hair, styled in the shape of the number 3, flickered with small flames. Despite several attempts, he was unable to summon the strength to manifest his candle form. Damn it, must I receive this blow with my own body? In a moment of despair, the lenses of Mr. 3's goggles glinted, reflecting a shadowy gleam from an overhead structure. At last, help had arrived. Mr. 3 shed his earlier timidity, standing tall and opening his arms wide, exposing his chest beneath Desbonus's blade. What is the meaning of this? Desbonus inquired, bewildered. Mr. 3 smirked, revealing the scars on his back, which were. He had intended to mimic a grand proclamation like that of Zorro, but upon speaking, he realized he was no swordsman. Well, that was a failed attempt at bravado. Observing Mr. 3's abruptly cut off words, Desbonus wasted no time and swung his blade down fiercely. He needed to incapacitate Mr. 3 swiftly. Dark spiral slash. Just as his blade was about to connect with Mr. 3, a fierce female voice echoed, and a streak of black blade descended from above. What? Desbonus' pupils dilated as he sensed a grave danger, instinctively retracting his descending arm and crossing it with his left to shield his head. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the black blade, propelled by the walls of the alleyway, transformed into a striking figure, a fiery-haired beauty clad in dark attire. Ayasha's once cerulean eyes had now morphed into a profound abyss. She appeared directly above Desbonus, gripping a longsword shrouded in thick black mist. Her lithe form spun rapidly, drawing forth a dark, whirling slash aimed relentlessly at the defensively poised Desbonus. Clang, clang. In the swirling black mist, the clash of weapons erupted into a dazzling display of sparks. In mere moments, Desbonus's calm demeanor shifted dramatically. The immense pressure transmitted from the black blade threatened to sever his arms, hardened like steel. Drawing from his extensive experience as a swordsman, Desbonus raised his leg, now a blade, slashing towards Ayasha's abdomen. Ayasha, quick to respond, sidestepped the attack, using the momentum to evade the fierce strike. Seizing the opportunity, Desbonus pressed his advantage, swinging his blade arm downward for a decisive blow. Clang. Ayasha deftly parried the strike, using the downward force to regain her footing, swiftly retaliating with an aggressive flurry of slashes. Desbonus, undeterred, unleashed the full extent of his swift slash fruit abilities, transforming his entire body into a myriad of sharp blades, responding with a torrent of counterattacks. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid exchanges of strikes dazzled the eye, as both combatants pushed their speeds to the limits, reaching a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Thanks to the unique properties of his fruit, Desbonus held a distinct advantage in this exchange. In a matter of seconds, numerous deep gashes marred Ayasha's limbs and torso. Just as Desbonus felt confident in his impending victory, A sudden wave of lethargy washed over him, even slowing the pace of his strikes. Malicious bind. In that instant, a torrent of inky, viscous smoke erupted from Ayasha, coalescing into countless black chains that surged toward Bonus. She had activated her fruit's power. The dark chains ensnared Bonus's limbs, binding him tightly. What? Des gasped in shock. As a wielder of the swift/fruit, he feared nothing more than being immobilized. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to confront his razor-sharp blades directly. Furthermore, why had he inexplicably relaxed his guard against this woman who had emerged so suddenly? Des raised his gaze to the short-haired beauty wielding her blade against him. His brows furrowed in confusion. Logically, he should have been able to evade those chains moving at such a speed. Yet, despite the brevity of their confrontation, he had undeniably been outmatched. How dare she act so brazenly against Mr. 3, against my idol? Ayasha gripped her sword tightly, her shoulders trembling with fury. Her eyes radiating an unforgiving chill. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. I will kill you. She lifted her sword, enveloped in black mist, charging fiercely at the immobilized as with a powerful downward strike. Slicing through the air, the black blade erupted, showering blood across the scene. The force of the strike sent Des reeling, his feet skidding along the ground for several meters before he finally managed to stop. A fruit user, indeed. Steadying himself, Des lowered his gaze, his eyes scanning the damage. A grotesque gash marred his steel-like chest, blood oozing from the wound. This strike had inflicted significant harm. Had he not swiftly fortified himself with armament Haki in that moment, he would likely be lying on the ground now. Yet, beyond the pain, it was the words of the female swordsman that left Des Bonus truly shaken. Such a stunningly beautiful woman actually regards Mr. 3 as an idol? Is she truly willing to engage in such reckless combat on my behalf? Des raised his gaze towards Mr. 3, whose facial features and peculiar hairstyle remained unchanged despite some improvements in his appearance and demeanor. Daz's eyes brimmed with disbelief, envy, and jealousy. He felt as though his worldview was crumbling around him. Mr. 3, equally baffled, knew that Ayasha, as an envoy of the Buggy Express, was formidable. Yet he found it hard to reconcile the fierce individual before him, who would rather endure harm than yield to Daz, with the timid Ayasha he had encountered in the conference room. Moreover, what on earth did it mean to call someone an idol? Mr. 3 searched desperately through the original owner's memories but found no trace of Ayasha whatsoever. Boom. Before Mr. 3 and Daz could comprehend their confusion, a series of thunderous crashes echoed from a distance as buildings collapsed. Looking up, they beheld the earth ravaged by swirling yellow sands, where houses and shops seemed to dissolve like blocks in a desert, sinking gradually into fine dust. In the midst of the desert, two figures clashed at incredible speeds, unleashing bursts of black lightning that reverberated through the air, sending sand swirling madly. It was the president's destructive cycle. Des stood frozen, gazing at Crocodile, who was being relentlessly suppressed by Hancock in the arid expanse. His brow furrowed deeply. Concern etched across his face. The president's combat skills were inherently inferior to Hancock's, and he had already expended considerable stamina against Mr. 3. If even the full release of his devil fruit power could not turn the tide, the outcome was all too predictable. He needed to deal with Mr. 3 swiftly. Realizing time was of the essence, Des slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the woman clad in black who stood protectively in front of Mr. 3. Her muscles bulged and twisted as she brandished a series of pitch-black blades imbued with Haki. The sharpness of her gaze seemed to materialize into tangible strikes, radiating in all directions. Mr. 3's eyes widened, instinctively diverting his gaze. Merely looking at Daz caused a stinging sensation in his eyes, as though they had been sliced by a blade. Ayasha, be careful, he cautioned the woman wielding the dark blade in front of him. Upon hearing this, Ayasha, her black long knife in hand, trembled slightly and turned back, her previously fierce demeanor transforming into a radiant smile. Understood, Brother 3. I will heed your words and sever his head into pieces. Mr. 3 was left speechless, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Staring at Ayasha's oddly cheerful demeanor, he yearned to inquire about the bewildering circumstances. Surely, it couldn't be that a cold-hearted assassin saw Mr. 3 in the newspapers and developed an intense admiration, then resolutely set out to sea in search of her idol, could it? Unfortunately, Daz had no intention of granting Mr. 3 the time to ask questions. After completing his power-up, he bent slightly, resembling a predator poised to pounce. Thousand-blade flow, all shall be cleaved. Daz's aura erupted violently, just as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a disheveled figure was hurled from the desert, crashing near Daz with a resounding thud. The clouds of dust settled, revealing Crocodile lying in A-shape in a deep pit, battered and bruised. To Daz's astonishment, he had been swiftly defeated by Hancock's long legs. President, Daz immediately lost the will to continue fighting. Releasing his tense posture, he rushed towards Crocodile's position. However, such a grievous error in a battle of equals was undeniably fatal. Swoosh! A dark figure flashed toward him, reflected in Daz's widened eyes. Ayasha, slightly hunched as she prepared to strike. Her ebony eyes radiated a boundless killing intent. She truly intended to behead the enemy. Wait, Ayasha, Mr. 3 exclaimed urgently, sensing the impending danger. Sizzle! Although Ayasha retracted her blade at the last moment, the momentum was too great to completely halt. In an instant, Blood gushed forth as a nearly meter-long gash opened across Daz's abdomen, causing him to stagger, blood spilling from his lips as he knelt on one knee. Phew. Mr. 3 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Internally, he mused that Ayesha, having lived in a brutal mercenary organization, truly embodied a savage demeanor. Meanwhile, Hancock, her attire slightly soiled, approached through the dispersing yellow sands. Upon seeing Mr. 3, unharmed, and Daz, wounded and kneeling, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "Oh, Mr. 3. How are you still alive?" "Thanks to you," Mr. 3 replied with a face full of gratitude, then continued, "Now, let us proceed as planned." Casting a glance at Crocodile, who lay in the pit, Mr. 3 signaled to Hancock and Ayesha that their objective had been achieved, and it was time to depart. As a devoted fan, Ayesha needed no further prompting, and after a few moments of hesitation, Hancock ultimately decided against seeking personal retribution against Mr. 3, silently following the two as they left. In the pit, Crocodile, his slicked back hair disheveled, lacked the energy to notice their departure, simply lying with closed eyes, awaiting death. Boa Hancock. If I were at my peak, how could you ever dare to humiliate me like this? And Mr. 3, though I know not your true intentions, let us proceed as you desire. If you truly covet my head, take it. If I blink, I shall no longer be Crocodile. His words exuded the arrogance, fearlessness, and resolve of a man facing death. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a hint of awkwardness, yet nothing else transpired. After a few seconds of silence, Daz, heavily injured, spat blood and struggled to speak. "President, they have left." Crocodile, prepared for death, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Left? Yes. No signs of further intentions?" "No. So those three merely came to beat me up?" "It seemed so from the outcome." "Damn." On the western side of the Three Pillars Island, Sea Island, unaffected by Hancock and Crocodile's battle, within the temporary operations command center of the Buggy Express mercenary group, the primary participants, Mr. 3, Hancock, and Ayesha, sat around the conference table, discussing the specific steps for the second phase of their capture and release plan. Though termed a discussion, it was primarily Mr. 3 speaking, while Hancock occasionally posed a question. As for Ayesha, she had reverted to her role as the diligent student, head down, fully engrossed in taking notes. The objective of the first battle was merely to alleviate old Shah's lingering grievances towards me, who was once his subordinate, without revealing all my cards. Under such circumstances, he would perceive that my victory was solely due to Hancock's assistance or our strategic will tactics, leaving him with a sense of discontent and humiliation. Sitting at the helm, Mr. 3 took a gentle sip of the coffee before him, inwardly lamenting its bitterness, and continued, stating that in the forthcoming second battle, he would exert his utmost effort to thoroughly shatter old Shah's perceptions. This stark psychological disparity would leave an indelible impression on the rebellious depths of his psyche, a subtle form of psychological warfare. Once old Shah's mind and spirit were sufficiently wounded, the third battle would be enough to subdue him entirely. Listening intently to Mr. 3's elaborate strategy, Hancock felt a sudden clarity. She immediately understood why Mr. 3 insisted on confronting Crocodile despite his exhaustion. It was a display of feigned weakness, laying the groundwork for subsequent psychological impact. Wait. Hancock lifted her gaze towards the composed Mr. 3, her flawless eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Could it be that he had already devised this scheme back on Karibali, deliberately opting for a physically taxing mode of transportation, like a bicycle, to weaken himself? The realization that he had even calculated his own limitations sent a chill down Hancock's spine, deepening her intrigue regarding Mr. 3. Despite a minor hiccup, the first battle against Old Shah concluded successfully. The unexpected incident Mr. 3 mentioned was, of course, his impulsive slap that nearly cost him his life. So, all that remained was to patiently await recovery and then continue to pummel Crocodile, right? Hancock inquired. Indeed, Mr. 3 affirmed. Understood. Hancock nodded lightly. She no longer harbored doubts regarding Mr. 3's plans. Following this battle, the proud Empress of the Sea reluctantly accepted the reality. Her intellect and Mr. 3's were on entirely different planes. Mr. 3 slowly raised his coffee cup, skeptically tasting it once more. Yes, it still bore the same bitterness. This sip decisively extinguished his desire for coffee, and he set it aside, turning his attention to the focused Ayesha, who was diligently taking notes. Now, on to Ayesha. Having concluded the serious business, Mr. 3 was genuinely curious about why someone as fierce and strong as Ayesha would idolize the original Mr. 3 so unwaveringly. Here. Startled by Mr. 3's sudden call, Ayesha sprang from her seat and bowed deeply, apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. 3. Next time I encounter that bald man, I will certainly sever his head. Mr. 3, why are you still fixated on such matters? Surely, you can sense that he had no intention of killing me, right? At his words, Ayesha frowned, her cerulean eyes shimmering with resolute determination, responding earnestly. So what? Anyone who dares to harm Mr. 3 deserves to die 100 times over. Cough, cough. Our ultimate goal is to recruit. Mr. 3 felt a headache coming on. True fans can indeed be quite challenging to manage. After briefly organizing his thoughts, he proceeded to explain to Ayesha the grave consequences of killing Daz. Oh, You have a point, Ayesha nodded as if she grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeing her understanding, Mr. 3 sighed in relief. Then, next time we meet, perhaps we should just incapacitate him. Mr. 3. No, dear sister. How did your thought process navigate the treacherous waters of the mercenary group to attain a position of envoy? Reflecting on Ayesha's fruitability, Mr. 3 felt somewhat enlightened. In a crew of notorious villains, her powers were indeed somewhat overpowered. Listen closely, Ayesha, unless the opponent intends to take your life. Do your utmost to avoid leaving irreparable wounds on Crocodile subordinates. Mr. 3 solemnly instructed Ayesha. Okay. Ayesha paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Seeing her compliance so readily, Mr. 3 felt a measure of relief. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally posed the question that had been weighing on his mind. So, Ayesha, why do you regard me as an idol? Upon hearing this, Hancock, who had been quietly eavesdropping from a distance, raised an eyebrow, leaning forward with keen interest. After this, Mr. 3, could you send me a signed candle-sealed letter? Ayesha ventured to ask. Of course. Mr. 3 readily agreed. Really? That's wonderful. A radiant smile blossomed across Ayesha's face, brighter than the sun. After a brief emotional interlude, she recalled her painful memories, her expression dimming. Slowly, she began to recount her childhood experiences to Mr. 3 in the eavesdropping Hancock. It was a tale of a grumpy old man, the previous user of the wax fruit, and a girl labeled as a monster. Meanwhile, far from the Three Pillars archipelago, on a remote island in the New World, a dimly lit negotiation table hosted Buggy and Miss Backen, facing each other. Behind Buggy stood a group of menacing pirates, while towering behind Miss Backen was the colossal Edward Weevil, wielding a cleaver. The diminutive Backen, her lips painted in vibrant crimson, her wrinkled face framed by a leopard print coat, slammed her hand on the table, spitting as she proclaimed, 20%, Buggy, that is my bottom line. Otherwise, no matter what you say, I shall never agree to recruit. Across the table, Buggy accepted a handkerchief offered by a subordinate, his expression darkening as he elegantly wiped the saliva that had splattered across his face. After discarding the handkerchief, he inhaled deeply, preparing his response, and then erupted, You old hack, what are you thinking? You suggest I give 20% of the Buggy pirate crew's entire earnings? I advise you to go rob the Navy headquarters instead. Saliva flew in all directions as Buggy's words landed squarely on the unsuspecting Miss Backen. Truly, this was the great Buggy, perfectly exemplifying the notion of repaying even the smallest kindness with overwhelming vengeance. What began as a simple verbal skirmish transformed into a display of remarkable bravado in the eyes of Buggy's crew. Captain Buggy shows no regard for Miss Backen, even with the fearsome Edward Weevil standing behind her, who once severed the arm of the former Admiral Zephyr. The fact that Captain Buggy has disregarded Weevil means, gasp, Captain Buggy truly does not fear the Navy admirals. The eyes of his crew gleamed with excitement, their breaths quickening with anticipation. If it weren't for the necessity of maintaining the solemn atmosphere at this moment, this bunch of imaginative fools would undoubtedly raise their hands and chant the name of the great Buggy. Buggy, when you first sought me out, I had thought you to be a clever individual. Miss Bagan raised her hand to wipe away the drool from her face, her expression darkening as she spoke, however. If you continue with this attitude, today's matter will become quite troublesome. Troublesome? Then damn it. Buggy chuckled, extending his hands beneath the table, a sinister expression emerging on his comical clown face. Behold this. From some mysterious location, he produced a page titled Last Will along with a miniature phone bug capable of video playback. What is this? Miss Bagan leaned in, her expression shifting dramatically as she discerned the contents of Buggy's last will. What Buggy presented to Miss Bagan was, of course, a fabricated document pinned by Whitebeard. The gist of it stipulated that his son, Weevil, must obey Buggy without question and should steer clear of the wicked old hag, Miss Bagan, who is not his true wife. This absurdity would be unbelievable to a rational person, who might even investigate the authenticity of the will. However, the simple-minded Weevil might be swayed, even taking Miss Bagan's word at face value and taking action. To further ensure Weevil's belief in the will's legitimacy, Mr. 3 had even procured a live video of the war on the top, showcasing Whitebeard's request to join forces with Buggy against the Navy, thus creating the illusion of a genuine friendship between them. Naturally, it was also possible that these two items would not sway Weevil's resolve. Therefore, their primary purpose was to keep the cunning and avaricious Miss Bagan in check, making her wary enough of Weevil, whom she viewed as a means to wealth, that she would have no choice but to accept the recruitment to collaborate. In other words, Weevil would not be privy to the will in the video until both parties had completely torn apart their facades. This, indeed, was one of the 36 stratagems, creating something out of nothing. Old woman, I believe we can renegotiate the terms, can't we? Seeing Miss Bagan's face darken rapidly, Buggy nodded with satisfaction, swiftly reclaiming the will and the video phone bug, letting out a sinister chuckle. Miss Bagan was an astute individual, and upon seeing these two items, she would undoubtedly discern the underlying benefits and detriments. Accepting the recruitment would still allow her to amass considerable wealth through Weevil. However, rejecting it could result in losing her vital cash cow, or even her life. Damn, Buggy, are you threatening me? Miss Bagan's face tightened, her eyes burning with unquenchable fury beneath her sunglasses. No, 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 how could you think that? Buggy, emboldened by his hold over her, retorted smugly. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I do not engage in ventures devoid of profit. You. Miss Bacon slammed the table in fury, taking deep breaths to calm herself. Ultimately conceding. Speak, how much will I gain by joining you? In response, Buggy slowly extended a single finger. All right, 10% it is. Miss Bacon exclaimed in exasperation. However, Buggy stroked his chin, greedily insisting, no, 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 I meant 1%. What a joke. As a miserly clown, Buggy would never part with his hard-earned money so easily. Moreover, with leverage in hand, offering even 1% was already a grand act of benevolence. What did you say? Miss Bacon could scarcely believe her ears. Did I not make myself clear? 1%, that is to say, 1 out of 100. Buggy remained brazen. Ha, ha, ha. Upon realizing she had not misheard. Miss Bacon laughed maniacally, her shrill laughter echoing across the deserted aisle. After her bout of laughter, Miss Bacon slowly rose, fixing her venomous gaze directly on Buggy. Due to her dark sunglasses, Buggy was unaware of the intense murderous intent concealed in her gaze, mistakenly believing her anger was born of frustration. Thus, with a feigned kindness, he said, all right, seeing you so pitiful, I shall grant you 1.5%. This is my utmost concession. In response, Miss Bacon's words were frigid. Rather than that, I have a much better idea. What idea? Buggy asked, intrigued. Once you join the Buggy Pirates, you shall be deemed a comrade. As long as it is not excessive, I can agree. I will leave all of you stranded on this island. Huh? Leaving us here to dine? That is entirely unnecessary. I must. As Buggy spoke, his delayed comprehension finally grasped the murderous intent in Miss Bacon's words, his previously arrogant expression shifting in an instant. His eyes bulging. Weevil. Miss Bacon commanded with a fierce glare, swiftly retreating behind the towering figure of Weevil, her expression cold as she ordered, eliminate them all. Not a single one left alive. Understood, Mom. The naive and simple Weevil became instantly excited, unleashing his powerful Haki, enveloping his weapon in a pitch-black hue. His aura surged dramatically, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Not privy to the specifics of the will, he could not comprehend the conversation between his mother and Buggy. Yet, as long as his mother commanded, he would execute her orders without hesitation. Upon witnessing Weevil swiftly adopt an aggressive stance, Buggy was frightened into pieces. Wait. If the price is unsatisfactory, we can renegotiate. Before he could finish his sentence, Weevil's precise and formidable slashing attack, imbued with advanced Haki, came crashing down. Boom. The explosive force shattered the negotiation table into dust, the sparks and arcs accompanying the strike slicing cleanly through the space where Buggy had just been, now scattering into fragments. Boom. The upward angled slash whistled past, obliterating the distant mountainside. Weevil's strike was nothing short of terrifying. Buggy's subordinates, witnessing Weevil's might, felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, their faces glowed with admiration and respect. Even before Weevil had launched his attack, Buggy had already split himself in advance, artfully evading the strike. Hiss, they gasped. Is this the observation Haki of Captain Buggy? Truly, it has reached the level of foreseeing the future. No wonder I feel inferior to this man. Captain Buggy's strength is indeed formidable. Go, Buggy. Show that arrogant fool what you are capable of. His subordinates shouted passionately, proclaiming the name of the clown Buggy. Such unrestrained fervor startled both Weevil and Miss Bacon, leaving them momentarily stunned. Mom, this guy's observation Haki is incredible, Weevil exclaimed, fixating on Buggy, unable to contain his awe. It surpasses anyone we've encountered before. Upon hearing those words, Miss could no longer contain her fury. She leaped up and struck White Two's knee with great force, exclaiming, isn't that just nonsense? If there were other options, I wouldn't want to go against this legendary man. The enemy is formidable, so take this seriously. Weevil stood frozen, as if oblivious to her words. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I heard you, but Mom, they... Weevil blinked his round eyes and pointed ahead, seemingly indicating a retreat. Miss was taken aback and looked up to see that Buggy and his crew had somehow managed to flee, already over 100 meters away. Now you want to run? Weevil followed them. Though uncertain of Buggy's intentions, she knew that with the threat of a will and a video in play, she could not let them escape so easily. Yes, Mom. Weevil gathered his strength and surged forward with astonishing speed, wielding his blade in pursuit. Meanwhile, Buggy's crew, running ahead, expressed their bewilderment. Captain Buggy, why aren't you just taking Weevil's head off? You could easily take that big oaf. Why are we retreating, strategically withdrawing? Confusion was etched on the faces of Buggy's subordinates. To their understanding, Captain Buggy should have been charging forward to confront White Two. Could it be that their captain wasn't as formidable as they believed, but rather a coward? Buggy, lost in his own escape, paid no heed to their inquiries. All he wanted was to distance himself from White Two's pursuit. Damn it, Mr. 3. You said the success rate of the 36 strategies is incredibly high. Where's the evidence of that? Buggy fumed silently, unaware that his own stinginess had led to this predicament. Of course, Mrs. Insatiable greed played a part as well, as they ran with all their might. After all, They were a crew with an average bounty exceeding 100 million, their silhouettes blurred in the chaos. Ultimately, they found themselves cornered on the sandy shores of the island by the relentless White Two. Hey, where do you think you're escaping to? White Two licked his lips hungrily, raising his weapon to strike down upon the disarrayed Buggy and his crew. At that moment, a dilapidated small boat, the size of a plank and adorned with flickering green candles, suddenly approached from the distant shoreline. Whoosh! A long black blade glided through the air. In an instant, the world dimmed, and a magnificent emerald strike, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged towards White Two's descending blade. Though White Two reacted swiftly, raising his weapon to block, he could not withstand the subsequent explosion of force, and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. On the shoreline, a handsome, robust man sheathed his cross-shaped black sword and descended from the small boat, approaching Buggy and his crew. The crew gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out as they recognized the newcomer. Hawkeye. After the initial shock, their clever minds began to speculate. If they weren't mistaken, he had just saved them from White Two. Could it be that Captain Buggy had anticipated Hawkeye's arrival and deliberately lured White Two here? Captain Buggy could command the world's greatest swordsman? Some even broke down in tears, crying, "Captain Buggy, I was wrong. I was so utterly mistaken. I doubted your strength earlier." No wonder he had remained silent during our journey. He must have felt deep sorrow over our lack of trust and understanding. Sorrow? You fool with that spiral hairdo. I was just trying to save time escaping. Buggy mentally scoffed, putting on a facade of calm as he sighed with his hands behind his back. Ah, you all, just forget it. Upon hearing this, his subordinates wept even harder, their tears flowing like a burst dam. Taking advantage of their distraction, Buggy swiftly darted to Hawkeye's side. Hey, Hawkeye. What a surprise to see you here. In such dire circumstances, it was undoubtedly safer to be beside the world's greatest swordsman. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Buggy. Hawkeye replied, his voice steady and low. Considering the navy that relentlessly pursued him, and glancing at Buggy and his capable crew, an unusual glint flickered in Hawkeye's sharp gaze. Perhaps he could leverage Buggy to shake off the navy, much like a swarm of flies. After a moment's hesitation, Hawkeye resolved to speak a proposition that left Buggy utterly bewildered. What do you think, Buggy? Shall we form an alliance? As the sun set over the Three Pillars Island, casting its golden rays upon the desolate eastern side of the ruined Sea Island town, the streets, which should have been bustling with merciless pirates, lay empty and forlorn. Besides a few residents fleeing with their families, it was difficult to spot anyone in Sea Island. Even the taverns and casinos that usually operated round the clock stood deserted. Just an hour ago, the pirate Empress Hancock and Mr. 3, a core member of the Buggy Pirates, had issued a challenge to Crocodile, the greatest boss lurking in the shadows of Sea Island. The two sides planned to engage in a decisive battle the following morning, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ordinary pirates wasted no time in vacating Sea Island upon hearing the news, even retreating from the Three Pillars Island to avoid any fallout. While a handful of stronger pirates chose to remain and observe, their numbers were exceedingly few. At this moment, the makeshift base of the Buggy Express Mercenary Corps. Mr. 3 lay on a luxurious single bed, his thoughts racing as he contemplated the myriad details and potential contingencies for the impending battle. After completing the tedious preparations for combat, Mr. 3 found himself reminiscing about the moment earlier in the conference room, when Ayasa's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm upon receiving a candle signature. Although he had merely scribbled a 3 on it, her fruit ability seemed incredibly useful for the unpredictable dynamics of the Buggy Pirates. It felt like a stroke of luck. Not only did the Buggy Pirates need to establish a foothold among the new and former 7 warlords, but they also required more formidable allies. In other words, her significance would only grow. Suddenly, Mr. 3 recalled the unreliable yet fortuitous captain. I wonder how Buggy is faring? An image of Buggy's scheming face flashed in Mr. 3's mind, causing him to feel a twinge of concern. Under normal circumstances, if Buggy were not so greedy, the chances of success for his plans would surely be high. But he feared the unexpected antics that might arise. After all, this was the notorious Buggy, who never failed to astonish. Ding! Just as he pondered this, an unexpected notification sound echoed in the depths of Mr. 3's mind. Mr. 3 concentrated intently, and a myriad of question marks suddenly appeared before him. The former warlord Edward Weevil, White 2, had accepted the recruitment, and the current progress for the objective was 2 completions. Since the recruiter was Captain Buggy, rather than the host himself, the goal's reward was altered to an overall enhancement for the crew. The rewards included an increase of 10 in the host's physical attributes, fruit ability development progress, and Haki training, while Buggy's enhancements were 5. The core members, Hancock, Yarlita, Kabeji, Machi, and Leaky saw a 1 increase in physical attributes, fruit development progress, and Haki training as well. Objective evaluation, D. While the strategy of creating something from nothing was commendable, the executioner, Buggy the Clown, was excessively greedy, using benefits and strength as intimidation to complete the recruitment, which rendered its actual significance quite low. The main objective's 3rd phase was now unlocked, alongside the side objective of Weevil's righteous betrayal of family. Observing the system panel's notifications, Mr. 3 could not help but twitch his mouth. How could Buggy have progressed so quickly? It had barely been any time at all, and he had already completed the recruitment of Weevil? Moreover, why was this tool able to benefit from his rewards? It was utterly incomprehensible. Furthermore, what was this nonsense about completing recruitment through intimidation based on benefits and strength? How could Buggy, of all people, intimidate Weevil? For the first two questions, Mr. 3 calmed himself, realizing it was understandable. After all, Buggy was the soul of the Buggy Pirates, and his lucky color Haki could influence even the system's divine presence. Although it seemed somewhat disadvantageous, it was still comprehensible. After all, it would be unreasonable for their captain to be excessively weak. Imagining Buggy's arrogant and smug expression as he inexplicably became stronger. A ruthless glint flashed across Mr. 3's face. How dare he leech off his experience? He would ensure that Buggy would feel the heat later. The scalding kind. As for the third question, Mr. 3 had no inkling. He simply could not believe that Buggy could exert any form of dominance over Weevil. He would have to wait until they met to see what the situation truly was. Vaguely, Mr. 3 sensed that Buggy's recruitment of Weevil might bring him unexpected surprises. Once his thoughts were sorted, Mr. 3 focused his mind and opened his information panel. Strongest Vice Admiral System Host, Mr. 3 Appearance, 72 Physical Attributes, a Luck, E+S, a buff from the Buggy camp, which will disappear once separated. Ability, Wax Fruit, 99 Precision, 86 Strength, 82 Characteristics, not awakened. Armament Haki, Ordinary. Observation Haki, Ordinary. Conqueror's Haki, Beginner, Items, Former Marine Admiral Akiji's Sea Bicycle, 1 Progress towards Black Vehicle Completion. Main objective, successfully recruit at least one warlord to join the Buggy Pirates. Strengthen the crew, and solidify Buggy's position as second-in-command. Reward 1. Completed. Evaluation A. Reward 2. Completed. Evaluation D. Reward 3. Fruit Ability Development Capsule, Interdimensional Ability Training Manual. Choose one from the 3 types of Haki for upgrade. Instructor to be determined. Side objective, Hancock's Transcendence completely surpass Hancock and Conqueror's Haki reward. A high-level martial arts manual side objective. Weevil's righteous betrayal make Weevil see Miss Backen's true nature and carry her away reward. Designated weapon with a minor vibration effect aside from minor attribute increases. The character information had not changed significantly. However, the 99 precision of the fruit caught Mr. 3's attention. He never expected that, unbeknownst to him, his precision attribute was nearing completion. Furthermore, both strength and characteristics had seen considerable improvement, which meant inspiration struck suddenly. Mr. 3 raised his hand and casually created a small wax ball at his fingertips. His focus intensified as he began to compress the wax ball from all angles, much like squeezing foam. The surface of the wax ball rippled, gradually contracting toward the center. As it approached about 2/3 of its original volume, he could distinctly feel the immense force building within the wax ball. Ultimately, the wax ball could not withstand the tremendous pressure and, with a pop, it exploded. White, slightly viscous wax splattered everywhere, coating the entire bed. And even Mr. 3's face bore a fair amount. Yet, Mr. 3 paid no mind, his gaze fervently fixed on his right hand that held the wax ball aloft. With this enhancement to his fruit's attributes, he had achieved this level of density and explosion. This implied that the technique he envisioned could indeed be realized. Mr. 3 murmured to himself, growing increasingly excited, and ultimately stood up, eager to attempt it with the little stamina he had regained. Then, with a resounding boom, his room was obliterated. In the adjoining room, Hancock and Ayasha were jolted awake, leaping from their beds. An enemy attack? The climate of the New World was notoriously erratic. One moment, there could be clear skies, and the next, a terrifying thunderstorm could ensue. Beneath the dark, stormy clouds filled with flashes of lightning, a colossal naval warship sailed through crashing waves, undeterred by the torrential rain, maintaining a steady pace. In the direct line of the naval ship's pursuit, a comparatively diminutive pirate ship maneuvered. Major, the pirate ship with Hawkeye aboard is turning towards us. Not only is Hawkeye on board, but also White 2 and Buggy the Clown. On the ship's observation deck, a young Marine trembled in fright. Through the single-tube telescope he held, he saw 3 figures of varying build standing proudly on the small pirate ship. To the left stood Edward Weevil, wielding a pitch-black scimitar. Looking rather foolish, to the right was the hawk-eyed Mihawk, with piercing eyes like that of an eagle, and in the middle stood Buggy. His inflated red robe supporting his oversized form, a sinister grin plastered across his clownish face. The moment the young Marine made eye contact with those terrifying eyes through the telescope, he trembled uncontrollably, dropping the telescope with a thud. Aren't these 2 warlords being pursued by other Marines? How did they all end up together? On the deck of the warship stood the justice-robed Marine Branch Major, known as the Freak Fist Jack's original character. Major, shall we retreat? If we encounter them. Before the Marine could finish, Major Jack swung his massive fist, rebuking. We have our secret weapon, SSG. What is there to fear? The rules of this world dictate that the Marines capture pirates. How can we allow ourselves to be chased by them? Do you take me for a fool? Accelerate and bring the ship closer. With the Major's command. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting in this tumultuous sea. Meanwhile, at Sanjuring Island, on the empty streets of City C's eastern side, Mr. 3 stood alongside Hancock and Ayasha, quietly awaiting Crocodile's arrival. Brother 3, will Crocodile really come as promised? Ayasha couldn't help but inquire, her black leather attire accentuating her unease. Setting aside her injuries from the previous day's battle, the current combat prowess of Crocodile's faction was significantly inferior to theirs. In her view, her idol Mr. 3's strength was no lesser than that of Crocodile. A wise individual would undoubtedly consider fleeing. Why would one willingly walk into danger? Others may be uncertain. But that man would certainly come. Mr. 3 replied calmly. With Old Sand's arrogant temperament, he would never slink a tail between his legs before being thoroughly subdued. That was not his style. Oh, Ayasha nodded emphatically. Although her knowledge of Crocodile was limited, with Brother 3 saying it, there was no doubt. Just then, a billowing cloud of yellow sand stirred at the end of the street. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures approached steadily, exuding an air of wild defiance. It was none other than Crocodile and Daz Bones, clad in black suits, perhaps aware that lower-tier fighters would prove useless in the presence of Hancock's Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile had not brought along his numerous subordinates stationed at the Sabaody archipelago. Hey, Old Sand, your hairstyle is quite tidy today, Mr. 3 greeted Crocodile as he approached. This remark struck a tender spot, filled with mockery. Crocodile, draped in a flowing brown coat, held a large cigar at the corner of his mouth. The smoke rings he exhaled perpetually highlighted the unique charm and allure of the sand crocodile. Of course, this was contingent upon not scrutinizing the high-heeled shoe prints lingering on his profile. In 2 years, your strength hasn't progressed much, but your audacity and tongue have certainly improved. Mr. 3, Crocodile remarked leisurely, smoking his cigar, seemingly unaffected by Mr. 3's taunts. So, are you still hoping to hide behind that woman Hancock and drag out this so-called final battle? A seasoned veteran of the New World, he effortlessly mocked Mr. 3 in return. Mr. 3 snorted in disdain. Such juvenile jibes might work on the easily stirred, but for someone as thick-skinned as him, they were utterly inconsequential. Just as he was about to respond, an enraged shout erupted beside him. You bastard sand spirit, what did you say? How dare you suggest Brother 3 is merely dragging on? Fuming, Ayasha drew her sword, ready to charge at Crocodile. Mr. 3 raised a hand to shield his face. Sighing heavily, all right, it seems we indeed have a hot-headed fool among us. Calm down, Ayasha. He gently restrained her. Then slowly raised his gaze to meet Crocodile's composed expression. Old Sand, having been injured in yesterday's battle. You are at best only 60 to 70% of your peak strength. Why still engage in a final showdown? Crocodile paused, then burst into laughter. And so what? If I were to yield to such trivial matters, would I still be a man? Although he spoke with conviction, his inner monologue screamed, damn it, if I refuse. Won't you all just attack anyway? With the stakes laid bare, Mr. 3 chose not to waste further words. Beneath his goggles, the fiery determination in his eyes ignited his signature three-point hairstyle. Truly, my respected leader, this audacity is formidable. In response, I shall go all out this time. Come. Before one of you falls, Hancock will undoubtedly refrain from intervening. I pledge my name as Mr. 3. With a resounding thud, Mr. 3 stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of fluid wax that rapidly enveloped a 50-meter radius. The field expanded. Wax. Purgatory. The pure white fluid wax surged forth like a flood unleashed, radiating from Mr. 3 in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the distinct town square transformed into a lake of wax. Standing atop, it would cause anyone to wobble unsteadily due to the shifting balance. Hancock glanced down at the thick, viscous layer of wax beneath her feet. Lifting her slender leg slightly, she noticed that her pristine ankle, along with her red high heels, had become encased in a layer of wax. Having witnessed Mr. 3's peculiar technique during his battle with Admiral Steele, Hancock understood its troublesome and enigmatic nature. It could be said that within this domain, Mr. 3 was nearly invincible against equally matched opponents unless elemental weaknesses came into play. This fellow aims for a swift resolution, Hancock observed Mr. 3. Standing proudly at the center of the wax lake. Her keen perception had already discerned its fatal flaw during their previous encounter. It was incredibly taxing on stamina and Haki, making it difficult to maintain. Nevertheless, trusting her newly recognized ally unconditionally, Hancock slowly turned to leave the battlefield to Mr. 3. Upon turning, she was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected sight. Following her gaze, she saw Ayasha, fixated on the wax lake, her mouth agape in excitement, her blue eyes sparkling with wonder, emitting a constant bling-bling sound. Hancock, is it merely a puddle of wax? Why does she appear so eager to dive in and swim? Let us go, Ayasha, Hancock urged. Yet Ayasha stood rooted, unresponsive. Do you wish to interfere with Mr. 3's duel? With a sudden burst, the fiery-haired figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly distancing herself from the scene. Hancock sighed in exasperation, shaking her head at the simplicity of the girl. In contrast to Ayasha's swift movements, Hancock demonstrated grace, maintaining her balance even atop the wax surface as she elegantly stepped out of the wax field's reach. Once Hancock had moved far away, Crocodile finally turned his attention to the wax lake beneath him, gradually shifting his gaze towards Mr. 3. During yesterday's battle, I sensed your chaotic and unstable state. I never imagined you would dare challenge me while at a disadvantage. Crocodile's expression darkened. Mr. 3, after 2 years, you have surprised me. In response, Mr. 3 offered a mysterious smile. Even more surprises await. Crocodile. His address shifted from president to directly calling him by name. Let us hope you do not disappoint me this time. As Crocodile took a step forward, a tall and robust figure emerged before him. President, let me handle this. Das Bonus removed his black suit, revealing an impressive physique brimming with raw power. Observing the battle intent flickering in Daz's eyes, Crocodile raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly, acknowledging the rarity of such fervor from him. It's quite a surprise to see you so eager for a fight. With that, Crocodile turned his gaze to Mr. 3. Galdino, it's truly unfortunate. It appears that before you can challenge me, you must first contend with Daz. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, fully aware that no matter the outcome, Hancock would not remain a passive observer. Thus, it seemed prudent to indulge Daz's rare desire for combat. Mr. 3 seized the opportunity to mock Crocodile, unfazed by the prospect of facing Daz Bonus. Enough with the chatter. Daz, clearly a man of few words, raised his arms, transformed into blades, and charged at Mr. 3 with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Mr. 3 gradually retracted his playful demeanor, his gaze sharpening. Brother, I distinctly remember your arrogance from yesterday. In that instant, the fluid candle wax on the ground began to writhe, morphing into bizarre, ghostly hands that lunged toward the charging Daz. Daz was taken aback, his battle instincts kicked in as he halted, slicing at the ghostly hand with his keen blade-like arm. Clang. Sparks flew as steel met wax. The sudden hardness of the ghostly hand caught Daz off guard, his expression growing serious. Just as he prepared to exert force and sever the hand, it shifted back into a fluid state, circumventing his arm and lunging for his face. Quick on his feet, Daz opened his palm to grasp the ghostly hand, his fingers transforming into sharp, curved blades. With a swift motion, he cleaved the ghostly hand into several pieces, which fell back into the candle lake. In mere seconds, both sides engaged in a rapid exchange of offense and counteroffense. The silky feedback from the ghostly hand indicates a remarkable precision of 99 in control. If I were to face Steelus again now, I would not be as passive as before. Mr. 3 flicked his fingers, conjuring a moderately soft wax sofa within the candle domain. He sat down, calmly observing the sharp-eyed Daz Bonus while leisurely crossing his legs. In stark contrast to the previous day's exhaustion and hasty retreat, he now appeared to regard Daz with indifference. This was not due to arrogance or underestimating Daz's capabilities. The underlying reason lay in Daz's reliance on close-quarters combat, where he could unleash a flurry of rapid, powerful slashes, much like he had against Ayasha. However, within Mr. 3's candle domain, this advantage was nullified. The disparity between their abilities was glaringly evident. Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance, Mr. 3. Daz's eyes glinted coldly as he sensed the futility of conventional attacks. He tightened his leg muscles, channeling his strength into his dual-edged feet. With a swift motion, he sliced through the wax surface, revealing the solid pavement beneath. He intended to burst through the ghostly hand and charge at Mr. 3 with incredible speed. However, just as Daz was poised to launch his assault, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The candle lake began to churn restlessly, and from its depths, more troublesome ghostly hands emerged, accompanied by twisting streams of liquid wax that morphed into colossal wax weapons. Axes, swords, harpoons, and hammers, an endless array. Mr. 3, arms crossed, slowly rose, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed Daz's astonished expression. Brother, did you truly believe that the ghostly hand you encountered was the limit of my candle domain? As his words echoed, the multitude of wax weapons trembled ominously. In the next moment, they surged toward the astonished Daz Bonus with overwhelming force. Boom. Countless ghostly hands and wax weapons descended upon Daz, who, embodying his blade, unleashed a furious roar and summoned all his strength for a 360-degree counterattack against the oncoming tide of wax weaponry. With each swift strike, the wax weapons, nearly as hard as steel, shattered into countless fragments, raining down like snowflakes. At the heart of this snowstorm, Daz Bonus transformed into a whirlwind of sharp blades, his limbs and torso slicing through the air, embodying the beauty and destruction of his artful strikes. In that moment, he resembled a ballet dancer, gracefully pirouetting upon a white stage, albeit with a muscular physique. The image was too beautiful to fully comprehend. Yet, for Mr. 3, who leisurely picked his nose, Daz's threat was akin to that of a ballet dancer. Do not question Mr. 3's audacity. The continuously regenerating wax weaponry in the candle domain would provide the answer. In the distance, Crocodile fixated on Daz Bonus, whose injuries were becoming increasingly apparent. If the trend continued, his defeat was merely a matter of time. To his surprise, before Mr. 3 even engaged, Daz had already found himself in an inescapable predicament. Despite the fruit ability's constraints, this illustrated the stark disparity in their strengths. Galdino, the useless one, had developed such astonishing techniques. The burning cigar emitted wisps of smoke, and even the proud Crocodile had to concede that Mr. 3's growth over the past 2 years had far exceeded his expectations. It was remarkable to consider that Daz Bonus, who had battled for his life alongside Crocodile in the New World, had made significant strides in strength, yet was still thoroughly overwhelmed by Mr. 3. Perhaps now, the forthcoming battle would compel me to take matters more seriously. Crocodile chuckled softly, loosening his stiff neck with a series of cracks. Meanwhile, Hancock, standing at the edge of the candle domain, furrowed her brow, contemplating Mr. Three's prowess as he maneuvered effortlessly through the fray. This fellow has grown considerably stronger since the days of Crocodile. The effects of cycling on the sea are remarkably evident. Is it possible that this very posture is a manifestation of his peak strength? Hancock instinctively placed herself in a simulated battle against Mr. Three, contemplating how she would handle the troublesome candle soldiers. After all, her own combat style closely resembled that of Daz Bones, focusing on close-range combat. In fact, when confronted with the candle purgatory, her leg-centric martial arts proved to be more disadvantageous than Daz's slashing attacks. After simulating for a while, Hancock gently shook her head. Aside from the instant petrification attack utilized by the lecherous Mr. Three, she found herself at a loss against the candle purgatory for the time being, unless she were to forcibly break through the entire domain at the cost of immense stamina. In contrast to Hancock's emotional turmoil, Ayasha stood nearby with unexpected calmness. Shouldn't one be elated and exuberant in such a moment? Hancock found herself perplexed. In response, Ayasha shifted her gaze from Mr. Three to meet Hancock's, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Isn't it only natural that Brother Three is formidable? The girl tilted her head, beaming with a radiant smile. Hancock replied, "You are indeed correct." Meanwhile, within the candle domain, a muffled thud reverberated through the air. Daz Bones had ultimately reached his limit, being struck by the colossal warhammer formed of wax and sent crashing to the ground, landing precisely at Crocodile's feet. "President, I'm sorry, Daz Bones, bruised and battered, let out a gasp as he coughed up blood. His head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Daz, you are still too weak." Crocodile refrained from uttering any comforting words about fruit weaknesses. After taking a deep drag from his cigar, he lowered his expressionless gaze and waved his hand gently. A diminutive sandstorm materialized out of thin air, lifting the fallen Daz Bones as if carried by a gentle breeze. The yellow sand swirled and howled, moving away from the candle domain towards the open ground. Although Crocodile spoke sternly, his method of relocating Daz was surprisingly tender. Now then, once Daz was safely dispatched, Crocodile slightly raised his head to face Mr. Three, who stood at the center of the candle domain. From the depths of his usually calm eyes, a burgeoning battle intent radiated. "Come on, Crocodile." Mr. Three ceased his leisurely nose-picking, his expression gradually turning serious. The moment his gaze met Crocodile's, it was as if he had encountered a ferocious, cold-blooded giant crocodile in the wild. Adrenaline surged through him, and his heart raced uncontrollably. What he was about to face was no longer the easily manipulated quick-slicing man, but a seasoned powerhouse who had roamed the New World for decades, the serious Crocodile. A gust of sea breeze swept in from the beach outside the town, passing between the two men and creating ripples across the Candle Lake. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere thick with murderous intent, even the sea breeze dared not linger. Swiftly retreating several hundred meters back into the embrace of the ocean, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Heavy sandstorm. At a certain moment, a deep, magnetic voice shattered the tranquility. Boom. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Crocodile's palm, manifesting into a formidable sandstorm. The swirling yellow sand expanded at astonishing speed, and under the terrifying force akin to a natural disaster, the Candle Lake upon the earth was gradually torn apart, exposing the yellow earth beneath. In a mere strike, he dismantled the candle domain that had left Daz Bones helpless. "Now, what will you do, Mr. Three?" At the center of the sandstorm, Crocodile took a puff from his cigar, his expression unfazed. As the fierce winds tugged at his attire, his black coat billowed, complementing the black suit he wore beneath, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. With Crocodile's first move, one could discern the outcome. Mr. Three looked up, witnessing the massive shadow of the sandstorm engulfing his entire field of vision. Having consumed nearly 2/3 of the candle domain, the sandstorm, now interspersed with white wax, became even more terrifying. Nearby townhouses crumbled upon contact, instantly reduced to dust by the high-pressure debris. This was the unparalleled might of a natural disaster. "Crocodile, a man like you dares to fear my candle domain?" Mr. Three scoffed. Had it not been for Daz Bones' earlier experimentation, Crocodile, with his character, would likely have dismissed the unremarkable Candle Lake. In this scenario, had he recklessly attacked, he would have fallen into the constraints of the candle domain, losing the upper hand in the duel. However, Crocodile prudently maintained his distance, employing the sandstorm to clear the field and ensure a secure footing. Undoubtedly, it was born from his apprehension towards the candle domain. This also indirectly validated Crocodile's acknowledgement of Mr. Three's technique. Feeling an immense sense of achievement from the recognition of his self-developed technique by such an established powerhouse in the pirate world, Mr. Three took pride in his accomplishment. As for the candle domain being breached, from the moment he agreed to engage with Daz Bones, he had no intention of concealing the offensive capabilities of the candle domain. For even without prior intelligence, Crocodile's battle intellect would undoubtedly allow him to retaliate promptly, diminishing the effectiveness of the initial advantage. "Your verbal prowess cannot alter your current predicament, Mr. Three," Crocodile remarked with an air of nonchalance. In response, Mr. 3 displayed a pained expression, slowly bending down to plunge his arms into the candle domain beneath him. Let us see how long your proud sandstorm can endure. A vast stream of liquid wax poured from Mr. 3's arms, racing across the ground and violently colliding with the yellow sandstorm. The candle domain was an absolute realm for securing his advantage, one that could not be easily dismantled. Thus, Mr. 3 resolved to forcibly tear a gap on the side of the sandstorm with his immense volume. How intriguing. How will you respond now? As the sandstorm neared the brink of being torn apart, Crocodile raised his palm and casually unleashed another enhanced sandstorm. The two forces of the sandstorm collided, amplifying the destruction, with the centripetal force generated by their rapid rotation absorbing the continuously incoming wax, converting it into nourishment for the swirling yellow sand. Over time, the deep yellow sandstorm took on a grayish hue, appearing even more formidable from afar. Nonetheless, Mr. 3, undeterred, continued to increase the output of wax. Such reckless behavior bewildered Crocodile, who thought, given Mr. 3's character, he should not be this obstinate. With this thought, Crocodile smirked slightly, unexpectedly eager to see what surprise Mr. 3 would bring forth. Despite being fully aware of the other's schemes, he remained composed. This was the absolute confidence that Crocodile held in his own strength. Soon, Mr. 3's scheme would come to light. Standing at the epicenter of the yellow and white sandstorm, Crocodile furrowed his brow. He had inexplicably lost control over the tempest. Suddenly, as if met with an immense resistance, the frenzied, swirling sandstorm abruptly halted, suspended in midair. The chaotic winds ceased their violent tearing, and thick, viscous liquid began to seep from the periphery of the storm, enveloping the yellow sand tightly. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of white candles replaced the countless grains of yellow sand, transforming them into a colossal tubular structure in a solidified state. Old sand. This sandstorm of yours is quite impressive. It is now mine, Mr. 3 declared, extending his arms and gently clenching his right fist towards the towering candle structure. A humming resonated as the candle cylinder instantly shattered and reformed into a gigantic candle-shaped hand, comparable to a small mountain, firmly grasping the diminutive crocodile standing in its palm. This technique was aptly named Candle Sandstorm Giant Hand. Undoubtedly, the candle domain afforded Mr. 3 an unimaginable advantage, yet mindless persistence would only lead to a painful defeat. Thus, he feigned a demeanor of unwavering resolve to maintain the domain, subtly infusing ample candle wax to leverage the sandstorm's absorption effect. Adopting a defensive stance to launch an unexpected offensive, the giant candle fist, constructed entirely from the candle domain, could annihilate even a formidable opponent like Daz with a single blow. However, regrettably, Mr. 3's adversary was Crocodile, the natural type user of the sand fruit. Within the clenched candle fist, eerie, unsettling sounds emerged as gaps began to ooze relentless yellow sand. The sand expanded at a visible pace, swiftly eroding a several-meter-wide tunnel through the candle fist. In a thunderous moment, the tunnel collapsed, unleashing a crescent-shaped sand blade forged purely from gravel, slicing through the earth with unparalleled ferocity toward Mr. 3. This was one of Crocodile's signature moves, the Desert Greatsword. During the Marineford War, he had utilized this very technique to cleave Admiral Akainu in half, showcasing its formidable power. Aware of the gravity of this technique, Mr. 3 did not dare to underestimate it. He waved his hand, releasing a multitude of white candles to construct a thick candle wall before him. The next instant, the Desert Greatsword hurtled toward him, crashing violently against the candle barrier. The nearly 1-meter-thick candle wall shattered under the force, dissipating the energy of the Desert Greatsword, which exploded into ordinary yellow sand scattering in all directions. The swirling yellow sand and candle debris obscured Mr. 3's vision. Almost simultaneously, Crocodile transformed his legs into flying sand, rapidly approaching, raising his golden hook claw to slash at Mr. 3's chest. A flash of red light glimmered in Mr. 3's eyes. As his observation Haki played a vital role. Sensing the trajectory of Crocodile's fierce attack, he advanced rather than retreating, raising his left arm, now encased in hard candle wax, to deliver a punch. The golden hook claw collided with the candle fist, creating a tremendous explosion that scattered the suspended sand and debris, revealing Mr. 3 and Crocodile hidden within. It seems you've been training hard these past 2 years. That strength is quite formidable, Crocodile remarked, biting down on his cigar. Before his gaze sharpened, muscles tensing as he exerted a powerful force that crushed the candle fist, forcing Mr. 3 to stagger backward. As Mr. 3 leaped away, he manipulated the remnants of the candle wall on the ground, coalescing them into a small realm of candle hell. He commanded several ghostly hands to grasp at the unsuspecting Crocodile. However, when the ghostly hands made contact with Crocodile's dark coat, they merely passed through. Crocodile had swiftly transformed into his elemental form to evade capture. Yet, Mr. 3 had already devised a counter-strategy. He directed countless ghostly hands to intertwine, creating a completely enclosed space before Crocodile could escape the confines of the miniature candle hell, ensnaring the elemental crocodile within. Crocodile resorted to his old tricks, utilizing the sand fruit's corrosive properties to breach the candle space's confines, launching 4 blade-like projectiles of sand, imbued with Haki, toward Mr. 3. The Desert Diamond Sword. Mr. 3, caught off guard, stood frozen as the massive sand blades pierced through him. The frail form was instantly cleaved into 5 segments. The sensation was wax. When Crocodile realized he had fallen into a trap, Mr. 3, standing atop a candle ice blade, suddenly appeared directly behind him, with a raised candle fist. Now enveloped in a faint hue of Haki, Mr. 3 struck with an unavoidable angle, rapidly enlarging in Crocodile's vision. With a resounding impact, Mr. 3's fist connected solidly with the nonchalant Crocodile's cheek, sending that authoritative cigar flying. Sandstorm. Crocodile, having taken a blow from the friendship punch, furrowed his brow but remained unfazed. Retaliating with a sandstorm of his own, the fierce shockwave erupted at close range, launching Mr. 3 backward, where he crashed heavily onto the rooftop of a building several dozen meters away, then tumbled to the ground with a thud. This back-and-forth clash, marked by its dynamic exchanges, concluded with both parties sustaining injuries. Crocodile breathed heavily, a burning pain radiating from his cheek, now bearing the imprint of a fist atop the previous high-heeled shoe mark. Interesting, he mused, wiping the blood trickling from his mouth, gazing toward the ruins at the corner of the distant building. There, Mr. 3 coughed amidst the choking dust. Clearly not faring well either. After all, his physical defense was rather limited, and enduring Crocodile's wrathful strike was understandably taxing. Candle, domain. The wounded Mr. 3's hairstyle erupted in blazing flames, as white wax flowed freely outward, re-establishing the domain. Abandon this trivial tactic, it is utterly meaningless to me. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, Crocodile suddenly froze in disbelief. For as the wax spread to its maximum extent, it began to recede like a tide, converging frantically above Mr. 3's raised right arm, coalescing into an increasingly large wax sphere. When the final droplet of wax left the ground to join the sphere, the massive orb that Mr. 3 held aloft swelled to the size of a battleship. What are you planning, Mr. 3? Crocodile's calm demeanor faltered as he watched Mr. 3 compress the enormous wax sphere inch by inch, a look of astonishment finally gracing his usually composed face. From that massive orb, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure, he sensed an almost tangible danger. What am I planning? Mr. 3 gasped, though his fruit abilities and Haki had significantly strengthened. His physical prowess had also ascended to an A-grade level. However, the technique he devised last night demanded a level of mental and physical fortitude that far surpassed his expectations. Fortunately, he succeeded. He successfully created this high-density, high-pressure, massive super-candle sphere. It is undoubtedly a decisive blow. Unleash your strongest move, old sand, for with this strike, even I am uncertain of its true power. Should you underestimate it, you may indeed meet your demise. As these words fell, Mr. 3 hesitated no longer. He ignited the flames on his 3-shaped hairstyle to their utmost intensity, subsequently igniting the colossal high-pressure candle sphere held aloft. Buzz. The moment it met the open flame, the candle sphere, infused with micro-explosives, erupted into a frenzy. It radiated an extreme heat and blinding white light akin to a sun perpetually undergoing nuclear fusion. In homage to the eternal fire fist ace, this technique, which merges the candle's great flame with the candle's purgatory, is aptly named Candle Demon, Great Flame Ring. On Three Pillars Island, in Town A, civilians, navy, and pirates coexist in an astonishingly rare peace, gathered in the town square. Their faces etched with terror as they gaze towards City C. Mom. Look, a sun. Why is there a sun over in City C too? A delicate, charming little girl stood on her tiptoes, pointing with her chubby little finger towards Island C. Her round, sparkling eyes reflected the immense fireball suspended in midair. Beside her lay a pink rabbit pet carrier. That is the grandson of the sun, appearing because Island C needs light. A woman in a light-colored dress gently patted the little girl's head with a smile. Yet, as she stood and looked towards the distant fireball, allowing the scorching waves to strike her face, the forced smile in her eyes instantly vanished, revealing profound fear. Why would such a terrifying sun appear in City C? She too was eager to understand. The hearts of everyone present quaked. They simply could not comprehend the spectacle before them. It was too extraordinary. On Island C, the massive candle sphere hovered in the air, continuously burning with searing flames, emitting a white light that outshone even the surrounding sunlight. Drip, drip. The molten wax fell like burning raindrops, rapidly covering the ground and transforming it into a sea of fire. Standing amidst this candle sea of flames, Mr. 3, holding the miniature sun, resembled a candle demon emerging from the inferno. Due to the limited amount of micro-explosives he carried, most were concentrated at the center of the high-pressure sphere. Thus, as long as Mr. 3 did not detonate the core, the candle sphere remained under control. Haha. Mr. 3, engulfed in the flames, laughed heartily like a grand villain. Has the burden of this technique overwhelmed your mind? Despite facing such a colossal attack, Crocodile remained remarkably composed, even finding the leisure to mock. Mr. 3 smiled serenely, recalling the shock and astonishment that had briefly crossed Old Sand's face upon witnessing this move, filling him with an unexplainable sense of elation. The proud Sand Crocodile, who dared to confront even Whitebeard and Akina head-on, had displayed a moment of sheer astonishment at the technique he had developed. No, I simply find great satisfaction in your earlier expression, Mr. 3 remarked to Crocodile. Crocodile paused for a moment, and upon grasping the implication, he too burst into laughter. Galdi, Eno, you ought to know that rather than praising my foe, I prefer to respond with force. However, Crocodile inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to Mr. 3, who stood amid the blazing inferno. His right hand twitched slightly, yearning for the satisfaction of a cigar, only to remember that it had been knocked away during the previous confrontation. Even now, he felt a lingering pain in his cheek. Fortunately, he had a backup cigar. Crocodile reached into his side pocket, retrieving a gold-trimmed case containing cigars. Thus unfolded a striking scene, amidst the fierce flames and searing heat. A man clad in a black suit maintained a calm demeanor as he leisurely extracted a large cigar from the case, although a lighter lay within the box. Crocodile had no intention of igniting the cigar, for the flame was right before him. Why take unnecessary action? At this moment, you are indeed monstrous in your strength, igniting within me an insatiable desire to vanquish you. With a resounding roar, Crocodile spread his arms wide, unleashing the full extent of the sand fruit's power. Boom! A fierce gale swept through, carrying a torrent of yellow sand in all directions. Wherever the yellow sand passed, houses, vegetation, pools, anything that could be deemed an object, was instantaneously obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. The earth itself cracked and crumbled beneath the terrifying erosion, becoming a source of sustenance for the endless yellow sand, rapidly spreading to distant territories. In mere moments, the vast town behind Crocodile, along with the forest at the town's edge, transformed into an eternal desert of profound darkness, so dense that even the reflection of light was entirely obscured. Boom! With a sweep of his hand, the dark desert began to writhe, surging like colossal waves upon the sea, coalescing into a gargantuan sand crocodile that blotted out the sun. In that instant, the once vibrant island sea dimmed, reduced to two opposing shades, one side illuminated by the radiant candle sun, the other shrouded in the deep darkness represented by the yellow sand crocodile. As you wish, Mr. 3, let us settle this with this technique. Crocodile stood defiantly before the massive sand crocodile, his coat flapping wildly in the tempest. In deference to Mr. 3's anticipation for his grand move to take shape, he decided to strike first with unrestrained vigor. Endless darkness descended, and as Mr. 3 beheld the roaring abyssal crocodile rushing towards him, an intense battle fervor ignited within his eyes. He had always been cautious, avoiding conflict unless absolutely necessary. But in this moment, his blood surged with excitement, and he yearned to unleash all his strength without hesitation. Erosion cycle, abyssal desert, candle demon, great flame ring. Boom! Light and darkness collided like meteorites, producing a deafening roar as a terrifying surge of energy erupted, obliterating the last remnants of prosperity in the town, shaking the very foundations of Island Sea. The force was so immense that it even reverberated across to the distant town A, causing minor tremors. Wax dripped, and yellow sand swirled. Truly, two untamed male entities. At the perimeter of the clash between the yellow and white realms, far from the town on the shores of Island Sea, Hancock, visibly displeased, tossed the unconscious Des Bonus aside. With a soft thud, Des landed belly up on a rocky outcrop, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With the same treatment, Hancock casually tossed the unconscious Ayasa into the air. Unlike Des, Ayasa, fully aware, managed to plant her feet firmly on the soft sands of the beach after a slight push. Oh, Lady Snake, why must you take me away? The duel was so exhilarating. The short-haired beauty pouted, clearly reluctant, wishing to witness Mr. 3's triumphant moment firsthand. Hancock paid no heed to the girl's complaints, her gaze calm and steady as she observed the flickering candlelight and the encroaching sands dissipate into the distance. Undoubtedly, the clash between Mr. 3 and Crocodile had reached a conclusion. How much strength is Mr. 3 truly concealing? The Empress's heart was not as tranquil as it appeared, the core reason being Mr. 3's combat performance far exceeded her expectations. Even though Crocodile was injured, operating at only about 70% of his usual power, it was sufficient to validate that Mr. 3 indeed possessed the prowess of a warlord of the sea, an unfathomable mind, combined with formidable combat skills and an extraordinary talent for the Conqueror's Haki. The proud Hancock once again came to acknowledge the terrifying aspects of Mr. 3. And this man, within Buggy's crew, is merely the second in command. Unconsciously, Hancock's mind drifted to the comically unreliable Buggy. If he, a former member of the Roger Pirates, were to conceal his strength like Mr. 3. The battlefield ahead began to calm, the energy dissipating into a serene stillness. As the billowing dust settled, a devastated landscape came into view. At the center of the desolation, two figures lay, one prone, one kneeling. Mr. 3, might you now reveal your true intentions for seeking me? Crocodile, breathless and severely burned, knelt awkwardly, stripped of his former arrogance. Opposite him, Mr. 3 was in an even worse state, sprawled on the ground, devoid of energy. Noticing Crocodile's inquiry, Mr. 3, who had been contemplating a recruitment, mustered the strength to sit up, a blood-streaked smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Old Sand, since you are so eager to know, I shall not tell you. Crocodile visibly paused, frustration evident as he took a deep drag from his cigar. Remarkably, it had not been reduced to ash despite the fierce clash. Instead, it had ignited splendidly. What a miracle! I find your distressed expression quite amusing. Mr. 3 laughed heartily, noting the shift in Crocodile's address. Reverting from Galatino back to Mr. 3. This familiarity signified a genuine acknowledgement from Crocodile. Observing Mr. 3, who was laughing while coughing up blood, Crocodile chose not to press further. Instead, he staggered to his feet, turning to leave. A faint smoke ring wafted from his disheveled yet resilient figure, embodying Crocodile's unique pride and allure. Just a few steps away, Mr. 3's earnest invitation broke through the air. Old Sand, join us. Follow the legendary clown Buggy, and together we shall overturn this impending chaos. At these words, Crocodile abruptly halted, inhaling deeply from his cigar before exhaling a plume of smoke. The gentle breeze swept across the barren land, bringing an indescribable stillness. So this is your aim in forming an alliance with Hancock? I regret to inform you that, amidst the brewing turmoil, I have my plans and decisions firmly set. A new guild shall arise, therefore. After a few seconds of silence, Crocodile finally grasped Mr. 3's intent and replied without turning back. Impossible. Very well. I respect your choice. Mr. 3 felt no surprise at the expected response. Nor did he attempt to persuade further, for time was ample. Just then, Hancock and Ayasa approached from the side. Mr. 3 looked up at Hancock, conveying a silent understanding through his gaze. Subsequently, his arm, which had been hanging limply, began to tremble restlessly. If you dare utter the word substitution, Mr. 3. Hancock's expression darkened ominously, a murderous intent swirling in her beautiful eyes. Make no mistake, I will indeed flatten you into a mere centimeter-thick patty. A chilling fear gripped Mr. 3, causing him to shiver. She was serious. Hancock's gaze was unequivocally earnest. To preserve his life, he obediently lowered his arm, abandoning the notion of replicating the earlier handclap substitution. Calm. I want to say it. You do it. Just do it. Mr. 3, cleverly deflecting, pointed toward Crocodile, who had his back turned. Crocodile, leisurely puffing on his cigar, felt a slight tremor as he sensed the impending shift in the atmosphere, causing his cigar to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Memories of icy red high heels raining down upon his face flooded back. Even the usually unflappable Crocodile felt his defenses crumble at that moment. Mr. 3, you deceitful scoundrel. Was it not agreed that Hancock would not interfere in our battle? Crocodile exclaimed furiously. Oh, I meant before one of us fell. Mr. 3 spread his arms wide, and in the midst of Crocodile's incredulous gaze, he thudded onto the ground. Well, now I have fallen. Crocodile, Mr. 3, Galatino, I swear. Without granting him time to prepare or react, a long, pale leg swept through the air. Time slowed to a crawl as Crocodile's widened eyes beheld the familiar red high heels inching closer, magnifying until they gently pressed against his face. In his weakened state, Crocodile had no strength to resist Hancock. Minutes later, he lay sprawled against the rocks on the distant beach. Nearby, Des Bonus, regaining some consciousness, rushed over. Boss, are you all right? Seeing his leader face down, motionless against the rocks, Des disregarded his aching body and staggered closer. I'm fine, Des. Crocodile buried his head deep into the crevice of the rocks, pondering for a moment before hoarsely instructing. Inform the brothers on Island A to prepare for departure. Rest for a few hours. We shall set sail this afternoon. After enduring 2 brutal encounters, the once arrogant Crocodile had lost all temper, acutely realizing a fundamental truth. He could no longer remain in this cursed 3-pillar island. On the other side, amidst the desolate ruins of the great battle. Why must I engage in such tedious aftermath, Mr. 3? You owe me a proper battle. Hancock dusted off the grime from her purple cheapao, casting a disdainful gaze upon Mr. 3, her expression tinged with displeasure. As the pirate empress and former ruler of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, having previously intervened twice against the unwell Crocodile, this was a matter of great indignity for her prideful self. Simultaneously, her words bore another implication. She, much like Crocodile, had wholly acknowledged Mr. 3's prowess in combat. A dry chuckle escaped Mr. 3, who lay on the ground, as he dared not retort. Any utterance on his part would certainly cost him this rare vantage point. An indescribable atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped them, lingering for several seconds. The cool sea breeze tousled Hancock's long, dark hair, while it also swept in waves of yellow sand, obscuring the vision of a certain lecherous individual. After a moment of silence, Hancock retracted her displeasure, her brows furrowing into perplexity. Did I hear correctly? Crocodile just mentioned our alliance, did he not? If the ultimate goal is recruitment, would it not be more convincing to state that I have joined Buggy's pirates? This would surely alleviate Crocodile's lingering pride. As Mr. 3, now sitting up from the ground, rubbed the sand from his eyes, he cursed Crocodile under his breath for his obstinacy. He continued. While the inclusion of the 9 snake pirates would indeed deliver a significant psychological blow to Crocodile and enhance the chances of recruitment, I believe it would be far more impactful for him to realize this on his own. Hancock's brows knitted tighter. After a prolonged silence, Mr. 3 began to speak, uttering words that seemed utterly unrelated. According to the efficiency of the world government and the Morgan's newspaper, the latest edition should have already been printed and is currently disseminating across the globe. Hancock paused, contemplating the implications, and upon grasping the reasoning, her eyes brightened. Oh, I see. In a tavern on Island A, adorned with a warm and harmonious decor, the owner, a burly man of muscle, maintained a peaceful atmosphere despite the presence of troublemakers. As was common in any place that served alcohol, the tavern, named Pudding Toast, required its owner to possess sufficient strength or connections to deter unruly patrons. Today, however, The typically boisterous owner found himself dutifully serving drinks and dishes, not daring to neglect his responsibilities for the notorious crocodile. The very architect of chaos that had recently reduced Island C to ruins had graced his establishment. A number of men clad in black suits stood guard at the tavern's entrance, while the interior housed only Crocodile, Des Bones, and the tavern owner. Boss, the orders have been conveyed, and the crew is currently assessing our assets. Once your injuries have mended a bit, we shall set sail before sundown, Des Bones reported. Having donned a sharp black suit once more. Though he had been knocked unconscious during his encounter with Mr. 3, his injuries were far less severe than Crocodile's. His resilience, akin to steel, allowed him to recover more swiftly. Crocodile reclined on the tavern's leather sofa, his torso, abdomen, arms, and forehead swathed in thick bandages, his condition visibly frail. Yet, even in this time of recuperation, he clutched a cigar between his lips, his disheveled hair meticulously styled back with wax. Thank you for your efforts. Crocodile acknowledged with a mere nod. Des Bones observed his severely injured boss, his lips twitching, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. En route to the tavern, he had heard a plethora of bewildering rumors, tales of colossal fireballs floating in the air, terrifying sandstorms akin to tsunamis, and earthquakes that shook the very ground. Even inquiries directed at his subordinates yielded little clarity. Only Crocodile, the one before him, held the truth of that battle. Don't hold back, Daz. I know what you wish to ask. Crocodile, keenly perceiving his thoughts, leaned back against the sofa, his gaze resolute. It was I who emerged victorious from that confrontation. This was indeed the truth. After unleashing their ultimate techniques, it was Mr. 3 who lay incapacitated on the ground. Recalling Mr. 3 wielding a gigantic fireball like a fiery deity, Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke with a sigh. However, I must concede that the majority of my injuries were inflicted by him. His strength has, unbeknownst to us, grown to such a level that I must now treat him with utmost seriousness. Des Bones' eyes dimmed at Crocodile's high praise for Mr. 3. Once, they had been equals. And in terms of codename, Des had even ranked above him. Never could he have anticipated that, in merely 2 years, Mr. 3 would ascend to such heights. After this, I must intensify my training regimen. One day, I shall catch up to and surpass Mr. 3. With that thought, Daz's gloom dissipated, replaced by fervent resolve, though this spirit would soon be thoroughly extinguished by the overwhelming presence of a certain candle-wielding individual. Seeing Daz's determination, Crocodile smiled faintly, reassured as he turned his gaze away. Meanwhile, in a luxurious inn near the port of Island A, Mr. 3, similarly bandaged, lay in bed recuperating, his eyes wandering over the hurried passers-by on the street. Though he had narrowly lost to Crocodile, he felt no sense of despair. On the contrary, the experience and growth he had gained from the battle filled him with joy. After all, this was Crocodile. In his youth, he had dared to challenge Douglas Bullet and had stood against the might of Whitebeard in his prime. Compared to the weakling he had been upon his arrival in this world, he had undoubtedly crossed the threshold into the ranks of the strongest pirates. Mr. 3, I have prepared a special healing potion for you. Please, drink it while it's hot. A sweet, slightly bashful voice broke his reverie as Ayesha entered, carefully holding a steaming bowl of potion. She donned a sleek black leather wallet, complemented by black leather pants that were uneven in length, revealing a pair of longs, flawlessly fair legs. Her exquisite visage, alluring figure, and the black long knife hanging from her slender waist exuded an indescribably captivating aura. Thank you, Mr. 3 said as he accepted the medicinal bowl from Ayesha, casting a curious glance at its contents. This so-called special remedy appeared as clear as water, devoid of any trace of herbal residue. Although a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, he reasoned that it was crafted by Ayesha. So he dismissed his concerns and tilted it to his lips, drinking it down. He immediately spat it out. The taste and texture resembled that of candle wax. No, it was undoubtedly heated wax. Mr. 3 extended his tongue to lick his lips, instantly pulling off a translucent layer of wax. Ayesha, standing nearby with eager anticipation, was startled. What's wrong, Brother 3? I specifically asked for the finest wax. Could that unscrupulous merchant have deceived me? As she spoke, a hint of murderous intent flickered across the girl's delicate face. Mr. 3, amused, shook his head. It's nothing at all. Thank you, I feel much better. The notion that a wax fruit user required wax to mend wounds was an absurdity that could only stem from a peculiar mindset. If he weren't aware of Ayesha's uniqueness, Mr. 3 might have suspected her to be an assassin sent by a rival pirate crew. Ah, but Brother 3. You've already spat it out, Ayesha expressed her concern. You see, I am a wax fruit user. The moment I came into contact with the remedy, its essence was absorbed completely, so the effect is quite decent. Mr. 3 fabricated an explanation, while secretly sighing. Having such a naive fan could indeed be quite troublesome. Of course, compared to the equally peculiar-minded longtime fan Bartolomeo, Ayesha was considerably better. Really? Then I shall fetch you another bowl. Ayesha cheerfully turned to run out and fetch more wax liquid. No, that is unnecessary. The first sip was effective, but too much will render it useless. Mr. 3 quickly called out to stop her. All right, fine. In a certain sense, Ayesha may not be much different from Bartolomeo. Oh. Ayesha obediently halted, standing still with puffed cheeks. She sensed that Brother 3 was deceiving her, yet lacked evidence. Seeing her forlorn expression, Mr. 3 sighed softly and swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, Ayasha, you shared stories from your childhood last time. Since we have some time now, could you tell me about your experiences after joining the Buggy Express mercenary group? At his words, Ayasha perked up eagerly. Yes. It's like this. Brother 3, their rare moment of leisure passed serenely. Soon, the sun began to set in the evening sky. At the Pudding Toast Tavern, President, everything is ready. We can set sail at any time. Desbonus said solemnly before Crocodile. Are we leaving now? Crocodile lay languidly on the genuine leather sofa. Compared to his weakened state in the morning, he appeared significantly improved, at least on the surface. No need to rush. I am not the type to flee like a cornered dog. Des inquired. What do you mean? Crocodile exhaled a smoke ring, calmly stating, Mr. 3 would not go to such lengths to recruit me if you were willing to give up easily. Let us wait a while longer. Understood, Des nodded. Just then, a glimmer of insight flashed in Crocodile's eyes. What a coincidence, he mused. Creak. The tavern's wooden door swung open with a heavy push, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun. The first to enter was a strikingly beautiful woman in a black outfit, her sharp gaze and fiery red hair adding to her allure. Following her was Mr. 3, clad in a long suit, who stepped in at a measured pace. We meet again, Mr. 3, Crocodile remarked, his gaze landing on Mr. 3's suit. That attire suits you remarkably well. Mr. 3 approached and naturally took a seat opposite Crocodile. The blade-wielding attendant Ayasha stood expressionlessly behind him, her posture upright and her eyes cold. Thank you for the compliment. I wore this specifically for your recruitment, Mr. 3 adjusted his somewhat awkward tie and directly stated his intentions. This time, Hancock did not accompany him. With Ayasha protecting him, Mr. 3 felt completely at ease in front of the injured Crocodile and Desbonus. Having Hancock present might impose undue pressure on Crocodile, adversely affecting the ensuing atmosphere. Clearly, you harbor no intentions of reminiscing Crocodile's side, straightening up. As I mentioned before, this endeavor is impossible. Abandon it. Despite having endured 2 beatings, his stance remained resolute. Mr. 3 shrugged helplessly, echoing Crocodile's sentiments. Since the warlord system has been abolished, the delicate balance between the Navy and pirates has been irrevocably shattered. The world is on the brink of a tumultuous upheaval. In such circumstances, how could I indulge in nostalgia? Crocodile remained unfazed, calmly puffing on his cigar. And so what? If one submits to fear of the looming new era, what kind of man would that make him? A true man must assess the times, not blindly cling to so-called pride. That leads to a tragic demise. Flexibility is the mark of a true hero. Perhaps wishing to emanate an aura of authority akin to Crocodile, Mr. 3 conjured a slender candle, lit it, and took a puff, exhaling a bizarre smoke ring. As a wax fruit user, he naturally had no concern for the toxic substances produced by burning wax. Children, do not imitate. Haha. Crocodile chuckled coldly. It was unclear whether his laughter stemmed from Mr. 3's so-called heroic rhetoric or the absurdity of smoking wax like a cigarette. So, Mr. 3, do you believe I shall perish in this so-called grand chaos? He inquired in a low voice, his rich timbre revealing unwavering confidence. I will, Mr. 3 replied, his gaze beneath his goggles exceptionally steadfast. The conflict between the Navy headquarters and the 4 emperors would inevitably escalate, compounded by the Revolutionary Army led by Monkey D. Dragon. Such a level of confrontation would leave no one untouched. For individuals of your caliber, Hancock, and Whitebeard too, there are essentially 2 paths. 1. To distance themselves from the new world and live out their days in solitude in the corners of the seas. Or 2. To engage in this grand chaos, only to emerge battered and bruised, with their fates uncertain. Profoundly insightful discourse indeed. In truth, even before the world government declared the abolition of the 7 warlord system, Crocodile had already sensed this shift, albeit not as idealistically as Mr. 3. The uncertainties of tumultuous times are indeed overwhelming. Nevertheless, Crocodile did not counter this assertion. Instead, he spread his hands and rephrased his thoughts. If that is the case, why would I not align myself with the mightier Yonko crews rather than choose the weaker Buggy? This was a notion that seemed almost inevitable. Yet, to Mr. 3's surprise, he shook his head gently, locking eyes with Crocodile as he spoke slowly. The formidable Yonko crews are indifferent to your dignity, while the relatively weaker Buggy crew can accommodate your pride to a greater extent. This statement landed like a heavy blow on the already arrogant Crocodile, as evidenced by a fleeting moment of uncertainty in his gaze after hearing those words. Haha. Crocodile laughed heartily, but soon his expression hardened again. I concede your point, Mr. 3, however. The potential of Buggy's crew is exceedingly low. Such a diminutive stage is unfit for a ferocious Crocodile. As someone who, alongside Buggy and Mr. 3, had escaped the depths of Impel down to the Marineford War, Crocodile was among the few who understood Buggy's true nature. It was difficult for him to accept that such an individual could become his captain. Wait, old sand. You just mentioned potential? Mr. 3's lips curled into a bright smile. You indeed just referred to the word potential, did you not? Upon hearing this, Crocodile furrowed his brow in confusion. He had articulated his thoughts so plainly. Why did Mr. 3 display such excitement? Almost as if he had been anticipating this moment. And so what? The astute Crocodile sensed an inexplicable foreboding. Mr. 3 refrained from providing a direct explanation. For no amount of words could match the impact of a single decisive action. Old Sand, summon your crew. The more, the better. He uttered a phrase that left both Crocodile and Das Bonus perplexed. Crocodile stared intently into Mr. 3's eyes, confirming he was not jesting, and then gestured to Das Bonus beside him. Das immediately understood, stepping forward to seize a glass from the table and shattering it on the ground. Crash! The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed. In the next moment, the tavern's tightly shut wooden door was forcefully thrust open, and dozens of brawny men in black suits, armed with blades and firearms, surged forth, swiftly surrounding Mr. 3 and Ayesha. Ayesha's gaze turned icy as she surveyed her surroundings, her body exuding a viscous black mist. Her right hand resting on the hilt of her long sword, gently pushing it. With a sharp sound, a glimmer of cold light revealed a small portion of the blade's edge. Mr. 3's command to summon everyone undoubtedly stemmed from his absolute trust in her capabilities. Should she fail to dispatch this group of ruffians as instructed, it would signify the utmost dereliction of duty. The atmosphere in the tavern was thick with tension, brimming with a palpable sense of impending conflict. Ayesha, do not be anxious. Allow me to handle this, Mr. 3 said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, dissipating the thick black mist enveloping her. Third brother. The girl's eyes widened as she watched Mr. 3 retreating step by step, releasing her grip on the sword's hilt. Though uncertain of Mr. 3's intentions in his current injured state, her choice was one of unconditional trust. As Mr. 3 stepped into the center of the encirclement, he slowly turned to face Crocodile, who rose from the leather sofa with a grave expression. Old Sand, you mentioned potential. Did you not? Now, open your eyes and behold this. Mr. 3's gaze sharpened, his aura surging dramatically. Boom. An unimaginable, terrifying pressure erupted within the tavern, manifesting as an almost tangible weight upon all present, save for Ayesha. This is potential. Mr. 3 roared, stepping forward, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki without reservation, causing it to explode. In that instant, time seemed to halt, and the very fabric of space trembled. Even the heavens dimmed in comparison. Thud, thud, thud. The unparalleled Conqueror's Haki swept across the room, and in an instant, several of the black-suited men fell unconscious, their robust physiques rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground. Crack, crack. Mr. 3's eyes glinted as he continued to project his Conqueror's Haki. The sound of weapons clattering began to resonate around him. An increasing number of muscular men lost consciousness, frothing at the mouth in a state of collapse. In mere seconds, the once formidable black-suited intruders lay vanquished, sprawled across the floor. Conqueror's Haki? How can this be? Garatino possesses Conqueror's Haki? Das Bonus stared in disbelief at Mr. 3, whose hair whipped about in the aftermath of his unleashed power. Unable to accept this reality, he transformed into a weapon, preparing to charge forth an attack. Yet, the overwhelming aura stifled all his movements. Though Mr. 3 was gravely injured, it felt as if any action he took would lead to his utter annihilation. This was the essence of Mr. 3's Conqueror's Haki. Even the captain lacked such regal presence, possessing the might to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. And yet, I dared to entertain thoughts of surpassing him. After struggling in vain, Das Bonus lowered his head, abandoning any absurd notions of pursuing and surpassing Mr. 3. The disparity in potential and limits was insurmountable. Ding ding. In stark contrast to Das Bonus's despondency, Ayesha, unperturbed by the oppressive Conqueror's Haki, gazed at Mr. 3 with wide eyes, her mouth agape. Her expression radiated admiration. Third brother is truly remarkable. Witnessing him unleash Conqueror's Haki is breathtaking. The once cold and lethal black-clad swordswoman now wore a face filled with excitement and fervor. As for why Mr. 3 possessed Conqueror's Haki, was that not self-evident? Ah. The revelation. Ayesha's devil fruit is the human fruit, mythical Zoan, little fangirl form Fok. Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, Crocodile resembled a cornered crocodile, his eyes filled with shock and resentment as he fixated on Mr. 3. More precisely, he was captivated by the Conqueror's Haki that was currently radiating from Mr. 3. Following Mr. 3's proposal for recruitment, he had entertained countless speculations. After all, even Hancock, whose pride surpassed his own, had been invited to assist, suggesting there were hidden trump cards that would not be relinquished easily. Perhaps it was the eloquence displayed earlier, or perhaps it was the wealth, power, and allure of women owned by the Buggy delivery company, not to mention the esteemed position of the second-in-command of the pirate crew. However, Crocodile could never have anticipated that Mr. 3's recruitment strategy would be so straightforward, even appalling. That timid, ineffective Mr. 3, who was excessively fearful of death, surprisingly possessed the Conqueror's Haki? What an absurd jest. If it weren't for his efforts, nearly turning crimson with suppressed energy, Crocodile might have doubted whether anyone could awaken the Conqueror's Haki at random. So, Old Sand, what do you think of this potential? Mr. 3, at the epicenter of his newfound power, smiled with satisfaction at Crocodile's expression. He extended his palm towards Crocodile, his voice laced with persuasion. Come. Join us in the struggle for supremacy at the pinnacle of the world. 2 hours later, as the sun gradually descended the horizon, casting its last rays upon the Tri-Pillar Island, in a luxurious hotel serving as their temporary base, Mr. 3 stood side by side with Hancock on the expansive balcony overlooking the sea, casually enjoying the cool sea breeze. So, even after unleashing the Conqueror's Haki, you still couldn't persuade Crocodile to stay? Hancock inquired after hearing the entire account from the Pudding Toast Tavern. Gazing at the distant horizon, one could vaguely see a pirate ship sailing. Though slightly regretful, given Crocodile's temperament, it was understandable that he would fail. Mr. 3 recalled the moment in the tavern when Crocodile had decisively rejected him. Shifting the conversation, he remarked, however, it wasn't entirely fruitless this time. Hancock responded with mild curiosity. Mr. 3 raised his right fist triumphantly, declaring, at the very least, I managed to land a few blows on him with this fist. Hancock could only remain silent, taking a moment to mourn Crocodile's unfortunate fate. So what now? Are we just going to watch them depart? Hancock inquired. Mr. 3 gazed into the distance at Crocodile's pirate ship, sighing softly. After 3 attempts of feigned retreat, all viable strategies have been exhausted. This clearly demonstrates Crocodile's resolve. Mere brute force will no longer yield significant results. At this juncture, Mr. 3 was candid about Crocodile's unexpectedly high spirits, which far exceeded his predictions. Despite his meticulous planning and gradual approach, he had merely shaken Crocodile's inner convictions, failing to make him set aside his pride and accept the recruitment offer. Fortunately, he had reserved his ultimate trump card. Rest assured, no matter how impenetrable an egg may seem, as long as a crack appears, there lies an opportunity. Hancock nodded, somewhat comprehending, though such cerebral schemes were not her forte. She found it challenging to remain as composed and confident as Mr. 3. After enduring for so long, if they were to gain nothing, her frustration would surely reach a boiling point. Just then, the door to the conference room was thrust open with force. Brother 3, Lady Snake, I have just received a newspaper from the messenger seagull, Ayasha exclaimed, clutching a steaming, fresh newspaper as she hurried toward them. Look, isn't this a coincidence? Mr. 3 smiled slightly, taking the newspaper from Ayasha's hands and unfurling it without hesitation. Suddenly, 3 heads, the men and women, crowded around. The headline of the black and white newspaper boldly proclaimed, shocking. The Buggy pirates have done this to the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. What the hell is this familiar scent wafting towards me? Upon seeing the headline, Mr. 3 nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After managing to suppress his myriad of sarcastic remarks, he gradually lowered his gaze to read the accompanying articles. Simultaneously, sailing across the ocean's surface, Crocodile received the latest newspaper from a passing seagull. Boa Hancock has forsaken the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom, abandoned her pirate ship, even relinquished the title of Snake Princess, leading the entire Kuja pirate crew to join the Buggy pirates? How is this possible? How can this be? Wasn't she allied with Mr. 3? Faced with Mr. 3's unwavering conqueror's Haki, Crocodile found himself utterly uncharacteristic, losing his usual calm demeanor. His eyes, fixed on the newspaper, brimmed with disbelief. As a seasoned warlord of the sea, he was well aware of Hancock's extraordinary pride, which was, in fact, even greater than his own. It was undeniable that in certain aspects, Hancock surpassed him in arrogance. To think that such a haughty and almost tyrannical woman would unhesitatingly abandon everything to support Buggy the Clown and publicly acknowledge her allegiance to the Buggy pirates. Heroes recognize heroes. Understanding Hancock's temperament, Crocodile was now more shocked than when he first witnessed Mr. 3's conqueror's Haki. No wonder I always felt Hancock acted in accordance with Mr. 3's actions. Reflecting on the details of his interactions with Hancock and Mr. 3 over the past few days, Crocodile finally realized it was not merely an illusion. They were indeed united, rather than being part of some foolish alliance. Damn it, I was played by Mr. 3 from the very beginning. Crocodile slammed his fist on the table before him. The frail and pitiful wooden table shattered into countless splinters upon impact. With veins bulging on his forehead, Crocodile gritted his teeth on his deformed cigar and commanded Daz Bonus, who stood behind him. Daz, set sail for home. At the temporary base of the Buggy Delivery Mercenary Corps. Mr. 3, what the hell does this mean? Crocodile stormed into the conference room, kicking open the door in front of Mr. 3 and slammed a crumpled newspaper onto the conference table. Mr. 3, having already received news of Crocodile's arrival, lounged casually with his legs crossed. Oh, you look rather unfazed, old sand, he teased nonchalantly. However, Crocodile had no time for pleasantries. Clenching his cigar, he directly inquired, is it true that a powerhouse like Hancock has truly abandoned everything to join the Buggy pirates? Isn't it clearly stated in the newspaper? Mr. 3 shrugged. Hancock herself is right here. If you're puzzled, why not just ask her directly? Hearing this, Crocodile finally noticed Hancock, who was sitting elegantly in the corner, and turned to face her. As someone of a similar ilk, he genuinely wanted to know what could compel the proud pirate empress to submit. Under his slightly anxious gaze, Hancock, with an impassive expression, slowly uttered 5 words. The newspaper speaks the truth. Crocodile, filled with anticipation, could only respond with a stunned silence. At this moment, the significance of Mr. 3's revelation regarding Hancock's allegiance to Buggy became profoundly evident. During the recruitment phase, Mr. 3 proactively mentioned to Crocodile that Hancock was not an ally but had joined them, which would undoubtedly diminish Hancock's status. Given Crocodile's temperament, he might even scoff at Hancock's decision to join. After all, He had previously remarked in the tavern that if one were to bow down out of fear of the impending chaotic era, what kind of man would he be? However, once Mr. 3 unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, revealing this information to Crocodile would solidify Hancock's position, or rather, her prestige. The most direct implication of this would be that we genuinely wish to recruit you, but not at the expense of Hancock's status and dignity. If you wish to come, you may, and if not, then depart. This indirectly echoes Mr. 3's earlier statement that the Buggy pirates could accommodate Crocodile's pride, serving as the most compelling evidence. This explains why Crocodile immediately demanded Daz's bonus to return upon seeing the newspaper's contents. The essence of seeking to capture by letting go and the divine touch of a masterstroke were vividly manifested at this moment. One cannot help but admire Mr. 3's cunning and disposition, which are utterly impeccable. Thus, the subsequent course of action became strikingly simple: showcase credentials and paint grand visions. Crocodile, your reluctance to accept our recruitment stems from your perception of the Buggy pirates' overall potential, correct? Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and broke the silence in the conference room, allowing me to now reveal the truly formidable power possessed by our captain, Buggy, on these seas. Upon hearing this, not only Crocodile and Daz, but even the eavesdropping Hancock and Ayasha instinctively perked up their ears. Buggy? The most terrifying power? Is there such a thing? After successfully piquing everyone's curiosity, Mr. 3 turned to Crocodile and slowly continued. Perhaps Buggy lacks the hard power to rival the four emperors. Yet he possesses an innate ability to attract followers with an almost terrifying magnetism. This is something you, who have experienced both Impel Down and the Marineford War, should have deeply witnessed. He compelled the most vicious criminals of Impel Down to follow him to their deaths, becoming the focal point of the Marineford War, even overshadowing the main character, Luffy. Who else could rival the great Buggy? Though it may sound absurd, in this world of pirates, Buggy, with his extraordinary luck, is indeed quite unparalleled. Mr. 3's words plunged Crocodile, Hancock, and Daz, all of whom participated in the Marineford War, into a contemplative silence. After all, this was a reality they had witnessed firsthand. Beyond his powerful magnetism, Buggy's background as a former member of the Roger Pirates and his close ties with Shanks have long echoed across the seas. While Buggy's delivery has amassed immense wealth over the past 2 years, observing the wavering expression on Crocodile's face, Mr. 3 pressed on. Magnetism, reputation, and wealth, though these may seem insignificant during peacetime, they are more than sufficient to compensate for any shortcomings and potential during the forthcoming chaotic era. This, too, is a primary reason why Hancock chose to join the Buggy pirates. Upon hearing this, Crocodile looked at Hancock, a hint of concealed admiration lurking beneath his rebellious demeanor. I did not expect you to see so clearly, Hancock. No wonder you chose to side with Buggy. Meanwhile, Hancock, seated nearby, thought to herself, is my perspective truly that profound? Clearing her throat, the proud pirate empress maintained her composure, masking her inner astonishment. Crocodile, have you not always aspired to surpass Whitebeard? Now that he is dead, why not achieve what even he could not? Together with the Buggy pirates. After showcasing their credentials, Mr. 3, brimming with enthusiasm, prepared to paint a grand vision, to shatter the Marine headquarters, overturn Mary Geos, and completely transform this pirate world. Rather than relying on some ancient weapon, the Pluton, how about making the name Crocodile resonate through heaven and hell, allowing even the deceased Whitebeard to hear your name? Is that not a more splendid endeavor? These seemingly simple words struck directly at the depths of Crocodile's soul, who was beginning to waver. To utilize the ancient weapon, Pluton, to destroy the world, and to surpass the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, these two ambitions could easily be deemed his lifelong pursuits. After a prolonged silence, Crocodile, forcing himself to suppress his rising fervor, threw back his head and laughed heartily. Following the bout of laughter, he lowered his head to gaze at Mr. 3, his eyes still radiating the rebellious spirit of a sand crocodile. Mr. 3, do you truly think you have me completely figured out? The subtle chill in his voice was evident. This caused Hancock to frown, to be at such a juncture and still refuse acceptance. Her long legs, hidden beneath the conference table, were poised to deliver a swift kick to Crocodile at any moment. However, at that moment, Mr. 3 abruptly stood up, completely disregarding Crocodile's questioning tone, and extended his right hand towards him. Crocodile, the Buggy pirates welcome your addition. A relieved smile graced his lips, having finally let out a breath of relief. Wait, I have not yet agreed. Crocodile, biting down on his cigar, rebuked with displeasure. Mr. 3 scoffed at this, maintaining his confident posture with outstretched hand. Not agreed? Are you being stubborn or trying to deceive? Is the system prompt ringing in my mind false? Crocodile stared blankly at the hand extended before him, taking a deep puff of his cigar. In truth, before Mr. 3 approached him, he had already resolved to invite Mihawk and establish a new faction akin to the Baroque works, the Cross Guild. However, after Mr. 3's persuasive efforts, he ultimately abandoned this idea, disdainfully extending his hand to shake with Mr. 3. You have become even more annoying than 2 years ago, Mr. 3. The gears of history and the trajectory of the world are set to undergo a monumental shift starting from Crocodile's decision. In stark contrast to Crocodile's reluctance, Mr. 3, having successfully secured the alliance, wore a rather lewd grin. Do not misunderstand. It is merely because the system rewards are now arriving, and his strength is set to receive a significant boost. At Island A, the Navy's garrison. So, Colonel, what do you think of the deal we just proposed? A brutish pirate, his eyes fierce and his face bloated, nonchalantly placed his foot on the table, casually picking his nose. Opposite him, a wounded Navy colonel was being forcefully pinned to the ground by several lackeys. The justice cloak draped over him was marred with a chaotic array of footprints. Island C has been nearly obliterated, and its leader, Crocodile, has already set sail. It is likely that the pirate Empress and Mr. 3 will not linger here much longer either. Once these individuals have vacated the Tri-Pillar Island, our giant sword pirate crew will seize complete control of Island A, transforming it into a second sea town, a veritable paradise for pirates and a colossal profit-making enterprise. At that time, I sincerely hope that the esteemed colonel will offer his utmost cooperation and assistance. Envisioning an infinitely bright future, the captain of the giant sword pirate crew, with a bounty soaring to 220 million, could not suppress a mad, bloody grin as he thought to himself, remaining here boldly is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life. From now on, I shall be the undisputed new boss in the shadows of Tri-Pillar Island. Dream on. Tri-Pillar Island has maintained its balance for so many years. How could it possibly be disrupted by you wretched scoundrels? The pinned-down colonel cursed vehemently. The residents of Island A are kind and simple folk. Even if it costs me my life, I will never surrender them to you, not a single one. If blame is to be cast, let it fall on Hancock and Mr. 3, for it is they who have shattered the equilibrium. The pirate leader scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he gestured. Immediately, his underlings forced 10 terrified townsfolk, their faces pale with fear, into the room. Cooperate, and you may as well join in the feast. Refuse to cooperate, and I shall execute 10 each day until you relent. At these words, the naval colonel struggled to raise his head from the ground, gritting his teeth as he glared at the leader of the giant sword pirates. Scalding tears welled from his bloodshot eyes, enveloping him in a profound sense of helplessness that soaked his resolute visage. I promise you. From the moment the colonel was overpowered by the pirates, the residents of Island A began to descend into panic. It seemed to herald the impending dark times for Tri-Pillar Island, as the distant sun vanished completely at the horizon where sea meets sky. Night encroached slowly, shrouding the light. At the temporary headquarters of Buggy's delivery, around the conference table, Mr. 3 leisurely accepted a cup of brewed red tea from Ayasha, while Old Sand, Hancock, and Daz Bonus were served tea by Buggy's underlings. The crucial recruitment mission had been successfully completed, and the tension in the room dissipated, replaced by a more relaxed atmosphere. Thus, the current objective of the Buggy pirate crew is to recruit both new and former warlords of the sea. Crocodile's magnetic voice drifted through the air as he puffed on a cigar. Having accepted the recruitment offer, he naturally became a member of Buggy's crew, privy to the current direction of the pirate organization. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, Buggy has already secured the allegiance of Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. Mr. 3 lowered his gaze and took a cautious sip of the tea. Having previously experienced Ayasha's peculiar candle wax concoction, he approached this first taste with trepidation, fearful of discovering wax chunks within. Fortunately, the rich flavor of the red tea blossomed in his mouth, even easing his taut nerves to a state of maximum relaxation. The temperature was just right, the concentration perfect, fragrant, and full-bodied, devoid of any unnecessary additives. A splendid cup of tea. Once assured of its quality, Mr. 3 dared to take another sip before turning his attention back to Crocodile. This means that the current Buggy pirate crew, apart from you and Hancock, now also includes Edward Weevil, and with Captain Buggy at the helm, the overall strength has become quite formidable. To his surprise, you even managed to persuade the cunning Miss Backen? Crocodile, having heard of the formidable Edward Weevil's recent exploits, was intrigued. Rumored to possess the battle prowess of Whitebeard in his youth, if true, then the assembly of 4 warlords of the sea within the Buggy pirate crew indeed heralds a terrifying level of power. At the very least, during the forthcoming chaotic times, they will possess a solid foundation upon which to stand. The specifics remain unclear for now, but the financially motivated Edward Weevil and Miss Backen are fundamentally different from you. Mr. 3 stated calmly, unambiguously suggesting that Weevil should be regarded as a top-tier mercenary rather than a true comrade, especially given Miss Backen's presence and Weevil's malevolent intentions. Upon hearing this, Crocodile and Hancock quickly grasped the underlying logic, nodding in agreement. So, what are your plans for the next potential recruit? Crocodile posed a question that instantly captured everyone's attention. Naturally, there are plans, though recruiting this individual presents considerable challenges. Before any recruitment can occur, we must first orchestrate an event that will leave the Navy in disarray. Mr. 3 set down his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The specifics will have to wait until we regroup with Buggy and the others at Karaibari Island for a thorough discussion. As he had noted earlier, the Buggy pirate crew has begun to take shape. Following the Tri-Pillar Island incident, the world government will likely have deduced that their aim is to unite all warlords of the sea. If all goes as expected, the battle on Onigashima should also be reaching its conclusion. Though Mr. 3 had only just caught up with the events of Luffy awakening his 5th gear and his clash with Kaido, It was clear that the two emperors were likely on the brink of defeat. With the impending infiltration of Mary Geos by Sabo and the commanders, a series of events will undoubtedly signal a significant shift in the world order. This implies that the time for the Buggy pirate crew to cautiously develop has essentially passed. Their subsequent movements will undoubtedly be under the Navy's close scrutiny. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of engaging with the remaining warlords of the sea will inevitably increase. Nevertheless, Mr. 3 remained unperturbed, for the Buggy pirate crew has now thoroughly filled the void of high-tier combat power. Setting aside Buggy, along with himself, they now boast a total of 4 formidable warlords of the sea. With strength, prestige, wealth, and underground influence, they stand at the pinnacle of the New World. What is there to fear? So, who precisely is this individual you speak of? Mr. 3's sudden pause prompted even the typically aloof Hancock to inquire. Following the Crocodile recruitment incident, she had developed immense admiration for Mr. 3's strategic acumen and was eager to learn of the forthcoming plans. It must be said, such manipulation of others is indeed a delightful experience, especially when dealing with formidable figures like Crocodile. Seeing everyone turn their gaze towards him, Mr. 3 decided to reveal the information without further delay. Clearing his throat, he stated, he is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon hearing this, a smile of anticipation spread across Crocodile's face. Intriguing. So it is that fellow. No wonder you need to create chaos to draw the Navy's attention. Without such a diversion, it would be impossible to extricate him from Impel Down. Doflamingo's value is indeed substantial. Beyond his strength, his influence in the underworld is considerable. So when shall we set forth for Karibari Island? He inquired. Do not rush. Let us first take a night's rest. Both you and Mr. 1 have endured much these past few days. Mr. 3 has expressed his thoughtful concern. Is it not due to your and Hancock's influence? Crocodile's lips curled slightly as he took a deep drag from his cigar, his voice low and steady. Then we shall retire for the night. Ultimately, he swallowed his anger, slowly rising to his feet, preparing to depart with Daz bonus. Wait, old sand. Mr. 3 called out at that moment, halting him. Is there something else? Crocodile turned, annoyance evident in his dark gaze. After a moment's hesitation and careful contemplation, Mr. 3 decided to speak. According to the customs of our Buggy pirates, every new member must address me as third brother. You see, Desert Treasure Blade. With a resounding crash, the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and Mr. 3, spewing blood, soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc towards the streets of A Island Town. As Mr. 3 flew, his distinctive 3-shaped hairstyle flailed wildly. Although he had regained some strength after an afternoon's rest, Crocodile's sudden assault was overwhelmingly fierce. He barely registered the impact before his widening vision was filled with a cylindrical object, a garbage bin nestled in a corner of a town street. Just as Mr. 3 was about to crash into the trash can, a dark figure flashed before him. With a soft thud, he plunged into a soft mound. Third brother, are you all right? I'm so sorry for being late. Aisha held Mr. 3's waist firmly, standing awkwardly on the edge of the trash can, her beautiful face etched with remorse. From deep within, Mr. 3's voice rumbled. No, I'm fine. It's not too late. Your timing is impeccable. Why yes, I'm sorry. Third brother. I'll set you down now. Aisha appeared exceedingly flustered. Observing Mr. 3's head thrashing about, it was evident he was on the verge of suffocation. If third brother were to perish like this, her guilt would be insurmountable. This is too fast. Once back on solid ground, Mr. 3 felt the fresh air around him was utterly devoid of fragrance. Not even a hint of facial cleanser. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it too much. As such things were about fate, serendipitous encounters that could not be forced. Attempting to take advantage could lead to becoming the second Peach Boy, and in worse scenarios, it might attract the legendary river crab deity. What did you say? Aisha leaped down from the garbage can, landing gracefully. Nothing. I merely meant Crocodile's speed was unreasonably rapid. Mr. 3 offered a vague excuse. That cursed sand user. The mere mention of Crocodile ignited a fierce glint in Aisha's beautiful eyes, her thoughts simmering with murderous intent. One day, I shall sever that golden hook for profit. As for why not simply eliminate Crocodile? Because third brother had stated that Crocodile and Daz Bonus were already comrades, and one must not strike lethally against allies. This is acceptable. Mr. 3 felt a sense of relief. It seemed the girl's impulsive desire to slay had finally been tempered. Let us return. Night has fully descended. Mr. 3 and Aisha turned to head back to their temporary base. However, to their surprise, just a few meters away, they heard the faint sounds of a child weeping in a disheveled corner of the street. Initially dismissive, Mr. 3's attention was drawn when he glanced over, his brow furrowing in concern. Isn't that the little girl with the rabbit pet cage whom I encountered just yesterday upon arriving at the 3-Pillar Ring Island? The thought brought forth her radiant smile under the bright sun, her sweet voice echoing, "Thank you, uncle," gradually fading into weak, hoarse sobs. She seemed to have been crying for quite some time. Eventually, Mr. 3 approached her. Hey there, little one, what's wrong? Did your rabbit run away? Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the small girl instinctively recoiled. She lifted her tear-stained eyes, meeting Mr. 3's gaze amidst the dimming light of dusk. After a few moments, recognition dawned upon her. This was the kind uncle who had helped her open the cage yesterday. The protective barriers of her cautious demeanor crumbled in an instant, and she craned her neck, wailing, "Uncle, please save my mommy. She was taken by pirates." To the innocent girl, it was as if she had grasped a lifeline. If he could unlock the cage, surely he could rescue her mother. Pirates? Mr. 3's expression darkened. He sensed an inextricable link to this situation. After all, he had reduced the town of Sea Island to ruins. Listening patiently as the girl shared her disjointed tale, Mr. 3 pieced together the events. The destruction of Sea Island had led some to target the peaceful A Island, seizing 10 civilians, including the little girl's mother. As hostages to threaten the Navy third brother, shall we assist this child in rescuing the captives? Aisha tentatively inquired. Through her fruit abilities, she sensed the faint aura of malice, anger, emanating from Mr. 3 after hearing the girl's words. Having witnessed similar situations during her time in the mercenary group, Aisha had long since grown numb. Yet, if third brother desired vengeance, she would not hesitate to turn those pirates into mere dust. Rescue? We are pirates. Saving people is the Navy's duty. Mr. 3's face darkened, his tone icy as he spoke. Yet, those scoundrels dared to cast dirt upon him and Hancock. Such an affront could not go unpunished. Seeing Mr. 3's demeanor, Aisha momentarily paused. After a moment of contemplation, she placed her hand upon the hilt of her long sword, a sweet smile gracing her lips, nodding firmly. Mr. 3 stepped closer, bending down to comfort the still sobbing girl. Do not worry, little one. If Uncle can free the rabbit, then I can surely free your mother. With that, he turned slowly, striding toward the Navy base now occupied by pirates. Come, Aisha. Let us teach those miscreants a lesson about the grave consequences of throwing dirt on the Buggy pirates. In their wake, the slender silhouette of Mr. 3 reflected in the girl's tear-filled eyes, embodying an indomitable hero. This surge of security momentarily ceased her weeping. Understood. Aisha's gaze turned steely, obediently following his lead. Once they had fully departed, the street enveloped in nightfall gradually revealed the fearful residents emerging from their hiding places. From the lips of the elderly port dwellers, they learned that the peculiar-haired individual they had just encountered was one of the infamous pirates responsible for the devastation of City C. What fate and future await the Tri-Pillar Island? The people gazed skyward, their expressions betraying a profound sense of helplessness and despair. In the world of pirates, weakness is the original sin. On the eastern side of City A, the naval base has been completely overrun by the giant sword pirate crew. Captain, no. This is bad. A panicked pirate rushed into the command room, his scarred face a mask of alarm. Is there anything that cannot be said slowly? What the hell? The leader of the giant sword pirate crew delivered a heavy kick to the subordinate, leisurely sipping his coffee, his countenance dark with menace. I now command the entire Tri-Pillar Island and am on the brink of acquiring endless wealth. What could be better than that? The pirate, wincing from the pain, stood trembling and stammered. The clown Buggy pirate crew's Mr. 3 has come for us. The leader remained unfazed. I thought it was something significant. It's merely that clown Buggy's crew. Mid-sentence, he abruptly sprayed coffee from his mouth. What did you say? Mr. 3. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the command room door was forcefully flung open, and several subordinate pirates flew in, crashing heavily to the ground. Accompanied by the sword-wielding guard Ayesha, Mr. 3 strode in with an air of arrogance. Who is the boss here? Brother San. What brings you here? The leader of the giant sword pirate crew sprang from his chair, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. The earlier malice faded instantly, leaving no trace. The reputation of the Buggy pirate crew had grown immensely in the pirate world over the past 2 years. Just the establishment of the Buggy delivery service as a pirate mercenary organization had garnered widespread acclaim. As a pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million, the leader recognized Mr. 3 as a core member. Mr. 3 remained silent, his cold gaze sweeping over the chaotic command room. Signs of battle were evident. In the corner, 10 civilians, bound tightly, huddled on the ground, their faces pale and eyes devoid of hope, as if they had resigned themselves to their tragic fate. In the foreground, several unconscious Navy soldiers lay sprawled, alongside a colonel draped in a cloak of justice. Mr. 3's gaze settled on a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, burdened by a massive sword. Are you the captain of this pirate crew? Hee, Brother 3, it's me. I'm Sogabe, the captain of the giant sword pirate crew. Sogabe replied, still wearing a fawning smile. What does this mean? Mr. 3 pointed to the corner where the civilians were. Sogabe rubbed his hands together, nonchalantly saying, this is merely a necessary means to control Tri-Pillar Island. Before Mr. 3 could respond, Sogabe hastily added, Brother 3, please don't be angry. I understand. The wealth we've gathered will certainly include a share for you. According to the rules of the pirate world, Sogabe was confident that Mr. 3 had come to take advantage of the situation. Though he couldn't help but curse inwardly, he was acutely aware of the terror that was Buggy delivery. And thus he was very accommodating, eager to offer his sincerity. Oh, Mr. 3 suddenly seemed intrigued. A share for me? How much? Damn. Yes, definitely here for that. Sogabe cursed inwardly but maintained an agreeable facade, cheerfully proposing, how about 55? Mr. 3 responded with a hint of skepticism. 46. I'll take 4. You take 6. Sogabe quickly made a concession. Mr. 3 remained impassive, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm confidence. All right. It's a rare honor to meet Brother 3 in person. Let us just be friends. Sogabe gritted his teeth in frustration, but forced himself to suppress it. I only need 2 portions. The rest is yours. If this could help him avoid provoking the clown Buggy pirate crew, he would accept it. In the corner, the helpless civilians watched as the 2 pirates treated Tri-Pillar Island like a commodity, their despair deepening. Xiaofei, one woman, distraught, closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling onto the cold ground. In the midst of this, having heard the offers exchanged, Mr. 3 finally lowered his arms. Upon seeing this, Sogabe felt a flicker of hope. However, Mr. 3's next words ignited a volcanic rage within him. I think you've misunderstood from the start. What is your status compared to mine? Do you think someone like you is worthy to share with me? I'm willing to seek you out because I respect you. If you expect me to work for free, then that is quite another matter. Mr. 3 responded indifferently, spreading his hands. If it's a problem, then let us not do it. With those words, Sogabe, fully aware that the night would not end well, acted swiftly, gripping the massive sword at his back and launching an attack on Mr. 3. You dare show disrespect? Then I shall deal with you now. The heavy sword whistled through the air, rapidly approaching Mr. 3, generating a gust of wind that tousled his hair. Yet, Mr. 3 remained composed, showing no inclination to evade. Boom. The sword halted merely 2 centimeters from his cheek, stopped by a long blade enveloped in a viscous black mist, unable to advance an inch. You scoundrel. If you wish to lay a hand on Brother 3, you must first pass through me. The thick black mist swiftly engulfed Ayasha, her once blue eyes transforming into an abyssal black. Evil reversal blade. Ayasha wielded her blade, deftly deflecting Sogabe's sword and counterattacking with a streak of black light. What? Sogabe felt an overwhelming force surge through the sword, causing pain in his grip. Bang! The black light, laden with the weight of the sword, propelled Sogabe backward as he struggled to maintain his footing, eventually bracing himself by smashing his foot into the floor. But Ayasha had no intention of granting him respite. Launching herself forward with a low crouch, her blade traced an elegant arc, becoming a fleeting shadow of darkness. Damn woman, stop looking down on me. Despite the bounty exceeding 200 million, Sogabe quickly regained his balance. He gripped the massive sword tightly, summoning a tremendous and bizarre force that ignited the blade, turning it a fiery red. Boom. The clash of the black blade against the crimson giant sword erupted in a violent shockwave, shattering the floor and windows of the command room. Bang. The dark figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the command room, sending dust and debris swirling in the air. In this sheer display of power, Ayasha surprisingly found herself at a disadvantage. Huh, how naive you are. Thinking you could stand against me, Sogabe declared, shouldering the glowing red sword, disregarding Ayasha as he turned his attention to Mr. 3. He was not one to cower. Since the opponent had come looking for trouble, regardless of their background, they must pay the price. Sogabe stepped forward, a fierce glint in his eyes, entirely focused on Mr. 3, oblivious to the viscous black mist coiling silently around the sword, seeping into his body. Die, Mr. 3. Sogabe raised his giant sword, ready to strike. Whoosh. From the corner of the command room, a shadow broke through the billowing smoke, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly appearing behind Sogabe. Sizzle. The black long knife glinted with a cold sheen, drawing forth a stream of hot crimson blood. One strike, straight through the heart. Gazing at the blade piercing his chest, Sogabe's eyes widened in disbelief. Why had my nerves faltered in an instant? What exactly is your ability? Without a word, Ayasha expressionlessly sheathed her knife. With a thud, filled with reluctance and rage, Sogabe collapsed, his breath extinguished. With the captain of the giant sword pirate crew defeated, the remaining members lost all will to resist, discarding their weapons and fleeing, vanishing without a trace. Mr. 3, disinterested in pursuing these inconsequential minions, turned to Ayasha and inquired, You did not sustain any injuries, did you? Upon hearing this, Ayasha's nerves tensed, revealing a stark contrast to her earlier battle readiness. And no, I'm perfectly fine. I'm truly sorry for worrying you. I will be more careful next time and dispatch enemies with greater speed. Please do not be disappointed in someone as weak as me. I will strive to improve. After speaking, she stiffly bowed at a 90-degree angle in apology. What is going on here? Mr. 3 sighed, placing a hand to his forehead, unsure how to respond. He had merely offered a simple word of comfort. Understanding Ayasha's peculiar demeanor was devoid of jest or exaggeration, Mr. 3 sighed once more. Do not be anxious. I am not blaming you. After all, your opponent was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Your swift resolution of the encounter is commendable. On their way here, he had gathered an understanding of Sogabe's strength from the townspeople. Really? Ayasha exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. Indeed, Mr. 3 replied without hesitation. It is a privilege to receive your praise. It shall serve as motivation for my continued growth. With Mr. 3's acknowledgement, Ayasha scratched her head, grinning foolishly. You, my friend. Mr. 3 shook his head lightly, bemused. At that moment, the Navy colonel on the ground began to regain consciousness, mumbling to himself. Those damn pirates. Get out. Due to the angle, The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Sogabe, lifeless in a pool of blood. Sogabe is dead? A wave of chilling dread washed over him as the moonlight illuminated the scene, jolting the young colonel awake. You just said for the pirates to leave, right? I can't pretend I didn't hear that. A calm voice, akin to the whisper of death, penetrated his ears. And the young colonel finally noticed a gaunt figure standing before him, exuding an air of danger. And Mr. 3, recognizing the identity of the man before him. The young colonel felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. After several attempts to rise, he managed to stand, trembling, knowing civilians were behind him. Am I truly that terrifying? Mr. 3 took a step forward, and the young colonel instinctively backed away. Seeing him so timid and cautious despite his injuries, Mr. 3 lost interest in intimidation and turned to the hostages, asking, "Who among you is the mother of the girl with the rabbit cage?" The hostages averted their gazes. Heads down, not daring to breathe. Mr. 3 scanned the crowd, casually remarking, "She asked me to rescue her mother. If none of you speak, I shall take my leave." W8. My daughter often carries a rabbit cage. A towering man raised his hand. Mr. 3's lips twitched. "Brother," I said, "mother, could you not take a moment to reflect on your appearance before speaking?" "My daughter also loves rabbit cages." A girl in a student uniform timidly chimed in. Mr. 3 looked up. "Good grief, with your underdeveloped figure, you have a daughter?" As an elderly man, nearly bald, trembled to raise his hand, Mr. 3's patience wore thin. "If I discover anyone lying, I will ensure their demise is excruciating." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At his words, all those who had raised their hands or attempted to do so withdrew their motions, huddling in silence. After a few seconds of silence, a woman in a gray sweater timidly spoke. "Sir, if the child you mentioned is named Luffy, then she is my daughter." Mr. 3 looked at her, noting the match in description. "Ayasha," he called. Understanding immediately, Ayasha approached and swiftly freed the woman from her bonds, carrying her away, her pale face reflecting relief. Under the astonished gaze of the Navy colonel and the hostages, Mr. 3 and Ayasha turned to leave, showing no intention of lingering, let alone harming them. "They are leaving just like that?" The Navy colonel was left in a state of bewilderment. "We are saved?" The remaining hostages exchanged incredulous glances, caught in a surreal sense of relief. However, before they could fully grasp this unreal sensation, Mr. 3's voice at the door plunged them into a chilling dread. "Did you think you were truly saved? Prepare to welcome the true hell, for from this moment forth, the 3 Pillars Ring Island shall belong to the Buggy the Clown pirate crew, with their Renault's pirate flag flying atop your town. From now on, no Navy or pirate shall be permitted to set foot here without consent." The moonlight outside streamed through the shattered window, casting a gentle glow upon Mr. 3 and Ayasha. Elongated shadows enveloped the naval officer and the residents, mirroring their current state of mind, steeped in darkness. This, indeed, epitomized what Mr. 3 had referred to as the true essence of the pirate's way. "Thank you, uncle. You're a hero," sobbed little Luffy. Her tear-streaked face flushed with emotion as she stumbled towards her mother, clinging desperately to her pant leg, her cries mingling with snot and tears. In stark contrast to her earlier heart-wrenching whimpers, her current sobs rang clear and jubilant, infused with an air of joy. After all, this was a promise we had made. Mr. 3 bent down, smiling as he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, advising her to hold on to her mother tightly and not let any villains snatch her away. The young girl nodded vigorously, her small fist tightening around her mother's pant leg. "Thank you so much." The mother of the little girl bowed deeply to Mr. 3, her pale face also marked by tears. The sheer fortune of being reunited with her daughter after such turmoil overwhelmed her, causing her usually composed demeanor to shatter. Suddenly, little Luffy, with her round, innocent eyes, looked up at Mr. 3 and asked, "Uncle, you must be a righteous naval officer, right?" Her Na'vi words struck like thunder, jolting the emotionally fraught woman back to reality. It dawned on her that the man standing before her was likely the very notorious pirate who could turn the entire sea island into ruins. "Luffy." The mother grasped her daughter, attempting to signal her to be cautious with her words. Yet, Mr. 3 remained unfazed, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "Not quite. I'm a pirate, a rather notorious one at that." He emphasized the term notorious deliberately. Upon hearing this, little Luffy appeared momentarily stunned. "Pirates? Aren't they the bad guys who take away mummies?" Her voice trembled with fear. "Indeed," Mr. 3 replied, his smile fading, clearly satisfied with her fearful reaction. The world of pirates was far from the harmonious facade it presented. It was rife with bloodshed and violence. If she could grasp this reality, perhaps she could evade many unnecessary dangers. "When I grow up, I want to be a super pirate just like you, uncle," Luffy declared enthusiastically, raising her chubby little hand to her head, trying to fashion a crooked 3 hairstyle. "Mr. 3, what was I just saying about avoiding what now?" In the town of A Island, the moonlight bathed the quiet streets. Mr. 3 and Ayasha walked side by side, returning to the temporary base of Buggy Express. How unfortunate it was that, despite being a fearsome pirate, he had received such heartfelt gratitude. Mr. 3 gazed up at the moonlight, his voice tinged with complaint and a hint of melancholy. While he had indeed embodied the pirate's way, ultimately he had still intervened to save others. "Is that so? But I sense that you seem rather pleased, Mr. 3. Ayasha remarked, tilting her head as she observed him, her tone bold yet thoughtful. And the way you declared that this island belongs to the Buggy pirates was truly domineering and impressive. Mr. Three's cheeks flushed at her words, revealing the truth of his inner thoughts. Clearing his throat, he said, well, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. But I cannot deny that a significant part of me relished the opportunity to show off. Indeed, show off as the wind, ever by my side. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much, Mr. Three replied sternly. Ayasha, startled, clasped her hands above her head and repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. If I said anything wrong, please forgive me, Mr. Three. Mr. Three glanced at the overly anxious Ayasha and sighed softly. Why was she so naive at times? Despite her prowess with a blade? The influence of idols in the world of One Piece was indeed formidable. You need not be so tense. I was merely jesting. Really? When have you ever deceived me, Mr. Three? Besides, doesn't your fruit ability allow you to sense others' malice? That won't do. Using your fruit ability against Mr. Three would be a great disrespect. And so, they continued their light-hearted conversation until they arrived at the temporary base of Buggy Express. The meeting room was already empty. With no one in sight, Hancock, Crocodile, Des Bonus, and others had likely retired for the night. After bidding Ayasha farewell, Mr. Three returned to his room. Upon closing the door, the exhaustion of the day vanished, replaced by an overwhelming excitement and anticipation. Having completed Crocodile's recruitment task, they had engaged in a temporary meeting immediately afterward, which concluded only to be interrupted by Crocodile's desert blade. Then he encountered little Luffy on the street. Following that, he dealt with the threat posed by the pirate Sogabe, who had left a potential hazard in the wake of his destruction of Sea Island. A series of unexpected events had unfolded, leaving Mr. Three with no time to check the system rewards following his successful recruitment. Now was the moment to reap the fruits of victory. With a thought, Mr. Three summoned the system panel, which displayed the successful recruitment information before him. Former Warlord Crocodile has accepted recruitment. Current objective progress, 3 completed. Rewards obtained for the objective, Fruit Ability Development Capsule, Interdimensional Training Manual. Select one from the 3-color Haki for elevation, Instructor TBD. Objective Evaluation, S, a meticulously detailed plan. Employing a strategy of feigned weakness to inflict psychological blows in layers, ultimately culminating in the God's hand that thoroughly dismantled Crocodile's defenses, advancing step by step. Steady as a rock. Gained S-rank evaluation special item, Eternal Wax Figure Gallery. Corresponding rewards have been allocated to the system space. Initiate sub-objective, Crocodile's honorary title. Detected that the main objective progress has reached 3 items, and the overall strength of the Buggy Pirates has met the minimum requirements for advancing the main quest. Should the main objective recruitment of the warlords be advanced to confrontation of the Sea Emperors? Changing will alter the existing reward mechanism. Main objective advancement? Confrontation of the Sea Emperors? Mr. Three stared at the options presented on the system interface, momentarily taken aback. Although the Buggy Pirates had begun to resemble a Yonko crew in terms of influence and power, they still lacked the most crucial element, a peak combat strength that could rival the Yonko. In this context, would it be premature to unlock the confrontation with the Sea Emperors? Mr. Three supported his chin with one hand, his slightly furrowed brow betraying a flicker of doubt. No matter the perspective, it is rather peculiar that the comprehensive strength of the Buggy Pirates meets the minimum requirements. Could it be that Buggy has done something extraordinary while recruiting Weevil? With Buggy's unpredictable luck, Mr. Three found it difficult to dismiss such assumptions. Nevertheless, it is still somewhat premature to initiate the so-called 4 Emperors competition. At the very least, they must extract Doflamingo from Impel Down and bolster their strength further. To be prudent, Mr. Three opted for no. After making his choice, he continued with the primary objective of recruiting the 7 warlords. Primary mission: successfully recruit at least one 7 warlord to join the Buggy Pirates and strengthen their influence. Solidifying Buggy's second-in-command position. Target rewards 1 to 3. Completed. Evaluation. A. D. S. Target reward 4. Fruit Ability Development Capsule. Vegapunk's Mysterious Technology Box. Choose one among the 3 colors of Haki for upgrade. Instructor TBD. Side mission. Hancock's Transcendence Slightly Mentioned Side Mission. Weevil's Righteous Fury Slightly Mentioned Side Mission. Crocodile's Title Elicit an Earnest Call of Third Brother from Crocodile. Target reward. Fruit Ability with added Iron Sand effect. Mr. Three scanned the system panel, and the gains from this endeavor were indeed quite significant. Setting aside some items for the moment, the immediate course of action was clear: to utilize the Fruit Ability Development Capsule to enhance strength. Ding. The Fruit Ability Development Capsule was successfully activated, increasing strength by 20. Current Devil Fruit Ability. Wax Fruit Precision. 99. Skillful Mastery leads to comprehensive understanding of the fruit's capabilities. Strength. 100. Hardness surpasses steel. Impervious to damage. Characteristics. 82. Combustibility. Colorful wax figures, wax oil, wax smoke, etc. Note: upon reaching 100 in all 3 metrics, the fruit's ability will awaken. Your strength has reached its zenith, exhibiting not only durability but also resilience. Only 2 metrics remain before awakening the fruit's potential. The prospect of awakening the fruit's ability filled Mr. 3 with anticipation. Given the current comprehensive development of the wax fruit, it was already fearsome, surpassing many paramecia and even logia types in versatility and power. With the awakening of the fruit, an epic enhancement was imminent, heralding the arrival of a grand vision that would celebrate the world, crossed out. Let us first assess the effects of this newfound strength. Mr. 3 dispelled any humorous notions and focused intently, raising his hand to execute his most frequently used skill, candle wall. Sizzle. The viscous wax surged forth, solidifying in an instant into an indestructible wall of wax. Mr. 3 approached to examine it closely. After maximizing strength, the once pure white wax exhibited subtle changes, emanating a hint of dark gray. Visually, one could perceive the extraordinary hardness of this wax. Mr. 3 raised his right fist, fully unleashing his armament Haki, enveloping it in a faint black hue, and struck the wax wall with all his might. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as the wax wall remained unyielding, while Mr. 3's fist was jolted back, leaving it tingling. Indeed impressive, Mr. 3 remarked, shaking his arm, thoroughly satisfied with the wax's hardness. Similarly, the power of techniques like candle eruption, candle purgatory, and candle demon flame ring would receive a slight enhancement. With such strength, the previously unremarkable candle soldiers could be reconsidered for further study. The confined space of the room was not ideal for exploration. Mr. 3 pondered for a moment before discarding the notion of creating candle soldiers for now. After all, several matters still required his attention. His gaze fell upon the special reward obtained from Recruiting Crocodile, Eternal Wax Museum, capable of storing a designated wax figure upon use. It instantly restores the original self to 80 of peak condition. The host may use it unconditionally, provided that others remain within 10 meters, cooldown, 7 days, capacity, 1, Mr. 3's eyes brightened. Judging by its effects, the Eternal Wax Museum was undeniably formidable, bordering on the description of a cheat. Imagine, when evenly matched foes exhaust their strength and manage to incapacitate you, only for you to suddenly revive with renewed vigor like a rejuvenated old man. It was utterly unfair. With this thought, Mr. 3 hesitated not a moment longer and activated the Eternal Wax Museum, aiming it squarely at himself. Buzz. The scenery before him distorted, transforming dramatically as if in a kaleidoscope. In the blink of an eye, the opulently decorated hotel room morphed into a wax museum constructed of candles. Bright flames flickered, illuminating the red-carpeted corridor that shone upon Mr. 3's face. On either side of the crimson passage stood 5 square stone pedestals, the majority shrouded in a gray-black hue, awaiting activation. Only the first pedestal on Mr. 3's left radiated light. This must be the designated capacity. Mr. 3 threw a glob of viscous wax at the square pedestal, and as it twisted in the air, it settled upon the surface, transforming into a life-sized wax figure that mirrored his own appearance. As the wax figure landed with a thud, Mr. 3's pupils contracted beneath his goggles, suddenly aware of something extraordinary. Was there a flaw in my fruit ability? Why does this wax figure exude an indescribable aura of power and authority? Oh, it's just me. Then there is no issue. Gazing at the wax figure that bore his likeness, enveloped in a radiant glow, Mr. 3 clapped his hands, realizing the implication. In the world of pirates, appearance stems from the heart, and even without the system's beautifying filter, Mr. 3, who had awakened Conqueror's Haki and stood at a 46-54 odds against Crocodile, no longer bore the same sinister demeanor as before, while his face still resembled that of a scheming villain. The aura he now exuded had taken on a hint of heroic charisma. Having recognized this, Mr. 3 felt a sense of satisfaction. With a slight mental shift, he exited the Eternal Wax Museum. Upon returning to his room, he sauntered over to the table, pouring himself a cup of aromatic warm red tea. Such attentive service was surely expected for the esteemed third brother. The rich fragrance of tea enveloped his senses, rejuvenating Mr. 3 instantaneously. Next up was the reward for the third phase of recruiting the 7 warlords. The Manual of Otherworldly Cultivation, a meticulously crafted training manual for the core members of the Buggy Pirates. By gaining a profound understanding of their past and ideals, one can obtain a permanent pointer to the corresponding training grounds, referencing the training of the Straw Hat Pirates members from 2 years ago. Effect: upon successful cultivation, members can obtain 30 of their training results, including Haki, physical techniques, mental fortitude, etc. Eligible members for cultivation are Lita, unknown, Kabeji, unknown, Machi, unknown, and Lion Ricky, unknown. Is this some sort of fortunate twist of fate? When Mr. 3 first glimpsed the name of this reward, he mistakenly thought it was akin to a Haki lecture hall, a mechanism requiring arduous personal efforts to grow stronger. Little did he anticipate that it would actually benefit his comrades. Of course, that is not the focal point. The crux lies in the ability to acquire 30 of their training results. It's a splendid opportunity to grow stronger effortlessly. This so-called Manual of Otherworldly Cultivation is truly a manual for the working class. With a gleeful expression, Mr. 3 stroked his chin, secretly contemplating the prospects of Arlita and the others. However, as he found himself on the Sabaody archipelago, he could not utilize this working-class manual just yet. Thus, his gaze shifted once more, landing on the final and most valuable item among the recruitment rewards, the Haki lecture hall, offering the choice to upgrade one of the 3 types of Haki. When discussing the 3 types of Haki, the most formidable is undoubtedly Conqueror's Haki. Logically, it should be a no-brainer to enhance this particular skill. Yet, after careful consideration, Mr. 3 resolutely dismissed this notion. While Conqueror's Haki is indeed more powerful, without reaching the level of Conqueror's Haki coiling, it merely serves as a flashy skill for defeating minor foes. Although, in the long run, early enhancement and usage are advantageous, the lengthy period of accumulation renders it somewhat futile at this stage. Mr. 3's upcoming objective is to confront Doflamingo, inevitably leading to a tumultuous upheaval and impel down. Thus, elevating his current strength is paramount. Even a modicum of additional power decreases danger. Moreover, a candle with a 100 fruit ability can, to some extent, compensate for the deficiencies of armament Haki. After all, the essence of armament Haki is to envelop the body or weapon in an invisible layer of transparent armor. The candle armor can serve as a substitute. Therefore, for the time being, he decided to enhance his observation Haki. As Mr. 3 set down his teacup, he mused about who the instructor for the observation Haki class might be. If it were Katakuri, then... Wait. Suddenly halting his actions, Mr. 3's eyes widened in realization beneath his goggles. Wait. Katakuri is still alive. Since the enhancement pertains to observation Haki, why not simply visit Whole Cake Island? Why waste this opportunity for ascension? Without Big Mom guarding Whole Cake Island, wouldn't it be a leisurely stroll for the current strength of the Buggy pirates? In any case, before heading to impel down to fetch Doflamingo, he needed to create some headaches for the Navy. This would be the perfect moment to visit Whole Cake Island and have a heart-to-heart with Katakuri. At this moment, the timing couldn't be more fortuitous. As he contemplated, Mr. 3's lips curved into a sly smile, a cunning expression emerging on his face. He chuckled to himself, Katakuri, do wait for me. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Ayasa abruptly awoke from her slumber, her beautiful eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Who could be emanating such overwhelming malevolence? Whoever it is, must not leave here alive today. She rolled out of bed, grasping her black longsword, ready to burst through the door. However, upon sensing the source of the malice was none other than Mr. 3 in the next room, her murderous intent dissipated instantly. I knew it. How could a grand pirate like Mr. 3 always be so gentle and amiable? With Conqueror's Haki, it was only natural for him to exude such a degree of hostility. How could an ordinary person possess such profound malevolence? With this thought, Ayasa stretched her arms and let out a deep yawn, then turned around, setting her sword aside, and crawled back into bed to continue her slumber. The following morning, the brilliant, warm sun gradually rose from the horizon, dispelling the endless darkness that enveloped the Sabaody archipelago. It heralded a new fate for the island. At the temporary base of Buggy Express, a peculiar distortion in space signaled Mr. 3's emergence from the training ground Rabbit Bowl prison, exuding an air of composure and restraint. Ding! The Haki lecture by Leopard 5 has concluded. An exceptional teacher can guide you to avoid detours, surpass your limits, and grow stronger. Through your earnest study, your armament Haki has successfully ascended, while your observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki have also improved. Current Haki status: Armament Haki, Formidable; Observation Haki, Enhanced; Conqueror's Haki, Beginner. With Katakuri as a tangible good teacher, Mr. 3 weighed his options carefully and ultimately chose to elevate his armament Haki. Although its effects slightly overlapped with the strength of the candle fruit, becoming more resilient and enduring was certainly not a disadvantage. At the very least, he could wield the Candle Inferno and Candle Demon techniques with greater abandon, without the fear of self-harm. After all, no matter how hard the candle may be, if its properties are not enhanced, the inherent weakness to fire remains unchanged. But armament Haki could remedy that. Buzz. Mr. 3 extended his arm, utilizing the powers of the candle fruit to envelop it in a layer of sturdy candle armor. Following that, he fully unleashed his armament Haki, imbuing the candle armor with a thick black hue. Now that his armament Haki had improved, he could apply it directly to the candle. Of course, the expenditure of this Haki application would increase with distance. For instance, if Mr. 3 were at the center of the candle domain, applying armament Haki to a weapon at the edge would instantly drain his energy. Such a degree of armament Haki, combined with the inherent hardness of the candle, should withstand a punch from Katakuri, right? Recalling the intense duel between Katakuri and Luffy, Mr. 3, who typically adopted a cautious approach, preemptively resolved that for the journey to Whole Cake Island, he must bring multiple bodyguards. Thus, the subsequent plans became crystal clear: return to Karaibari Island to rendezvous with Buggy, arrange for the core members to train, and then head to Whole Cake Island for proper education. Finally, they would create chaos and impel down and recruit Doflamingo. Just as Mr. 3 organized his thoughts and prepared to gather Hancock and others for departure, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Ayasa's composed yet slightly tense voice followed suit. Mr. 3, are you awake? The half-dead Navy colonel from yesterday sent someone with a challenge letter. A challenge letter? Mr. 3 approached the door, receiving the so-called Navy challenge letter from Ayasa's hand. The narrative unfolds simply. A valorous naval colonel, driven by an unwavering sense of justice, challenges me, a core member of the Buggy Pirates, to a duel under the pretext of defending the Tri-Pillar Island. How amusing it is that a man incapable of safeguarding even a town dares to confront me, Mr. 3 mused with a dismissive snort. What say you, third brother? Shall I go and deal with him right now? Ayasha tightened the grip on her black longsword, a chilling glint in her eyes. In truth, such trifles could have been resolved the moment she laid eyes on the challenge letter. Yet, considering third brother's unique gentleness and demeanor from the previous night, Ayasha prudently restrained her murderous intent and sought his counsel instead. No need. Summon Hancock and Crocodile, Mr. 3 replied, a smile gracing his lips. As a prelude to our departure, let me witness who possesses the audacity to challenge me. Understood. Ayasha nodded lightly. Half an hour later, the assembled group set forth towards their destination, the naval command post at Tri-Pillar Island. Along the way, Ayasha recounted the events of the previous night to Hancock, Crocodile, and as bonus, these wretched rats, who only scurry about stealing my cake, truly deserve to perish 100 times over, Mr. 3 remarked with disdain. To his left stood Crocodile, exuding an air of authority with his slicked back hair and distinguished attire, embodying the essence of a cold-hearted antagonist, indifferent to the plight of the townsfolk. To his right, Hancock had exchanged her regal purple dress for a more casual black and white ensemble, draped with a crimson cloak. To her, a mere naval colonel hardly warranted such a commotion. Ayasha and Dazbonis positioned themselves beside Hancock and Crocodile, with Mr. 3 naturally assuming the central role. The Navy is of little consequence, however, having just declared this territory as that of the Buggy pirates, it is essential for the civilians to recognize who now protects them. Mr. 3 asserted confidently, seizing the opportunity to inform the Navy headquarters of Crocodile's alliance. Humph, grumbled Crocodile, visibly irritated. Before long, they traversed the desolate streets and arrived at the designated naval command post. There, before the entrance adorned with the emblem of justice, stood Colonel Soyanoro, arms crossed, his expression resolute. Behind him, a line of battered sailors bore the bruises inflicted by the pirates from the previous night. Behind the sailors gathered a large crowd of residents from Tri-Pillar Island, a unique locale where pirates and civilians coexisted, despite the buffer provided by Sea Island. The brutal pirates inevitably invaded A Island, pillaging and destroying. Each time, Colonel Soyanoro would risk his life to drive the marauders away. Thus, upon learning that today would determine the fate of Tri-Pillar Island, the townsfolk had gathered to silently support their steadfast guardian. They come, the pirates. A voice trembled through the quiet crowd. All eyes, including that of Colonel Soyanoro, turned to the street ahead, where 5 figures, exuding an aura of monstrous terror, approached amidst a swirl of dust stirred by the breeze. The overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over them like a tidal wave, quickening their breaths and suffocating their resolve. Merely gazing into the eyes of those 5 pirates instilled fear in many residents, causing them to tremble and retreat. At last, they had arrived. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Colonel Soyanoro's brow, and his hand, resting on the hilt of his sword, trembled slightly. Yet, despite knowing he was no match for them, his gaze remained surprisingly steadfast and resolute, undaunted in the pursuit of his ideals, even when faced with the abyss of certain death. Mr. 3 and his companions halted approximately 10 meters from Colonel Soyanoro. What a spectacular scene, Crocodile remarked appreciatively. In stark contrast to the brooding and reserved Crocodile, Hancock's temper flared, her beautiful eyes glinting with icy malice. Foolish peasants. Just as she contemplated turning the arrogant townsfolk into stone, a small figure emerged from the crowd, a little girl with a distinctive 3-shaped hairstyle. Uncle, go for it, the girl, Luffy, called out, breaking free from her mother's grasp and shouting with all her might. Although her mother quickly covered her mouth and lifted her, Luffy's exuberant cheer resounded through the air, effectively saving the lives of all present. For in that moment, Hancock's murderous intent began to dissipate with the sound of encouragement. The sudden cheer shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Dispelling Colonel Soyanoro's fear of death, he naturally believed the cheer was directed at him. Fueled by newfound courage, Soyanoro took a deep breath and called out to Mr. 3. I have awaited you for long, Mr. 3. Come forth and let the frog in the well witness the power of the core cadre of the Buggy pirates. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Mr. 3, his fighting spirit ignited. Ah, is it time? Mr. 3 stepped forward, and the 3-shaped hairstyle atop his head erupted into flames. Just as Soyanoro's senses heightened, bracing for an imminent assault, Mr. 3 casually tossed a mass of thick wax. The wax twisted and morphed into a towering soldier, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. Noticing the astonishment in Colonel Soyanoro's eyes, Mr. 3 leisurely sat upon a waxen chair he had conjured, crossing his legs as he spread his hands apologetically. Alas, I possess no smaller candles. Gazing at the expressionless wax soldier wielding sword and shield, Soyanoro's lips twitched, his grip on the sword tightening, veins bulging. He had witnessed Mr. 3 conjure a colossal candle sphere that encompassed the entire town. Compared to that monumental creation, this wax soldier felt like a mere toy, an insult. What jest is this? I did not issue a life and death challenge merely to toy with such nonsense. Soyanoro bellowed, swinging his blade with fervor, swiftly closing the distance to the towering wax soldier. The sword glimmered ominously in the air, aimed directly at the wax soldier's sturdy neck. It seemed the soldier's response was sluggish due to Suenoro's speed as it stood there, oblivious to its impending doom, allowing the sharp blade to slice through. "Humph, you underestimate me. Mere wax." What followed was a resounding clash. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing and grinding, Suenoro, wielding his military blade, experienced the illusion of striking a solid steel plate. The rebound force causing his hands to tremble. Such hardness, how could it be? Slowly raising his gaze, astonishment filled his eyes. He beheld the sharp blade firmly lodged against the neck of the candle soldier, unmoving. His powerful strike had merely shaved off a minuscule amount of grayish candle shavings. It turned out this creature was not slow to react. Rather, it had no intention of evading his attack at all. Soon, the candle soldier's counterattack would completely validate Suenoro's suspicions. Under Mr. Three's control, the candle soldier stepped forward, raising the massive candle sword in his right hand and swiftly bringing it down towards Suenoro's shoulder. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the giant sword appeared before Colonel Suenoro's eyes. He hastily withdrew his blade to shield himself, but almost simultaneously, the candle soldier's sword-swinging motion seemed to freeze. Before Suenoro could comprehend the situation, a heavy candle-round shield, accompanied by a fierce whooshing sound, swung towards him. Startled, Suenoro adjusted his stance to reposition his blade. Yet, the candle soldier's speed far exceeded his expectations. Before he could align his blade, the candle shield, measuring over a meter in diameter, crashed down with a resounding boom. Bang! The force was tremendous, unleashing a terrifying power that sent Suenoro flying, crashing into a building dozens of meters away. In an instant, walls collapsed, debris scattered, and dust billowed. From the moment Suenoro launched his attack to being hurled away by the candle soldier, merely a few seconds had elapsed. To the onlookers behind, the sequence of events was imperceptible. It was as if Colonel Suenoro had dashed forward and then was sent flying, witnessing the disparity in strength between the two sides. Those residents who had held onto a glimmer of hope for Suenoro, believing he could repel the pirates as he had in the past, now lowered their heads in despair. It was indeed impossible. A being as formidable as a monster could not be defeated. Were it not for the matter concerning little Lu Fei, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to their fears and fled without a second thought. Behind the imposing candle soldier, 5 exquisitely crafted candle thrones were arranged in a row, each adorned with a broad candle parasol extending overhead. Hancock, Old Sand, and others sat leisurely beneath the shade, their legs crossed. One could not deny the practicality of the wax fruit. Mr. 3 has not only altered the color of the candle, but also enhanced the strength of the solidified wax itself. Crocodile squinted at the candle soldier. Compared to this tedious display of tormenting weaker foes, he was more intrigued and astonished by Mr. 3's fruitability. Having recently battled Mr. 3, Crocodile was acutely aware that the wax strength of the candle soldier before him was significantly greater than before. He pondered this mystery, ultimately attributing it to the Conqueror's Haki. After all, awakening Conqueror's Haki grants the qualifications of a ruler, and accelerated growth is only natural. Conqueror's Haki, indeed. Old Sand, draped in a coat, silently took a puff of his cigar. Even now, he could not fathom why someone like Mr. 3 would possess Conqueror's Haki. In contrast to Crocodile's astonished reaction, Hancock, who also recognized the increase in Mr. 3's wax strength, appeared much calmer. Since joining the ranks, she had witnessed Mr. 3's remarkable growth firsthand. While it was difficult to discern whether it was a case of power growth or hidden power, she had grown accustomed to Mr. 3's astonishing feats. Seated beside Old Sand, the relatively weaker Das Bones fixed his gaze on the candle soldier's neck, where an almost invisible scratch marked its surface, his expression grave. Comparable to steel, no. Surpassing steel in hardness. If it were me, could I dispatch this behemoth within a minute? As for Ayasha on the other side, best not to mention. From the moment the candle soldier made its grand entrance, she had been in a state of ecstatic fervor, utterly entranced. However, the creator of the candle soldier, Mr. 3, wore an expression of concern. As expected, without awakening my fruitability, controlling such a large entity from a distance is quite taxing. Unlike the inherent characteristics of the biscuit fruit, Mr. 3 could not manipulate the biscuit soldiers with the same ease as Cracker. Merely controlling this single candle soldier required him to maximize his mental focus and observation Haki, maintaining this high-intensity state at all times. Of course, if he connected himself to the candle weapon through the wax domain, it would be considerably easier to control. After all, wired connections are not the same as wireless. However, this would undoubtedly diminish the spectacle. In combat against an opponent of equal caliber, such considerations were unnecessary. But when it came to tormenting weaker foes, style must take precedence. Bang! Amidst the rubble, Suenoro pushed aside the stones weighing him down and stepped cautiously from the gaping hole in the collapsed wall. A stream of bright red blood trickled from his forehead, cascading down his rather handsome face. His chest heaved violently. Gasping for breath, the injuries he sustained were not solely from the candle soldier's heavy shield strike. That blow had merely exacerbated the severe wounds he had suffered from the giant sword pirates the day before. It seems I am nearing my limit. Suenoro tightened his grip on the slender military blade, gently closing his eyes to steady his chaotic breathing. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce resolve igniting within him. Originally intending to reserve this move for Mr. 3, he decided instead to first sever this accursed candle toy. Buzz. Soenoro unleashed a powerful surge of armament Haki from both hands, letting it envelop his blade, transforming it into a pitch-black weapon. Prepare yourself, Candle Monster. 6 styles. Round slash. The Justice Cloak billowed with the explosive pressure as Soenoro's robust physique showcased rippling muscles. In a furious burst of energy, he became a streak of white light hurtling towards the Candle Soldier. As a naval branch colonel, this was his signature move, a formidable slash forged from the essence of the Navy's 6 styles. Simultaneously, Mr. 3 heightened his mental focus to its zenith, using observation Haki to lock onto Soenoro's trajectory, while the formidable armament Haki was infused into the Candle Soldier's giant sword. As Soenoro closed the distance, Mr. 3 commanded the Candle Soldier to swing the now pitch-black candle sword downwards with great force. Boom. The clash of blades resonated, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The ground beneath the Candle Soldier cracked, its entire foot sinking into the earth. Soenoro's face was drenched in blood as he roared, swinging his sword with every ounce of strength he possessed. The colossal Candle Soldier was gradually forced to retreat. Crack, crack. Mere moments later, the enormous sword, enveloped in Haki, began to splinter under the strain. This was not to suggest that Mr. 3's Haki was inferior to Soenoro's. The power of long-range transmission was inherently diminished. Moreover, the sword was merely a candle creation, lacking the refinement of a master-crafted weapon, rendering it significantly less formidable against a finely forged military blade. Boom. Ultimately, the candle giant sword was shattered by the black military knife, disintegrating into a flurry of wax shards. With a thrust, the military knife penetrated deeply, slashing diagonally into the Candle Soldier's abdomen, almost cleaving him in two. Just a fraction more. Soenoro had, after all, exhausted his final reserves of strength. Had he not been grievously wounded, he might have had a substantial chance to sever the Candle Soldier. Yet, a duel is a duel. There are no what-ifs. Soenoro maintained his grip on the military knife, fully aware of the Candle Soldier raising his other hand with a round shield, hearing the shrill sound of slicing air, and feeling the terrifying gust battering his face. Yet, he harbored no intention of relinquishing his weapon or evading the impending blow. Bang! The heavy candle shield struck Soenoro's frail body like a giant's fist. Compared to the previous assault, this blow, augmented by Haki, bore greater lethality, sending Soenoro careening backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he soared into the crowd, perhaps in a bid to avoid harming the innocent. Soenoro desperately strained his physical limits, his feet pounding against the ground in a desperate slide, even as his soles were reduced to a bloody mess. Ultimately, through sheer determination, he managed to stabilize himself before the crowd, beneath the justice plaque of the naval command post, just as he was about to be flung away. You had a chance to flee. Why did you not evade? Mr. 3, shedding his previous nonchalance, rose slowly from his candle seat. His goggles reflected bright light, obscuring his current expression. Yet the grayish-white wax gushing from his right arm silently provided the answer. Soenoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lifting his gaze to see the wax on Mr. 3's right arm pulsating and swelling like magma, exuding an oppressive aura. Nevertheless, the bloodshot determination in his eyes sparkled resolutely. What right does someone who cannot even hold a sword have to bear the name of justice? A smirk graced Soenoro's lips as he responded to Mr. 3's inquiry. He was no fool. He understood that Mr. 3 would not harm the townsfolk as Soga King did. In fact, with the clown Buggy's pirate crew gaining notoriety, the Pillar Ring Islands might become more stable and peaceful than ever. This conclusion could be drawn from the events of the previous night, compared to a half-hearted navy like himself. The powerful Buggy crew could instill a far greater deterrent effect against those foolish pirates. It may sound absurd, but in this world of pirates, it is not exaggerated. Indeed, Soenoro could choose to flee in disgrace, allowing Mr. 3 to seize the Pillar Ring Islands, with no need to challenge and court his own demise. However, such a retreat would not merely be seen as a naval colonel abandoning them, it would signify justice abandoning them. Thus, he wagered his very life, not to protect the townsfolk, but to safeguard the embodiment of justice he represented. How admirable! A smile of appreciation crept across Mr. 3's lips. Approaching Soenoro, he tilted his head slightly, igniting the wax giant fist on his right arm, unadorned by special explosives. Gurgle, gurgle. The wax giant fist erupted into flames, wax droplets sizzling upon contact with the ground. Boy, state your name. A fearless, defiant smile spread across Soenoro's face as he extended his arms toward Mr. 3. Soenoro, I shall remember you. Mr. 3 raised his wax fist, charged to its utmost potential, and struck decisively. Wax. Firestorm. Boom. The searing, molten wax fist unleashed its entirety upon Soenoro's somewhat slender frame. The violent energy erupted, scattering wax fire droplets in all directions. You, weak as you are, cannot even defend a single island. Cease your incessant proclamations of justice. This world is far more chaotic and complex than you perceive. Survive, grow stronger, and then return to reclaim everything that belongs here. With a single blow, Mr. 3 withdrew his fist, allowing the panicked naval soldiers to carry the unconscious Soenoro away. As they retreated several meters, he finally called out to them. Return and inform your commander that Crocodile has joined the Clown Buggy pirate crew. Should you wish to reclaim this island, prepare for our vicious retribution. Why yes. The chilling yet deeply terrifying words sent the soldiers fleeing in terror, not daring to linger. Now. Then, Mr. 3 shifted his gaze toward the nearby residents. The townsfolk turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, stripped of the courage to flee. Did you see? The Navy is utterly incapable of protecting you. When faced with marauding pirates, they can only comply. But we, the Clown Buggy pirate crew, can. From this moment forth, I want each of you to remember the name of the Clown Buggy pirate crew, the name that will grant you absolute peace. For in the near future, it shall rise to become one of the most formidable forces of the sea, an unrivaled maritime emperor. Upon hearing this, the impetuous youth felt a profound sense of humiliation, their faces etched with despair at having fallen under pirate rule. Yet, the sharp-eyed elders discerned Mr. 3's true intentions and bowed low to the ground, offering their utmost gratitude. Hooray! Hooray! Uncle is so dashing. The little girl Luffy stood apart from the others, her eyes sparkling with admiration, creating an oddly harmonious symmetry with the distant Ayasha. Mr. 3 waved at the child before turning back to the candle seat. Is it truly wise to allow a potentially powerful enemy to grow unchecked? Crocodile, chewing on his cigar, inquired gravely. From the duel, he had witnessed the naval colonel's formidable physique and indomitable will. After we dominate the world, we must have some diversion to pass the time. No? Mr. 3 replied with a smile. An idle, wicked amusement, Crocodile scoffed, his heartless nature evident. So, are we genuinely bestowing a pirate flag upon this island? Hancock slowly rose, stretching her limbs. The granting of a pirate flag carries significant weight, not only proclaiming territorial dominion, but also necessitating an unwavering resolve to combat any invaders. This concerns the dignity and credibility of the entire pirate crew. Indeed, Mr. 3 nodded affirmatively. Initially, it was merely a whimsical notion, but following his duel with Colonel Suano, he became resolutely convinced of this idea. Pure faith is a virtue that most formidable beings must possess, particularly in tumultuous times. If the Buggy pirate crew could become the beacon of belief for countless individuals, it would attract a ceaseless influx of powerful allies, ensuring perpetual growth. Understood. Upon perceiving the determination in Mr. 3's eyes, Hancock chose to remain silent. A few dozen minutes later, atop the tallest structure of the Pillar Island, the flag of the Buggy pirate crew rose gracefully, fluttering defiantly in the wind. Thus, Pillar Island was officially claimed as the territory of the Buggy pirate crew. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 and his companions had already set sail towards their headquarters at Calais Island. The journey was largely uneventful, with only the occasional audacious pirate attempting to approach for a robbery. However, upon glimpsing Crocodile and Hancock, they were so intimidated that they fled without daring to come any closer. Just as Mr. 3 believed this rather dull voyage would conclude, their vessel encountered a colossal presence just a few nautical miles from the territorial waters of Calais Island, a fully armed naval warship. To everyone's astonishment, including Mr. 3, the figure standing proudly on the ship's deck was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. In the depths of the great undersea prison, specifically in level 6 of Impel Down, Doflamingo was tightly bound by numerous thick sea prism stone chains within a dimly lit, luxurious cell. A chilling smile adorned his face as he stared blankly at the ceiling above. A freshly discarded newspaper lay nearby, and in the dark light of the cell, the headline shocking could be discerned. Hee 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 hee. Doflamingo covered his face with his hand, as if recalling something extraordinarily amusing, emitting a series of eerie laughs. Boa Hancock, that individual who disregarded even the summons of the world government, actually abandoned her pirate flag and devoted her entire crew to the Buggy pirate crew? Ha. He lowered his hand, tilting his head, and his eyes, concealed behind flamboyant sunglasses, subtly shifted. His gaze passed through the prison bars, falling upon the imposing figure of Vice Warden Magellan outside. Damn it, Magellan, have you shown me a fake newspaper? Magellan remained silent, seated half on the ground. Doflamingo, however, was not in a rush. He maintained a haughty smile, patiently awaiting Magellan's response. After a long pause, he finally received a noxious fart accompanied by toxic gas. Meanwhile, in the waters off Calais Island, aboard a pirate ship flying the flag of the Buggy pirate crew, Mr. 3, Hancock, and Crocodile sat beneath a sunshade on the deck, sipping coffee and tea while leisurely discussing the future of the Buggy pirate crew. Mr. 3, since your intention with Buggy is to recruit as many of the new and former warlords as possible, have you considered the strongest among them, the world's greatest swordsman? With a serious expression, Mr. 3 raised his cup of tea and took a sip. Naturally, I have considered it. However, Mihawk's overwhelming strength and solitary nature make it exceedingly challenging to persuade him to willingly join the Buggy pirate crew. Even if he were to unexpectedly agree to the recruitment, it is unlikely he would cooperate with our subsequent plans. A glimmer of insight flickered in Mr. 3's eyes. Moreover, his overwhelming prowess and reputation could potentially hinder the current development and plans of the Buggy pirate crew. As the saying goes, overindulgence can lead to demise. Crocodile's voice was calm and composed. But what if I told you that Mihawk is currently standing on the deck of a naval warship flying the Buggy pirate flag? Mr. 3 was taken aback. Given Crocodile's character, He was unlikely to make such a frivolous joke. Moreover, it seemed that Crocodile had been gazing intently at the sea behind them since earlier. Could it be? Suddenly, Mr. 3 turned around, following Crocodile's gaze. Indeed, he spotted a naval warship slowly approaching on the horizon. On the deck, a robust figure, adorned with a black cross-shaped sword, stood valiantly at the ship's bow. Despite the distance, one could still feel the intense aura and overwhelming pressure exuding from that man. This was the presence of the world's greatest swordsman. Is that my Hawk? Recognizing my Hawk, Mr. 3's eyes bulged in disbelief, and his jaw dropped in shock. Nearly hitting the deck, the sight of the Buggy pirate flag flying from the warship ignited a surreal realization within him. Could it be that the military recruitment mentioned during the successful enlistment of Weevil, along with the requirements to unlock the next phase of the Emperor of the Seas competition, referred to my Hawk joining the Buggy pirate crew? What on earth happened during the recruitment of Weevil? Mr. 3 pondered in astonishment. Although he was aware from the original story that Buggy's luck might lead to unexpected surprises during Weevil's recruitment, this surprise felt overwhelmingly daunting. Hancock, kick me. I can hardly believe I'm not dreaming, Mr. 3 exclaimed, his thoughts in turmoil. In response, Hancock gracefully set down her teacup, rising slowly and stretching her perfectly sculpted ankles. In the depths of her deep blue eyes, confusion was evident. Such a strange request is something I have never encountered before. Suddenly, she released a fierce aura. Taking a decisive step forward, her long, fair legs and red high heels enveloped in a dark cloak of Haki. Wait. Just as Mr. 3 snapped back to reality and attempted to call a halt, his vision was entirely consumed by Hancock's powerful kick. Bang! Hancock's forceful strike landed squarely on Mr. 3's face, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing through several sections of the ship. Ouch, that hurt. Mr. 3 rose from a pile of broken planks, his mouth filled with teeth transformed into sharp, serrated edges. His gaze fierce as he hurled insults at Hancock on the deck. You bastard Hancock, I never expected you to kick so hard. To his surprise, Hancock remained unfazed. Casually brushing aside a lock of hair that had fallen across her cheek, her demeanor haughty as she remarked, sometimes, I can indulge the earnest requests of foolish idiots. After all, I am as beautiful as a celestial being. Mr. 3 was instantly infuriated. Even if I said it, you didn't have to resort to using advanced Haki. You jerk. Hancock maintained her composure. Please, feel free to kick me in the face as hard as you wish. Wasn't that what you just said? Mr. 3 wiped away a trickle of blood from his forehead, exclaiming, what the hell? Even Lu Sun wouldn't say something like that. At that moment, a head with short red hair suddenly popped out from above the breached cabin. Ayasha, peering over from the second level, inquired of Mr. 3, Brother 3. May I ask who Lu Sun is? A very famous literary figure from my hometown, he replied. Suddenly, Mr. 3 realized, wait, Ayasha, shouldn't you be helping me deal with this jerk Hancock right now? Hearing this, Ayasha glanced at Hancock on the deck, then quickly returned her gaze to Mr. 3. After a moment of contemplation, the alluring beauty tilted her head and broke into a charming smile. I feel no malice from Lady Hancock at all. Damn it. What happened to the promised Zoan-type fruit in the little fangirl form? Mr. 3 lamented, rubbing his cheek which still bore the imprint of a high heel. After deliberating, he ultimately decided against confronting Hancock. In terms of physical prowess, he would undoubtedly be subdued by her. Just then, a naval warship slowly approached. Upon seeing the pirate flag, I thought some fool dared to impersonate the Buggy pirate crew. I never expected to run into you here. Third, clad in a vivid red cloak, Buggy stood on the deck of the warship, his body buoyed by his fruit abilities as he floated over to Mr. 3's pirate ship. I also didn't expect you to float over like this, Buggy. Upon seeing Buggy, Mr. 3's gloomy expression brightened instantly. This is fate. I'm so glad you didn't die easily like a slug. Third, Buggy laughed heartily, opening his arms for a warm embrace. Just as he was about to greet Mr. 3, a glob of scalding wax liquid splattered across his terrifying clown face. What the hell, Galdino? Are you jealous that I managed to seize this magnificent warship? Buggy tore away the wax stuck to his face, his teeth now resembling jagged saw blades, saliva flying from his mouth. How dare you, Buggy? You still have the face to say that? The memory of the rewards he lost to Buggy after completing the recruitment task for Weevil ignited Mr. 3's fury. I ask you, do you feel a sudden surge of power recently? Buggy thrust his clown face forward. So what if I do? What business is it of yours? Don't try to change the subject. What does throwing wax at my face mean? Mr. 3 defiantly pushed back with his face. That has nothing to do with me. That was my prayer for you. Huh? Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief, angrily retorting. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? If love prayers could yield such results, then pray for me to ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors by tomorrow. Mr. 3 spread his hands. I pray that you hurry and die like a piece of dung. You, who dawdled in recruiting Weevil, have no face to boast about a broken warship. I even captured an entire island. At the mention of this, Buggy's anger flared, and he split into 2 hands to seize Mr. 3. How dare you bring that up? Thanks to your useless plan, I almost got killed by Weevil. Do you know that? Mr. 3 retaliated, ensnaring Buggy's neck with a candle. If you weren't so miserly and followed my plan, would you have ended up in such a predicament? You were the only one who got slashed. I almost got cut by the quick slash fruit, and you don't even mention it. Buggy, with his neck ensnared, turned beet red, increasing the pressure. What happens to you is none of my concern. Do you know how terrified I was when the naval vice admiral approached with this ship? You have Hancock protecting you, while Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Mihawk and Weevil approaching from the warship, and Buggy kicked Mr. 3 in the abdomen fiercely, snarling, in any case. Go die, Mr. 3. Clown rocket cannon. All right, little red nose, you really want to play? Take this wax hammer. Splitting. Clown flying blade. Wax champion cup. Splitting. Rotating pancake. In the blink of an eye, the two embroiled in heated argument began to brawl, moving from the left side of the pirate ship's deck to the right. Then back again. Wax shavings flew, flesh separated, and the scene was nothing short of chaotic. Crocodile, who had retreated to a corner to avoid the fray, silently wiped the wax liquid splattered on his face, reflecting on Mr. 3, who had exuded an air of dominance with his Conqueror's Haki. And recalling the treacherous and sinister clown Buggy, Crocodile couldn't help but feel that the current scene was far from what he had anticipated. Hancock, you joined Buggy's crew before I did. Have they always been like this? Hancock watched the scuffle between Mr. 3 and Buggy, paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. When I first saw it, I had the same expression as you. Crocodile silently took a puff from his cigar, his coat billowing gently in the faint sea breeze, mirroring the tumult of emotions within him. Why did he suddenly feel as if he had boarded a pirate ship? Wait, was it just an illusion? As he pondered, a steady and powerful voice emerged from the side. It has been a long time since the summit war, Crocodile, Empress. Unbeknownst to him, Mihawk, cloaked in a striking black cape, had approached. Oh, Mihawk, you're quite the sight. I can hardly believe that a man as formidable as you would accept an invitation to join Buggy's pirate crew. His tone was filled with astonishment. It is merely a partnership aimed at eliminating troublesome matters. Mihawk noted the word also in Crocodile's speech. I heard from Buggy that they were recruiting both new and former Shichibukai. I never expected you to truly abandon your original titles. As one of the older generation of Shichibukai, Mihawk was well aware of Crocodile and Hancock's temperaments. Thus, even he, typically stoic and expressionless, couldn't help but display a look of shock. Upon hearing that Hawkeye and Buggy are allies, Crocodile initially appeared taken aback, only to soon reveal a look of relief. This pirate crew presents a possibility for fulfilling my ambitions. Hancock nodded lightly in agreement, indicating her concurrence. I share the same sentiment and will proceed with action accordingly. Is that so? Hawkeye pondered for a moment, his keen, eagle-like eyes subtly shifting to rest upon Buggy and Mr. 3. It seemed that not only the Straw Hat Boy, but Buggy's crew also possessed formidable power upon these seas. Crocodile, arms crossed and leaning against the edge of the ship's cabin, casually inquired, so, Hawkeye, why not consider joining Buggy's crew? At this, Hancock's attention shifted, now focused on Hawkeye. As fellow seasoned warlords of the sea, they were well aware of each other's strengths and temperaments. Should Hawkeye choose to align with Buggy's crew, their combined combat strength would nearly reach the pinnacle of this ocean. After a few moments of silence, Hawkeye shrugged and replied, well, I have no such intentions at present. Very well. Neither Crocodile nor Hancock pressed further. Mr. 3 had already analyzed that there were considerable drawbacks to Hawkeye joining the clown Buggy's crew at this stage, a notion they both acknowledged. Thus, the trio fell into a brief silence. However, soon, raucous shouts from the cabin shattered this tranquility. Hooray! Mr. 3, give it to them. A splendid home run. Looking up, one could see Ayasha, clad in black shorts, exuberantly waving her fists. During a previous meeting of the Buggy Express Mercenary Corps, she had caught a distant glimpse of Buggy himself, knowing that the figure currently grappling with Mr. 3 was indeed the captain of the Buggy Pirates and the leader of the Buggy Express Mercenary Organization. Her enthusiasm for her idol was undeterred. Her fervent cheering successfully drew the attention of all present, even causing Buggy, whose mouth was stuffed with candle wax, to pause in surprise, halting his efforts to shove Mr. 3's dismembered limbs into his mouth. He detached his head from his neck and slowly floated towards Ayasha. The menacing visage of the clown, with his flushed nose and sinister gaze, combined with the surreal side of his head hovering in midair, instilled a profound sense of intimidation in Ayasha. With instinctive reflexes, Ayasha grasped the black sheath at her waist, her thumb deftly revealing a gleaming blade. The disembodied head of Buggy scrutinized Ayasha's face for several seconds. Although he found her somewhat familiar, he could not quite place her, prompting him to voice his confusion. Who are you? Is your mind all right? Cheering for this lecherous fellow? Cursing the day, he lamented, that scoundrel Galdino has only been away for a brief time, yet somehow he has garnered the adoration of such a striking beauty? How envious. I am Ayasha, a special envoy of the Buggy Express Mercenary Organization, she boldly declared, unperturbed by Buggy's fearsome countenance. And Mr. 3 is not a lecherous fellow. Oh, now I remember. Upon hearing the title of Buggy Express Envoy, Buggy's expression shifted from one of confusion to enlightenment. I seem to recall seeing you at a previous dispatch meeting. He scrutinized Ayasha anew, logically concluding, now it makes sense. You've come to ask for my autograph. Haven't you? As he spoke, Buggy's mind flickered, summoning back the scattered parts of Mr. 3's body. He then rummaged through his flamboyant red robe to produce a signature pen and a sheet of white paper. This spectacle caught the attention of the ruffians stationed on the naval ship's railing. The gang of fierce-looking underlings erupted in a frenzy, shouting in excitement. My goodness, what does this mean? Captain Buggy is actually going to give away his autograph. Surely not. Am I hallucinating? How fortunate is that woman? They exclaimed. I desperately want Captain Buggy's autograph. This is recognition from a powerhouse on par with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. The atmosphere was rekindled into a lively clamor. With the deck buzzing once more as Buggy, with swift hands, inscribed his name upon the white paper. Such an honor is not granted lightly. Considering you traveled such a distance, I shall graciously bestow this upon you. This is an unparalleled honor of the Buggy pirates. To this, Ayasha coldly responded. Her disdain evident. No, thank you. If it were Mr. Three's autograph, she would certainly accept it with care, but Buggy's, with that ridiculous red nose? No, thank you. Wait. You actually rejected Captain Buggy's autograph. The underlings erupted in disbelief. Buggy's eyes widened in astonishment, shocked that he might have misheard. He shook the paper in his hand. Have you thought this through? This is my autograph. No. Ayasha remained resolute, even turning her head away to avoid looking at that eyesore of a signature. The underlings, witnessing this, fell into disarray, their faces painted with exaggerated incredulity. She just turned down Captain Buggy's autograph twice. How ungrateful can she be? Wait a moment. Suddenly, a scarred underling's eyes narrowed, fixating intently on Ayasha. With her devilishly vibrant red hair, icy blue eyes, mismatched leather pants, and that elongated black blade. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the underling's forehead, his voice trembling with shock. This person is the user of the evil fruit, the evil witch, Heartfilia Ayasha. Evil witch. Another comrade scratched his head in confusion. Is she famous? I don't think I've heard of her. Not having heard of her was to be expected. After all, she had been absent from the public eye in recent years. Yet, several years prior, she had single-handedly obliterated a large pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 400 million. At this revelation, the remaining underlings were taken aback, their gazes toward Ayasha laden with trepidation, while their average bounties exceeded 100 million. Most hovered around 1 or 200 million. Thus, the gap compared to a 400 million bounty was stark. Moreover, she had decimated an entire pirate crew. Who would have thought that this seemingly unstable woman possessed such formidable accomplishments? In the corner, Crocodile's eyes shifted to Daz Bones beside him, contemplating. Daz. It seems you are not as lacking as I once thought. Daz Bones gulped and nodded silently. In truth, I was cut by her when we first met. He had intended to confess this, but after a moment's reflection, he deemed it too embarrassing and opted for silence. Regarding the past of Ayasha with Mr. Three and Hancock, he displayed a remarkable sense of calm. Indeed, Ayasha possesses formidable strength. What did you say? The floating Buggy was taken aback. He had never heard of such a powerful and terrifying agent within his Buggy Express. Captain Buggy, cease your pretense. Your secret is out. Can you share with us how many more fearsome monsters like Ayasha are concealed within our Buggy Express mercenary group? Surely there must be many. How infuriating. No wonder Captain Buggy was reluctant to provide an autograph. It appears we are unworthy. One of the subordinates wept openly. Yet, with renewed determination, he declared, Fear not. Captain Buggy, we shall strive to grow stronger. Then one day in the future, we shall demand your autograph. Yes, we shall pledge our lives to the pursuit of your signature. In an instant, the subordinates were filled with fervor. Ah ha ha. How unfortunate it is to have been discovered by you all. Buggy transitioned from a state of confusion to a nonchalant acceptance and then erupted into a boisterous, arrogant laugh. Indeed, if you wish for my autograph, then strive to grow stronger with abandon. As Buggy ceased to conceal anything, the determination in his subordinates' eyes intensified. Captain Buggy. At that moment, an arm reached out from the side, wrapping around Buggy's neck. Mr. Three, with a face full of smugness, dragged Buggy into a corner, suppressing his voice to a low whisper. You damn fool, Buggy. I assumed you would certainly assign a reliable agent for our meeting, yet it seems you don't even know them. Reflecting on the moment he first encountered Ayasha, Mr. Three felt a pang of regret for having trusted Buggy without suspicion. Buggy frowned and replied matter-of-factly, Why arrange such trivial matters? I merely informed the person in charge, Kabaji. Mr. Three, filled with fury, retorted, So my life is merely a trivial matter, is it? Oh, Mr. Three, do not be so angry. The outcome is rather favorable. Acknowledging his fault, Buggy refrained from further retorts and instead patted Mr. Three on the shoulder, smiling apologetically. Not only had he successfully recruited Crocodile, but he also unexpectedly uncovered the formidable strength of the evil witch. Mr. Three, your luck with Conqueror's Haki is extraordinary. I shan't bother arguing with you. Upon reflection, encountering Ayasha at the Sabaody archipelago seems to be an inexplicable stroke of fate. Perhaps this is the so-called S-luck buff of Buggy's camp. The brief farce came to an end. Next, it was time for the welcoming ceremony of the new members. Buggy wiped the frivolity from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he approached Crocodile, having noted him and Daz Bones aboard the Navy ship when he discovered Mr. Three and the others, though it felt surreal. From the moment he recruited the Empress Hancock, Mr. Three had demonstrated remarkable operational prowess and planning. Initially suspecting Mr. Three of planning an escape, Buggy's sentiments shifted towards trust. Mr. 3 seemed to have suddenly gained clarity, exuding confidence. Long time no see, and I extend a warm welcome to you, Crocodile. Buggy reached out his hand towards Crocodile. Observing this, Crocodile's eyes flickered slightly, yet he extended his hand to shake Buggy's. Buggy, I have heard remarkable things. The corners of his mouth curled upwards around the large cigar, brazenly envisioning a maritime empire and the overthrow of the celestial dragons. What audacity! Hearing this, the clown Buggy paused momentarily, then forced a nonchalant smile, admitting, "Ahaha, as I expected, Mr. 3 did mention this matter to you." Deep inside, however, he lamented, "Damn Mr. 3, he truly used this tactic to hoodwink Crocodile into joining. Has he even contemplated how disastrous it would be if our true nature were to be revealed?" Just as he was worried, Crocodile suddenly shifted the conversation. "Speaking of which, if memory serves, you owe me a substantial debt, Captain Buggy the Clown." The Buggy Express mercenary group had previously collaborated with Crocodile in the New World, resulting in a significant debt owed to him for certain reasons. Upon hearing this, Buggy's smile faltered. Aha. Well, this can be repaid, but it will require some time. Once you join, there is no escape for me." Hearing this, Crocodile snorted but chose not to press further. Oh. The young men exclaimed with excitement, echoing the calls of primates. They had previously learned of Captain Buggy's grand ambition from Hancock, and hearing it again sent them into a frenzy. Overthrowing the celestial dragons? Mihawk appeared visibly startled, genuinely marveling at such admirable courage. Ahaha. So you have your sights set on the treasure of the celestial dragons, Buggy. A sharp voice pierced through from behind, as Miss Backen perched atop the broad shoulders of the imposing Weevil. Both she and Buggy were driven by greed, quickly deducing that Buggy was after the boundless riches of the celestial dragons. As for the risks involved, her eyes, concealed behind lace-framed sunglasses, flickered with insidious schemes. Mr. 3 glanced up at Weevil, who wielded a large sword, sensing a latent ferocity and madness behind his seemingly innocent gaze. So, this is the so-called successor to Whitebeard's strength? The pressure is indeed extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. 3 approached Weevil, greeting him with cautious respect. "You must be the new member, Edward Weevil. You certainly look formidable." Weevil blinked, responding without a moment's hesitation. "Hello, third brother." Mr. 3 instinctively braced himself. Well, that's splendid. Finally, at long last, I've been addressed as third brother." Mr. 3 chuckled, though he was taken aback by Weevil's simplicity. Miss Backen, frustrated by Weevil's naivety, kicked him sharply on the head. Weevil frowned, pointing at Mr. 3 in a tone of indignation. "But Mom, he praised my might." "You fool. As new members, we must not appear too humble, or we will be trampled upon." Miss Backen scolded sharply. Just as she was about to unleash further reprimands on Mr. 3, she turned around only to find he had already walked away, leaving no room for her words. "Damn Mr. 3, she seethed through clenched teeth. Though their allegiance was driven by self-interest, they were now undeniably members of Buggy's pirate crew. Before reaping their rewards, they could not afford to act as recklessly as before. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, buoyed by being called third brother, approached Mihawk with a lightened step. "Mihawk, I am Mr. 3. According to the rules of Buggy's pirate crew, I." But before he could finish, the stoic Mihawk silently raised his hand, gripping the hilt of his black sword. "Yuru. I extend my utmost welcome to your alliance." Mr. 3's mouth twitched, swiftly suppressing any reckless words and extending his hand. "Galdino, it has been a long time. Your presence is indeed commanding." Mihawk shook Mr. 3's hand, his gaze narrowing, providing a level of scrutiny not even afforded to Buggy. In that mere exchange of glances, he gleaned a considerable amount of information. Mr. 3 was taken aback, reflecting, as expected of the world's greatest swordsman, such intuition is truly formidable. Thus, the greeting phase was navigated safely. Apart from Weevil and Miss Backen, most of the company were familiar faces, and the atmosphere was quickly relaxed and lively. Under Captain Buggy's orders, the pirates hastily set sail, steering their ship towards Kalabali Island. The commandeered naval warship, of course, could not be returned and would be entrusted to Buggy specialists for modifications. As the group successfully arrived at the base on Kalabali Island, the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness gradually enveloped the land. Given the late hour and their exhausting journey, Mr. 3 decided to rest for the night, planning to discuss the future objectives of Buggy's pirate crew with everyone the following day. With the unexpected ally Mihawk joining their ranks, he would need to adjust his previously prepared strategies. In the New World, within the solemn office of the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki sat at his desk, his expression dark as he puffed on a cigar. Before him lay intelligence transmitted by CP0, which had infiltrated Onigashima and Wano country. Amidst a plethora of tightly packed text, a photo stood out prominently, a figure engulfed in white flames, laughing with his face concealed. In an odd posture, the awakening of a mysterious fruit had led to an unforeseen alliance of Kaido and Big Mom being shattered by those pesky supernovas. Sakazuki exuded a seething intensity, reflecting his tumultuous inner turmoil. In a mere 2 years, those once insignificant youngsters had grown to such a degree. Had he known, he would have taken them down without hesitation during the Marineford War. And furthermore, in the midst of his regrets, Sakazuki's gaze shifted to another intelligence report, his eyes narrowing. Even the usually composed fleet admiral could not suppress a look of irritation. Buggy, captain of the Buggy pirate crew, had allied with Mihawk and Weevil, engaging in fierce combat with the SSG forces led by Rear Admiral Jax near the islands of Lescados, destroying the SSG, severely wounding Jax, and seizing a warship. Meanwhile, Galdino, a core member of Buggy's crew, had taken Crocodile alongside the newly joined Hancock and had occupied the island of Sabaody. Compared to the eerie transformation of Luffy, Sakazuki was evidently more troubled by the current Buggy pirate crew. Their intentions were glaringly clear: to gather the abolished former and current Shichibukai under their banner. The power they possessed was not merely formidable combat strength, but also a labyrinthine network of underground forces and countless hidden allies. Each of these individuals, capable of stirring the tides of fate, willingly joined Buggy's crew. The fully formed Buggy pirate crew would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable adversaries for the Marines and the world government. Recalling the recent meeting held by the world government to confirm the new Yonko, Sakazuki's expression darkened even further as he slammed his fist onto the desk. What nonsense, new Yonko? These damn pirates. One day, I shall annihilate you completely. With a hiss, his cigar was consumed by the searing heat of magma, turning into a cloud of ash that danced away on the wind. The curtain on an old era fell as a new one arose. The world's landscape was destined to undergo a significant upheaval, propelled by the wheels of fate. On this morning, as sunlight pierced through the night, at a certain location in the sky, the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency buzzed with activity. President, we have just received a stern warning from the Gorosei to immediately cease printing until the photographs of the Straw Hat Boy, along with the misleading information regarding the Clown Buggy's assembly of the 7 warlords to recruit powerful individuals from across the globe, are thoroughly revised. The system cannot be restarted. A flurry of urgency enveloped the news staff as they rushed into the office of the president. Standing before him, visibly anxious, was Morgans, the eagle-eyed leader of the news agency. Despite the threats posed by the 5 elders of the world government, Morgans remained unfazed, his fists clenched like eagle talons, and a look of exhilaration on his face. As the old kings were cast down from their thrones, a new dynasty would inevitably rise. Consider the astonishing spectacle that could shock the world. The Buggy pirates, having successfully united several warlords, was news that could shake the very foundations of the world. Morgan's excitement grew with each word, his sharp gaze radiating boundless madness and fervor. Since the world government had chosen to unveil the new Yonko, knowing they could not conceal the truth, they must be prepared to bear all the risks and consequences. The 5 elders? What are they to me? Cut off all communications with them, and print this news with fervor, unyieldingly. The staff, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, understood. With the swift dissemination of the news seagulls, countless newspapers featuring the new images of Monkey D, Luffy and Buggy the Clown erupted forth, proclaiming to the world the birth of 2 new Yonko. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Buggy pirates on Karai Island, Captain Buggy led the first full assembly of his crew. Among them were veteran members like Alvida, and newcomers such as Hancock, Crocodile, and Weevil. Notably, Dracula Mihawk attended as an ally. Although Buggy was ostensibly in charge, his role was merely to convene the meeting, while the actual strategies were expounded by the crew's esteemed strategist, Mr. 3. Through the successful recruitment of Crocodile and Hancock, Mr. 3 had established himself as a formidable intellect within the crew, silencing any doubts regarding his cunning mind. Even Alvida and the others, who were well acquainted with his nature, eventually accepted the reality that this once timid and treacherous individual had indeed matured into a stabilizing force. Since you all share Captain Buggy's confidence in my assessment of the situation, let me be forthright, Mr. 3 began, adjusting his protective goggles as he scanned the room with unflinching resolve. Our next target, or rather, our recruitment objective, is none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, currently imprisoned and impelled down. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. While Hancock and Crocodile, who had been forewarned, maintained their composure, the majority, including Buggy, were visibly taken aback. Their astonishment stemmed not from Doflamingo's notorious reputation, but from the sheer peril of his current location. Impelled Down, the deep-sea prison, was renowned as the most heavily fortified and highest security facility in the Navy. Not only was it situated amidst treacherous currents, backed by the Navy's G1 branch and Judicial Island, but it was also home to the formidable Vice Warden Magellan, a nearly insurmountable barrier ensuring death upon encounter. The impenetrable fortress in the abyssal depths were how the world described Impel Down. To rescue someone from such a place was a task of Herculean proportions. Excuse me, Mr. 3, but did I hear you correctly? That S Impel Down, not some dilapidated jail. Miss Backen, perched on Weevil's shoulder, was the first to voice her skepticism, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Is it truly worth such a risk for just one Doflamingo? Her demeanor was as cutting as her words. Just as she had previously indicated to Weevil, she was asserting her newfound status among the crew. Others, like Mihawk and Crocodile, remained silent, Yet their silence echoed their own reservations about the matter. The unique danger posed by Impel Down was undeniable. In anticipation of such doubts, Mr. 3 had prepared his response. Recruiting Doflamingo will significantly elevate my strength, placing me above the pinnacle of piracy. Such an explicit motive was, of course, unfit for disclosure. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully articulated, while we do not need to take such a risk for merely Doflamingo. The underground forces and arms trade connected to him represent a lucrative opportunity. By combining this with our current mercenary operations, we could swiftly dominate the entire underworld. At that point, the Buggy pirates' combat prowess and influence would reach unprecedented heights. The assembly was composed of seasoned veterans of the pirate world, and mere flattery would not suffice. Grandiose promises would be futile. Thus, Mr. 3's argument concerning Doflamingo's intrinsic value carried greater weight. The enormity of the dark world and underground influences was well understood by these seasoned pirates. However, this was contingent on Doflamingo's ability to make such matters a reality. After all, if it truly could be accomplished, I would hold my tongue. But Mr. 3, Miss Bakken paused, her gaze, concealed behind her ornate sunglasses, fixed intently on him. Surely you're aware of Doflamingo's ties to the Yonko Kaido? They have an extremely close working relationship, and Doflamingo must heed Kaido's whims. What makes you think that the Doflamingo who emerges from prison would choose us? To put it plainly, this act of openly undermining his business could provoke Kaido's wrath. Who would then bear the consequences? You, Mr. 3. Such a confrontational stance caused even the usually affable Mr. 3 to narrow his eyes slightly. As a traveler who understood the trajectory of events, he was well aware that the awakened Nika form of the Straw Hat Boy would inevitably defeat Kaido, leading to the complete disintegration of the Beast Pirates during the Onigashima conflict. Yet, the notion that Kaido could be vanquished by the Straw Hat Boy seemed utterly implausible at this juncture. Standing in the corner of the meeting room, the expressionless Ayasha quietly rested her palm on the hilt of her black dagger. She harbored no malevolent intentions, she merely wished to deal with that old hag. As Mr. 3 prepared to respond, the previously tranquil meeting room erupted with a sudden crash. Buggy, who had remained silent until now, slammed his hand down on the table, breaking the tension. So what if it's Kaido? Even if I openly seize his business, what of it? If he dares to trouble the Buggy pirates, I will ensure he regrets it. We are all players in the underworld. Who fears whom? Moreover, given Kaido's grim visage and ill fortune, it is likely that he will soon face a reckoning. What is there to fear? While it is true that he often engages in verbal skirmishes with others, his inherent cowardice contributes to his reticence. Yet these factors do not justify his continued silence. After all, he is merely a decrepit old woman basking in the fleeting glory of Weeble. On what grounds does she dare to mock the esteemed Mr. 3? The seasoned veterans, such as Kabaji and Machi, typically straightforward and unyielding, now bore serious expressions, their eyes betraying a barely perceptible murderous intent. Were it a private matter, they would undoubtedly ridicule and mock Buggy for his audacious and reckless defiance of Kaido. However, the situation has changed, for Buggy is currently defending Mr. 3. The endeavors that Mr. 3 has undertaken in recent days have not gone unnoticed, whether it be Hancock or Crocodile, each has been a gamble for his life, aimed at fortifying their already fragile alliance. It is one thing for comrades to engage in mutual derision, but should outsiders dare to target Mr. 3, they would ensure her demise is nothing short of disastrous. The sudden display of bravado, combined with Buggy's ominous jester-like visage, effectively intimidated Miss Bakken. The strength of the Beast Pirates is undeniable. However, their mere reputation does not instill fear within her. Hancock, resting her chin on her hand, spoke with an air of unwavering confidence. The so-called strongest creature in the world, she scoffed, is of no concern to me. Crocodile echoed this sentiment, expressing his true feelings. They are proud individuals who would not grovel even before Kaido himself, let alone a mere title. Of course, aside from their own pride, their support for Buggy stems from a recognition of Mr. 3's capabilities and potential. In merely a few days, he has transformed the perception others held of him. In a sense, this is a testament to the magnetic charm he possesses, one he himself may not even fully appreciate. Rest assured, should Kaido truly seek to cause you trouble as your ally, I will not stand idly by. The man known as Mihawk, who also bears the title of strongest in the world, spoke slowly, effectively quelling any lingering thoughts Miss Bakken had of stirring up trouble. Since you all harbor no objections, I have nothing further to say. Aware that continuing would incite collective ire, Miss Bakken huffed in silence, mentally evaluating Mr. 3's standing within Buggy's crew. Initially perceiving him as merely an ordinary officer with a modicum of intellect, she now recognized him as the second in command of the Buggy pirates. Having navigated the treacherous waters of piracy for decades, Miss Bakken is no fool. The Buggy pirates appear to be on the brink of remarkable ascendance. As one of the later recruits, if she could rise through the ranks atop the established veterans, her future prospects would undoubtedly be explosive. However, should her aspirations inadvertently target the crew's second in command, she could easily find herself ensnared in a precarious situation. Perhaps it is time to seek alternative alliances. Miss Bakken pondered silently. The reactions of those present, particularly Buggy's, took Mr. 3 by surprise. He turned to find himself locked in a gaze with Buggy. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a torrent of information was exchanged. Buggy, what are you staring at? Speak up. Mr. 3, when did you become so bold? Little Buggy, are you really confident enough to take on Kaido? Buggy, what is there to fear? If the sky falls, Hancock and Crocodile will support us. If they falter, Mihawk will step in. If he cannot, we will make our exit while we can. Mr. 3 chuckled incredulously. I didn't expect you to suddenly feel so capable. The other veterans, receiving the unspoken exchange, looked on in confusion. Mr. 3, is that not your sentiment? Cough, cough. Mr. 3 cleared his throat, breaking the tension. While it would be easy to make Miss Bakken lose face, it seemed unnecessary. Such antics would waste valuable time. In truth, Doflamingo's objective in assaulting Impel Down is merely one avenue. Within those confines lies treasure of equal value to Doflamingo and his formidable allies. Oh? Treasure of equal value to Doflamingo? The attendees perked up with interest. Mr. 3's lips curled into a sly smile as he adjusted his glasses and explained. When farmers harvest chives, they typically do not uproot them entirely. Instead, they cut the tops while leaving the roots intact, allowing for regrowth and subsequent harvest to maximize yield. Though his words seemed to stray from the topic of Doflamingo and the underworld, the moment he spoke, it elicited a collective narrowing of eyes. Haha, harvesting chives? I never anticipated you would have such a novel approach, Mr. 3. Crocodile laughed heartily, unable to contain himself. An amusing analogy indeed. However, Hancock and Mihawk remained stoic. Is there really chives to be found in Impel Down? Can one truly profit from raiding such a place? Weevil's wide eyes were filled with confusion. Miss Bakken remained silent, her expression icy. Even she had to concede that Mr. 3's metaphor regarding chives was indeed a reference to something of equal value to Doflamingo. If all went well, they might even establish a Buggy Express mercenary organization. In these chaotic times, such a venture could become a formidable profit-generating machine, as evidenced by the Buggy Pirates' growth over the past 2 years. Thus, all present began to regard the plan to invade Impel Down and rescue Doflamingo with newfound belief. However, what would the specific strategy entail? Impel Down is not a place that can be breached through sheer brute force alone, as Crocodile, knowledgeable of the prison's layout, pointed out. I have a rough plan in mind, Mr. 3 said after a pause, his tone serious. But before we proceed, we need to create a distraction that will leave the Navy in disarray, preventing them from promptly deploying forces to aid Impel Down. While it would be prudent to share strategies with trusted allies, Miss Bakken's treachery necessitated a degree of caution. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke. Speaking slowly, creating a situation that would give the Navy a headache is no easy feat. Mr. 3 nodded in agreement. That is precisely why I seek your insights and suggestions. He had contemplated this issue long before, although he had a few strategies in mind. None were capable of genuinely troubling the Navy, who remained the undisputed rulers of these waters. After Mr. 3's remarks, the room fell silent once more. The complexity of this endeavor was evident. They could not simply instigate another war like Whitebeard did 2 years prior. Cough, cough. Buggy, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat, his gesture's grin radiating confidence. A cunning strategist, he clearly possessed numerous ideas for inciting chaos. Well, Mr. 3, it appears that when it comes to critical moments, Captain Buggy is the one to rely on. Isn't it just a matter that has caused a headache for the Navy headquarters? What could be so difficult? Once he successfully captured the attention of the entire room, Buggy cleared his throat, preparing to speak. At that moment, an uproar erupted from outside the conference room. Shortly after, the large door swung open, pushed by a group of enthusiastic subordinates. Clutching the latest newspapers, their faces were alight with uncontainable excitement and joy, with some trembling uncontrollably, their steps faltering, creating a gentle breeze. Oh no, Captain Buggy. No, wait, it's fantastic. Captain Buggy. Today's headlines reveal that the Straw Hat Kid has joined forces with Kid and Law to raid the Beast Pirate stronghold on Onigashima, utterly dismantling the alliance between the Emperor Kaido and Big Mom. But that is not the main point. The focal point is you, the great and revered Emperor Buggy, the man who brings light to the world. You have successfully taken the place of Big Mom and have been publicly acknowledged by the world government as the new Pirate King. As these trembling words fell, the room plunged into a profound silence. Wait, did Buggy just mention Kaido? This observation sparked a flurry of disbelief among the attendees. Miss Bakken, Weevil, Hancock, Crocodile, Mihawk, Dot. The veteran cadre, including Alrita, were left wide-eyed. Mr. 3 and Buggy, startled into a tight embrace, exclaimed, What? Haha, I have ascended to the throne of the 4 emperors. In just a few years, the title of Pirate King will be within my grasp. Ha ha ha. In the conference room, Buggy stood atop the table, clutching the newspaper handed to him by his subordinates, laughing with unabashed arrogance. Reflecting on the determination he once held to become one of the 4 emperors when he first became a warlord, Buggy could hardly contain his exhilaration. His body, concealed within the grand red cloak, appeared grander than ever, showcasing a formidable presence. How many years had it been since the dissolution of Roger's pirates? He had finally clawed his way from the depths of piracy to ascend to the world stage, standing at the pinnacle alongside Shanks. Recognized by the world government as the new Emperor of the Seas, for someone who had always been at odds with Shanks, This was a surreal scene. His status now rivaled Shanks, as their faces graced the same publication. Captain Buggy, following you has truly been the best decision of our lives. You fool, now we should call him Emperor Buggy. Oh, Emperor Buggy. Wait, someone has fainted. Doctor, is there a doctor here? Oh, I am a doctor myself. Never mind that, Emperor Buggy. I vow to follow you until the seas run dry and the stones crumble. The subordinates were in perfect harmony, trembling with excitement. Some even collapsing from sheer exhilaration, surpassing Buggy in madness. Buggy was clearly losing his composure. Under the conference table, Alrita and the other veterans could only face bomb. Utterly speechless. The reason the world government had designated him as one of the 4 emperors was undoubtedly due to the alliances with Mihawk and Hancock, and had little to do with Captain Buggy himself. As for the Pirate King, could you please refrain from indulging in such daydreams? A moment of self-reflection wouldn't he hurt, would it? However, upon glancing down at the newspaper featuring the new 4 emperors, they noticed a particular image. Buggy sticking out his tongue, his eyes fierce and menacing, adorned with an exaggerated clown makeup that exuded a captivating visual impact. Against the backdrop of Blackbeard and red-haired Shanks, the photo indeed suggested an equal division of power. As they pondered this, a sense of surreal nostalgia washed over them. Never would they have imagined that just days ago they were fretting about the loss of their warlord privileges, and now they were part of the 4 emperors' cadre. Such a notion would have seemed utterly absurd in the past. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 quietly scrutinized the contents of the newspaper. After the initial shock, he was not overly surprised by Buggy's designation as a 4 emperor. It was an anticipated outcome, albeit somewhat abrupt. What piqued his interest more was how Luffy, awakened as Nika, managed to defeat Kaido. The Emperor of the Seas, intriguing. Crocodile unfolded the newspaper, a deep smile forming on his scarred visage. Any pirate crew that could not claim such a title would be deemed disgraceful. Yet, what exactly was this Straw Hat Kid's background? Crocodile's eyes shifted from Buggy to Monkey D. Luffy. During the Alabasta incident, Luffy was merely a child who couldn't even wield Haki. And now, he had bested Kaido? Even the seasoned Crocodile felt a sense of bewilderment. It had only been a little over 2 years since the Alabasta events. While Crocodile marveled at Luffy's growth, Mihawk, seated across from him, furrowed his brow, more concerned about the newspaper's implications. The information suggested that the world government and the news agency mistakenly associated him with Buggy's crew. Oh well, it won't affect me much. After a resigned sigh, Mihawk ultimately dismissed the thought of correcting the misconception. Such trivial matters were beneath him. Yet, observing Buggy and Mr. 3, Mihawk's usually stoic eyes flickered with intrigue. Having witnessed the formidable forces converging around Buggy and Mr. 3's extraordinary aura, he found himself curious to remain and witness how far this fated crew could ascend. The 4 emperors' crew, indeed. Miss Bakken let out a peculiar laugh at the thought. With this title, collecting wealth would be an effortless endeavor. At that moment, her sharp, eerie laughter caught Buggy's attention as he floated in midair. Fixing his gaze on her, he maneuvered his head and grand red cloak towards Miss Bakken. Did you see the newspaper, old hag? That mere Kaido was never in my sights. Remember what I said earlier? His downfall was inevitable. Would I utter such baseless claims without foresight? Behold, this is me, the terrifying and unparalleled Emperor Buggy's observation Haki. With that proclamation, Buggy dramatically spread his arms wide, stretching his grand red cloak to its maximum extent. Mr. 3 looked up, his expression brimming with arrogance and delight, reminiscent of a scene where he exuberantly flaunted his correct guess about the Pirate King's narrative to his closest companion, such as the domineering nature of fortune. Captain, you are truly remarkable. Although Miss Bakken harbored considerable skepticism towards Buggy's observation Haki, the reality before her was undeniable. No matter her disbelief, she was compelled to concede. Isn't it obvious? I am now one of the 4 emperors. As he noticed Miss Bakken's discomfort akin to someone constipated, Buggy laughed even harder, exclaiming, Did you not just seek Mr. 3? All right, Captain Buggy, let us return to the topic that vexes the Navy. Mr. 3 interjected, interrupting Buggy's self-congratulatory revelry. Isn't being one of the 4 emperors merely a stage goal we had previously agreed upon? If this fellow continued to bask in his own arrogance, he risked scaring away Hancock and Crocodile, who had only recently joined their ranks. Filled with anxiety, Arlita and others initially perceived Mr. 3 as a stable figure. But upon hearing the phrase merely a 4 emperor, their hearts sank. Mr. 3, dear brother, how could you also be swept away in this delusion? However, they remained unaware that for Mr. 3, possessing the system and wielding Conqueror's Haki, this was indeed a simple truth. I understand, but before that. Once Buggy regained his composure, he returned to his seat, smoothing his vivid red cloak, and glanced back at his exuberant crew. The moment they felt the gaze of their god, they froze, quieting down in mere fractions of a second, swallowing nervously, filled with trepidation. Let me first ascertain my bounty after becoming one of the 4 emperors. With his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, Buggy rubbed his stubble, contemplating Shanks's bounty exceeding 4 billion, naturally igniting a competitive spirit within him. If the world government offered us some too paltry, he would not hesitate to employ equally brutal methods to make them experience the terror of the Clown King Buggy. As soon as he uttered those words, The crew erupted into chaos once more. Ah, Captain Buggy, what do you mean by that? Equally brutal methods? Could it be? The crew, connecting the dots, turned pale with fear, their pupils losing focus. Are you suggesting you wish to place bounties on the heads of the Navy? My heavens. What manner of man possesses such audacious ambition as to place bounties on the Navy? How terrifying. The crew exclaimed in horror, listening to their bizarre interpretation. Buggy was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. You fools. No matter how much you daydream, there must be limits. When I mentioned equally brutal methods, I meant attacking the Navy repeatedly to raise my own bounty. Am I so idle as to place bounties on the Navy? Why would I offend them and reward other pirates with my own wealth? What era are you living in? Hey, you. Buggy began to admonish his oblivious crew, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Mr. 3. I see. Is this your plan to give the Navy a headache? Truly a brilliant and meticulous logic, my Captain Buggy. Looking at Mr. 3, who adjusted his glasses with a slight smile, Buggy scratched his head in confusion. His naive eyes and frozen expression perfectly encapsulated his bewilderment. The plan to give the Navy a headache? Did I mention a brilliant scheme to humiliate Akina by broadcasting to the world that I urinated and defecated on his image? I don't believe I did. Mr. 3, I actually. Bounties on the Navy? Ha ha ha. Buggy, I did not expect such an idea from you. Crocodile's eyes gleamed with fervor. It was unclear whether he recognized Buggy's true intentions or simply admired his plan. Regardless, this notion of placing bounties on the Navy genuinely astonished the proud Crocodile. Buggy, how come even you? Employing such a straightforward tactic to completely reverse the positions of the Navy and pirates, and to forge a semblance of unity among the notoriously difficult-to-unite pirates, was indeed a commendable idea. Hancock's gaze was resolute, affirming Buggy's strategy. Unity among pirates. Interesting. In that case, it is not entirely unreasonable that you could gather such an extraordinary group around you, Buggy. Even the usually taciturn Mihawk offered high praise. Upon hearing such elevated evaluations from his peers, Buggy was initially taken aback, but soon his bewilderment faded, and his clownish visage shifted back to that of arrogance and pride at an observable rate. Haha, how infuriating that you all are so perceptive, making it difficult for me to maintain my facade. Buggy's eyes narrowed. Indeed, my plan is to place bounties on the Navy, allowing the cursed Navy to thoroughly experience the relentless terror of being desired by countless pirates. However, as soon as he finished boasting, Buggy immediately regretted his words. Wait. If I truly do that, my Buggy delivery service will go bankrupt on the spot. Sitting nearby, Mr. 3's eyes flickered, perceiving the subtle sorrow hidden beneath Buggy's fierce demeanor. Contemplating various thoughts, he raised his head and signaled to the excited crew not far away. Although the crew was reluctant to leave the radiance of their god, they dared not defy Mr. 3's wishes and could only turn away with reluctance. The exit of the atmosphere crew restored tranquility to the dimly lit conference room. Thus, Mr. 3 continued the previous topic, addressing Buggy. Captain, since we are on this subject, I shall boldly venture to guess your intentions. If I am not mistaken, our goal is not genuinely to place bounties on the Navy, but rather to divert their attention, paving the way for our infiltration of Impel Down, correct? In that instant, as he locked eyes with Mr. 3, Buggy grasped his meaning. He immediately feigned an air of profound wisdom and nodded. Correct. Continue to guess my detailed plans. A tacit understanding passed between them. Mr. 3 smiled calmly, organizing his thoughts before speaking slowly. Since our true objective is Impel Down, rather than wasting money to utterly enrage the Navy, we only need to elevate the bounty to a level that does not correspond with their strength, thereby deterring some pirates from attempting to capture them. However, to instill a sense of crisis in all Navy commanders and to create a headache for the Navy headquarters, we can set some bounties significantly higher than their actual strength, preferably targeting those who abuse their power and commit numerous atrocities. Undoubtedly, the concepts of good and evil within the realm of One Piece are far from clearly defined. Malevolent pirates can embody the spirit of pure-hearted adventurers, while the so-called righteous Navy may act as ruthless executioners against innocent civilians. The worldview is chaotic, distorted, and complex. This creates an opportunity to act in response to the nefarious deeds of the Navy, or, to put it more nobly, to eliminate harm in the name of justice. There exists a significant layer of purpose to rally the hearts of the people. Given that the ultimate goal of the Buggy pirates is to ascend to the pinnacle of the world and overthrow the celestial dragons, yet to be confirmed, it becomes exceedingly necessary to expand the influence of the Buggy pirates, consolidate public opinion, and enhance their reputation. After all, the power of a single pirate crew could never hope to rival that of the entire world. This mirrors Mr. 3's intention to protect the Trio Island with the pirate flag, establishing it as a steadfast belief for its residents. Thus, Mr. 3's astonishment at Buggy's remark about equal means is entirely justified. In just a few words, it not only addresses the challenge of swaying the Navy's morale, but also indirectly serves to unite the people's sentiments, truly a double-edged sword. Although it was an unintentional yet thoughtful act, it was remarkably impactful. Buggy, indeed, is a deity who brings forth unexpected delights. Coughing, Buggy, after absorbing Mr. 3's insights regarding the dual benefits of targeting the Navy, reflexively wiped the snot from his nose. Following a tumultuous emotional upheaval, he composed himself, stroked his chin, and nodded thoughtfully, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. 3. To have deduced my thoughts so accurately." He then turned his gaze toward the assembly at the conference table, proclaiming with conviction, "This is the matter at hand. What 3 has articulated aligns closely with my own strategies and plans. I trust there are no objections to the idea of a bounty on the Navy?" Everyone, including Dracula, Myhawk, and Miss Beacon, nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing this brilliant strategy. "I have no major objections, however." Crocodile shifted his gaze towards Buggy and solemnly inquired, "Under what pretense shall we issue the bounty on the Navy? It would indeed seem odd for the Buggy pirates or Buggy delivery to issue a bounty. What pirate issues a bounty on another pirate? Moreover, the credibility and execution of such a bounty would be alarmingly low, failing to create the intended chaos for the Navy." Old Shasha's point is valid. Mr. 3 nodded, adding, as a gesture of utmost respect to his ally, "How about we establish an entirely new organization?" He turned toward Buggy, the captain, as such a decision would be more appropriate for him to make. Buggy blinked, glancing around, momentarily at a loss for a name for the new organization. With so many eyes upon him, he felt compelled not to appear inadequate. Thus, he cleverly redirected the question to Crocodile. "Old Shasha, what do you think?" Crocodile pondered for a few seconds, not evading the question, casting a glance at the cross-shaped black sword behind Myhawk. He recalled his previous intention to establish a new guild and stated solemnly, "Since this new organization is allied with Myhawk, let us name it the Cross Guild." How does that sound? Later that afternoon, at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency in President Morgan's office. "President, urgent news. The intelligence officer from the Buggy Pirates has contacted us." A junior reporter rushed in to report. Due to Buggy's live broadcast during the Marineford War, the relationship between Buggy Delivery and the World News Agency had flourished over the past 2 years, with numerous collaborations across various fields. Morgan's, calmly sipping tea on the sofa, slowly set down his cup, a triumphant glint in his sharp eyes. "The news has arrived rather swiftly. Speak. How has Buggy expressed gratitude for my extensive coverage? Boosting their publicity?" The junior reporter hesitated. "Well, that's not quite the case." "Oh?" Morgan's raised an eyebrow. The reporter quickly added, "They just sent us numerous images, requesting that we publish them in the next issue." "Reject them," Morgan's replied without hesitation. "Under normal circumstances, it would suffice, but currently, the agency's entire focus was on printing and distributing news about the 2 new emperors of the sea. There was no spare capacity to entertain the request of Buggy, who lacked even a sense of gratitude." "But President, the photos they provided hold immense news value. They feature bounty posters targeting Navy commanders." "Are you foolish? A mere handful of bounty posters pales in comparison to—" "Wait, what did you say?" Morgan suddenly realized something was amiss. Snatching the photos from the reporter's hand, his calm demeanor shattered as his eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, his tongue flailing in disbelief. "The Cross Guild, bounties on the Navy, ah." Even the seasoned Morgans could not contain his excitement as he laughed heartily upon reading the information relayed by the Buggy Pirates. Is a monumental upheaval truly on the horizon? Buggy has indeed delivered a headline-grabbing piece of news rivaling that of the new emperors of the sea. Ecstatic, he waved his arms decisively, issuing orders to allocate resources to print these bounty posters as the headline for tomorrow's news. Yes. In the depths of Impel Down, the dimly lit 6th level of the prison, Don Quixote Doflamingo remained firmly shackled by numerous heavy chains in his solitary cell, leaning against the cold, damp prison wall. Seated arrogantly with his legs spread wide, a fresh newspaper was crumpled in his grip, gradually warping under his increasing pressure. "Ha ha, ha ha." Doflamingo suddenly crushed the newspaper into a ball, erupting into a chilling, sharp laughter. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he stopped, his gaze shifting to Magellan, who stood outside the prison bars. "Straw Hat Kid defeated Kaido and Big Mom. Myhawk and Crocodile have joined the Buggy Pirates? How dare you present me with such a ludicrous newspaper? Do you take me for a fool? Each day grows more absurd. Will I be informed tomorrow that pirates have begun issuing bounties on the Navy? Huh." In response to Doflamingo's frenzied barrage of questions, Magellan remained stoically silent. After a moment's contemplation, he released a foul-smelling fart, accompanied by a cloud of purple poison. Doflamingo exploded in rage. "Damn it, Magellan, I will eventually end your life." What followed was a series of 3 ominous sounds echoing through the silence. Observing Magellan's unyielding demeanor, Doflamingo sank into despair, leaning against the wall, his gaze darkly fixed upon the gloomy ceiling. The fall of the old era and the birth of the new had transformed the world beyond recognition. How I long to escape this prison and stir the winds of change in this chaotic age. Damn that straw hat brat. At Trio Island, port of Town A. Hee, the Buggy the Clown pirates are merely a band of ordinary pirates stripped of their warlord privileges. What is there to fear? A man clad in a blood-red cloak wielded a massive hammer, sending the port guards flying, breaching what was to him a non-existent defense. This fierce-looking pirate captain was an ally of Sogabe, who had previously been slain by ISR, and was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Is it not only natural to demand compensation in the form of an island for the death of my most significant ally? Though he spoke with righteous indignation, there was no trace of sorrow in his greedy gaze. The pirate world is ruthlessly unforgiving. He merely used the guise of avenging his ally to seize control of Sanjuring Island. Within the town, as the cannon fire roared and screams echoed from the port, the residents of Sanjuring Island were engulfed in panic, trembling at the sight of the approaching pirates from the end of the street. What should we do? Who can we turn to in order to resist the pirates? Didn't the old man in town say that the Buggy the Clown pirate flag would offer protection? Yet, those damned pirates showed no signs of fear whatsoever. If only Colonel Soinora were here, can we truly rely on that tattered flag? Amidst the crowd, a little girl named Luffy stood out. Unlike the anxious and terrified adults around her, her delicate and adorable face bore no hint of fear. Uncle, Auntie, do not be afraid. Uncle's pirate flag will surely protect us. He is a pirate hero and would never lie. Luffy waved her tiny fists, her big, watery eyes shining with determination. Unfortunately, the despairing adults around her paid her no heed. Having always been under the protection of the Navy, they could not fathom that a mere flag could safeguard them. As the brutal pirates reached the town's entrance, all the residents turned pale, their legs giving way beneath them. In the depths of their despair, a pirate subordinate came tumbling from the port, handing a newspaper to the leading pirate captain. Upon receiving the paper and reading its contents, the captain's ferocious demeanor froze, replaced by a profound shock. He glanced up at the pirate flag fluttering atop the town, as if confronted by a fearsome specter, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled with his crew, disappearing into the harbor in an instant. The residents, who had moments ago felt hopeless, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. Aha! Look, the pirates have been scared away. Little Luffy, with her signature three-part hairstyle, stood on her tiptoes, shielding her forehead with her chubby hand as she gazed at the fleeing pirates, then turned to look at the pirate flag above, her face alight with joy. The seeds of faith began to sprout within the hearts of the residents of Sanjuring Island, nourished by the warm, comforting sea breeze and the sweet sound of the little girl's laughter. The Buggy the Clown pirate flag truly holds power. On Karibali Island, lush green hills stretched as far as the eye could see. A uniquely styled three-part hairstyle danced freely in the refreshing sea breeze as Mr. 3 stood at the edge of a hill. On the cliffside, remnants of a human-shaped imprint remained, evidence of Rear Admiral steel res from the Navy headquarters. Mr. 3 gazed out at the vast expanse of ocean beyond the island, faintly spotting a seagull tirelessly flapping its wings, delivering news across the world. Given Morgan's nature as a seasoned journalist, news of the bounties on the Navy would likely surface by tomorrow at the latest. Anticipating the tremors this monumental news would send throughout the world, Mr. 3 felt a surge of excitement. During the morning meeting, they had not only preliminarily established several naval bounties, but also confirmed the positions and divisions of the newly formed Cross Guild. Undoubtedly, Buggy, as the captain of the Buggy the Clown Pirates, would assume the role of president of the Cross Guild. Hawkeyes, due to their alliance and solitary nature, would hold an honorary president position, ready to assist the guild in times of crisis. In return, the Cross Guild would protect Hawkeyes from unnecessary troubles arising from being pursued by the Navy. Beneath the president and honorary president, 4 divisions were tentatively established. The captain of the 1st Division and chief strategist of the Cross Guild, Mr. 3, would lead seasoned veterans like Alrita Kabaji, overseeing Buggy Express Mercenary Organization. The captain of the 2nd Division and support force leader, Boa Hancock, would command the former Kuja pirates now known as the Kuja forces, stationed at the buffer zone of Blaze Island. The captain of the 3rd Division and intelligence unit leader, Crocodile, would be responsible for underground intelligence gathering and delivering Navy bounty notices. The captain of the 4th Division and combat unit leader, Edward Weevil, would operate in the New World, creating disturbances to distract the Navy. Thus, the Cross Guild began to take shape, destined to grow stronger with each powerful recruit. Ultimately, it would become a formidable force that even the Navy headquarters and world government would fear. From this moment on, they had firmly established themselves on the grand stage of the era, no longer able to remain in the shadows as they once did. Reflecting on the time when he had just crossed over and still relied on numerous subordinates to shield him, Mr. 3 couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was indeed no small feat to elevate the pirate crew to the status of one of the 4 emperors in such a short time. A confident yet serene smile curled upon his lips, though the process had not been as simple and effortless as it appeared to the outside world. His own strength had significantly increased, and the overall combat capability of the Buggy pirates was now sufficient to maintain a foothold amidst the turbulent tides of this era. Steady advancement, deliberate growth, and comprehensive planning were essential preparations for embarking on the path of contention among the 4 emperors. Brother 3. Just as Mr. 3 was swept up in his thoughts, a respectful and elegant female voice suddenly interrupted him. Have you sensed any malice from Miss Bagan? Mr. 3 turned to CISR, dressed in black, exuding an aura of grace and confidence. The mission to infiltrate, impel down, and rescue Mingo was of utmost importance, and any misstep could lead to a swift retaliation from the Navy headquarters, making the risk exceedingly high. Thus, Mr. 3 had to ensure that no information leaked. Hawkeyes, Hancock, and Old Sand's temperaments were well known. Their prideful natures made them unlikely to divulge secrets to the Navy, nor did they have any motive to do so. However, Miss Bagan, driven by self-interest, might very well choose to collaborate with the Navy upon learning of the Cross Guild's upcoming objectives, potentially selling them all out. If she were wise enough, she should realize that remaining with the Buggy pirates would offer her greater benefits. In such circumstances, should Mr. 3 detect even a hint of such a notion in Miss Bagan's mind, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the powerful force that was Weevil, ensuring that Miss Bagan remained forever on Karibali Island. In truth, when he decided to recruit Weevil, his primary aim was to reap system rewards and leverage Weevil's name to attract more strong individuals, had he not encountered the malevolent fruit user ISR. Brother 3. I closely observed that wretched old woman throughout the entire meeting. Aside from the intense malice she exuded directed at you, I sensed nothing else. Upon reflecting on Miss Bucky's audacity towards Brother 3, a glint of coldness flickered in Ayesha's azure eyes. What do you think, Brother 3? Are we able to dispose of her now? Mr. 3, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to gaze at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Since she poses no immediate threat to the Buggy pirates, let us keep her for now. We shall deal with her after Weevil is completely transformed. Curiously, Mr. 3 inquired. With your devil fruit ability, how long would it take to permanently erase Weevil's hostility towards us and instigate a level of animosity towards Miss Bucky that turns her into a sworn enemy? Upon hearing that the old hag could not be eliminated just yet, disappointment was unmistakably etched on Ayesha's stunning face, yet she replied earnestly, Brother 3. My powers have limited efficacy against such formidable foes. Fortunately, due to the dim-witted nature of the oath, I should be able to completely erase his malice within about a month, unnoticed. A month, you say? Mr. 3 pondered for a moment. It wasn't excessively long. After concluding the rather serious topic regarding Miss Bucky, he turned to Ayesha and asked, Would you accompany me to Blaze Island shortly? Without a moment's hesitation, Ayesha solemnly affirmed, I am unwaveringly willing to follow in your footsteps. As her words fell, she discreetly glanced at Mr. 3. And upon not detecting any grave expression, she timidly inquired, Brother 3, where is Blaze Island? What is our purpose there? Mr. 3 was momentarily taken aback. So you agreed without any knowledge of what it entails? I'll take you there. You'll assist in counting the money, and then I'll return first. Oh, I would be delighted. However, Brother 3, my arithmetic isn't very strong, and counting too much money tends to become chaotic. Mr. 3, is there any hope for this girl? With a fierce expression, he lightly tapped Ayesha's adorable head. I certainly don't intend to have you just count money. Didn't the meeting clarify that Blaze Island is merely a buffer island near Karibali? I am going there to seek guidance from Teacher Boa regarding the Conqueror's Haki. My sincerest apologies. Ayesha exclaimed, cradling her head with a look of distress. I was entirely focused on that detestable old hag and even had any spare time. It was all directed towards you, Brother 3. I truly didn't pay attention to the meeting's content. Next time, I promise I'll be more attentive. Observing her panicked demeanor, Mr. 3 sighed heavily, his heart softened, unwilling to continue his teasing. Such an infatuated little sister can indeed be quite a handful. Very well, let us be off. He gestured, leading the apologetic Ayesha away. However, as they descended the hill, they unexpectedly encountered Crocodile, who was also seeking the sea breeze. The moment he laid eyes on the old Sandman, a sinister grin involuntarily crept onto Mr. 3's lips. He stepped forward and jested, Hey, old 3. What a coincidence to meet you here. With a flick of his gaze, the cigar-smoking old Sand wasted no time, launching into an attack, Desert Diamond Dust. Mr. 3. Publicly known information. The user of the Paramecia-type malice fruit can perceive and absorb the malice emanating from those around them, thereby continually enhancing their own strength, though one with insufficient mental resilience may succumb to the overwhelming malice, transforming into a rampaging black monster. The user can nullify an enemy's malice through combat engagement, inducing hesitation and indecision in their foes. Furthermore, the user can materialize malice, transforming it into a viscous, malleable black mist, which is physically draining. Through prolonged interaction, the user can permanently eliminate or increase the target's malice based on the target's physique and consciousness. Karibali Island. The outer coast, where a clash erupted between the Buggy pirates and the elite forces of Steelus just days prior. Although the relentless tides had somewhat restored the scarred coastline, the remnants of the battle still lingered, like blemishes of youth, requiring considerable time for recovery. At that moment, within a sandy pit, Mr. 3, having been propelled by Crocodile's Desert Diamond Dust, found himself comfortably squatting atop something cushy. Feeling the soft texture beneath him, Mr. 3 instinctively reached out, discovering a round and slightly oily object amidst the sand. Though I am uncertain what transpired, I am grateful for this lump, as it spared me from a nasty fall. Mr. 3 settled down upon the sand-covered object, gazing at the distant figure of Old Sand, who was enjoying a cigar atop a hill, and sighed heavily, remarking, Old Sand remains as fiery as ever, calling the 3rd Division Captain Old 3 ISNT entirely inaccurate. It appeared that achieving his goal of being addressed as Brother 3 was a task of considerable challenge. Just as he was lost in thought, the sand beneath him began to stir. It seemed as though some peculiar creature was about to emerge. With heightened vigilance, Mr. 3 leaned down, eyes wide, fixating on the shifting sand, his hairdo igniting with tiny sparks. The unknown breeds trepidation, although he was now a formidable adversary, capable of holding his ground against Old Sand. The pirate world was filled with the bizarre and the arcane, warranting utmost caution against any unseen threats. Suddenly, with a puff, a strange creature sprang forth from the sand. It was an entity resembling a human hand. Following closely, the sand beneath Mr. 3 convulsed violently, suggesting that an even more bizarre creature was about to break free. Mr. 3, refusing to underestimate the situation, swiftly rose and leapt aside while raising his arm, which spewed forth a torrent of liquid wax, hurling it into the sand pit without hesitation. Damn you, Galdino. Are you attempting to ambush me? Ahead. Adorned with a pirate hat, abruptly burst from the sand pit. A red-nosed Buggy, his eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed, "I swear today I will." Before he could finish, a hefty and warm blob of grayish-white wax flew towards him, effectively gagging him. Gurgle, gurgle. The wax dribbled down Buggy's throat, spilling over his smooth neck and onto the ground. Wait, Buggy? What are you doing here? Recognizing Buggy, Mr. 3 was taken aback and questioned. What on earth was that mysterious creature I was sitting on? What creature? That was me, you idiot. The sandpit writhed, revealing numerous limbs adorned with flowing sand, all converging towards Buggy's head, amalgamating with the initial hand creature to form the complete likeness of Buggy. As soon as his body reformed, Buggy sprinted towards Mr. 3, shoving his sandy clown face directly into Mr. 3's. Galdino, you must be doing this on purpose, knowing I'm here to enjoy the sea breeze. You choose to ambush me, huh? Mr. 3 slightly lifted Buggy's head and, aware of his own shortcomings, wore an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Buggy. I was thrown here by that scoundrel, Old Sand. I had no idea you were standing here. Buggy replied, his face clouded with displeasure, expressing skepticism. If you don't believe me, ask Ayasha. Or look over there. Old Sand is still there. Mr. 3 pointed behind him. Upon hearing this, Buggy turned his head with a mixture of doubt and curiosity, and indeed saw Ayasha rushing towards them, her face etched with urgency. Hey, young commissioner. Is what Garatino said true? Yes, Captain Buggy, I can testify. Ayasha nodded emphatically, clearly not one to betray Mr. 3. Despite her confirmation, Buggy remained somewhat unconvinced and glanced again towards the hill. Upon seeing Old Sand, clad in a long coat and visibly displeased while smoking a cigar, he reluctantly accepted Mr. 3's words. What a stroke of bad luck. He huffed indignantly. Speaking of which, Buggy, why are you standing here in a daze? Mr. 3 noticed something amiss. As the newly crowned emperor, Buggy should be boasting wildly with his crew back at the base, shouldn't he? With a hint of irritation. Buggy bared his jagged teeth and retorted, is it not permissible for me to enjoy the gentle sea breeze as if cradled by a mother's touch? Do you have a problem with that? Mr. 3 calmly wiped the spittle from his face and regarded Buggy with a composed expression, saying nothing. This gaze made Buggy feel uneasy, prompting him to look elsewhere. After a few moments of silence, he finally sighed, reflecting, Mr. 3, do you think our rise has been too rapid? We're already emperors now. With a sense of caution, Buggy, having been an intern on the former pirate king's ship, was acutely aware of the power that the title of emperor held, capable of commanding the winds and waves of the sea. Yet, he also recognized the myriad unpredictable challenges and risks that came with it. This was the malevolent intent of the world government, anticipating their aim to gather formidable figures akin to the former and current 7 warlords. They likely intended to position Buggy's crew as an emperor crew. Consequently, those fierce pirates who coveted the throne would undoubtedly challenge and attack them. Under normal circumstances, this would be the case. However, the world government could not have anticipated that their misleading news, aimed at making Buggy's crew a target, would be subtly altered by Morgan's news agency into a positive recruitment message, resulting in an influx of powerful individuals joining Buggy's crew. Buggy silently lamented. I owe that bird like Morgan's a significant favor. It was rare to see the typically arrogant Buggy display such a demeanor, prompting Mr. 3 to chuckle and tease. Isn't becoming an emperor the goal you've always pursued? You hardly resemble the Buggy who dared to confront red-haired Shanks. Buggy immediately countered, you bastard. Suddenly being thrust into such a high position, it's only natural that I feel a bit frightened. Only in the presence of old friends like Mr. 3 and Machi Kabaji would he reveal his true feelings. As Mr. 3 observed the candid Buggy, he recalled how Buggy had boldly confronted Miss Bakine during a meeting, willing to gamble the entire Buggy Pirates crew to assertively challenge Kaido. This thought inexplicably filled him with comfort. Rest assured, Captain Buggy, if just a few days ago, your rise to Emperor was largely due to luck and misunderstandings, from this moment forward, with my presence, everything will change. At this point, Mr. 3's eyes, hidden behind his goggles, sparkled with fervor. Whether it be the Emperor's or the world government, this world will ultimately be firmly in our grasp. In contrast to Buggy's rare display of sincerity, Mr. 3 found himself articulating his ambitions for the first time, seemingly taken aback by this brief yet startling declaration. Buggy stood frozen, his gaze fixed on Mr. 3. After a long pause, he remarked with a hint of implication, 3, you've truly changed. Haha. Perhaps this is a symptom left over after awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Or maybe you've just developed a delusion, and it's quite severe. Hey, Buggy, may I borrow your red cape? What do you intend to do? Though uncertain of Mr. 3's sudden request, Bucky, out of trust, didn't he overthink it and used his disjointed powers to hand over the edge of the red cape? Mr. 3 extended his finger and began to wipe it on the cape. What on earth are you doing? Bucky frowned. Your booger, Mr. 3 continued with elegance, until his finger was rid of the grime. What did you just say? Bucky exclaimed, incredulous. Your booger. I accidentally touched your nose while sitting in the sand pit. Garatino, you knew it was me buried down there. Pahaha. Isn't that obvious? That conspicuous red nose could be recognized even by the blind. Do you dare to mock my nose? Go to hell. Clown splitter. Huh. Is that all you've got? Candle wall. Disjointed heavy fist. Candle iron fist. In the blink of an eye, the two men, who had just been discussing world domination, found themselves in a fierce brawl. As for the latest manga information, it appears that the Cross Guild was established by Old Sand, who subsequently invited Mihawk and Bucky, due to Bucky's prominent positioning in the photo. The Navy mistakenly identified him as the leader, thus making him a new emperor. Additionally, the content was modified to include Old Sand's intention to establish the Cross Guild. Initially dismissed due to the main character's sudden recruitment. Later, during a full crew meeting, the suggestion to use the name Cross Guild was proposed, marking the main character's impact on the world's original trajectory. Although slightly contrived, it seemed reasonable enough. Those interested can refer back to the latter half of Chapter 65, the latter half of Chapter 69, and the latter half of Chapter 85. With this, it seems the shadow of the original work has been cast aside, and I no longer fear Oda's backstabbing. This has also been the reason for the brevity of the recent chapters, as I wanted to wait for new information. Now, having patched things up, I no longer need to tread carefully. After a few adjustments, I will strive to update more frequently for your enjoyment. Reading this chapter will convey how much I cherish each reader. I promptly amend any slightly controversial points and have never silenced anyone except for Serial Brother, as I am but a humble novice. Although I may inevitably lose some readers, which pains my heart, I assure you that I will not waver or flee. There are many tales yet to be told, the challenges of the second card, the chaos and impel down, the confrontation with Blackbeard, the struggle for supremacy among the emperors, the battles against the admirals, and the assault on Mary Geos. I have plenty of material to write, at least 800,000 words. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their affirmation and support of this book. I love you all dearly. After the playful scuffle, Mr. 3, with his glasses shattered, and Bucky, with swollen lips, finally settled down, sitting on the soft sea sand and gazing at the distant horizon. By the way, Bucky, why haven't I seen Mihawk since the meeting? Regarding the current highest combat strength of the Eagle Eye's Cross Guild, Mr. 3 is naturally quite attentive. After all, once the world government becomes aware of significant events like the bounties on the Navy, the stronghold of Karai Bali will undoubtedly attract the Navy's close scrutiny. Without the presence of royal-level powerhouses to maintain deterrence, it would be challenging to ensure safety. It was said that they would return with formidable strength to guard Karai Bali, and they would be back by tomorrow at the latest. Perhaps due to his swollen lips, Buggy's words sounded somewhat muffled. Indeed, it is rare to find a man like him, who prefers solitude, Mr. 3 mused. When it comes to the old haunts of Eagle Eye and formidable strength, the only beings he could think of were those terrifying creatures with exceptional learning abilities and superb swordsmanship. Just then, the sound of wheels crushing the sandy beach reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Ayasa, clad in black, slowly approaching while pushing what appeared to be an unremarkable bicycle. Just moments ago, Mr. 3 had sent her to retrieve the sea bicycle stored in the Stronghold's warehouse. The distance from Karai Bali to Hancock's location on Bright Star Island, New Daughter Island, was not far, and Mr. 3 intended to ride the bicycle there, not wasting any opportunity for training. Although the training boost provided by the sea bicycle was minimal, it was not to be overlooked. Ayasa halted before Mr. 3 and Buggy, stating earnestly, Brother 3, I have brought your bicycle. Mr. 3 replied, pushing himself up from the ground with his hands on his knees, his distinctive hairstyle igniting with flames. Whoosh. With the activation of his wax fruit ability, a gray-white wax pathway sprouted from beneath Mr. 3's feet, extending towards the sea ahead. Now, Buggy, the rest is up to you. I shall make a trip to Bright Star Island. Mr. 3 took the sea bicycle from Ayasa and mounted it. He then raised his hand and flung a solid wax ball onto the empty rear wheel, twisting it into the form of a back seat. Come aboard, Ayasa, he beckoned, patting the firm yet comfortable wax seat. Yes. Unlike the proud and aloof Empress Hancock, Ayasa had no qualms about sitting behind Brother 3. In fact, she considered it quite an honor. This was evident from her nervous and excited demeanor as she climbed onto the bike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feeling the bicycle sway from behind, Mr. 3 frowned and turned to see Ayasa adjusting her position on the wax seat like a robot. She shifted sideways, then straddled, stood up, and half-squatted, busy with her movements. What are you doing? Mr. 3 asked, exasperation etched on his face. Brother 3. I'm trying to figure out how to position myself on the back seat to express my respect for you. Ayasa blinked, her azure eyes filled with confusion. Thankfully, she was wearing mismatched black shorts. Had she been in a skirt, it would have been quite a sight. Mr. 3's mouth twitched. Feeling a headache coming on as he exclaimed, "A normal sitting posture is the greatest respect you can show me." Yes. In an instant, Ayasa adjusted her position, sitting obediently on the wax seat. After a while of fidgeting, the sea bicycle moved forward along the wax path under Mr. 3's pedaling, gliding smoothly across the rolling waves. Only when Mr. 3 and Ayasa's figures faded into the distance, disappearing beyond the horizon, did Buggy retract his gaze, a fierce expression slowly emerging on his painted face. The Buggy pirates needed only to conserve their energy and quietly await the news of the Navy's bounties to spread and create chaos globally, seizing the opportunity to plunder impel down. According to the words of the third, this was the waiting for the weary strategy from the 36 stratagems. Nonetheless, as the captain of the Buggy pirates and the leader of the Cross Guild, Buggy had his own responsibilities. That was to utilize this relatively tranquil time to thoroughly root out the Navy spies lurking within the pirate crew. As the sun gradually set in the evening, guided by the eternal pointer, Mr. 3 and Ayasa successfully arrived at Bright Star Island. After receiving a boost from recruiting Old Sand, Mr. 3's proficiency in sea cycling had markedly improved. He pedaled steadily, encountering hardly any severe bumps. Ding! The system notification echoed in his mind, indicating the end of the ride, with slight enhancements to physical fitness in the 3-color Haki and the progress of the black bicycle refinement. 3. The unexpected notification momentarily stunned Mr. 3. During his first ride with Hancock to the Tri-Pillar Ring Island, which was farther and took longer, the black bicycle refinement progress had only increased by 1. Yet this time, it had doubled. This progress is indeed closely related to my armament Haki, Mr. 3 reflected. Curiosity piqued. What marvelous transformation would occur when the progress reached 100% and the sea bicycle was fully refined into a black bicycle? He did not believe that the system had assigned this value merely at face value. Upon stepping onto the island, Mr. 3 and Ayasa were immediately surrounded by several elegantly dressed young women wielding snake bows. They were the national guardians of the former daughter kingdom, now tasked with the perimeter security of Bright Star Island. "Hello, Brother 3. The female warriors greeted Mr. 3 enthusiastically and earnestly. Naturally, they recognized the benefactor who had rescued their country from the Navy's siege. "Comrades, ahem, greetings to you all." Mr. 3 almost blurted out a strange term of address. He swept his gaze over the young women, noting their well-trained physiques and taut muscles, leaving no room for criticism. "Brother 3, weren't you at the Karai Bali stronghold? What brings you here so suddenly?" The leading female warrior cast a wary glance at Ayasa, whom she had never seen before respectfully inquiring of Mr. 3. "Lady Snake Princess is currently in the makeshift loft at the center of the island. Would you like me to escort you there?" Mr. 3, shaking off his earlier admiration, waved his hand, saying, "No need, I'll walk over myself. It's a good opportunity to observe the construction progress of Bright Star Island." "Understood. Please feel free," the female squad leader replied, readily stepping aside to clear a path. The Snake Princess had specifically instructed that even if core members of the Buggy pirates visited, rules must be strictly enforced. Men were to be turned away, while women were to be reported up the chain. This had been one of the agreements made with Buggy during the recruitment of the 9 snake pirates. However, it was evident that Mr. 3, who had rendered great service and was recognized by the Snake Princess, was not included in such restrictions. Mr. 3 nodded gently, leading Ayasha towards the central area. After traversing a dense thicket, their surroundings opened up to a vast expanse. In the spacious clearing, the outlines of a newly constructed town were faintly visible, with numerous robust Amazonian warriors bustling about, carrying timber and stones to erect their new abode. Despite only a few days having elapsed since their evacuation from Daughter Island, the residents of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, renowned for their innate Haki, demonstrated remarkable physical prowess, allowing for swift construction. Indeed, they were masters of infrastructure. However, Hancock and the officers of the Kuja pirates did not reside here, but rather atop the highest hill of Blaze Island, a choice befitting Hancock's noble and proud temperament. Thus, Mr. 3 and Ayasha continued their ascent. Half an hour later, they finally reached the summit and entered the elegantly adorned Grand Hall where Hancock awaited them. "So, Mr. 3, you have come here solely to inquire about the Conqueror's Haki?" Hancock, now donned in a purple Kuja dress with a white cape, sat gracefully on a pink serpent, her gaze icy, exuding the demeanor of an empress. "Who is responsible for the island's defense today? To blatantly defy my orders is worthy of 100 deaths." She turned to her sister, Marigold, who stood beside her. "Sister." Marigold hesitated, understanding that Mr. 3 was the savior of Amazon Lily. "Do not blame them. They intended to report to you, but I intervened," Mr. 3 explained, fully aware of Hancock's temperament. "Then you must be prepared for the consequences of breaching our agreement," Hancock replied, her expression icy, her eyes radiating a formidable pressure. The temperature in the hall plummeted, becoming frigid. "Ah, let's discuss that after I finish my questions," Mr. 3 said with a semblance of readiness, a smile on his face. "Back at the 3 Pillars Ring, you expressed a desire to spar with me, did you not? I must admit, that is precisely what I hoped for." Having successfully recruited the formidable Sandman, Mr. 3 felt bolstered in strength, contemplating the uncertain outcome of a confrontation with the Empress. A fleeting glimmer of excitement flickered across Hancock's exquisite countenance before her demeanor returned to its usual severity. Since you possess such determination, I shall overlook your intrusion. Now, speak your mind. Even if you grasp the Conqueror's Haki in mere hours, before me, you remain a complete novice. As Mr. 3 gazed earnestly at Hancock, she felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. Unaware of Hancock's inner thoughts, Mr. 3 boldly posed a soul-stirring question. Hancock, are you capable of utilizing the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki? Hancock fell silent, momentarily caught off guard. This inquiry touched upon her own areas of ignorance. You are aware of the advanced applications of Conqueror's Haki? It is a rare gift, bestowed upon only one in a million. The understanding of its highest form is exceedingly uncommon, she said, sitting up straight, taking a sip of her coffee, her expression turning grave. You have just awakened your Conqueror's Haki. You are far from ready to explore its advanced forms. Focus on your training for now. Is that so? Mr. 3 nodded thoughtfully, as if absorbing her words. Indeed. Hancock sighed in relief, gently placing her coffee cup down. So, can you utilize Conqueror's Haki? With a sudden crack, the coffee cup shattered. Its exquisite design now marred. Hancock's posture froze mid-air as she stared at Mr. 3, silence enveloping them for several seconds before she let out a heavy sigh. Though I have grazed the threshold, mastering it will require a considerable amount of time. Reflecting on her 2 years of relentless training and enlightenment. A hint of resignation flickered in Hancock's gaze. Upon hearing such a candid admission from the usually proud Hancock, Mr. 3, curiosity piqued. Pressed further, if, hypothetically, someone were struck on the head with Conqueror's Haki, is there a possibility they could awaken and comprehend this power? Although he had a clear notion of the answer, he felt compelled to inquire, as it pertained to his future development of Conqueror's Haki. Hancock's expression darkened as she retorted with an uncharacteristic cold jest. Indeed, it's feasible. You might as well lie down for a nap. Perhaps you will dream of it. Her response was resolute and unyielding. Mr. 3 couldn't help but ponder the absurdity of the situation. Had he chosen to upgrade his Conqueror's Haki, it would have been a grave error without reaching the final step. His focus remained on analyzing his current developmental trajectory, oblivious to the increasingly frigid demeanor of Hancock before him. If there are no further inquiries, let us depart. There is an empty basin on the backside of Blaze Island, Hancock declared, setting down the now shattered coffee cup and rising gracefully from the pink serpent. With a loud crack, the cup lay in ruins. The fragments scattered across the floor. Following this, a ferocious, almost monstrous aura began to emanate from Hancock. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Mr. 3's heart raced as he steeled himself, meeting her gaze with equal intensity. As long as Hancock refrained from employing her hypnotic charms, he felt unafraid to grow stronger. The most effective method was undoubtedly to engage in battles with the formidable. His previous encounter at the Rabbit Bowl prison had not only advanced his armament Haki, but also enhanced his observation and Conqueror's Haki, pushing them to the brink of a breakthrough. Thus, he had come to Blaze Island, seeking Hancock's guidance before heading to Whole Cake Island to find teacher Katakuri. He aimed to maximize his overall capabilities. Let us proceed, Hancock. I shall demonstrate the terror of the Candle Demon, Mr. 3 declared, brimming with confidence, even boasting boldly. Half an hour later, a bruised young man lay in a deep pit, gazing vacantly at the azure sky. Although Mr. 3's overall combat prowess barely reached the mid-tier of the 7 warlords, his full-powered Candle Purgatory could indeed impose significant restrictions on a close combat specialist like Hancock, particularly in their mutual unfamiliarity. However, Hancock had witnessed Candle Purgatory multiple times. If such tactics were still ineffective against her, it would only serve to undermine the credibility of the title Empress of the Pirates. Regarding Mr. 3's most formidable weapon at this stage, the Candle Demon, it is evident that there is no possibility of deploying it against Hancock, unless he wishes to obliterate the still under construction Blaze Island. Brother 3, why won't you let me take action? Even if I cannot defeat her, I still want to give that vile woman, Snake Princess, a good beating. Ayasha sat beside Mr. 3, her cheeks puffed out in indignation as she plunged the black scabbard at her waist into the ground, embodying the essence of a fan witnessing her idol being bullied. Ha ha ha, there is no necessity for you to engage Hancock at all, Mr. 3 advised, while internally adding, if it weren't for the purpose of breaking through his Conqueror's Haki, who would willingly endure such a beating? Ayasha pouted, surprisingly refraining from retorting, as if genuinely agitated. All right, I shall give you an autograph later, not just a hasty 3, but my full name. Really? The cold beauty's demeanor shifted instantaneously, her bright and enchanting eyes transforming into sparkling stars. Indeed, that's wonderful. Mr. 3 turned his head to observe Ayasha's radiant smile, shaking his head in exasperation. It was truly difficult to reconcile this adorably foolish girl with the icy, fierce demeanor she exhibited during battle. After calming Ayasha's emotions, Mr. 3 finally felt at ease enough to close his eyes. In the depths of his consciousness, he summoned the system panel to assess the attribute enhancements acquired through the pain he endured. Strongest Vice Admiral System Host, Mr. 3 Charisma, 77 Physical Condition, a Luck, DS, buff from the Joker Buggy's faction, vanishing upon departure, ability, Wax Fruit, Precision 100, Strength 100, Traits 82, not awakened. Armament Haki, strong. Observation Haki, strong. Conqueror's Haki, ordinary. Items. Dimensional Training Manual, former Marine Admiral Akiji C. Bicycle, progress 3 towards becoming a black vehicle. Eternal Wax Museum, capacity, 1. Main quest, omitted side quest, same as above him. The upgrades of Observation and Conqueror's Haki were expected by Mr. 3, as both were on the verge of breaking through. However, the increase in precision for his fruit ability surprised him slightly, although it was a mere 1 difference. 100 was undeniably far more appealing than 99. Thus, if the plan to infiltrate Impel Down could be flawlessly executed, successfully recruiting Doflamingo to obtain a fruit ability development capsule, all 3 awakening criteria would be met. What would the awakening of my abilities entail? Even the typically composed Mr. 3 felt a surge of excitement at that moment, as the desire to grow stronger surged within him, compelling his weary body to summon strength and abruptly open his eyes, just as he intended to rise from the ground. He collided headfirst with Ayasha's smooth, pale forehead. "What the Ayasha? What are you doing?" Mr. 3 exclaimed, a large bump forming on his head, his mouth contorting into a jagged shape as he expressed his displeasure. Ayasha, knocked back, was about to fall when she quickly twisted her slender waist and leaped away with remarkable speed, raising her hands to cover her own newly formed bump, repeatedly bowing an apology. "I'm sorry, Brother 3, I am truly very sorry. I saw you lying still with your eyes closed, and I thought I'd de-check your breathing. So you were worried I had kicked the bucket, huh?" Mr. 3 rolled his eyes, thinking it would have been 100 times better if she had simply asked him directly. Ayasha lowered her head, murmuring, "But if I had done that, I might have disturbed your rest." Hearing this, Mr. 3 sighed heavily. At this point, what more could he say? "All right, I cannot entirely blame you. Thank you very much for your forgiveness, Brother 3, but regarding that full name autograph, I'm feeling quite down now, so forget it." "What? How can it be like this?" With a determined tone, Mr. 3 nonetheless utilized his wax fruit abilities to create a sturdy wax crayon and a square wax signing board. He raised the pen, meticulously signing his name on the wax board, then carefully sealed it with a wax film before handing it to the tearful Ayasha. "Here, Hiki. Thank you, Brother 3. This beautiful autograph, I will definitely place it in the most prominent spot on my bedside." Ayasha gently accepted the signature, cradling it against her ample chest. "I won't hang it by the bedside. That would be a bit strange." "Yes, then I shall sleep holding it. You should really hang it by your bedside." Mr. 3 had no intention of lingering on Blaze Island. After a brief rest to recuperate some energy and correct Ayasha's peculiar thought process, he returned to the loft to bid farewell to Hancock and the members of the Kuja tribe. As he rode the sea bicycle back to Karaibari Island with Ayasha, the distant sun had completely set, and the entire island was enveloped in the darkness of night, although there were tight security patrols around the island's edges and outer areas. Without a doubt, Mr. 3's status ensured a smooth passage, devoid of any obstacles. Not only did he evade scrutiny, but he also received a barrage of praises. Mr. 3 did not lose himself amidst the chorus of Brother 3, but rather felt quite dissatisfied with this level of vigilance. In the world of pirates, where devil fruit abilities are incredibly diverse, what if there existed an imitator like Mr. 2 Bon Clay among the enemy ranks? Wouldn't these so-called defenses and patrols be utterly meaningless? Hence, Mr. 3 sternly reprimanded the patrol team for their negligence. In response, the patrol captain handed him a hefty stack of belly. "What does this mean?" "The issue is that your vigilance is alarmingly low. Have you become complacent just because we have joined the Yonko crew? Remember, everyone must verify their identity before being allowed passage. If this happens again, don't blame me for being rude." Only after being harshly admonished did the patrol captain and his team truly recognize their error, repeatedly apologizing. Seeing this, Mr. 3 nodded in satisfaction, then raised the belly in his hand, chastising, "And do not engage in such petty tricks. I am not interested in money." While he chastised them with righteous indignation, he naturally sealed the belly with wax and casually handed it to Ayasha in the back seat. Although he claimed to be uninterested in money, it was still a gesture of goodwill from his subordinate. The patrol captain turned his head away from Brother 3's actions and solemnly replied to the nearby tree, "Understood, understood. We will remember Brother 3's teachings." Thus, this brief interlude came to an end. After a night of rest, the following morning, Mr. 3 summoned Buggy, Alvida, and other old comrades to convene a meeting for the former Buggy pirates. The agenda was quite simple and relaxed, a heart-to-heart talk. Of course, this was merely a FAAD. Mr. 3's true intention was to gain a deeper understanding of this group of seasoned veterans, thereby triggering the interdimensional cultivation manual and obtaining a permanent pointer to the corresponding cultivation locations. Subsequently, he would cleverly persuade them one by one to work for him. In a small conference room, former members of the Buggy Pirates sat in a circle. After some light banter and mutual teasing, Mr. 3 finally met the requirements to activate the interdimensional cultivation manual regarding Yarlita and others. The interdimensional cultivation manual is a meticulously crafted guide for the core members of the Buggy Pirates. By gaining a profound insight into the past and aspirations of the members, one can acquire a permanent pointer to the corresponding cultivation sites, referencing the training of the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years ago. Effect: upon successful cultivation, members can obtain 30 of their training results, including Haki, physical skills, mental strength, etc. Currently available characters include Yarlita, Kabaji, Machi, and Lionliki, with permanent pointers to their respective training islands readily accessible. Wait, you carefully selected specific islands suitable for our training to grow stronger? Hearing this from your lips feels rather peculiar, Yarlita remarked, clad in a wild top that accentuated her alluring figure, her shoulders still burdened with a spiked club. The astute and cunning Yarlita sensed the unmistakable undertones of conspiracy in Mr. 3's words, though she could not pinpoint the exact issue. Beside her, the rotund beast tamer Machi displayed a look of uncertainty and said, "Old 3, I admit your demeanor has indeed changed recently. However, that does not conceal the deviousness within your heart." The acrobat Kabaji nodded in agreement and added, 3, spare us the nonsense about doing this for our own good. Just come out with it. What is your actual scheme? Owo. Onwo. Lionliki echoed, clearly unconvinced that Mr. 3 genuinely cared for his comrades. Rather, it preferred to believe that Mr. 3 had some secret advantage in mind. My heart aches, so this is how you view me, Mr. 3 lamented, clutching his chest in feigned sorrow. I painstakingly researched these islands, hoping my brothers could attain self-preservation in the impending era of chaos. Who would have thought you would harbor such thoughts? His words did not sway them. Instead, they only solidified their belief that it was indeed a scheme. After spending so much time together, they were all too familiar with one another's true natures. 3, I think you make a valid point. The external world is on the brink of chaos. We truly need to consider our self-preservation, Machi thoughtfully mused. Therefore, staying on this island, protected by several warlords, is the best safeguard against the impending turmoil. Machi was right. Kabaji, equally self-aware, noted, for individuals like us, reaching this level is already a tremendous stroke of luck. No amount of training will change that. Instead, it may only invite the wrath of other pirates. Lionliki added, Owo, you must understand. They are all members of the 4 Emperor's crew, and their heads are quite valuable. While most would hesitate to provoke a sea emperor, there will always be formidable and reckless madmen. If luck runs out, it could lead to our demise. These cowardly and reckless individuals. Seeing that they all had given up on self-preservation, Mr. 3 sighed in frustration and discreetly gestured to Buggy. Buggy, who had been mostly silent, complied by stroking his beard and narrowing his eyes, feeling rather pleased with himself. Old 3, understand that without the presence of me, the great Buggy, these fellows would naturally feel fear and trepidation towards unfamiliar islands. Thus, why not present the permanent pointers you have prepared? I shall accompany them on their journey. With that, Buggy conjured a gloved hand, floating before Mr. 3 and making a beckoning gesture. Hey, Buggy, I cannot simply ignore what you just said. With a powerful swing of his spiked club, Mr. 3 separated the gloved hand from himself. Yarlita took the lead, unceremoniously stepping onto the conference table, glaring at Buggy with disdain. I have no father as ugly as you. She then turned to Mr. 3, hand over the permanent pointer. Despite the smile on Mr. 3's face, which could be interpreted as a triumph of a scheme, it paled in comparison to Buggy's mockery. Without hesitation, Mr. 3 retrieved the permanent pointer suited for Yarlita's training and cheerfully handed it over. A delightful voice echoed in his mind. Worker 1. Noticing this, Kabaji, who also had a sense of pride and could not bear Buggy's ridicule, stepped forward after Yarlita. I cannot stand this. 3. If this so-called carefully selected island does not meet my standards, do not blame me for tying you to a unicycle for a performance. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed, Mr. 3 assured as he handed over the pointer. After all, there was no need to worry about the reliability of items produced by the system. In that moment, Worker 2, Onwo, Lionliki followed suit, its eyes revealing displeasure as it extended its claws. As a lion, it had its own boundaries. It could accept anyone, even all lions, as fathers. But the most cowardly Captain Buggy was an exception. Such a notion would bring shame upon its ancestors. Mr. 3 recognized the determination in Liki's eyes and, while handing over the permanent pointer, could not help but internally scoff. Truly, the captain of the Buggy pirates has, in a sense, achieved invincibility. Worker 3, you all. The ultimate slacker, beast tamer Machi, remained unfazed by Buggy's jibes. However, he ultimately succumbed to the collective gaze of his comrades and silently reached out to accept his permanent pointer from the smiling Mr. 3. Thus, all the workers required by the interdimensional cultivation manual were assembled. Very well, it is decided. Yarlita and the others shall head to their respective islands to train and grow stronger, while Buggy will remain at Karaibari Island to stabilize the situation. With the objective achieved, Mr. 3 breathed a sigh of relief, clapping his hands and rising from his seat. Wait, what about you, 3? Buggy and the others sensed a flaw in Mr. 3's statement and asked in unison. Under the perplexed gazes of his companions, Mr. 3 raised his hand, adjusting his goggles, his eyes glinting with a visible chill. I intend to visit Cake Island. With Big Mom and Kaido defeated in Wano, and no 4 emperors to guard whole Cake Island, it is the perfect opportunity for extortion. His seemingly calm and light words struck Buggy and the others like a thunderclap, leaving them wide-eyed in shock. After a prolonged moment of silence, it was Buggy, as the captain, who first regained his composure. A sinister smile blossomed on the clown's face, revealing his true intentions. Galantino, you are truly a remarkable talent. Although the most fearsome Big Mom has been vanquished, significantly reducing the danger, the remnants of the four emperors still pose a formidable threat. Setting aside the might of the strongest Katakuri, the presence of three powerful commanders such as Cracker and the formidable ministers like Oven remains a considerable challenge. Furthermore, with a host of elite ministers and the soul homies still at their disposal, there are few forces on the seas that dare to provoke the current state of the whole Cake Island. Mr. 3 has always been prudent, never engaging in battles without confidence. Thus, during this expedition to Whole Cake Island, he wisely chose to bring along the formidable Old Sand and the robust Whitebeard too, Weibel, as his strongest bodyguards, ensuring a safe retreat even in the direst of circumstances. These choices were made after careful consideration. Old Sand's reputation as a seasoned powerhouse in the pirate world speaks for itself, embodying reliability with his calm demeanor and meticulous thought process. As for Weibel, despite his naivete, his unparalleled strength is undeniably impressive. His mere presence serves as a significant deterrent to adversaries. Moreover, the voyage across the sea provides an opportunity for Ayasha to subtly eliminate and redirect any potential threats, accelerating the process of freeing Weibel from Miss Bacchus' influence, thus transforming him into the most loyal mercenary for Buggy's crew. However, directly commanding Weibel to act under Miss Bacchus' cautious and cunning oversight would be futile, as it would only incite her suspicion. In this context, Mr. 3 needed to employ a bit of cunning to ensnare her. Thus, Mr. 3 convened a meeting with the staff regarding the plan to infiltrate Whole Cake Island. As the chief strategist of the Cross Guild, he led this assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, as I previously mentioned, Whole Cake Island possesses immeasurable wealth and treasures. In light of Big Mom's grave defeat and the current state of Wano, the time is ripe for us to raid Whole Cake Island. If all goes well, the spoils will be nothing short of terrifying. While he appeared to be discussing the feasibility of raiding Big Mom's territory, every utterance from Mr. 3 remained fixated on the tantalizing words money and treasures, which were sure to resonate deeply with Miss Bacchus. Once he garnered the approval of all present, he adjusted his gleaming goggles and continued. Considering our strength allocation for the raid on Whole Cake Island and the battle at Karibari Island, after discussions with Captain Buggy, we have decided that I, Galantino, Old Sand, and Hancock will form a special team to secretly raid Whole Cake Island for wealth, with all proceeds serving as development funds for the Cross Guild. Meanwhile, the formidable Weibel will remain with Captain Buggy to guard our stronghold at Karibari Island until Mihawk returns. This proposal was immediately met with silent agreement from Old Sand and Hancock, although the suddenness of the plan left them puzzled and slightly displeased with Mr. 3's unilateral decisions. The presence of outsiders in the meeting kept them from expressing their dissatisfaction openly. Is this arrangement perhaps a tad inappropriate, my esteemed chief strategist? Sure enough, the ever-profit-driven Miss Bacchus was not pleased. The very reason she consented to join Buggy's crew was the prospect of reaping significant benefits while sheltered under the protection of the formidable Mihawk. How could she allow others to seize such a golden opportunity as raiding the four emperors' territory? The profits designated as development funds for the Cross Guild sounded appealing. Yet who could say how much would be siphoned off for personal gain? Oh, Miss Bacchus, do you have a differing opinion? Mr. 3 casually sipped his red tea, inwardly pleased that the bait had been taken, despite her suspicions. The allure of profit compelled Miss Bacchus to propose a rather disingenuous suggestion. I believe it would be most fitting for Hancock, as the captain of the Kuja pirates, to remain at Amazon Lily, while my son, with his ferocity and battle prowess, should undertake this task instead. Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 furrowed his brow, contemplating. The Cross Guild has just been established, and neither you nor Weibel possesses your own independent forces. If you accompany us to raid Whole Cake Island, managing the 4th Division would prove quite challenging. His demeanor, sincere, and his tone conflicted yet benevolent, coupled with a facade of hypocrisy, suggested a desire to monopolize the spoils. Who said I wanted to go along? Miss Bacchus retorted coldly from her perch on Weibel's shoulder, adding, let him accompany you instead. Recognizing the terrifying potential of the Cross Guild, she would not easily relinquish this opportunity to win over the hearts of her crew. If she could convert the entire 4th Division to her side, the ensuing benefits would be monumental. Indeed, Miss Bacchus sought both the immediate riches of Whole Cake Island and the long-term advantages of the Cross Guild. As for the possibility of Weibel being swayed by the so-called Whitebeard's will, Miss Bacchus exuded confidence. She had warned Weibel days prior that Whitebeard had left nothing behind, and he should trust no one but his own mother. Miss Bacchus believed that by extinguishing Weibel's aspirations regarding Whitebeard, she could secure his loyalty indefinitely. Yet, it was this insatiable greed and blind faith in his vulnerabilities that would lead her to a grave fate in the near future. She coveted the treasures of the Buggy pirates, but what Mr. 3 truly desired was her very life. That is a possibility, but Mr. 3's expression faltered, hesitating as he pondered how best to extricate himself from the situation. This visible conflict dispelled Miss Bacchus' final reservations, prompting her to demand, Mr. 3. You wouldn't be thinking of monopolizing the profits from Whole Cake Island, would you? Mr. Three's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he exclaimed, "Miss Backen, we are a unified front now. How could I entertain such thoughts?" Heh. Miss Backen leaped onto the conference table, her cane striking the surface with a resounding thud. "Since we are united, we must select the most reasonable and equitable course of action, allowing Weibel to replace Hancock. That is the optimal solution." Weibel, sensing his mother's fury, stood up as well, his enormous shadow engulfing the conference table and even overshadowing Mr. Three. "Mother is right." Weibel's roar reverberated through the room, creating a gale that shattered windows and caused chandeliers to explode. Such reckless behavior in the meeting naturally incited the ire of the proud Old Sand and Hancock, who simultaneously rose from their seats, their gazes sharp and foreboding. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with impending conflict. Just as it seemed both parties were on the brink of confrontation, it was Buggy, the ever-reliable tool, who stepped forward. "Ah, Lao San, since Miss Baki has said so, I believe it would be prudent to allow Weibel to accompany you. With Hancock guarding Blaze Island, I feel a bit more at ease." Baki's voice sounded steady and calm. However, upon closer observation, one could discern that his body had already retreated from the meeting table, leaving only his exposed head and hands in their original position. Should the likes of Crocodile, Hancock, and Weibel engage in combat, the consequences would be dire. He must ensure he can escape the epicenter of such chaos at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, the captain of the Baki pirates has proven himself as the foremost figure of the crew. With his body instinctively pulling back, Baki even turned his eyes towards Mr. Three, murmuring to himself, facing such a terrifying scene, that cowardly fellow Three must have already scurried to the door of the meeting room. What? He remained seated, utterly motionless. Upon witnessing Mr. Three standing unwavering amidst the presence of the three monstrous beings, Captain Baki was taken aback, struggling to maintain an expressionless facade, had circumstances allowed. His eyes would have surely popped out of their sockets. In the center of the overwhelming atmosphere, Mr. Three remained composed, elegantly adjusting his disheveled hair tousled by the wind. After a brief silence, he sighed deeply and said, "Since Captain Baki has spoken thus, I find no further reason to persist." With these words, a smug expression appeared on Miss Baki's wrinkled face as she waved her hand dismissively at Weibel. Understanding her cue, Weibel immediately retracted his ferocious aura. Observing this, Crocodile and Hancock also subdued their presence and returned to their seats. Weibel, being rather foolish, required some specific details from her, so she decided not to bicker here any longer. "Captain Baki, just inform me when we set sail." With that, Miss Baki leapt onto Weibel's shoulder and departed from the meeting room. Once the two had completely left and no others remained in the conference room, Crocodile finally extended his elemental arms, gripping Mr. Three by the collar with one hand while seizing Baki's head, which was suspended in midair, with the other, pulling them both closer. "You have arranged this so clearly. Surely you have prepared ample explanations, Mr. Three." Baki felt the suffocating grip of the cold quicksand tightening around his head, acutely aware of the fury and chill emanating from the Old Sand man. Thus, he pivoted, directing the two floating hands towards Mr. Three. "Old Sand, this was all the chief strategist's idea. I had told him from the start that matters like this should be communicated to you and Hancock in advance. Yet that scoundrel insisted on making the meeting appear more genuine to dispel Miss Baki's suspicions, planning to explain the true arrangement afterward. That rascal Galdino is not human. He has even plotted against you too." Baki's expression was exaggerated, his tone animated. In the art of betraying his allies, he had evidently attained a level of mastery. "Damn it, you clown, Baki." Mr. Three was caught off guard, never anticipating such thorough betrayal. Just as he was about to retaliate, the cold, murderous voice of Old Sand pierced through the air. "Care to explain, Mr. Three?" Cough, cough. Mr. Three cleared his throat, unflustered despite the constriction of his collar by the quicksand. As Crocodile had surmised, given that he had included Crocodile and Hancock in this meeting aimed against Miss Baki, he had certainly prepared a sufficient rationale. "Old Sand, how do you perceive Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates?" Crocodile pondered for a moment. Even he, with his pride, could not help but comment, immensely powerful, incredibly imposing, and possessing a level of observation Haki that allows him to foresee brief flashes of the future. He is said to never let his back touch the ground. A perfect man. Would you like to witness firsthand how such a perfect man is brought to his knees? Mr. Three's eyes sparkled with intensity. What if we could coerce the mighty Katakuri to stand with us? Though Katakuri was not on the list of 7 warlords provided by the system, Mr. Three was not one to rely solely on the system's dictates. Seeking to study observation Haki under the guidance of Katakuri carried a hint of mockery. Indeed, his intention to raid Cake Island before the commotion at Impel Down, post Big Mom's defeat, stemmed from his desire to capitalize on Katakuri's immense combat prowess. If they could persuade Katakuri to join them, not to recruit him into the Baki pirates, which seemed highly unlikely given his loyalty to his siblings and Big Mom, but merely to compel him through necessary means to assist in the chaos at Impel Down would be the greatest assurance. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's emotions visibly fluctuated. From Mr. Three's words, he discerned the depth and foresight behind the plan. Recalling Katakuri's disgraceful defeat on his own turf, And reflecting on his own frustrations at the Sabaody archipelago, a smirk crept upon Old Sand's lips. He smiled. While cooperating with you is rather displeasing, I must admit. Mr. 3, your proposal is quite astute. Old Sand released Buggy and Mr. 3, signifying his agreement to the arrangement of heading to Cake Island together. Rather than merely robbing a Yonko's territory, he was far more eager to see the proud Katakuri, like himself, humbled and stripped of all arrogance. He hoped that such a formidable man could align with him. Let this matter be settled. But what is your intention in suggesting that Miss Buggy let Weibel accompany us? Crocodile's tone shifted, deliberately probing for Miss Buggy's motives. Upon hearing this, Hancock turned her cold gaze toward him as well. Miss Buggy may not have understood Mr. 3. Or perhaps the current Mr. 3, but those who had witnessed him firsthand were quite aware. Given Mr. 3's current mastery of Conqueror's Haki and his formidable presence, it was unlikely he would be swayed by mere treasures. At the very least, he would not break into a cold sweat or become flustered by a few words. Mr. 3, unreserved, succinctly organized his thoughts and explained to the two about the capabilities of Ayash's fruit and the ultimate objective of permanently eradicating Weibel's malice. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate the threat posed by Miss Buggy. That's quite ruthless, Mr. 3. After hearing the plan, Crocodile took a draw from his cigar, releasing a plume of smoke. But Miss Buggy is inherently suspicious. Do you truly have the confidence that she will send Weibel without taking any measures? Hancock inquired. Mr. 3 maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he responded, we are merely covertly eliminating and redirecting Weibel's malice. There is no need to speak with him. No matter how detailed Miss Buggy's instructions may be, what does it matter? This profit-driven old woman seems to value her interests far more than her own life. His tone was slightly sharp and buoyant, revealing an icy, frosty undertone laden with murderous intent. Time was of the essence, and the tasks at hand were daunting. After a brief period of preparation, Mr. 3, accompanied by Crocodile, Ayasha, Weevil, and a cadre of formidable subordinates, set forth toward Whole Cake Island. Shortly after their departure, the formidable Mihawk returned to Kalebali with a ship full of combat guerrillas, bringing with him the latest edition of the newspaper. Its headline was nothing short of sensational, shocking. Naval admirals placed under bounty. The organization issuing the bounty was none other than just one of the world's pirates, residents. And even the Navy believed that the reign of the Yonko had fallen, and that the news of the new Yonko would dominate the headlines for days. They were taken aback when, on the very next day, the headline was eclipsed by the earth-shattering revelation of the Cross Guild. The newspaper meticulously detailed the emergence of this new organization, led by the newly crowned Yonko Buggy the Clown, which had officially placed bounties on naval admirals and updated the first batch of dozens of naval bounty posters. The New World, already agitated by the upheaval of the old and new Yonko, was now engulfed in chaos, as countless powerful pirates and underworld titans stirred restlessly. Most of the bountied naval admirals were stationed at specific islands, making them prime targets for these bounty-hungry lunatics. Some naval branches had already begun to experience assaults, instilling widespread panic among the Navy. In response to this unprecedented major incident, Fleet Admiral Akainu delivered a critical address, asserting a firm commitment to protect any admiral under bounty, and vowed to respond with utmost severity to the provocation posed by the Cross Guild. Promptly, the Navy's various branches initiated special operations to safeguard the targeted admirals. Under the guidance of the world government, the Navy operated like a colossal machine, poised to counter the Cross Guild's bounty. As undercurrents surged and clouds of uncertainty loomed, various factions schemed, and the delicate balance and order constructed by the world government began to unravel, veering towards an irreversible trajectory. Thus commenced an era of profound chaos. In the depths of the underwater prison, level 6 of Impel Down, the shackled Don Quixote Doflamingo stared in astonishment at the newspaper in his hands. After nearly half an hour of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure, crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it towards Magellan, who stood outside the bars, emitting a series of puff sounds. You think I'm a fool, Magellan? Before you concoct such a fraudulent newspaper to deceive me, couldn't you at least verify its contents? Doflamingo's almost furious roar prompted Magellan to respond, unlike in their previous encounters. Doflamingo, do not doubt the authenticity of the newspaper. Moreover, I am more concerned about the potential connection between you and Buggy the Clown's pirate crew. Magellan's gaze sharpened, and as he slowly rose, the purple liquid behind him coalesced into 3 formidable poison dragons, looming ominously over Doflamingo, whose pure white eyes fixed intently on the bars. Even the arrogant Doflamingo felt a chill at that moment, having witnessed how Magellan wielded his poison to render fellow inmates on level 6 to a state worse than death. Now, bound by Seastone, he felt utterly powerless to jest. I have no connection whatsoever with that pathetic clown Buggy. During my time in prison, you have been watching me the entire time, haven't you? Magellan was terse and to the point. Rather than engage in lengthy discussions with criminals, he preferred to employ forceful methods for interrogation. Poison dragons. The world was in turmoil due to the fall of the Yonko and the emergence of the Cross Guild. As tensions escalated, more eyes turned toward Kalebali, the stronghold of Buggy the Clown's pirate crew. Meanwhile, Mr. 3, along with Crocodile, Ayasha, Weevil, and a carefully selected group of strong subordinates, had already entered the territory of the Big Mom pirates in Totland, commonly known as Whole Cake Island. In light of the news of Big Mom's defeat, the entire nation of Totland was exceedingly sensitive and cautious, due to the terrifying strength of Mr. Three's crew. The soldiers tasked with their escort dared not be negligent, escalating their reports until they finally secured permission from Katakuri. Thus, in the opulent reception hall of Cake Island at the heart of Totland, Mr. Three and his companions encountered the imposing and expressionless sweet commander Charlotte Katakuri. Mr. Three, Crocodile. And Weevil, I never anticipated that you, the commanders of the Cross Guild, would appear here so soon after the news broke. Katakuri, or more accurately, the version of him concealed among the biscuit soldiers, sat with his legs crossed across from Mr. Three and the others. Behind him stood several ministers of diverse races, including the cream minister Charlotte Opera, the cheese minister Charlotte Mondor, and the mirror fruit user Charlotte Bruley, all formidable warriors in their own right. Flanking the ministers were rows of uniquely designed high-ranking homies, a rabbit warrior wearing a top hat, a muscular fishman, and a crooked tree adorned with colorful candies. The presence of such whimsical and fantastical high-ranking homies added an element of bizarre charm and levity to the otherwise tense atmosphere of the reception hall. From this lavish assembly, it was evident that Totland regarded the arrival of Mr. Three and his entourage with utmost seriousness, and they had subtly prepared for a significant confrontation. As a pirate crew that had navigated the seas for decades, they understood better than anyone the calamity that awaited Totland in the absence of their steadfast pillar, Big Mom. Whether it be the mortal enemies of the Big Mom pirates, those who had previously fallen victim to her plundering, or even those who typically maintained a neutral stance, all lurked in the shadows, awaiting their moment to strike. Should Totland display even a hint of weakness, they would surely be besieged and consumed. As for the former allies of the Big Mom pirates, one could speculate they too might be lying in wait in the vicinity, eager to seize a piece of the action amidst the chaos. This is the stark and brutal reality of the pirate world. There are no absolute friends, only fundamental interests. It could be said that Totland now resembled a plump wild boar. As soon as one hunter fired the first shot, the others would undoubtedly follow suit without hesitation. Clearly, the arrival of the Cross Guild could very well represent that first hunter in the eyes of Katakuri and his cohorts. However, this could also present them with a rare opportunity. Should the Cross Guild indeed harbor intentions of plunder, then eliminating them on Cake Island would send a formidable message. What of Big Mama's absence? Totland still possesses the capability to eradicate any intruders. Of course, whether the encounter would unfold harmoniously over tea or escalate into a life-and-death struggle would ultimately depend on the Cross Guild's intentions. Mr. Three stood with his arms crossed, unfazed by the piercing gazes of numerous formidable adversaries. He had long since shed the trepidation that once gripped him when facing the oppressive aura of the Nine-Snake Pirates. His gaze swept across the assembly of ministers before him, yet he found no sign of the formidable Katakuri or Owen. He chose to disregard Kreeja's inquiries, tilting his head to regard Crocodile, who stood beside him. It appears, old sand, that we have been underestimated, he remarked, noting the absence of such potent figures as Katakuri and Owen. Although their ultimate aim was collaboration, it was evident that confrontation was inevitable. Only through demonstrating their dominance could Mr. Three hope for a fruitful negotiation. If Katakuri desired to maintain an air of elusive mystery, then he would be compelled to reveal himself. Crocodile, clad in a long coat and puffing on a cigar, wore his signature arrogant smirk. Let them feel the repercussions of underestimating us. With a swift motion, he unleashed a miniature version of his enhanced sandstorm. Simultaneously, Ayasha, positioned on Mr. Three's opposite flank, unsheathed her long blade, a dark, viscous mist swirling around the gleaming edge. Behind them, Weevil, fulfilling his mother's instructions, raised his weapon in tandem, exuding a formidable aura that clashed with the minister's presence. Standing behind them were the fierce pirates of Buggy's delivery, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Despite their seemingly harmless demeanor, these loyal subordinates transformed into ruthless marauders when faced with adversity. Countless blades and firearms were raised, the air thick with an imposing atmosphere that suppressed the restless high-ranking homies. Tension crackled between the two factions, and just as Crocodile prepared to launch his attack, Kreeja, the cookie soldier occupying the main seat, could no longer contain himself. Wait, Katakuri is currently engaged with some intruders on Chocolate Island and will return shortly. Please, do not act impulsively. We harbor no ill intentions. Kreeja waved his hands frantically, lowering his sword and shield to indicate his desire for peace. Internally, Kreeja cursed himself for having questioned these formidable figures. He had been instructed by Katakuri to maintain composure and gauge the situation. If his words precipitated a conflict, he feared the consequences would be dire. Under his urging, the ministers and elite offspring sheathed their weapons, their auras subdued. Observing that Mr. Three and his companions showed no inclination to relent, Kreeja and his cookie soldier guys clapped his hands and signaled frantically towards the corner of the reception hall. Suddenly, a lavish table with 4 legs emerged from the throng of high-ranking homies, skidding to a halt before Mr. Three and his crew. Following closely was a tablecloth adorned with large, captivating eyes, which gracefully enveloped the table while presenting exquisite tea sets to Mr. Three, Crocodile, Ayasha, and Weevil. A pristine teapot with elongated legs approached next, elegantly pouring steaming, specially brewed tea into the cups. Simultaneously, an array of uniquely designed fruit platters soared in from all directions, laden with pastries, cookies, and an assortment of delectable treats, creating a dazzling display. A cadre of musical homies gathered, filling the air with a lively melody. This is an exclusive afternoon tea affair for esteemed guests. Please, indulge yourselves. Katakuri will arrive shortly. Krija emerged from the cookie soldier, revealing his true form, desperately attempting to project a friendly demeanor despite his inherently sinister appearance. Seeing such a significant concession from Krija, Mr. 3 and Crocodile hesitated to escalate hostilities. Their primary objective was to win over Katakuri, and with the absence of their target, escalating tensions could jeopardize their plans. Moreover, having established a sense of deterrence, Krija's gesture of weakness and willingness to cede the initiative presented a considerable success. The anticipated clash came to an abrupt halt. Mr. 3 cast a glance at Weevil, who was fixated on the array of sweets. Weevil, wipe your drool. If you wish to indulge, then do so. Really? Then I shall not hold back. The simple-minded Weevil ambled over, eagerly devouring pastries and washing them down with copious amounts of tea, displaying no adverse effects. Observing this, Mr. 3 leisurely picked up a slice of pink cream cake he had been eyeing. Just as he was about to savor it, he glanced back at Ayasha, understanding his intent. She nodded slightly, confirming that there was no malice present. With his concerns assuaged, Mr. 3 took a hearty bite of the cake. Upon tasting it, his eyes widened in disbelief. The sweet yet delicate cream enveloped the soft, fragrant bread, creating an explosion of exquisite flavor in his mouth. It was a culinary revelation that tantalized his palate and resonated with his very soul. Truly, the cake from Chocolate Island was extraordinary. Crocodile, reclining with an air of superiority, couldn't he help but scoff at Mr. 3's blissful expression. Pathetic, you are inferior to that girl wielding the black blade. Despite the enticing desserts and fragrant tea before him, the proud Crocodile would rather indulge in his cigars than appear to dine in front of his adversaries, as that would be beneath his dignity. This was the fundamental distinction between him and Mr. 3. Mr. 3 sought the freedom of indulgence, while Crocodile clung to an impractical fade of decorum. As for Ayasha, she remained expressionless, lips tightly sealed and resolute, seemingly devoid of any inclination to eat. Yet, beneath the surface, her desire for sweets had her mouth watering. If not for her determination to maintain composure, she would have been overwhelmed. During Mr. 3's dining, she stood vigilantly behind him, hand poised on her blade, her azure eyes scanning for any potential threats. The brief interlude of afternoon tea passed swiftly. Ultimately, Mr. 3's curiosity and craving for the renowned desserts of Chocolate Island drove him to sample the delicacies, rather than a genuine desire to feast. They have come seeking a brawl. Mr. 3 rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the array of desserts upon the table. He picked up a slice of multi-layered fruit cream cake and turned, presenting it to Ayasha. Here. Despite savoring the sweet delicacy, his observation Haki remained unbroken. Initially, he intended to focus on the numerous ministers led by Cracker across the table. Yet what he captured most was the sound of someone behind him swallowing with a gurgle. Of course, if his perception had been keener, he would have discerned that one of those sounds emanated from the very crocodile sitting beside him. As Ayasha stared at the cake, which exuded an array of culinary enchantments, she first hesitated, then swiftly extended her hands, respectfully accepting the plate from Mr. 3, her eyes gleaming with delight. After this considerate gesture towards his subordinate, Mr. 3 did not linger but turned to face the imposing figure of Cracker at the luxurious dining table, whose expression was a tempest of emotions. Since Katakuri had yet to arrive, let us settle the old scores with you, Cracker. His tone was both boastful and chilling. Upon hearing this, Cracker furrowed his brow, disbelief etched across his face. He could not recall ever having any grievances with this prominent advisor of the Cross Guild. Even during the ascent of the Buggy pirates to the status of Yonko, and prior to the announcement of the Cross Guild, he, as one of the Sweet Commanders, had never regarded this so-called Candle Man with any importance. What do you mean by that? The narrowed slits of his eyes radiated intense hostility. Mr. 3 remained silent, only to be interrupted by a sudden hum as the three-shaped hairstyle atop his head ignited in flames. Under the incredulous gazes of Cracker and the other ministers, he leisurely clapped his hands. Whoosh! A plume of grayish-white wax erupted, transforming into a towering wax soldier wielding a massive sword and shield. What does this mean? It naturally signified the bill for your imitation of my abilities. I imitated your abilities? Cracker was momentarily dumbfounded. The sheer size of his wide-open eyes revealed his astonishment. The biscuit soldiers had always been the manifestation of his devil fruit power, even the very core of it. After years of battling in the New World alongside Mama, he had built his reputation on the strength of the biscuit soldiers, earning him the title Thousand-Hand Cracker. And now, this nameless individual, who had sprung forth from some hidden corner, dared to claim that he had copied his power. This was intolerable. Cracker's widened eyes narrowed once more, and from the slits emanated an uncontrollable fury. Who do you think I am? I am Thousand-Hand Cracker. Zzzzz. Cracker let out a furious roar, the ends of his purple triangular braids sparking with wild flames. In this moment, it seemed to echo Mr. 3's so-called imitation. The flame atop Mr. 3's three-shaped hairstyle blazed brightly. You dare say you are not imitating my abilities? Just look at the little sparks on your braids. They are clearly a reflection of the roaring flame atop my head. Mr. 3 saw through the essence of the matter and pointed at the sparks on Cracker's braids. Behind Cracker, the eyes of the ministers darted back and forth between the two. In comparison, it seemed, Crackers were indeed smaller than the others. Moreover, how could the candle soldier, adorned with a knight's helmet, appear far more imposing than the expressionless biscuit soldier? Could it be that Cracker truly had imitated the fruit abilities developed by others? Except for a few ministers who had grown up alongside Cracker, most bore expressions of uncertainty. Nevertheless, being Cracker's brothers and sisters, they naturally refrained from speaking out in such a scenario. However, with Mr. 3, it was another matter altogether. Cracker, those minuscule sparks of yours are truly shameless. You have plagiarized our brother S abilities. Ha ha, Thousand Hand Cracker, how dare you? You might as well name yourself Plagiarizing Cracker. If you cannot develop your fruit abilities, just admit it, and let our handsome, charming, extraordinarily talented, and wise brother teach you. Stealing knowledge is hardly heroic. Small flames are one thing, but they even split. You can't even understand the template we provided. The raucous laughter of his billion bounty subordinates erupted, pointing and jeering at the tiny sparks on Cracker's braids. Some even held chopsticks to their faces, mimicking Cracker's demeanor and mockingly exclaiming, "Who do you think I am? I am plagiarizing Cracker, huh?" This performance incited uproarious laughter, with subordinates pounding their chests and slapping the table in mirth. The lively atmosphere filled the hall. "You filthy bastards." Cracker gritted his teeth in fury, yet he could not articulate a rebuttal. His sparks were indeed smaller than others, and they even split. In his exasperation, he abandoned the verbal argument, his eyes narrowing with resolve as he commanded the formidable biscuit soldier to step forward with a heavy stomp. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted from the biscuit soldier, instantly altering the colors of the surroundings, a crimson and black shockwave radiating through the hall. This overwhelming aura was unique to Cracker's abilities. Although it was not Conqueror's Haki, the shock it unleashed upon the soul bore a striking resemblance. Even among allies, the high-ranking homies within the hall recoiled in trepidation. The pirate subordinates of the Cross Guild similarly ceased their laughter, cold sweat beating on their foreheads as they instinctively moved to hide behind Mr. 3. In terms of mockery and disdain, they were confident in their invincibility. But to confront a powerhouse like Cracker head-on was wholly inadvisable. Did you so eagerly wish to taste the bitterness of defeat? Mr. 3, undeterred by the aura that hardly rivaled Conqueror's Haki, summoned forth a grayish-white candle domain that fused with the wax soldier standing before him. This time, his opponent was none other than the sweet Commander Cracker, not one of those weaklings from the 3 sector islands. Hence, he had to be diligent. Without further ado, let us settle this. I shall use my strength to prove who the true counterfeit is. After a long wait, Cracker roared, commanding the biscuit soldier to launch the first assault. Whoosh! The massive biscuit soldier, robust and swift, appeared before the candle soldier in the blink of an eye. Swinging its colossal sword, it descended with a fierce slash. Mr. 3's eyes glinted with red light. His observation Haki had ascended to a formidable level, allowing him to discern the trajectory of the biscuit soldier's attack. With a focused thought, the candle soldier concealed beneath the knight's helmet mirrored this movement, raising its candle shield to block the strike. To Cracker, this act of direct confrontation was nothing short of foolishness. Humph, a mere wax creation. Daring to withstand the strike of a biscuit soldier that can cleave through steel? And you still dare to accuse me of imitation? Watch as I cleave you and your shield in twain. Boom. Amidst Cracker's maniacal laughter, the biscuit soldier's giant sword struck the candle shield with unparalleled might. The sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the hall, as a tempest of powerful energy erupted forth. In the corner of the grand hall, an opulent dining table trembled with its 4 legs quaking, while the golden-edged tablecloth lay pallid and lifeless, resembling the vacant gaze of a forlorn doll. The teapot and teacups, equally dismayed, appeared to be contorted in fear. Fortunately, they were quick-witted enough to escape before the conflict ensued. Otherwise, the mere collision would have rendered them unconscious on the spot. How could such a sensation be possible? A mere candle, possessing a hardness that surpasses steel. In that instant of collision, the confident and arrogant smile of Mr. 3 froze as he stared incredulously at the candle soldiers, immovable in the face of the biscuit soldier's assault. He could neither comprehend nor fathom the existence of a candle shield that was sturdier than steel. Isn't it common knowledge that candles are softer than steel? Mr. 3 responded with a calm smile. It was now his turn. The candle soldier steadfastly resisted the onslaught, raising its oversized candle sword to strike down at the neck of the biscuit soldier. With swift movements, the square biscuit in front of the biscuit soldier deftly maneuvered, successfully blocking the blow of the candle sword. This sensation, the controller of the biscuit soldier, Kreja, did not exhale in relief. Instead, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, the candle sword, striking the biscuit block, began to melt like ice, transforming into fluid wax that flowed past the biscuit block and morphed into several sharp candle darts, aimed at the biscuit soldier's large head from all directions. Clang! Sparks flew as the sound of colliding weapons echoed. 5 massive iron swords appeared from thin air, intercepting the onslaught of wax darts. Unbeknownst to anyone, for slender arms wielding great swords sprouted from behind the biscuit soldier. Interesting, Mr. 3 remarked, unfazed by the missed strike. With a slight shift of his feet, More flowing wax surged into the candle soldier's body. Whoosh! From behind the candle soldier, grayish-white wax wriggled, giving rise to 4 long, resilient arms. Unlike the biscuit soldier's unchanging greatsword, the newly sprouted arms of the candle soldier wielded a colossal hammer, a halberd, a massive spiked club, and a double-bladed axe. "You scoundrel!" Kreja exclaimed angrily upon witnessing Mr. 3 employing the same tactics as his own. He commanded the biscuit soldier to swing its 6 arms, launching a relentless multi-directional assault. The candle soldier advanced defiantly, its eyes, hidden beneath the candle helmet, ignited with fierce battle intent, charging headlong into the biscuit soldier's ferocious onslaught. Fueled by unwavering confidence in the candle soldier's hardness, Mr. 3 resolved to confront the biscuit soldier head-on. Boom! Under the control of their respective wielders, the colossal candle soldier collided with the biscuit soldier. Weapons clashed incessantly, the circular shield and square biscuit defending against each other. As countless shards of wax and biscuit flew in a chaotic array, painting the spacious reception hall with a fantastical blend of yellow and white hues. The assaults from both sides were fierce and frenzied. In this moment, they abandoned technique, evasion, and strategy. As if to validate their respective strengths as the rightful path, Mr. 3 and Kreja synchronously refrained from utilizing their haki. What remained was merely the raw, unadulterated clash of 2 colossal soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. As the pace of their exchanges accelerated and their strikes grew heavier, even the resilient ground began to fracture under the intense pressure, spiderwebs of cracks spreading across its surface. Such a brutal and savage war of attrition drew the attention of all present. The ministers, well aware of the biscuit soldier's strength, were visibly moved, utterly astonished that the seemingly fragile candle soldier could achieve such feats. Meanwhile, on Mr. 3's side, Crocodile's face, etched with deep scars, bore an unmistakable expression of shock, even neglecting his cigar that hung from his mouth. In truth, this mundane conflict should not have elicited such an expression from him. What truly bewildered the old sand was Mr. 3's rapid and exaggerated escalation of power. Just days prior, his candle soldiers were incapable of such feats. The dim-witted Weibel scratched his head in confusion. To him, as a formidable creature, this battle appeared utterly ordinary and devoid of excitement. Ayasha, with creamy frosting on her lips, gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the candle soldier. Such a striking and majestic creation made of wax would never cease to captivate her. Soon, as the thunderous clamor of clashing blades gradually faded, the war of attrition between the candle soldier and the biscuit soldier finally reached its conclusion. The outcome was grim. The candle soldier's helmet lay shattered, its once smooth body marred with countless gashes, and its various wax weapons lay broken, none remaining intact. The biscuit soldier, too, fared poorly. Its once proud biscuit visage was riddled with wounds, 3 of its 6 arms severed, and the biscuit armor draped upon it was deformed, no longer exuding an imposing presence. This extraordinarily fierce face-to-face confrontation concluded with both sides nearly annihilated, neither gaining any advantage. Nevertheless, the sentiments of the controllers were worlds apart. Mr. 3 wore an expression devoid of emotion, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with delight. After 2 enhancements from the system, his wax fruit-powered candle soldiers could now contend with the biscuit soldiers of a formidable opponent like Kreja. In stark contrast to his exhilaration, Kreja appeared distinctly shocked. The biscuit soldier had always been his pride, a representation of his fruit's core abilities, pivotal even against equally matched foes. He never anticipated such a display against a mere wax candle in this setting. Again, Kreja declared defiantly, clapping his hands to conjure several biscuit blocks, assembling a new biscuit soldier. Just as he prepared to engage the rejuvenated candle soldier, a slender figure, Bruli, unexpectedly stepped forward. Kreja, as long as it's a candle, no matter how hard it is, it certainly cannot escape the fear of fire. Upon hearing this, Kreja focused intently on the grayish-white candle soldier, his previously restless expression gradually calming. How could I have forgotten that? Thank you for the reminder, Bruli. Indeed, candles fear fire. Realizing the candle soldier's vulnerability, Kreja unhesitatingly commanded the biscuit soldier to spin its great sword at high speed before thrusting it directly onto the biscuit shield. Sizzle! The friction from the rapid rotation ignited an extreme heat, causing the entire sword to glow red and sparks to fly. Prepare yourself, you counterfeit. Kreja's narrow face radiated confidence. The biscuit soldier, wielding the flaming greatsword, charged towards the wax soldier conjured by Mr. 3. The candle soldier, unflinching, raised its circular shield in front of it, bracing itself against the oncoming inferno of the flaming greatsword. As the flames made contact, the enormous shield, crafted from wax, predictably ignited, the flames rapidly engulfing the candle soldier in a blaze of fire and smoke. The molten wax dripped continuously onto the ground, creating a unique fiery domain, transforming the candle soldiers into colossal beings of flame emerging from the depths of hell. Haha, just like slicing fruit, I shall shatter you, this wretched candle soldier, into fragments. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Klijak's eyes as he commanded the cookie soldiers wielding 6 sharp, heavy swords to launch a fierce assault on the candle soldiers, who were dripping wax. To his astonishment, the candle soldiers showed no intent of retreating even amidst the intense flames. From their backs emerged various weapons, each ablaze with fierce flames, colliding directly with the cookie soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. Wax splattered like sparks, and cookie crumbs shattered in the fray. The ignited candle soldiers had only their outer wax layer melted into liquid. Their core strength remained undiminished. Furthermore, the candle weapons, continuously burning and releasing high temperatures, rendered the hard cookies incredibly crispy, causing them to crack and crumble with each collision. The confrontation between the candle soldiers and the cookie soldiers had evolved from their initial passionate scraping to a visible rapid wear and tear, transforming into a battle of swift attrition. Over time, the candle soldiers, cushioned by the outer wax layer, consumed far less than the cookie soldiers. Mr. 3 watched as the cookie soldiers gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, adjusting his goggles with an air of indifference. His candles indeed feared fire, yet after recent enhancements, their precision and strength had reached the maximum threshold of awakening. Such high-grade candles could not merely be defined by ordinary standards. Unless they were akin to the explosive candles infused with miniature explosives, normal flames would have negligible effects. However, Clijack had inadvertently assisted in the development of an excellent technique. Mr. 3 observed the flame-wreathed candle soldiers, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Although the intense burning accelerated the candle soldiers' wear, the flames also imparted greater damage. Most importantly, the sight of them standing amidst the flames was undeniably striking. With this thought, Mr. 3 felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Clijack, transforming into heartfelt appreciation. Clijack, your emulation of my abilities is the highest form of acknowledgement. I fully understand and do not mind. Therefore, watch closely and learn well. This technique shall be called the Super Explosive Flame Candle General. Clijack was infuriated, turning sharply to glare at Charlotte Brule. His fiery gaze seemed to roar. Brule, you scoundrel, what a terrible idea you've concocted. Oh no, Brule, startled, immediately dropped to the ground, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. Brother Clijack, truly, I am very sorry. Clijack gasped heavily, reluctant to reprimand Brule in public. His eyes directed at Mr. 3, simmering with fury. Damn it. If that is the case, I shall counter with sheer numbers. He raised his arm and clapped furiously. With each clap, a cookie soldier materialized out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of cookie soldiers filled half of the reception hall. The overwhelming pressure surged to an astonishing level. Mr. 3's response was straightforward and brutal. The small candle domain unfolded, with grayish-white wax flowing upward, transforming into gigantic candle soldiers. The multitude of candle soldiers occupied the other half of the hall, standing against the cookie soldiers in a standoff. A battle loomed, just awaiting the command of the ability users. As everyone held their breath in anticipation of the impending soldier melee, a deep, calm voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Clijack, what are you doing? The commanding voice resonated with unmistakable chill. The crowd turned to see a tall, muscular man striding through the entrance constructed of red homies. He sported short crimson hair, with scars marring his cheeks, a white scarf concealing his mouth, and his chest decorated with pink tattoos and skull motifs. He wore black gloves, had a ring of spikes on his left arm, donned black jeans, and knee pads in black and white. His black boots, adorned with spikes, echoed loudly against the ground, exuding a strong metallic aura. The moment this charismatic figure appeared, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to his formidable visage. Indeed, he was the true second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates, the foremost of the Sweet 3 generals, the highest combat power of whole Cake Island. Katakuri. Katakuri's arrival brought a palpable sense of relief to the anxious ministers of the nation. If Clijack's presence instilled fearlessness against their foes, then the perfect Katakuri offered absolute reassurance and security. Katakuri. Crocodile took a deep draw from his cigar, his expression grave as he regarded Katakuri. Although he seldom interacted with the Big Mom Pirates, his 2 years of experience in the New World had deeply impressed upon him the terror and might of the second-in-command of the Yonko. He was among the few men deserving of his utmost attention. Beside Crocodile, Mr. 3 retracted the candle soldiers in the small domain, fixing his gaze upon Katakuri. The oppressive aura emanating from the real-life Katakuri starkly contrasted with the animated depictions he had seen. Just a single glance from him had every nerve in Mr. 3's body instinctively tensed. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Katakuri, embodying the essence of a black metallic style, walked forward, brushing past Mr. 3 and others to stand before the visibly alarmed Clijack. Speak, Clijack. What is the matter? Katakuri's gaze swept across the chaotic scene. Katakuri, that damned Mr. 3 accused me of copying his ability. Clijack pointed an accusing finger at Mr. 3, his teeth clenched in indignation. Anyone would feel a surge of anger when their decades-old technique was inexplicably labeled as imitation. Moreover, seizing upon this pretext to strike could serve to gauge the opponent's strength, providing valuable insights for future negotiations. After all, as a seasoned general following Big Mom through the New World, Clijack was not as simple-minded and impulsive as he appeared. He possessed a touch of cunning and strategy, albeit limited. Katakuri's gaze shifted to Mr. 3, then back to Clijack, softly stating, in this vast sea, the variety of devil fruit abilities is immense, and such similarities are entirely normal. We all recognize your strength. There is no need to concern yourself with others' words. Believing in oneself is the most potent proof. Understanding Climax's intent to test the waters, Katakuri did not chastise him for his recklessness. On the contrary, the gentle tone expressed the unwavering affirmation of an elder brother towards his younger sibling. I understand now, Katakuri and I. Cracker nodded firmly, his previously tumultuous heart instantly calming. The formidable army of biscuit soldiers behind him also dissipated into thin air. Now then, observing the situation, Katakuri turned to focus entirely on Mr. 3 and his companions. The Buggy pirates, or more accurately, the members of the newly formed Cross Guild. What business do you have here in this peculiar time? Although the inquiry bore a scrutinizing tone, the gravity of Katakuri's demeanor rendered it a world apart from Cracker's earlier words. The palpable aura he emitted was remarkably potent. Nevertheless, Mr. 3 remained composed, adjusting his goggles without a hint of disturbance. With the main figure present, they could not act impulsively as before. He had no specific intentions. It was merely that he had heard of the vast wealth and treasures within the territory of the Emperor Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Mr. 3's tone was calm and devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Yet, to the ears of the Big Mom Pirates officers, it sounded like the most audacious provocation. If this is indeed your purpose for coming here, then you shall all. As Katakuri stepped forward, poised to further assess the hostility of the other party. A flash of crimson light flickered deep within his somber gaze. He abruptly halted his unfinished sentence and stood with arms crossed. Mr. 3's pupils constricted. Has he perceived what I was about to say? The terrifying foresight of the observation Haki is indeed formidable. Feeling increasingly troubled, he sighed heavily and articulated the words that had been anticipated. Of course, we are currently not particularly interested in that, at least not through violent means. Damn it, Mr. 3. Can you not speak without wheezing like that? The ministers, prepared for battle, exhaled in relief while silently cursing Mr. 3. The current state of Tado land was precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse, threatening to devolve into a hellscape. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, they were averse to engaging in conflict with the deeply rooted Cross Guild. The so-called wheezing was, in fact, a deliberate tactic by Mr. 3. His aim was to provoke the other side's taut nerves through a stark psychological contrast, to toy with their emotions, thereby disrupting their composure and seizing the upper hand in negotiations. Naturally, such a dangerous maneuver relied upon Katakuri's stable and reliable character. Unlike Cracker, who was prone to explosive reactions, Katakuri would not gamble the fate of his entire family over a mere statement, launching into war without a second thought. Regrettably, this meticulously crafted strategy seemed to yield little advantage against Katakuri's extraordinary observation Haki. Faced with Katakuri's unwavering gaze, Mr. 3 reluctantly abandoned his psychological tactics and straightforwardly inquired. Katakuri, I need not elaborate on the situation in Tado land. You, being at the center of the storm, must be more aware than we are. There are countless bloodthirsty marauders fixated on this place. Surely, you would not wish to see your beloved siblings slaughtered, would you? The Cross Guild can assist you in resolving these unnecessary troubles. Merely a group of opportunistic weaklings, believing they could shake us by banding together? Absurd and foolish. In regard to the myriad forces beyond Tado land that were stirring, Katakuri exuded immense confidence. Given his strength, he was indeed justified in feeling this way. What perplexed Katakuri, however, was the behavior of Mr. 3 and his crew, led by him. Setting aside the seemingly foolish weevil, shouldn't he be the seasoned powerhouse crocodile who had the most authority to speak? How could such an arrogant individual remain so cooperatively silent? Was it trust in Mr. 3, or? I do not deny this point, Mr. 3 continued, but what if other Emperor crews, leaders of the Dark World, and even the Navy were covertly instigating matters? These cunning and profit-driven individuals would not easily relinquish this prime opportunity, with your captain still absent. Katakuri, you are indeed formidable. But even you must wonder if you can withstand an endless barrage of attacks. He deliberately referenced Big Mom, using the relatively gentle phrase yet to return rather than the more inflammatory terms like defeat or missing in action, subtly conveying to Katakuri that the Cross Guild bore no excessive malice in their visit. Katakuri fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating Mr. 3's assertions while weighing potential pros and cons, as well as traps. Ultimately, driven by concern for his siblings' safety and recognizing the goodwill in Mr. 3's words, he chose to take a step back. Speak, then. What are your terms? Our demands are not high, after all. There is substantial room for future collaboration between the Big Mom Pirates and the Cross Guild. Just a token of goodwill would suffice, and we would require. Mr. 3's lips curled into a sly smile as he extended a finger, unabashedly stating, half of Tado land's treasures. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's previously calm demeanor darkened, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. The ministers behind him widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the audacity of such a demand. Treasure is the lifeblood of pirates, and the entirety of Tado land's wealth represents decades of accumulation by the Big Mom Pirates. To request half at the outset was nothing short of a declaration of war. Damn the Cross Guild. They speak so eloquently, yet in the end, they are as hypocritical and ridiculous as those outside. They claim disinterest in riches. Katakuri and I, they are clearly here to take advantage of the chaos. Let's go to war. Indeed, When has our Big Mom pirates ever allowed a newcomer to so brazenly belittle us? Fight, Katakuri and I. Emerging from their shock, the crew brandished their weapons. Igniting a fierce battle spirit and boundless fury, even without Mama, they remain the formidable Big Mom pirates. The dignity of the Big Mom pirates is not to be trifled with. Countless monstrous auras surged forth, locking onto Mr. 3 and his companions. The typically composed Crocodile felt his nerves tighten at that moment. He had no fear of battling the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. But to expend half a day rushing to Cake Island only to engage in a futile skirmish was thoroughly vexing. What on earth is Mr. 3 scheming? A deep confusion enveloped Crocodile's profound gaze. Their fundamental purpose in arriving at Cake Island was to assess the combat prowess of the Big Mom pirates' remnants, intending to utilize them for the Cross Guild and fortify the forthcoming Impel Down operation. Why does Mr. 3 incessantly speak of treasure? Haha. Is the battle finally upon us? I can hardly wait. Weibel's intentions were remarkably straightforward. His fierce gaze exuded a palpable excitement as he brandished the heavy greatsword. Assuming an aggressive stance, the battle was on the brink of eruption. A single utterance from Mr. 3 transformed the reception hall into a powder keg, teetering precariously at the edge of explosion. The fuse igniting this volatile situation rested firmly in Katakuri's grasp. With a somber expression and eyes glowing ominously red, Katakuri remained silent for a few seconds, foreseeing the impending events before he spoke slowly. Apologies, this is not acceptable. If you are determined to encroach upon our territory, we shall defend our treasures with all our might. Despite the unmistakable undertone of threat, a closer examination revealed that Katakuri did not emanate a particularly fierce anger. At least for now, he was not prepared for combat. How truly terrifying the Big Mom pirates were. Mr. 3, feeling a sense of resignation, raised his hands in defeat, immediately abandoning his desire for half of the treasures of whole Cake Island, secretly lamenting the formidable usefulness of future sight. Are we not fighting? The waning battle intent from both sides left Weibel visibly disappointed. Before their departure, Mama had explicitly instructed that apart from the distribution of treasures, all matters were to be under Mr. 3's command. Since Mr. 3 was so averse to danger and had no intention of fighting, Weibel had no choice but to suppress his frustrations. A seemingly innocuous comment fell upon the ears of the perplexed Old Sand like a thunderclap. Connecting the dots, Old Sand abruptly looked up at the impassive Katakuri, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Their true aim was indeed the combat strength of whole Cake Island. However, Miss Bakken and Weibel were oblivious, perceiving this merely as an unmissable opportunity for plunder. Although it remained unclear what Miss Bakken had conveyed to Weibel, it was undoubtedly related to the treasures. If they had approached Katakuri with discussions of recruitment or cooperation without addressing the treasures, it was not inconceivable that Weibel might undertake some unpredictable actions. After all, this foolish simpleton was akin to a ticking time bomb. Moreover, the subsequent operations in Impel Down would undoubtedly require the collaboration of Miss Bakken and Weibel. If she sensed any deceit regarding the whole Cake Island endeavor, the variability of future operations would become even more unpredictable. In this context, it was essential to craft an image of the Cross Guild as treasure-seeking, even if it meant provoking the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. As for whether this provocative act would ignite a direct confrontation, the outcome was clear: it would not. Thanks to his formidable observation Haki, Katakuri could foresee Mr. 3's next words of self-preservation, having merely witnessed Katakuri's mastery of observation Haki once. To respond in such a brief span, and to inversely utilize this foresight to ensure the situation remains under control while deceiving Weibel. Is this astute and cautious individual truly the cowardly Galdino? Can the awakening of Conqueror's Haki genuinely bring about such significant transformation? Puffing on his large cigar, Old Sand cast a sidelong glance at Mr. 3's retreating figure, his astonishment difficult to quell. Unbeknownst to Mr. 3, after a moment of contemplative deliberation, he raised his gaze toward Katakuri, proposing, "How about this? During Big Mom's absence, our Cross Guild will assist in safeguarding whole Cake Island as allies. In return, you must provide us with a commission and..." Mr. 3's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. "Katakuri, you must agree to help us with a certain task. Of course, this task would pose no threat to the Big Mom pirates, nor jeopardize your life. How does that sound?" In such a public setting, it was impossible to divulge the secretive operation of causing chaos and Impel Down. Without articulating his thoughts, Katakuri's observation Haki could not predict them. As Mr. 3's words hung in the air, the many ministers of the Big Mom pirates stirred restlessly once more. Yet this time, Katakuri raised a hand to quell their urge for battle. He fixed his gaze intently on Mr. 3, an overwhelming pressure cascading forth like a mighty torrent. Noticing Mr. 3's calm demeanor, his lips curved in a subtle smile, Katakuri finally spoke in a grave tone. "No problem, but I have a condition." "Please, go ahead, Mr. 3 inquired with utmost politeness. Katakuri's eyes were icy, pulsating with fierce and relentless battle intent. "You must first prove to me that you indeed possess the capital to collaborate with the Big Mom pirates." Mr. 3 was momentarily taken aback, but soon his blood surged with excitement, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I was just about to suggest the same. This is my second time. Although not the first, but rest assured, it will be something fresh and invigorating." "Ahem, It will be released at 12:05 a.m. on the 1st, and the subsequent updates will primarily consist of VIP chapters. Additionally, my editor, Palai, affectionately known as Milkping, is quite an exceptional editor. If anyone wishes to write a book, feel free to reach out to him. As for my thoughts on this book, it all began with the amusing online memes surrounding Brother 3, which I found incredibly entertaining, prompting me to dive into writing. Like many newcomers who stumble upon this name, I initially intended to craft a light-hearted parody, but as I continued, my own literary prowess transformed Mr. 3 into a cunning strategist. That damned charisma. Haha. Of course, that was a jest. To return to the main topic, I've read numerous fanfictions of One Piece, either tales of becoming immensely powerful and crushing foes, or narratives depicting a brutally realistic world that retains the original's fervor, yet rarely incorporating clever schemes. I believed it would be fascinating to create a highly intelligent protagonist, thus I began to write. However, the journey was far from easy. I had to ensure that every plot was logically sound and aligned with the original work, while also delivering a stunning and captivating experience that would make readers think, wow, this Brother 3 truly has something. The initial concept was to integrate the 36 stratagems with the persona of a cunning and treacherous warlord, achieving comprehensive domination over enemies through intellect and strength. However, I did not anticipate that the adversaries Mr. 3 would confront were exceedingly formidable. All high-spirited individuals like Hancock and Old Sand, balancing their original prestige while making the recruitment events appear logical and smooth, without straying from their character traits, was undoubtedly a cerebral challenge. Perhaps more readers prefer straightforward and brutal narratives. Yet as an author, I cannot bear to see these proud and powerful characters from the original work being utterly dismantled in the novel. This was precisely why, when writing Old Sand, I received comments about it being out of character, prompting me to revise an entire chapter that very night. Thus, as I continued writing, I often found myself stuck, pausing to ensure the overall logic was coherent and occasionally exhausting myself. If it were purely a combat narrative, I could easily complete a chapter in an hour. However, seeing numerous comments praising the writing brought a surge of accomplishment, overshadowing any sense of fatigue. Although the chapters filled with clever tactics often receive complaints from readers who feel they are drawn out, it is surprising that in this fanfiction of One Piece, which is destined to evoke dissatisfaction among purists, there has not been a single instance of vehement criticism directed at the plot or characters since the beginning of the story. After addressing a few minor issues pointed out by a handful of readers, I promptly made revisions, and the silence that followed was rather reassuring. Aside from one particular reader, I have not muted anyone. Even the recent adjustments to the comment settings were prompted by my frustration with Oda's unexpected twists, leading me to avoid reading comments. I take considerable pride in this, allowing me to strike a confident pose. Now, speaking of unexpected twists, let me share some straightforward statistics. During the days following the release of the latest chapter, my readership plummeted from 10,000 collections and 2,000 readers to 14,000 collections and 1,700 readers. Last week's data from the 3 major platforms was almost a devastating blow. However, as I mentioned in my previous chapter, since this is a book that plays with tropes and rides on trends, I had long prepared myself for the possibility of setbacks. I simply did not anticipate the timing would be so delicate. This is the primary reason I requested an extension from the editor for the release that was initially scheduled for last Friday. I need time to adjust my mindset and stabilize the data. Consequently, the chapters wanted prepared for a grand release have been thoroughly consumed. In summary, I have learned a valuable lesson about the pitfalls of lacking experience in fanfiction, but such is life. As for the concern regarding the narrative collapse, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I assure you that it is impossible for the story to falter. My outline extends beyond the chaos and impel down to the battle among the 4 emperors. Approaching the conflict at Mariewa, whether it be the original character Ayasha or the groundwork laid for the pirate flag of the 3 Pillars archipelago, I have meticulously crafted these elements in anticipation to ensure that even after diverging from the original plot, this tale retains its unique brilliance. Now, regarding future updates and additional chapters, today, I took a day off to write. Oh, how I lament my lost perfect attendance reward. And the update will be released at midnight, expected to be around 10,000 words. Given my slow writing pace, I will assess the situation tomorrow during the day for further updates. I will add as much as I can, as long as I don't collapse from exhaustion. As for extra chapters, the basis will be 1 additional chapter for every 100 subscriptions, quite simple indeed. Lastly, I want to formally declare that I will persist until the completion of this work. After all, I find myself somewhat enchanted by the allure of the 3rd brother. No need for cliches about sharing drinks. I know those sentiments do not resonate with you. To friends who can afford it, please consider subscribing. At the very least, do leave a first subscription, as it would be delightful to create a superior pirate narrative. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, those who have not joined the group may do so. I will send out a red envelope tonight. Love you all. The grassy expanse at the juncture of Cake Island, the enchanted forest, and the central town. The 2 factions stand face to face, with the faction closer to central town comprising remnants of the Big Mom pirates, centered around the ministers and officers. They have gathered thousands of elite offspring and peculiar high-ranking homies. From a distance, the sight is overwhelming, with an imposing presence that is truly fearsome. This battle represents a clash of dignity for the Big Mom pirates, crucial for their future. Thus, they must provide the utmost support for brother Katakuri, though Katakuri himself feels no such necessity. In stark contrast to the grand scale of the Big Mom pirates, the Cross Guild appears rather modest. Including the lower-ranking homies who have come from the Enchanted Forest to observe, the guild comprises only a handful of billion bounty pirates and several core officers, which pales in comparison to the vast army of thousands. Hey, Mr. 3, do you have confidence? If not, let me take the lead, remarked Crocodile, exuding an air of nonchalance as he puffed on his cigar, showing no signs of being intimidated by the opposing faction's might. He glanced at Mr. 3 and, with a pointed tone, warned that this situation was unlike any other. One should not think that underhanded tactics would suffice to achieve their goals. Their mission is to ensure they defeat, or at least match Katakuri, and they cannot resort to the strategies employed during Crocodile's recruitment of Old Sand. Mr. 3 sensed Crocodile's deep resentment towards the strategy of feigned retreat employed at the Three Pillars Archipelago. However, this was not the time for jesting. He narrowed his eyes, radiating intense determination and confidence. Rest assured, Old Sand, I know my limits. After all, we are on enemy territory, and the strongest among us needs to conserve energy for any unforeseen circumstances. Engaging in battle with strong foes is the quickest way to enhance one's own abilities. While the outcome certainly would not be straightforward, and mastering the foresight of observation Haki through a mere skirmish is unlikely, Mr. 3 is unwilling to let this invaluable opportunity to confront Katakuri slip away. This is not mere bravado. It is not selfishness either, for he possesses an advantage. If this endeavor fails, Mr. 3, be prepared to bear the brunt of my unending wrath. Crocodile crossed his arms, letting out a disdainful snort, voluntarily ceding the opportunity to face Katakuri. Despite his poker face, the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his appreciation for Mr. 3's assertion that he is the strongest among them. Mr. 3 was visibly taken aback. It seems Crocodile unexpectedly has a hint of pride? Naturally, such thoughts are not meant to be vocalized, merely contemplated internally. After setting aside this fleeting moment of lightheartedness, Mr. 3's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he stepped forward into the vacant battlefield between the two factions. The sight of Mr. 3, an obscure figure from the Cross Guild, elicited great surprise from the Big Mom pirates. Are they kidding? Are they really sending this candle-wielding man to face the formidable Katakuri? Damn it, they must let Crocodile take the stage. How disrespectful. They scoffed. Let this insolent candle-wielding fool be taught a lesson by brother Katakuri. Laughter erupted, as they believed that merely emulating the tactics of Cracker would allow them to contend with Katakuri. How foolish. A torrent of derisive taunts and challenges rained down upon Mr. 3, leaving one to wonder whether they were genuinely unable to contain their disdain or if they aimed to psychologically disrupt their opponent before the battle. Nevertheless, it is certain that such tactics hold no power over the thick-skinned and resolute Mr. 3. Their brother, obliterate that arrogant fool and show those damned simpletons your true power. A voice filled with fury echoed from behind Mr. 3. Dressed in all black, Ayasha raised her black blade high, cheering on her idol in her own unique manner. Yes, exactly. Just as Ayasha said, trample that Katakuri beneath your feet. To the other side. Remember, it is you who mimics our third brother, not the other way around. Come on, third brother. Let them feel the terror of the Buggy pirates. Behind Ayasha, the fierce-looking pirate subordinates waved their flags and shouted, their voices growing hoarse. But even in their fervor, they could not compete with the overwhelming numbers of their opponents. In summary, amidst the awkward encouragements and juvenile insults exchanged by their subordinates, Mr. 3 and Katakuri found themselves at the heart of the battlefield. A mere 5 meters apart, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Mr. 3, an unfamiliar figure to many. I hope you do not disappoint me. Draped in a voluminous scarf, Katakuri stood tall, his voice icy, possessing instincts that far surpassed the ordinary. He sensed an inexplicable aura of strength emanating from Mr. 3's very eyes, coupled with an almost unparalleled confidence. Katakuri could not fathom the source of this extraordinary confidence. Yet it was evident that the gaunt man before him, with flames flickering atop his head, would not be as easily subdued as he appeared. In pursuit of validating his intuition and deciphering the confidence reflected in Mr. 3's gaze, Katakuri refrained from unnecessary banter. With a swift motion, he vanished, reappearing instantaneously behind Mr. 3. This speed, without time for astonishment, a crimson light flickered in Mr. 3's eyes, every nerve in his body tensed to its utmost limit. Candle Iron Fist. With the might of observation Haki bolstering his strength, and drawing from his experience battling formidable martial artists like Hancock, Mr. 3 decisively cloaked his right arm in a grayish-white candle layer while pivoting to deliver a powerful strike. Boom. The grayish-white candle fist collided with the indomitable giant fist of Katakuri, enveloped in the armor of Haki. The sensation was reminiscent of a strength that surpassed that of steel. Unfazed by the impact, Katakuri had anticipated Mr. 3's actions, deliberately maintaining his offensive stance. The rationale was simple, to crush Mr. 3 in a direct confrontation. within the realm where Mr. 3 thrived. Buzz. Katakuri's biceps swelled, transforming into a formidable force, propelling his hand forward. The terrifying power transmitted through their colliding fists was as weighty as a mountain, and upon impact, the candle gloves, stronger than steel, began to fracture. Armament Haki. Mr. 3's expression sharpened as he countered Katakuri's fist, unleashing the fully enhanced Haki he had cultivated over multiple trials. Similar to Katakuri's strategy, he too yearned to gauge the extent of his prowess in the realm of physical combat, particularly with his candle-based attacks. Sizzle. The disparate black fists crashed into one another, unleashing a tempest of energy. The ground beneath them trembled violently under the force of their fierce clash. The nearly awakened candle material was inherently robust, its hardness exceeding that of steel. The combination of this foundation augmented by the formidable armament Haki yielded a synergy far beyond simple arithmetic. Such hardness is indeed surprising. Katakuri's voice held a hint of astonishment. Subsequently, he shattered the ground beneath him, amplifying the power of his right fist as it collided with Mr. 3's. Crack, crack. The overwhelming might surged through their fists, and under the sheer force, the candle gloves on Mr. 3's arm shattered, eventually reaching their breaking point, disintegrating into a flurry of white wax shavings. With the flames atop his head roaring fiercely, Mr. 3's unprotected arm began to ooze a substantial amount of grayish-white wax, attempting to ensnare Katakuri through their contact. However, Katakuri, eyes aglow with red intensity, preemptively anticipated this move. His fist erupted with greater speed and strength, propelling Mr. 3, along with the gushing wax, away like a cannonball. As Mr. 3 flew backward, the world around him blurred, yet he strained against the weight, lifting his head and extending his arms as the wax flowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A slender wax tether shot out in all directions, anchoring itself to the ground like sharp claws. Utilizing this reverse pull, he successfully stabilized his airborne form, lingering for a few seconds before landing unscathed. However, before he could fully regain his footing, a stinging gust of wind met him head-on. Machi strikes rained down. Dozens of Machi-covered arms, infused with armament Haki, materialized behind Katakuri, unleashing a chaotic barrage of rapid punches. Candle wall. Quick to react, Mr. 3 hurled a grayish-white mass of wax, erecting a wall over a meter thick before him. In the next instant, the relentless Machi punches, echoing with ferocity, crashed into the formidable wax barrier. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of fists colliding reverberated across the vast expanse of the field. Even shielded behind the candle wall, Mr. 3 could distinctly feel the jarring tremors radiating from the wall's rear. The sheer force was overwhelming. With a final deafening roar, the candle wall, surpassing steel in hardness, was utterly breached. Amidst the swirling shavings of wax, a dark silhouette descended with a thunderous crash. In the blink of an eye, a massive shadow obscured all light. Mr. 3 looked up to see Katakuri's fist, augmented by the powers of the Machi fruit, approaching with the magnitude of a small mountain. He instinctively sought to evade, only to be horrified to discover that he was entirely trapped, with no avenue of escape from the colossal fist. Time for thought slipped away, leaving him no choice but to raise his arms, enveloped in the protective layer of wax and Haki. Boom. The gargantuan Machi fist collided with his crossed arms, unleashing a violent force that even upheaved the ground beneath. Gritting his teeth, Mr. 3 strained against the immense pressure, fluid wax surging from beneath him to dissipate the force of the blow. An intriguing application of fruit abilities. One might wonder how you would counter this. Katakuri abruptly retracted his enlarged fist, channeling the energy through his body to his right leg, transforming it into something akin to a giant's limb. As his arms shrank, a sweeping kick, cloaked in armament Haki, surged toward Mr. 3, who was still unprepared to defend. Yet, as Katakuri's kick was about to land, he unexpectedly halted and retracted his elongated leg. Did you sense it? The foresight granted by his advanced observation Haki was indeed quite formidable. Mr. 3 sighed regretfully. With his exhalation, the fragments of wax that had scattered upon being shattered ceased their movement, reverting to lifelessness. Had Katakuri not withdrawn his kick, Mr. 3 had intended to deliberately lessen the hardness of the candle wall, allowing the remnants to rise as flowing wax, ensnaring Katakuri's leg. This cautious maneuver, observed by the ministers and elites of the world behind, painted a different picture. Why did Brother Katakuri suddenly stop attacking? Just kick that obnoxious Candleman away. You know nothing. If we truly injure the Candleman, the Cross Guild would surely retaliate. Ultimately, we must leave some face for our opponents. Oh, I see. It's about the social niceties. Hey, Mr. 3, Katakuri, with deliberate restraint, urged his adversaries to concede gracefully. In stark contrast to their taunts, the underlings of the Cross Guild retaliated with a ferocity that was both crude and unrefined. How audacious. It appears the Big Mom Pirates are merely a band of blind fools. They even dared to send our third brother flying. You ought to take a good look. After all, not a speck of dust has touched our brother after this confrontation. It is you who should be retreating in defeat. What right do you have to lay a finger on our brother's steadfast resolve? You wretches, born of a mother yet lacking a father, merely know how to shout. If you have the courage, step forward for a one-on-one duel. Our brother Weibel is no pushover. The pirate minions grew increasingly boisterous, and though they numbered merely a handful, they held their ground against the verbal onslaught of the opposing thousands, creating an almost balanced confrontation. The Buggy Pirate Swan faction was unmistakably in their midst. As both sides engaged in heated exchanges, the protagonists, Mr. 3 and Katakuri, found themselves increasingly exasperated. Whether in a life-and-death struggle or a friendly spar, no one, particularly those of formidable strength, relished the incessant buzz of noise surrounding them. Moreover, the cacophony of thousands was particularly grating. Katakuri, can you silence your unruly siblings? Their clamor is unbearable, Mr. 3 complained, gesturing toward the throng behind Katakuri. While it was their prerogative to speak, Katakuri, though annoyed, was not inclined to reprimand his supporters. Anticipating such a reaction, Mr. 3 adjusted his goggles and replied with indifference, if you choose to ignore them, then allow me to silence them myself. As he spoke, his aura began to swell, drawing forth the latent power within. The irregularly floating blades of grass at Mr. 3's feet hinted at the silent gathering of an invisible pressure. Even in my absence, you think you can achieve such a feat alone? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a profound crimson light flickered in Katakuri's eyes. Realizing what was to come, he narrowed his gaze, the doubts that had lingered in his mind dissipating. It all makes sense now. I never expected you to possess such power. No wonder even a formidable foe like Crocodile places unwavering trust in you. With a sigh of realization, Katakuri abruptly turned, bellowing toward the vast army still embroiled in their verbal skirmish. Those lacking strength should retreat, and do so as far as possible. Something terrifying is approaching. No sooner had Katakuri's words left his mouth than the world army, caught off guard, remained oblivious. Boom. Mr. 3 unleashed the potent force of Conqueror's Haki, the pinnacle of power upon this sea, reaching its zenith. The sheer might was so overwhelming that even the vibrant hues of the world were drained, rendering everything a ghostly white. Sensing the fierce and brutal aura of Mr. 3's Conqueror's Haki, Katakuri ceased his attempts to disperse the army and slowly turned, his body crackling with dark red arcs of electricity. Very well, Mr. 3, let me experience your prowess. Just how far does your innate kingly spirit extend? With a focused gaze, Katakuri's clothing flapped violently in the wind as he unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The deep blue wave of his Haki collided violently with Mr. 3's pale aura, akin to the impact of comets. In that instant, a tempest roared, space quaked, and a flurry of red and black lightning erupted at the epicenter of their clash. Thud, thud, thud. The first to lose consciousness amid the clash of Haki were the lowly homies who had rushed over from the enchantment forest. These low-tier homies, products of Big Mom's fruit, could not withstand the pressure emanating from Mr. 3, let alone the collision of such potent Haki. Following closely were the subordinates of the Big Mom pirates and the higher-tier homies. The former, being weak, could not endure the soul-shattering shock and quickly collapsed, as rolling back and frothing at the mouth. The latter, being soul creations, possessed minimal immunity to Conqueror's Haki. They barely managed to endure a fraction longer than the low-tier homies before succumbing to the overwhelming force, their color draining away and spirits fleeing. These two groups constituted 90% of the present crowd. The ground was littered with bodies, dust swirling as the once mighty support army was decimated in mere seconds. Damn, Mr. 3, why does this scoundrel possess the same Conqueror's Haki as Mom and brother Katakuri? Kureha, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at Mr. 3, who was recklessly unleashing his Haki. Engulfed in disbelief and astonishment, he could scarcely fathom that the individual who had claimed to be a mere imitator just minutes ago was, in fact, a rare king among millions. Such extraordinary beings who reach for the pinnacle are invariably proud and unconcerned with trifles. How could he possibly behave like a treacherous rogue without shame? Kureha suddenly found his worldview crumbling. The other ministers who withstood the shock of the Haki were equally astounded, their thoughts mirroring Kureha's. It was not that they looked down upon Mr. 3, the so-called chief strategist of the Cross Guild. Rather, the demeanor he exhibited was utterly dissimilar to those they had witnessed wielding Conqueror's Haki. Had the truth not been laid bare before them, they would never have believed such a ludicrous occurrence could transpire. The members of the Big Mom pirates were either unconscious or trapped in an overwhelming state of shock. Meanwhile, the Cross Guild remained surprisingly calm. Old Shaz and Ayasha, well acquainted with Mr. 3's Conqueror's Haki, had little to add. Weibel, the Navi one, simply stared blankly, displaying no signs of shock or astonishment, lost in his own thoughts. As for the bounty hunters with rewards exceeding 100 million, they were eager to seize the moment to unleash a torrent of insults upon the opposing side. Yet, given the current situation, merely maintaining their composure against the onslaught of Haki was a cause for gratitude. They lacked the energy or spirit to engage in further banter. They were merely bounty hunters over 100 million, carrying a hint of villainy, not a billion. Crackle. In the center of the battlefield. After several seconds of clashing Haki, the previously smooth grass beneath Mr. 3 and Katakuri was cracked, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Through this purest form of collision, they profoundly and intricately sensed each other's spirit and resolve. This was a fierce confrontation of wills. In a fleeting moment, the raging red and black lightning gradually subsided, intertwining pale and deep blue fragments of time and space, swirling amidst the locked gazes of Mr. 3 and Katakuri, ultimately dissipating into the void. The cataclysmic clash of Conqueror's Haki has finally reached its denouement. The ferocity of the Haki, surpassing all expectations, is akin to that of a monstrous entity. Katakuri. Mr. 3 steadied his wildly racing heart. During these fleeting seconds of confrontation, he felt his blood surge, with his nerves electrified beyond measure. Unlike Hancock's fierce and haughty Conqueror's Haki, Katakuri's aura exuded a depth and calmness. "You have truly surprised me with your Haki," Katakuri remarked. The astonishment evident on his face as he recalled the earlier momentum. "I have never encountered such a dark yet peculiar form of Conqueror's Haki as yours." He took a step forward, his gaze brimming with fierce battle intent. If their earlier skirmish was merely a probing of troubles, then after sensing Mr. 3's spirit, Katakuri resolved to engage seriously, withholding no mercy. "Haha, I shall take that as a compliment," Mr. 3 chuckled, then shifted the conversation. "Now, let us commence the second round." The battlefield unfurled as he declared, "Candle Purgatory." With a swift motion, a deluge of grayish-white wax flowed forth from Mr. 3's feet, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the earth, fractured by the violent clash of Haki, was filled with the viscous wax, transforming into a vast gray-white lake spanning nearly 100 meters. This was Mr. 3's utmost limit, achieved after several enhancements. He stood proudly atop the waxy expanse, commanding the entirety of this realm at will. "Has your devil fruit ability also awakened?" "No, that cannot be right." Katakuri lowered his gaze to the thick, sticky wax beneath him. To think that a mere devil fruit ability could achieve such magnitude? With his battle-hardened intuition, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this domain. Nevertheless, Katakuri's demeanor remained largely unperturbed. He had no intention of interrupting Mr. 3's actions. As he had stated earlier, he aimed to defeat Mr. 3 within the latter's most proficient territory. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Candle Purgatory fully materialized, numerous stout, grayish-white ghostly hands emerged, grasping at the center where Katakuri stood from all angles. Katakuri's eyes narrowed. Empowered by the mochi fruit, his back twisted, sprouting an equal number of mochi tendrils to counter the ghostly hands. With a hum, the deep blue of his armament Haki enveloped the mochi tendrils, striking out in all directions, obliterating Mr. 3's ghostly hands with pinpoint precision. As white wax shavings flew, Katakuri maintained a serene expression. Just as he intended to retract the writhing mochi tendrils, a sudden flash of red light flickered in his eyes. Anticipating the forthcoming assault, he rechanneled his armament Haki into the mochi tendrils, morphing them into colossal axes, spears, and heavy maces. In the next moment, a torrent of gigantic wax weaponry surged from the gray-white lake, clashing violently against the mochi armaments. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of combat rang out, with Katakuri remaining steadfast, not moving an inch as he thwarted all of Mr. 3's attacks. "If you possess any further techniques, feel free to unleash them, Mr. 3, Katakuri stated with a calm, cold voice. "Damn it, you can act even more pretentious than I can." Mr. 3 inwardly scoffed at the sight of Katakuri, standing proudly amidst the swirling wax shavings. Just then, a flash of inspiration erupted in his mind, birthing a new technique that could only be realized through his wax fruit ability. Wait. If this technique works, I might just have a chance to circumvent Katakuri's seemingly insurmountable foresight. A sly smile crept across Mr. 3's lips, confidence surging within him. Conventional methods would undoubtedly falter against Katakuri's observation Haki. But what if he employed an unexpected and unconventional strategy? "Katakuri, since you delight in mimicry and foresight, let us see how you fare in predicting this." He prepared to unleash a move that could be deemed the pinnacle of his wax creations. Such audacious confidence piqued Katakuri's curiosity, his eyes glinting with a red hue as he unhesitatingly activated his most potent observation Haki. Instantly, he glimpsed the imminent events unfolding. Even for the notoriously composed and cold Katakuri, disbelief washed over him, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment. "Hey, Mr. 3, are you serious?" he bellowed in incredulity. Mr. 3 responded with action. "What did you expect? Brace yourself, Katakuri." Secret technique. Candle statue. Summoning of beauties. Swish, swish, swish. Surrounding Katakuri, the gray-white lake churned, giving rise to exquisitely crafted female wax statues. With flowing hair and strikingly tall silhouettes, each statue boasted long, flawless legs. A myriad of beautiful figures encircled Katakuri, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that each possessed unique features. No two were alike. More importantly, with the color attributes of the wax fruit, Mr. 3 had made each statue's skin glisten brilliantly, their alluring expressions vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. As Mr. 3 proclaimed, this candle statue, Summoning of Beauties, was indeed the highest masterpiece of a fervent admirer of beauty. Hey, what on earth is Mr. 3 up to? In the midst of such intense combat, he resorts to this? Katakuri, a formidable warrior, could hardly fathom the effectiveness of such a tactic. Standing by, Crocodile facepalmed, feeling utterly embarrassed by the spectacle unfolding before him. If only he could rush in and deliver a sound thrashing to Mr. 3, who squandered a chance to confront Katakuri with such antics. In the fleeting seconds of Crocodile's lament, Mr. 3, stationed in the heart of the wax domain, sprang into action. A torrent of thick wax surged from his right arm, coalescing with blackish-gray miniature explosives, compressing into a gigantic, blazing wax magma fist. Having completed this maneuver, Mr. 3 conjured a pair of wax ice blades beneath his feet, gliding swiftly within the wax realm. In an instant, he appeared before Katakuri, who was momentarily transfixed by the array of beautiful statues. At such close quarters, Katakuri showed no signs of reacting. Even Mr. 3 found this astonishing. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch upon Katakuri. No matter the reason for your moment of distraction, this golden opportunity must not be squandered. Experience this, Katakuri. Candle, firestorm. With a series of explosive detonations from the miniature explosives, the intensely burning wax fist plummeted towards Katakuri's face. What? As the stunned Katakuri regained his senses, the searing heat of the wax fist erupted upon him. Boom. The explosion echoed across the battlefield, a fierce shockwave radiating from the center of the two combatants, violently tugging at the garments of onlookers on either side. Simultaneously, it stirred a tumult within their hearts. Such a clumsy maneuver, yet it was undeniably effective. Lao Sha stood there, utterly dumbfounded. His expression was one of genuine astonishment, to the point where even the cigar in his mouth slipped and fell to the ground. Why was the sound of the fallen cigar audible? Because at this moment, a deathly silence enveloped the entire scene. The powerful ministers from the Wangua entourage stood frozen, their expressions akin to those of wooden puppets. Those who could muster even a slight motion struggled to raise their hands to wipe their eyes. They had withstood the overwhelming clash of Conqueror's Haki that had turned the heavens and earth pale, but they could not endure the sight before them. Their beloved Katakuri was actually distracted in battle by such a trivial display. Katakuri, my perfect Katakuri. It is impossible. There must be some trickery at play. That scoundrel Mr. 3 must have employed some form of sleight of hand. It was no wonder their reactions were so exaggerated. After all, this scenario was far more difficult to accept than if Mr. 3 had unleashed an even stronger observation Haki to send Katakuri flying. In reality, the truth was as they had hoped. Katakuri's distraction was not due to any alluring figure, but rather the presence of Mr. 3 himself, who had executed such a childish trick. He was not a member of the red-haired pirates like Beckman to be so easily swayed. The real reason was that in the duel between men, such juvenile antics were employed. Emerging from the thick smoke that followed the fiery explosion, Katakuri stepped forward, his face marked by faint burn blisters. After all, a warrior of his caliber could not be reduced to a mere remnant by a single fiery attack. His brow furrowed, and the fierce pressure emanating from his gaze revealed the fury raging within him. Mr. 3, you scoundrel, do you truly believe you deserve your fearsome Conqueror's Haki? Indeed, rather than being captivated by a beguiling figure, it was Mr. 3's very act that rendered Katakuri unable to accept the situation, leaving him momentarily dazed. That strike had led him to question whether his supreme observation Haki had somehow faltered. Ha ha ha, Katakuri, I am not like you arrogant fools. As long as I can expose even the slightest flaw, I will not hesitate to use any means necessary. Mr. 3 was quite pleased with his success. The one struck was not some insignificant opponent, but Katakuri, the perfect man who had perfected his observation Haki. And judging by the outcome, this tactic had proven quite effective. Hadn't it? Mr. 3 grinned slyly. This action had successfully provoked Katakuri. Regrettably for him, he would not have another opportunity like this. Flowing with barely contained fury, Katakuri bent low, thrusting his arm forcefully into the ground as he unleashed his awakened fruit's power. The very earth transformed into a rolling sea of sticky rice. Katakuri seized the rice-formed ground and heaved it upward, the earth quaking as the gelatinous terrain and the molten wax above were thrust into the air, creating a towering wave of rice that surged toward Mr. 3. The immense shadow bore down with an overwhelming sense of pressure, quickly engulfing the pitifully small Mr. 3. Swish! A flash of grayish-white light cut through the air. A similarly long gray-white candle sword, under Mr. 3's control, cleaved through the towering wave of rice with precision. Monster-strength rice cake, rapid-fire barrage. Anticipating this very moment, Katakuri leapt onto the candle sword, sprinting swiftly as several rice donuts appeared behind him. As he came into Mr. 3's line of sight, a pitch-black fist erupted from the rice donuts, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Candle wall. Mr. 3 employed the same strategy, waving his hand to create a thick wall of candle wax before him, simultaneously reinforcing it with armament Haki for enhanced defense. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of rice cake punches tore through the air, their speed so rapid they left trails behind them. Under the full force of Katakuri's assault, the armament Haki-covered candle wall held for only 2 seconds before shattering. However, even that brief moment was sufficient for Mr. 3 to gather his strength for a decisive strike. Candle. Great fire. Roasted rice cake. Boom. Amidst the swirling debris of candle shavings and rice, 2 equally heated fists collided. The rice-formed ground was riddled with pockmarks from the candle impacts. In the haze of smoke, both figures were sent reeling backward, skidding along the ground for several meters before barely stabilizing themselves. If one were to be precise, Mr. 3 traveled 19.9 meters, while Katakuri managed 10.01 meters. Nevertheless, this encounter demonstrated a palpable narrowing of the power gap between them. The root cause of this shift was undoubtedly Mr. Three's cunning ploy, which had struck a significant blow to Katakuri's composure. In his disarray, Katakuri's formidable observation Haki could not be fully realized. A chain reaction ensued. The astute Mr. Three recognized this and planned to exhaust Katakuri's stamina before he could regain his unassailable observation Haki. The viscous gray-white wax flowed from the ground, forming a thick layer of wax armor to encase him. Unlike his previous wax protectors and weapons, this time Mr. Three utilized the high-temperature wax that was still scalding from the intense flames. Sizzle. The searing heat burned against Mr. Three's armament Haki-covered skin. For someone who was inherently averse to pain, this was nothing short of torturous. Correspondingly, the intense agony stimulated his nerves, causing his blood to surge with a fervor akin to that of a stimulant, igniting his peak reaction and combat capabilities. Previously, his fear of pain had somewhat restrained him in battle, leading him to favor the long-range approach of a remote mage, utilizing the unique properties of his wax fruit. However, after witnessing Katakuri's unparalleled strength, he resolved to confront his weaknesses head-on, liberating himself to fight without reservation. It was important to note that after systematic enhancements, his physical prowess had reached the level of a Marine Rear Admiral. Thus, the remote mage seamlessly evolved into a close combat mage. Amidst the steam rising from the high-temperature wax, Mr. Three slowly raised his hand, removing the shattered goggles that had broken during the earlier skirmish. Caution is warranted, Katakuri. Even I am uncertain of the extent of my current strength. Opposite him, Katakuri, slightly breathless, sensed the surging battle spirit emanating from Mr. Three. Out of a mutual respect for strength, his face darkened as he silently raised his right arm, the machi within writhing to reveal his concealed weapon, the trident. The Earth Dragon Spear. Come forth, Mr. Three. Katakuri roared, unleashing a formidable aura. Clad in candle armor, Mr. Three met Katakuri's gaze with icy determination. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Whoosh. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight, transformed into black and white streaks of light, colliding with an overwhelming ferocity. The third round commenced, a brutal close-quarters combat unfolded. The fierce clash stirred a chaotic tempest, stinging the faces of onlookers. Witnessing the fervent spirit of battle between the two combatants, both the ministers of the world and Crocodile abandoned their nonchalance, their expressions growing grave. Undoubtedly, this was a confrontation between two titans, their clash deserving of no external interference. Aya Shah, the #1 fervent admirer, gazed at the third brother in the arena, a charming smile gracing her face. If her admiration for the previous wax fruit user had been pure and untainted, now, having spent time in deep understanding of the current wax fruit wielder, she was resolutely determined to follow him to the ends of the earth. Grandfather Barunmis, if only you could witness the splendor of your successor at this moment. Her gaze dimmed as she recalled the gentle, kind visage from her memories. Meanwhile, the reactions of the pirate minions behind her were exaggerated beyond measure. Their eyes bulged, jaws dropped, hearts consumed by a singular thought. Is the monster battling Katakuri truly the third brother? On the battlefield, with the final clash, Mr. Three ultimately succumbed to Katakuri's might, sent flying by a punch that crashed him heavily into the ground. The excitement induced by the heat had already drained his potential, making such short bursts unsustainable. Furthermore, as time passed and Katakuri gradually regained his composure, he could once again wield his foresight, the observation Haki. As one diminished, the other surged. Mr. Three stood no chance against Katakuri. Indeed, he never intended to defeat Katakuri through such opportunistic means. Rising from the smoke-filled pit, Mr. Three gasped for breath, his stamina clearly nearing its limit. Creak, creak. The sound of metal boots approached as Katakuri strolled to the edge of the pit, looking down upon Mr. Three with a commanding gaze. It is time to end this, Mr. Three. I admit your performance has far exceeded my expectations. You are a worthy opponent. However, we are not enemies bound to death. There is no need for a fight to the bitter end. Your stamina is nearly exhausted, and the victor is clear. We must renegotiate the terms of our previous cooperation. Katakuri's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Regaining his composure, he presented himself as a flawless and unassailable figure. Unfortunately, this tranquility would not last, as Mr. Three was about to do something that would leave Katakuri astounded. Shattering his calm demeanor, Mr. Three, with a serene expression, dusted himself off and asked a seemingly trivial question. Katakuri, how much stamina do you have left? Although perplexed, Katakuri had no reason to conceal the truth, wishing to illustrate the disparity between them. Not even half, but close enough. To Katakuri's surprise, Mr. Three did not display disappointment. Instead, a radiant smile graced his lips. Then what do you mean by claiming the victor is clear? Mr. Three pointed at the bewildered Katakuri, exclaiming, our battle has only just begun. What do you mean by that? Katakuri's expression darkened. He could sense that Mr. Three's proclamation was not mere bravado. Yet, at that moment, Mr. Three appeared undeniably at his limit. Was this yet another inexplicable confidence? Before long, Katakuri's pupils constricted as he discerned the answer he sought from Mr. Three. An ethereal figure resembling a wax museum, entirely constructed of candle wax, materialized behind Mr. 3. Following this, a wax statue slowly rose from a square pedestal, transforming into white starlight that gradually merged with Mr. 3's being. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from the once weary Mr. 3. His state had astonishingly returned to near its zenith. Sensing the continuous surge of energy welling within him, Mr. 3, having successfully experienced a wave of revival, regarded Katakuri's astonished expression with a teasing satisfaction. As you can see, Katakuri, this is the pinnacle of my fruit-s ability. The most formidable technique I possess, known as the Eternal Wax Museum. Katakuri gazed at Mr. 3, now brimming with vitality. His inner turmoil contrasting sharply with his composed exterior. After a lengthy contemplation, he ultimately decided to withdraw his fervent battle spirit. Mr. 3, it is no wonder you remain unfazed even when at a disadvantage. I never expected you to possess such a hidden card. After a moment of silence, Katakuri sighed deeply. Let it be. There is no need to continue this fight. Our encounter merely serves to prove our own strengths, not a duel to the death. Having weighed his options carefully, Katakuri dismissed the notion of prolonging their battle. He had witnessed what he sought. Mr. 3, who had never been particularly renowned, harbored such terrifying strength and potential. One could only imagine the extent to which the Buggy pirates had endured. Forming a brief alliance with such a reputable and powerful crew would not tarnish the honor of the Big Mom pirates. So, Katakuri, regarding the terms I proposed earlier, Mr. 3 inquired, his spirit invigorated. Experiencing the effects of the Eternal Wax Museum, his astonishment rivaled that of Katakuri. The effect of the Eternal Wax Museum was to restore the wax user to 80 of their peak condition. This concept felt rather nebulous. Only after utilizing it did Mr. 3 fully comprehend its significance. This so-called peak state meant an instantaneous restoration of stamina, spirit, haki, and even injuries. In other words, even when on the brink of death. As long as one had the intention to activate the Eternal Wax Museum, they could resurrect fully on the spot. This was nothing short of a game-changer. Thus, is a lengthy week of cooling off truly necessary? How miserly. Mr. 3 sighed inwardly, though he could accept it. After all, with his cunning intellect and the steady style that characterized his sleazy demeanor, he rarely found himself in dire straits. Even in this encounter with Katakuri, it was merely a spontaneous desire to experience the thrill of close combat. Under normal circumstances, he preferred to toy with his enemies from a distance, utilizing the abilities granted by the wax fruit, much like he did against the Marine Colonel at the Sabati Archipelago. As you mentioned, during this period when Mother is absent, I shall respond to your call when needed. As a return for the protection provided by the Cross Guild, Katakuri's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Yet to Mr. 3, this was quite favorable news. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, and a corresponding remuneration, perhaps a casual 10 or 20 billion berries, would not be excessive. Would it? The foundation of the Cross Guild rests upon the Buggy Delivery Mercenary Corps. How could one discuss mercenary affairs without mentioning gold? Katakuri's lips twitched slightly. Even as a wielder of the awakened Conqueror's Haki, why was he still concerned about such trivial sums? He yearned to vocally express his frustration, yet upon reflection, he realized this would lower his stature. He was not akin to the shameless individual before him. Adjusting the black and white scarf around his neck, Katakuri maintained his stoic demeanor and replied in a hushed tone, very well. 20 billion berries was hardly a significant sum for the Big Mom pirates, who had roamed the seas for decades. Seeing Katakuri's nonchalant attitude, Mr. 3's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, the offer is too low. Just as he prepared to engage in a bit of haggling, Katakuri, with a sharp gaze, interrupted, let us agree on this. The specifics will be discussed by our representatives. I have matters to attend to in Whole Cake Island, and cannot stay any longer. The situation with Germa 66 causing chaos on Chocolate Island remained unresolved, and he felt uneasy leaving only Owen there. In truth, had the urgency of the situation on Cake Island not compelled him, he would not have abandoned the pursuit of Germa 66 to come here first. Watching Katakuri depart with an air of indifference, Mr. 3 hesitated, ultimately deciding against pursuing him. Despite feeling a slight loss, the true objective of his visit had been accomplished, and the additional berries were of little consequence. He stood still, adjusting his disheveled hair and smoothing out the number 3. Simultaneously, he raised his hand to create a super-thin wax mask to apply to his face, removing the dirt that had accumulated. He had landed face down in the pit when Katakuri sent him flying. While applying the wax mask, Mr. 3 vigorously shook his clothing to dislodge the dust within. After completing these tasks, he raised 2 fingers and donned a confident smile, finally emerging from the pit with measured steps. His appearance instantly drew the attention of the crowd. The ministers of Whole Cake Island were taken aback by Katakuri's acceptance of the Cross Guild's terms, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. They could not fathom why. After defeating Mr. 3 so thoroughly that he could barely breathe, Katakuri would acquiesce to his conditions. Given Katakuri's absolute status within the Big Mom pirates, they dared not voice any dissent, though they were internally unsatisfied. When they witnessed Mr. 3, who should have been incapacitated in the pit, walking casually as if nothing had happened, radiating a dazzling aura, the formidable officers of the Big Mom Pirates were left utterly speechless. At that moment, they finally comprehended Katakuri's decision. The cross-guild chief strategist, Mr. 3, was indeed far more formidable than he appeared. Even the arrogant cracker, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Mr. 3 that was unmistakably genuine, sighed heavily and lowered his head slightly. He was prideful, yet not blind. Considering Mr. 3's recent displays and his current odd state of recovery, he pondered whether he might indeed not be Mr. 3's match. Mr. 3, how on earth did you manage this? Crocodile's eyes reflected profound confusion. Clenching a new cigar between his teeth, he realized he was finding it increasingly difficult to discern the familiar yet enigmatic figure before him. Well, old 3, your ability is incredible. Even the perpetually clueless Weevil leaned in, scrutinizing Mr. 3 with curiosity. Out there, you should call me Brother 3. Mr. 3 was quite displeased with the moniker Old 3. But Mother specifically instructed me to call you Old 3. In our hometown, Old 3 signifies the strongest. If you acknowledge that I am stronger than you, then you may call me that. That won't do. Weevil's eyes widened in shock. So, Brother 3. Exactly, very clever. Mr. 3 chuckled, feeling no guilt in deceiving the little one. With the issue of Weevil's address resolved, he turned to the astonished crocodile, boasting, so, what do you think, old sand? You no longer have to endure your endless wrath, do you? Crocodile's expression darkened. Do not change the subject. What is truly going on? The Eternal Wax Museum, where I have developed the capabilities of the wax fruit to their utmost potential. Essentially, I can store stamina within wax figures and utilize it at critical moments. Mr. 3 did not conceal the truth, vaguely explaining the effects of the Eternal Wax Museum. From his description, it seemed that the museum could also store wax figures of allies and replenish their status. While it was not immediately useful, it would undoubtedly serve a purpose later. Rather than explaining everything at that time, it was wiser to plant the seed of awareness now. The wax fruit possesses such terrifying capabilities? Crocodile furrowed his brow, struggling to believe it. However, upon reflection, he recognized that devil fruits were indeed filled with endless possibilities. He then inquired, has your fruit ability awakened? Mr. 3 shook his head and nodded. Not yet, but it should be soon. At that moment, he noticed that the usually lively and excited Ayasha was standing at the back of the crowd, glancing over with a hint of trepidation. This behavior seemed quite unusual. Ayasha, do you have something on your mind? Mr. 3 approached her. Ayasha appeared flustered, retreating as Mr. 3 advanced. And no, nothing. Then what are you avoiding? Avoiding you, Brother 3. The radiant glow emanating from you makes me feel unworthy to remain within 3 meters of your presence. Ayasha's gaze was resolute, having witnessed Brother 3's miraculous recovery abilities. She had come to deeply understand the vast disparity in their strengths. Are you foolish? Mr. 3 briskly approached Ayasha, raising his hand to deliver a swift and decisive strike to her vibrant red hair. With a sharp sound, Ayasha stood frozen, covering her head in pain as a prominent bump emerged. Satisfied with his handiwork, Mr. 3 adopted a serious demeanor and stated firmly, listen carefully. My power, no matter how formidable, is solely for the protection of my beloved subordinates, not to uphold some nonsensical glory that breeds a sense of distance between us. Do you understand? Ayasha gazed at Mr. 3, her expression earnest. After a moment of silence, she broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, I understand, Brother 3. Nodding emphatically, she tentatively asked, could you perhaps grant me another signed photo? I would like to place one on my bedside table. The younger members, hidden further back, were deeply moved by Mr. 3's charismatic declaration, their tears and snot flowing freely. They quickly gathered around, grinning sheepishly, and chimed in, Brother 3, if possible. We would also like. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Mr. 3's refusal came with lightning speed. While he could sneakily provide Ayasha with a signed photo, surrendering to the greedy request of this group would undoubtedly lead to countless demands for signatures from the myriad of subordinates in the Buggy pirates. The current situation with Buggy, who always carried a pen and paper, served as a living example, even though he appeared to revel in it. In the midst of the lamentations from Ayasha and her companions, this journey abroad concluded splendidly. With time slipping away, they finalized their alliance agreement and secured a staggering 2 billion berries before hastily departing for Karai Bali Island. To their astonishment, upon returning to the Cross Guild headquarters, they found Buggy, Mihawk, Hancock, and several other esteemed members present, all surrounding a collection of the latest bounties for the core members of the guild. Mr. 3 quickly spotted his own bounty poster among them. Upon seeing the figure displayed, his typically cautious demeanor shattered. What in the world? It's a staggering 990 million. Staring at the bounty in disbelief, he repeatedly confirmed that the amount was indeed not 9,900,000, but a formidable 990 million. His heart raced at the thought. Such a sum was undeniably significant, even in the perilous new world. The notion of remaining in the shadows behind Buggy was no longer feasible now. Stepping outside could attract the attention of countless frenzied and ruthless bounty hunters. Yet, a sudden clarity washed over him. With his current strength, what bounty hunter could he possibly fear? With the Eternal Wax Museum as his trump card, his overall combat strength was now remarkably close to Katakuri's. No longer the fledgling he once was. Why fear a bounty hunter? I can take one down, or even two in one go. After calming his thoughts, Mr. 3 realized the rationale behind such a bounty from the world government was quite reasonable. Most of his recent exploits had unfolded right beneath the Navy's watchful eyes, leaving little room for concealment. He had ventured to Amazon Lily, successfully recruiting Hancock and the Kuja pirates, all while skillfully maneuvering the fleet led by Rear Admiral KB. Furthermore, in a fair confrontation, he had cornered the experienced Rear Admiral Steelus, effectively resolving the crisis at Karibali Island. Lastly, he had showcased a devastating technique during the destruction of the island incident, persuading the notoriously defiant Crocodile to join the Buggy pirates. All these events occurred with the Navy present, and coupled with Mr. 3's publicly acknowledged position as the chief strategist of the Cross Guild, it was only logical that the Navy, after thorough discussions, would assign such a significant bounty based on his strategies, combat prowess, and influence. In truth, if the Navy had accounted for the Cross Guild's public bounties and the severity of their actions, the amount might still be considered rather conservative. From this point onward, his actions could no longer be as carefree as before. With a deep sigh, Mr. 3 acknowledged the old adage, fame brings fear, and notoriety begets peril. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the Navy's choice of design for his bounty poster, which exuded a burgeoning aura of a formidable leader. Reflecting from the perspective of a devoted audience member of the Pirate King saga, the nearly billion-berry bounty undeniably sparked a thrill. This bounty positioned him among the ranks of the three admirals and calamities. Setting aside his myriad of complex emotions, Mr. 3 turned his attention to the others. This formidable group, save for Buggy, exhibited varied reactions upon seeing their own bounties. Some displayed deep contemplation, others wore expressions of madness, while a few maintained a calm demeanor with a slight smirk. Nonetheless, all were inevitably stirred by the gravity of the figures presented. As he gathered insights from his companions, Mr. 3 quickly learned the total bounties of the core members of the Cross Guild. Buggy, the supreme leader and the new Emperor of the Sea, commanded an astonishing bounty of 3,890,000,000 berries, earning the title of Thousandly Transformation. While Mihawk's standing might seem slightly lower than Buggy's, the world government still assigned him an exorbitant bounty of 3,900,000,000 berries, bestowing upon him the title of the strongest swordsman due to his fearsome might and influence. Following Buggy and Mihawk, Crocodile, who had stirred the tides of the New World for the past 2 years, held a bounty of 1,650,000,000, known as the Crocodile of Sand. Close behind, Hancock, another former warlord of the sea, boasted a bounty of 1,090,000,000, maintaining her imposing title as the Pirate Empress. In contrast, Weevil, despite being touted as possessing the formidable strength of a young Whitebeard, had a tarnished reputation in the pirate world, his brutal nature ensuring his influence lagged far behind that of Crocodile and Hancock. Thus, Weevil's bounty ranks just behind two individuals, amounting to a staggering 1.2 billion, earning him the title of White II. Notably, the bounty for Miss Backen, this elderly woman, astonishingly reaches 444,000,000 berries. This truly exemplifies the adage that a mother's status can elevate her offspring. As for the individual who occupies the top position beneath the 10 billion mark, it is, of course, Mr. 3, with a bounty of 990,000,000. After a comprehensive assessment, the Navy aptly dubbed him the Candlestick Demon Strategist. What surprised Mr. 3 was the inclusion of the striking Ayasha, clad in black with fiery red hair akin to a setting sun, in this latest bounty update. Clearly, after her appearance in the Sabaody archipelago, the Navy unearthed her feat of annihilating a fleet of 400 notorious pirates. Given that Ayasha has not stirred much commotion in recent years and is not among the core captains of the Cross Guild, the Navy conservatively assigned her a bounty of 450,000,000 berries with the title Wicked Witch. The remaining bounties, whether for veterans like Yarlita and Kabeji from the former Buggy pirates or newer members like Mr. 1, Sandersonia, and Marigold who joined from the original faction, mostly range between 100,000,000 and 300,000,000, lacking specific titles. Ah, brothers, from the moment the bounties were made public, let the world witness the might of our Cross Guild. Under the influence of the split fruit, Buggy inflated his grand red cloak to its maximum, tilting his head back in wild laughter. Once a lowly pirate who would flee at the sight of a mere naval vessel, he has now ascended to the ranks of a super pirate with a bounty exceeding 3 billion. Amidst his panic and trepidation, Buggy could not suppress the arrogance and elation bubbling within him. Despite knowing the higher one climbs, the harder one falls, the thought of his bounty nearing that of Shanks brings him immense joy. The aura of Conqueror's Haki is indeed terrifying. Witnessing Buggy's triumphant expression, both Hawkeye and Crocodile could not help but furrow their brows, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike this fool down. Yet, they ultimately refrained from such impulsive actions. One wishes to remain within the Cross Guild to witness the heights to which Buggy's pirate crew can rise, while the other seeks to leverage this stage for their own grand ambitions. Neither is prone to rashness. Furthermore, the pirate world has its own set of rules. Regardless of circumstance, Buggy currently stands as the visible leader of the Cross Guild. Attacking him would be decidedly improper. Alas, it is poor Hancock, sitting beside them, Previously having little interaction with Buggy, she is now influenced by Mr. 3's formidable prowess and enigmatic presence. To this day, she believes that Buggy, emerging from the ship of Pirate King Roger, may very well be a powerful individual concealing his true strength. One can only imagine the brutal awakening that awaits this jester when she eventually sees through his facade. Until their attention shifted from the bounties, the group finally realized the soft, mournful whimpers emanating from a corner of the hall. Mr. 3 turned to see Leaky the lion crouched against the wall, his flamboyant white mane failing to conceal the sorrowful silhouette that exuded a profound sense of despair. Curiously, Mr. 3 approached and inquired, "Leaky, what is the matter?" Upon hearing his voice, Leaky slowly turned, revealing his fierce lion visage marred by visible dejection, tears cascading down like yellow peas. Following the trail of his tears, Mr. 3 noticed the bounty poster clutched tightly in Leaky's paw. It revealed an alarming figure, a bounty amounting to a mere 10,000 berries. Mr. 3, usually trained to maintain composure, found it difficult to suppress a chuckle, reflecting on the similar fates of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Heart Pirates. He struggled to contain his amusement. It seems the Navy harbors considerable misconceptions regarding the pets aboard these pirate vessels. Ahem. Perhaps feeling slightly embarrassed under Leaky's piercing gaze, Mr. 3 cleared his throat to mask his immature delight and sincerely reassured, "Leaky, don't take it too much to heart. Bounties don't truly define worth. By all means. As a fellow crewmate, your bounty surpasses that of the raccoon from the Straw Hats and the polar bear from the Heart Pirates by 10 to 20 times. Leaky the lion. Had he been capable of speech, he would undoubtedly have expressed his gratitude for Mr. 3's attempt at consolation. After a brief silence, Leaky, having received Mr. 3's unexpected comfort, covered his eyes with his paw, weeping even more profusely. In his heart, he wished ill upon the Navy officials who determined these bounties. Why is it that, despite being a cadre, my bounty is merely 5 figures? Do I not possess any rights? In a world where previously one could not mock a deer or scold a bear, it seems a new rule has emerged. One must not deride a lion. Suddenly remembering something of great import, Leaky halted his sobbing and gazed resolutely at Mr. 3. What could this mean? Mr. 3 squinted, trying to decipher the unique message in Leaky's expression. Unfortunately, he failed, noticing Mr. 3's confusion. Leaky pawed through his lengthy white mane and retrieved a permanent pointer. Upon seeing the pointer, Mr. 3 clapped his hands in realization. "Oh, I see. Leaky, you wish to commence your training to grow stronger and carve out your own reputation, correct?" "Rar, rar." Leaky nodded emphatically. Seeing this, Mr. 3 could not help but smile with the glee of a capitalistic opportunist. "Excellent. Such a diligent worker is a rarity. No worries, within the next couple of days. As soon as the Impel Down operation officially commences, you shall embark on your journey. Everyone will be vacating Karibari Island." His words conveyed a pivotal piece of information. This statement successfully captured everyone's attention. Everyone is to evacuate Karibari Island? Mr. 3 harbors such a bold and audacious plan? The atmosphere in the hall shifted from the lightheartedness of the bounty reveal to a solemn seriousness. Having concluded the affairs of Cake Island, not only did we reap a bounty of 2 billion berries, but we also acquired the formidable strength of Katakuri. Consequently, it is now inevitable that we can officially commence the planning for the operation to rescue Doflamingo from Impel Down. Throughout this period of interaction, the majority of the individuals here have come to acknowledge Mr. 3's strategic acumen. They are eager to discern the intricacies of the flawless plan that has enabled Mr. 3 to exude unwavering confidence from the very beginning. It is noteworthy that we are dealing with the infamous underwater prison, enveloped by countless currents, where mere infiltration poses an immense challenge. Just as they were about to voice their inquiries, Ayasha, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the hall, rushed in with an anxious expression. In her hand, she clutched the latest edition of the newspaper. The glaring crimson headline no longer bore the flamboyant word shock. Instead, it simply read, "Flame Emperor Sabo." Simultaneously, within the grand meeting room of the Navy headquarters, an important conference was underway. Akainu asserted that the Revolutionary Army could no longer act with such impunity. "I understand, but at present, we lack the available forces to mobilize." The name Flame Emperor Sabo has spread far and wide. He has evidently become a global hero. The assassination of Cobra, the king of Alabasta and a descendant of the Nefertari line, at Mariewa holds profound significance for the Revolutionary Army. Just hours before the incident, Sabo and his cadre of Revolutionary Army commanders destroyed the symbol of the world nobles, the Flying Dragon's Claw, thereby formally declaring war upon us. The admirals Fujitora and Green Bull attempted to intercept, yet they not only failed to detain them but also allowed Bartholomew Kuma to be rescued and escape from Mariewa. The admirals could scarcely unleash their full strength in Mariewa, a fact that is understandable. You need not make excuses for them. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Akainu reprimanded them, clearly dissatisfied with Fujitora and Green Bull's performance. Opposite him sat the head of the Navy Criminal Investigation Bureau, a man codenamed Blackhorse. There were also discussions regarding the celestial dragon Charlos and the recent revolutionary upheaval across 8 nations, alongside the widespread unrest erupting worldwide. The populace has come to perceive this series of events as being orchestrated by the Flame Emperor Sabo, treating him as a divine figure. His renown and influence have now eclipsed even that of the Revolutionary Army's commander, Dragon Blackhorse, with a stoic demeanor. Meticulously analyzed the recent earth-shattering developments surrounding Flame Emperor Sabo. Nearby, leaning against his desk, Admiral Kazara silently interjected, noting that during this critical juncture, his brother, Monkey D. Luffy, has shattered the old order and ascended as a new emperor of the sea. This languid remark struck a nerve with Akainu, inevitably reminding him of the current predicament involving the notorious clown Buggy, who is brazenly placing bounties on the Navy. Just then, intelligence from the New World indicated that the Cross Guild had established some form of cooperation with the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. An avalanche of significant events has inundated Akainu, who, feeling overwhelmed, sighed heavily before rising and moving to the window of the conference room, gazing out at the tumultuous sea. It seems I have fortuitously assumed the role of admiral during an extraordinarily tumultuous era. Bring it on. I shall undoubtedly deal with each of you, one by one. Akainu's expression darkened, his resolve unwavering. Little did he anticipate that mere days later, the impregnable fortress of Impel Down would be rocked by a momentous event. In the 6th layer of the underwater prison, within an opulent solitary cell, Doflamingo reclined in a corner, propping his head up with one hand as he perused the newspaper before him. Behind his red-tinted sunglasses, his eyes widened with astonishment. The Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo, has officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons, and Cobra has been assassinated, igniting intense turmoil across the globe. Furthermore, the key figure who summoned Crocodile and Hancock is none other than Mr. 3 of the Buggy Pirates. Upon reading this, Doflamingo could not help but sit upright, covering his face as he erupted into a sharp, piercing laugh. Haha, Flame Emperor, Candleman, in this chaotic world, more and more exceptional figures are emerging. Hey, you bastard Magellan, I am beginning to believe that the newspaper you showed me is indeed genuine. Despite having endured severe torment from Magellan's venomous onslaught previously, the defiant Flamingo maintained a haughty demeanor, showing no signs of submission. It seems the intensity of the previous encounter did not satisfy you, Doflamingo. Not far away. Having just dispelled a toxic cloud, Magellan slowly rose, accompanied by the ominous purple poison dragon behind him. Hey, Magellan, are you serious? The moment Doflamingo beheld the poisonous dragon, his arrogance faltered. After all, he is a significant prisoner, and succumbing to another dose of poison could prove fatal. His fierce shout revealed an undercurrent of fear. However, Magellan's emotionless words sent Doflamingo's mindset plummeting to despair. Rest assured, the prison is equipped with a specialized antidote, Poison Dragon. Magellan, I will not let this go. As the shocking news of Flame Emperor Sabo spread globally, the already turbulent seas became even more chaotic. The Navy, under the aegis of the world government, faced unprecedented pressure. On the surface, the uprisings in war-torn kingdoms and the bounties placed on the Navy by the Cross Guild loomed like two colossal mountains, suffocating the Navy headquarters and its branches. Beneath the surface, the fallout from the demise of the two emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, has triggered seismic shifts in territorial control, the dynamics of the underworld, and the established order of the era, ensnaring countless forces in a web of complexity, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. In this turbulent maritime epoch on Karai Bari Island, within the tightly secured headquarters of the Cross Guild, numerous officials raised a plethora of inquiries regarding the Impel Down operation. Crocodile, seated with his legs crossed, donned his signature overcoat and cigar, exuding an air of authority. Managing the internal affairs of Impel Down is not particularly troublesome. With our current combat capabilities, detaining or even defeating Magellan's defenses poses no issue. The primary focus now lies in determining how to approach and infiltrate Impel Down right under the Navy's watchful eyes. As the most significant prison of the Navy, Impel Down is situated in the Calm Belt, where ordinary vessels find it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Not to mention the challenge of evading the Navy's stringent surveillance while silently approaching the prison. Such an endeavor verges on the impossible. The notion of bribing Navy soldiers to covertly board a warship and infiltrate is utterly fanciful. They are no mere rookies, and attempting such a scheme would certainly expose them long before they reached Impel Down. As the orchestrator of this military conference, Mr. 3 found himself under the collective gaze of the attendees when Crocodile posed his question. It was abundantly clear that everyone unanimously deemed this issue a priority for resolution. Mr. 3 elegantly lifted the red tea before him, lowering his head to take a gentle sip. The rich, aromatic flavor of the tea unfurled in his mouth, loosening the tension that had gripped him until that moment. Meeting the curious gazes of those around him, he slowly set down the teacup and extended his index finger, lightly tapping the table a few times. Ayesha, standing at the rear in readiness, immediately understood and briskly approached, holding a delicate teapot. What are you doing, Ayesha? Mr. 3's eyes reflected surprise. I'm here to refill your tea, Brother 3, Ayesha replied nonchalantly. Those foolish subordinates were far too crude to attend to Brother 3's needs properly. Mr. 3 placed a hand to his forehead. There is still plenty of tea in the cup. What I meant was not to refill it, but to convey that the approach to Impel Down is not from above, but rather from beneath. Oh, I apologize profusely for misunderstanding your intent. Aisha exclaimed, realizing her error as she swiftly retreated to the edge of the conference room, her long legs swaying. Oh, what a fool. Mr. 3 sighed heavily. Upon hearing this, the expectant eyes of Crocodile, Hancock, and others fell silent. Before critiquing others, might they first engage in profound self-reflection? Who could possibly decipher what your light tapping on the table meant? They were all formidable individuals. Had it not been for their desire to maintain composure, they would likely have erupted in vehement protest, much like Buggy at that moment. Damn it, Mr. 3. Stop withholding information. What exactly do we need to do? Buggy spat in Mr. 3's direction. Unfazed, Mr. 3 raised a hand. Using a candle mask to shield himself from the spittle, he then removed it, letting a few droplets fall into Buggy's teacup before clearing his throat and stating with utmost seriousness, as Old Sand just mentioned. Approaching impelled down from the surface without being detected is utterly impossible. Thus, we must approach from the concealed depths of the sea, and our retreat route must also be underwater. At this, Hancock, clad in a sensuous cheapao that revealed her legs, furrowed her brow. Having grown up in the calm belt and visited the depths of impelled down, she was well aware of the perils lurking beneath the waves. Isn't that rather unrealistic? The seabed surrounding impelled down is rife with powerful sea kings, serving as natural guards. Even eliminating one or two would invite a swarm of attacks. Isn't the danger too great? Buggy, pulling his disdainful gaze from the teacup, nodded in agreement, adding earnestly, even the finest submarines from Buggy Express would be destroyed by those creatures with a mere touch. A slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic end. Mr. 3 did not contest their concerns. You are correct. Therefore, in addition to sufficient combat strength, we also require a crucial individual to ensure our safety beneath the waves. Most of them were capable individuals, even if they could intimidate the majority of sea kings with their Conqueror's Haki. Any unforeseen circumstances in the unfathomable depths of the ocean could prove fatal. Ensuring safety in the depths where sea kings lurk? Crocodile puffed on his cigar, his eyes filled with skepticism. Leaving aside whether anyone in this world can achieve such a feat, Mr. 3, are you suggesting that we entrust our lives to someone else? Acutely aware of the brutal reality of the pirate world, he expressed profound incredulity towards Mr. 3's assertion. In the face of Old Sand's doubt, which could even be construed as an accusation, Mr. 3 remained unperturbed, exuding tranquility. Do not worry, Old Sand. As long as he agrees, this person can be completely trusted. Before Old Sand could continue questioning, Mr. 3 preemptively posed a query. Old Sand and Buggy, do you remember 2 years ago when we caused a ruckus and impelled down and were cornered by Magellan? Who was it that summoned the whale sharks to aid our successful escape? At this, Crocodile, who had been preparing a barrage of inquiries, fell silent. For other pirates, regardless of their reputation or prestige, he would never risk his life on their behalf. However, if it were Jinbei, known even in the brutal New World as the Sea Knight, Old Sand found it difficult to harbor any doubts. Even Buggy, who typically exuded a cowardly charm, could not help but reveal a relaxed expression after a brief moment of recollection. I wouldn't trust anyone else, but if you mention Jinbei, I have no objections. Setting aside their prowess, individuals like Old Sand, Buggy, Mihawk, and Hancock, both new and old Shichibukai, were generally those who found it hard to trust others. Thus, when Mr. 3 proposed the underwater plan, they were quite skeptical. However, upon mentioning that it involved Jinbei, they instinctively lowered their guard. Not only they, but even the former Marine Admiral Sengoku, who belonged to the opposing faction, held a considerable trust in Jinbei as character. In a sea rife with conspiracy and betrayal, the chivalrous image of Jinbei, recognized by both good and evil, showcases the immense charm of the Sea Knight. The Sea Knight, Jinbei, though reluctant to admit it, he was indeed trustworthy. Yet, Miss Bakken, perched atop Weevil's shoulder, gazed at Mr. 3 with skepticism through her sunglasses. But now Jinbei has joined the Straw Hat Pirates and serves as their core helmsman. Would their captain readily agree to let Jinbei venture into Impel Down with us? Having observed the situation for some time, she had abandoned her plans to replace Mr. 3. Although her tone remained sharp, the group, including Buggy, tacitly accepted her question. Jinbei's integrity was beyond question, and his underwater capabilities were nearly invincible. Even the retreat after saving Doflamingo was significantly secured. However, the pressing issue remained: how to persuade him and convince his captain? The collective gaze of the group, laden with immense, invisible pressure, fell upon Mr. 3. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this matter. If I fail to secure Jinbei's assistance, I will bear all consequences. Mr. 3 spoke calmly, his confidence unwavering as he continued to savor his tea. As a devoted fan of the original work, he understood that no one comprehended Luffy, Jinbei, or the Straw Hat Pirates better than he did. To claim second place in this knowledge would be a bold assertion. Long before designating Jinbei as the linchpin of their Impel Down operation, he had already crafted a compelling argument in his mind, one that even Luffy would find difficult to refuse. Upon hearing his unwavering stance, Old Sand and the others naturally refrained from further objections. So, Galdi, Roger, when do you plan to make contact with the Straw Hat Pirates? Mihawk, who had remained silent throughout, asked in a deep tone. Mr. 3 replied, when they depart from Wano country. After a moment's contemplation, he added, They likely won't linger in Wano for too long, allowing us the perfect opportunity to let the bounties and the turmoil in the 8 nations escalate, overwhelming the Navy. To put it metaphorically, it would be akin to letting the bullets fly for a while. Letting the bullets fly for a while. Mihawk lowered his gaze to the smooth surface of the table, pondering for several seconds before a charming smile graced his lips, a delightful metaphor. With that, he slowly rose to his feet. Just inform me when coordination is required. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Mr. 3 and the others to respond, the formidable Mihawk, bearing a black sword crosswise on his back, strode out of the conference room, leaving behind a gradually receding silhouette of darkness. The elder also took his leave, as there were numerous matters needing attention in the 4th Division. Following closely behind, Miss Bakken called out to the simple-minded Weevil, and they too departed from the meeting room. In the blink of an eye, only Hancock, Crocodile, and the old cadre of the former Buggy pirates remained. Hancock sat elegantly upon a chair fashioned from a pink python, propping her exquisite profile with one hand, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully. After a moment of silence, her curiosity got the better of her, and she turned to Mr. 3, inquiring, Mr. 3, did you employ the 36 stratagems in this latest prison operation? Surprisingly, Hancock, the reigning Empress of Amazon Kingdom, displayed a considerable interest in these so-called stratagems, perhaps a request from the distant Granny Jia, who was preoccupied with affairs on Blaze Island. Typically, Hancock would respond to such queries with an impassive demeanor and a cold refusal. Upon hearing this, Buggy and the others perked up. The 36 stratagems, having proven immensely successful in previous recruitment endeavors, were undoubtedly an enigmatic and formidable set of tactics. If they could pilfer some of Mr. 3's secrets for their own use, then what exactly are the 36 stratagems? Crocodile expressed his confusion, though he had never heard Mr. 3 mention them during their time in Alabasta. The sudden shift in attention from Hancock and the others signaled that these stratagems were indeed something intriguing. They are various exceptionally clever tactics, Buggy proclaimed with pride, adding Crocodile. The stratagem you utilized was feigning weakness to catch the opponent off guard. Crocodile furrowed his brow deeply. After Buggy's ostentatious explanation, he finally grasped the tactic that had been employed against him. Mr. 3, you certainly know how to scheme, he remarked, flexing his finger joints ominously. Aya, who was stationed in the corner with a teapot, was startled. The Sandman was emanating a potent aura of menace. Mr. 3 felt uneasy under Crocodile's piercing gaze and, quick to think, chose a life-preserving response. Well, Crocodile, for a formidable figure like you who navigates the New World, it is virtually impossible to persuade without employing such tactics. The outcome is favorable. After all, you now possess a stage to realize your ambitions. Crocodile remained unmoved, still fixated on Mr. 3. After a long silence, he exhaled a puff of smoke, quelling the urge to unleash a desert diamond blade. Having witnessed the fierce battle between Mr. 3 and Katakuri, even the prideful Crocodile had come to acknowledge Mr. 3's strength and cunning as a partner. With the crisis averted, Mr. 3 quickly redirected his gaze back to Hancock, who had been largely ignored, now displaying a hint of displeasure. Hancock was right. The arrangements for this prison operation indeed relied on the 36 stratagems. Moreover, multiple strategies would be necessary, especially in the current preparatory phase. Pausing momentarily, Mr. 3 addressed the curious onlookers. To easily capture a fish trapped in a pond, one must first stir the water, disorienting the fish in the murky depths. Then, at the opportune moment, one must deftly scoop it up. This is one of the 36 stratagems, fish in troubled waters. Upon hearing such a vivid analogy, Buggy rubbed his chin thoughtfully and remarked, I see. So the bounties on the Navy and the sudden eruption of chaos among the 8 nations are intended to stir the waters, ensuring a smoother execution of our plans? Precisely. Buggy, I am pleased to see that your mind is clear this time, Mr. 3 affirmed. Buggy's expression turned fierce, his teeth serrated. You bastard. Who are you calling muddled-headed? Mr. 3 chose to ignore him and continued sipping his tea. So, in your strategy, Doflamingo is the fish in the murky water. Crocodile chuckled darkly after rescuing him. I believe you will appreciate your description, Mr. 3. Wait, what do you mean, Crocodile? Mr. 3 exclaimed in shock. Crocodile mimicked his earlier indifference, standing up and leisurely departing with the swagger of a mafia boss. With his exit, the meeting concerning the prelude to the prison operation came to a definitive close. Next would be the time to gather strength in anticipation. The following day, the old cadre of the Buggy pirates, including Yarlita and Kabaji, stealthily embarked on their journey to grow stronger and work, following the perpetual pointer provided by the otherworldly training manual towards their respective islands. What profound experiences awaited them remained uncertain. Mr. 3 was not the least bit worried. As the mastermind, he simply hoped these fledgling talents would grow swiftly. Of course, aside from Mr. 3's own motivations, Yarlita and the others truly needed to enhance their strength at the very least. They must live up to their inflated bounties to face the impending maritime confrontations with greater intensity. Meanwhile, Hancock continued her efforts in developing the newly established Amazon Kingdom on Blaze Island, while Crocodile and Mr. 1 clandestinely accelerated the process and impact of bountying the Navy. The ambitious Miss Bakken continued her subtle manipulations, while Aya diligently executed her covert mission to neutralize Weevil's malevolence in areas unnoticed by others. Captain Buggy, ever cunning yet cowardly, remained vigilant against potential Navy spies lurking within his crew. Everything progressed smoothly, preparing for an operation that would astonish the entire world. During this rare period of tranquility, Mr. 3 navigated between Hancock, Crocodile, and Mihawk, humbly seeking advice from these seasoned powerhouses on Haki, fruit abilities, and physical techniques, occasionally engaging in friendly sparring sessions. Though he would inevitably suffer some defeats, his strength visibly surged at an impressive rate. This was evident from the system panel. Strongest Vice-Emperor system, host, Mr. 3, Charm, Charisma 78, Physical Condition, A, Luck, DS, buff from the Clown Buggy's faction, dissipates upon separation. Abilities, Wax Fruit, Precision 100, Strength 100. Traits 83, Not Awakened, Armament Haki, Enhanced, Observation Haki, Enhanced, Conqueror's Haki, Standard, Items. Otherworldly Training Manual, in progress, Former Admiral Akiji's Marine Bicycle. Black Vehicle Refinement Progress 4. Mirror Wax Figurine Gallery, Capacity, 1. Cooling. Additional information, slightly omitted. It is evident that the most significant improvement lay within the 3 types of Haki. There is no need to elaborate on Observation Haki. After battling Katakuri, Mr. 3 had profoundly understood the terror of foreseeing the future. This has had an exceptionally significant impact on his insights and perceptions. As for the Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, there is no doubt that Mihawk and Hancock are the preeminent figures in these 2 domains. Engaging in discussions and sparring with them, even the most dim-witted individuals can gain profound insights, let alone someone like Mr. 3, who possesses a system. Time quietly slips away in this seemingly calm yet tumultuous oceanic landscape. 3 days later, within the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sakazuki. The Straw Hat Pirates have confirmed their departure from Wano. The Admiral's aide, cloaked in a mantle of justice, hurried into the room, his composed demeanor marred by evident panic. What is there to be flustered about? Let them leave. Let them cause a ruckus. When we have ample time, we can address their issues later, Sakazuki stated. Seated at his desk with a grave expression, the aide was taken aback by his imposing presence, yet he reported the latest intelligence candidly. Moreover, shortly after, the circus crew of Buggy the Clown from the Cross Guild also commenced their operations, heading towards the waters surrounding Wano. The 2 pirate ships are drawing closer, and according to navigational estimates, they will converge in the vicinity of the R76Y8 waters in an hour. Furthermore, our surveillance vessel has just been attacked by Buggy's courier mercenaries and has completely lost contact. With a resounding clap, Sakazuki's hand struck the desk, the sound reverberating through the office. His expression darkened instantaneously. What did you say? Soon. The explosive news of the meeting between the new 4 emperors spread throughout the upper echelons of the Marine headquarters. Even the 5 elders, far away in Mariawa, were taken aback upon hearing this news. The current alliances of the Straw Hat crew and Buggy's crew have truly become formidable forces upon the seas. Although their meeting may not hold the same weight as the encounter between the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates from years past, it is certain to instill a sense of urgency and tension among the Marine leaders. Considering the potential dire consequences of this meeting between the new 4 emperors, the Marines were compelled to deploy forces to investigate the intentions of both parties. At that moment, the pirate warship flying the flags of the Cross Guild and Buggy the Clown, along with the Thousand Sunny bearing the Straw Hat flag, officially met in the New World. On Hakanost Island, known as the Pirate Paradise, within the highest structure shaped like a skull. Captain, we have received the latest news from Wano. The ships of the Cross Guild have encountered Monkey D. Luffy, Raffet, tall and adorned with a black top hat, fiddled with his cane. His complexion was pale, yet his demeanor remained remarkably graceful. Standing beside him were Van Augur, the Rain of Streams, and Katarina Devon, key members of the Blackbeard Pirates. At the forefront of these notorious figures of the New World sat a dark figure, cloaked in gold and silver, emanating a terrifying aura. Oh, the meeting of the new 4 emperors, what an unexpected piece of news. Blackbeard grinned, revealing an uneven set of teeth, chuckling. Do these newcomers not realize that every interaction between the emperors of the sea ignites chaos in the New World? What is the Marines' response? He inquired, glancing down at Raffet. They are currently reallocating forces to the surrounding waters. Even they would likely attempt to intervene in such a major event, Raffet answered candidly. Haha, that truly puts them in a bind during this chaotic period. Blackbeard laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of ferocity. No matter how hard they try, their efforts will be in vain. The era of marine dominance over these seas has faded with the departure of Kaido and Big Mom. Intervene? What a joke. The gears of the new era have already begun to turn violently. How could they possibly stop it? With a thunderous roar, the surrounding space trembled violently, rippling outward from the island as if intent on upheaving the entire sea. After the tremors subsided, Blackbeard's gaze darkened significantly. Now, while the Marines are distracted, it is time for us to take action. The previous Amazon Lily operation was thwarted by that damned Galdino. We cannot let this slip away so easily. At these words, Raffet and the cadre, including the Rain of Streams, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, yet they nodded in agreement. Understood. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, the scarred figure of Gecko Moria sparkled with an unusual gleam in his eyes. Having rejected Blackbeard's recruitment, he found himself bound by sea-stone chains, unable to move. Yet he fixated on a newspaper regarding the Cross Guild held captive by Blackbeard, seemingly formulating his own plans. In an unknown sea, the red-haired pirate ship, the Red Force, sailed steadily. Captain, we've just received news that Buggy the Clown from the Cross Guild has met with Monkey D. Luffy in the waters surrounding Wano. On the deck, Rox D. Zebek hurriedly approached, clutching a transponder snail. Upon hearing this, Shanks, seated and sipping his drink, paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Buggy went out of his way to find Luffy. That fool is truly capable of stirring up trouble. Beside him, Ben Beckman, calmly puffing on a cigar, commented, "We haven't strayed far yet. Should we return?" "No need. While their meeting is indeed surprising, it is unlikely to cause any significant upheaval." Shanks waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting his familiarity with both Buggy and Luffy while harboring a sense of curiosity. "Let us first address Bartolomeo's matters in our territory." "Understood." Beyond the Blackbeard pirates and the red-haired pirates, the vast array of pirate factions and leaders from the underworld in the New World could not help but take notice of the meeting between these two new four emperors. Consequently, various preparations were set in motion to brace for the potential upheaval of the world order ahead. Following a series of explosive events, the Buggy Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates have transformed from mere notable factions to superpowers capable of influencing the entire world with a single encounter. As the outside world buzzed with excitement, aboard the Thousand Sunny, the candle barrier completely shielded them from external scrutiny. Mr. 3, Buggy, Crocodile, and Ayasha gathered on the spacious deck. "Sasira, you idiot." Buggy, Crocodile, with a lit cigar clenched between his teeth, cast a complex gaze upon the Straw Hat Captain. Monkey D. Luffy. In the mere span of 2 years, the young man radiated an aura of power that was nothing short of astonishing. "Yo, Sasira, you idiot." Buggy, Luffy, donning his straw hat, politely acknowledged Crocodile's greeting, before abruptly shifting his demeanor, his sharp gaze ablaze with fury, teeth transformed into serrated edges. "Buggy, are you such a fool as to come all this way just to borrow Jinbei from me?" As this moment unfolded, Luffy's gaze intensified, his fists clenched tightly. "Even if you are a Yonko now, I will not hesitate to send you flying." Upon hearing this, Buggy, who harbored deep resentment towards the Straw Hat Kid, retorted with equal fervor, "You fool, Straw Hat. Have you forgotten who risked everything to get you and Jinbei onto that guy's ship during the Marineford War? I was in grave danger, facing the possibility of being incinerated by Akainu's magma or shot down by Kazara's lasers. Is this how you treat your savior?" Luffy, with his eyes wide and filled with indignation, thrust his rubbery face towards Buggy's clownish visage. "If it weren't for that, I would have already knocked you out." Buggy, undeterred, donned his crimson cloak, leaning in aggressively to match Luffy's challenge. "Then you shall repay this favor. It's merely a matter of allowing Jinbei to accompany us for a few days. I'm not trying to steal him from you. Absolutely not. Even if I were to offer you all the treasures on our ship, I would never lend you Jinbei." The moment those thoughtless words escaped their lips, both Luffy and Buggy froze, sensing an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from behind them, an oppressive force that surpassed even the Conqueror's Haki. "Buggy, so you have your eyes on our treasures?" Nami, glowing in the firelight with her wild orange hair billowing, approached with deliberate steps. With 2 resounding thuds, both Buggy and Luffy found themselves adorned with red lumps on their heads. "My sincerest apologies, truly." Buggy and Luffy bowed respectfully, offering their apologies. Luffy, who had recently endured a beating from Nami while confined in a cage, seemed accustomed to it. However, Buggy, taken aback and terrified, gazed at Nami in disbelief. His thoughts racing. This thief, who was so weak 2 years ago in Logtown, how has she become so fearsome? Has this wretched woman awakened Conqueror's Haki? Had the pirates and navy observing from afar seen this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. The 2 new Yonko were being subdued by a mere woman? The following day, Nami's bounty would surpass 5 billion. Just a jest. In any case, under Nami's imposing presence, the commotion involving Luffy and Buggy subsided somewhat. However, for Mr. 3 and Ayasha, the ruckus was just beginning. Brook, the skeletal figure adorned in bones, approached Ayasha with gentlemanly poise, his hollow eye sockets brimming with unspoken emotion. Ayasha, with a delicate furrow in her brow, sensed no malice from this animated skeleton through her devil fruit abilities. Yet, her intuition warned her that something dreadful was about to unfold. Moments later, as Brook leaned forward, his demeanor shifted, and he uttered, "Beautiful and elegant miss, may I request a glimpse of your undergarments?" Before Brook could fully descend, Ayasha instinctively grasped the black longsword at her waist, just as she prepared to draw it. A swift motion saw Nami appear directly above Brook. "Stop causing trouble." With a powerful kick, she brought her foot crashing down onto Brook's skull, fracturing it. "Brook, your approach is rather rude towards a lady you've just met," Sanji remarked, extinguishing his cigarette and gliding over like a graceful creature. A proper gentleman must offer a respectful kiss to a lovely lady. However, before he could extend his arm, an audacious sweep of Ayasha's blade met his face. His head, adorned with hearts, was smashed by her swift kick. With Sanji propelled backward into the Sunny's cabin, blood spilling from his mouth, Nami expressed her frustration. Honestly, both of you are so troublesome. They are members of an enemy pirate crew. Having efficiently dealt with the two unruly Straw Hats, Nami dusted off her hands, her face a portrait of exasperation. On the second deck, Frankie, transformed into a formidable machine, collided his arms, striking a rather clean and decisive pose. At this moment, he wore nothing below, exposing his hairy physique. Is this the crew that defeated Kaido? Ayasha stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the chaotic scene before her. She had envisioned countless scenarios regarding the Straw Hat crew, but the disarray before her far exceeded her expectations. No wonder her brother mentioned that engaging with the Straw Hat Kid requires minimal combat prowess. It seems our team is somewhat excessive. As she pondered, a large hand suddenly rested upon her shoulder. Sensing the approach, Ayasha relaxed, showing no inclination to resist. Mr. 3 walked up behind her, patting her shoulder and explaining, "You need not be surprised. This is simply their style." Simultaneously, Mr. 3 felt a wave of relief wash over him. After traversing this pirate world and witnessing its harsh realities, he had harbored concerns that the Straw Hat crew's demeanor might differ from his memories. Yet, it appeared that nothing had changed. "Mr. 3, it's been 2 years, and you seem like a completely different person now, both in demeanor and influence," a voice, rich with maturity, chimed in. Ayasha turned to see Nico Robin approaching, her immaculate fingers gripping the day's latest newspaper, revealing Mr. 3's bounty poster along with some annotations. As Mr. 3 glanced up, he was immediately engulfed by Robin's divine presence. Her flowing black hair, deep blue eyes, and exquisitely sculpted features radiated an unparalleled beauty. Truly a goddess. Witnessing her in person is an entirely different experience from seeing her animated likeness. The once casual Mr. 3 found himself captivated, but he quickly composed himself. Suppressing his innate tendencies, adjusting his goggles to shield his gaze, he slowly addressed her, reverting to her former alias. "I must say, your transformation is remarkable. Your skin looks so radiant that I could hardly recognize you." 2 years prior, Mr. 3 and Nico Robin had been colleagues in Baroque works, and their shared experiences had forged a deeper understanding between them. Though Mr. 3 was no longer the same man he once was. "Can I take this as a genuine compliment?" Robin replied with a serene smile. Meanwhile, in the corner of the deck, Zoro, arms crossed, cast a hawk-like gaze upon the figure of Mr. 3's old acquaintance, a black-clad female swordsman. More precisely, his attention was drawn to the long black blade sheathed at her waist. At a moment when Brooke was crouched down, the murderous intent radiating from this woman was more ferocious than that of any demon or monster. As this thought crossed his mind, Zoro could not help but smile with a predatory grin. It had been a long time since he had encountered a female swordsman with such a terrifying aura. Although this overwhelming battle spirit was not malevolent, it was nonetheless perceived by Ayasa, who gazed sharply and gravely in her direction, hand resting on her sword. "This man is incredibly strong." This was her instinctive intuition. On the other side, within the ship's interior, Usopp and the reindeer chopper were cautiously peering